I was undercover for 6 years and survived a sea of blood and corpses. Just when I wanted to return to the team, they called me a traitor. My family wanted to kick me out of the house because of this. Chapter 1. My name is Shin. On the surface, I am the controller of Huaxia Century Group, and this building is one of my assets. But in the underground world, I have a more dangerous identity, the second in command of the international terrorist organization K2. No one knows that my name is both a symbol of capital and a secret code name on the wanted list. In this silence, the iron door leading to the rooftop suddenly made a heavy noise and was pushed open from the inside. I turned around and saw a middle-aged man in casual clothes walking up to me. His steps were steady, but his eyes were as sharp as a knife. He is Fan Tianlei, the Chief of Staff of the Langia Special Operations Brigade of the Southeast Military Region, and also an old comrade in arms with whom I have shared life and death in the army. Fan Tianlei glanced around the rooftop, and finally his eyes fixed on me. Then he walked to my side, holding the railing with his hands, and spoke in a low voice. "Boy, you're quite courageous. You actually dare to choose a place like this to meet us. Aren't you afraid of being spotted?" I took a puff of my cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and replied softly, "I am now the deputy leader of K2. Who dares to spy on me? As for your military district, isn't it time to close the net? If this drags on, I'll almost become their boss." He didn't respond to my question. Instead, he sighed and said, "It will be soon. Once we catch the leader of K2, you can come back. I've made it through 6 years, so these few days won't make a difference." I threw the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it with my shoe. My eyes were still fixed on the city lights, and there was no fluctuation on my face. Yes, 6 years have passed. Can't we wait for the last few days? In fact, I don't belong to this era, or rather, I don't belong to this body. I was a veteran who had served in the army for 10 years. After my rebirth, I found myself standing in the ranks of the recruit company as soon as I opened my eyes. I had no choice. Fate had already determined my path. So, I set out on my military journey again, following my memory. Relying on my experience in my previous life, I quickly stood out among the recruits and became a leader that everyone noticed. But being too outstanding is not necessarily a good thing. Because of this, I was targeted. The military district talked to me directly and gave me a special task: infiltrate K2 and carry out a top-secret undercover operation codenamed Thunderblade. I didn't hesitate. As a soldier, I knew that orders were missions. After rigorous training, my identity was completely erased and I disappeared from official records. Afterwards, I began to infiltrate K2, starting from the bottom and fighting my way out with my strength and my life. Year after year, I continued to climb, and every step was like walking on thin ice. In order to gain their trust, I did a lot of things against my will, and sometimes I even almost forgot that I was an undercover agent. Every time I was on the verge of being exposed, it was like dancing on the edge of a knife. Every time I escaped danger, I looked in the mirror and questioned who I really was. In the past 6 years, I have hardly had a good night's sleep, and my nerves are as tense as a steel wire. I know that the internal situation of K2 is extremely complicated, with various forces intertwined. If you want to keep your position, you not only need to be ruthless, but also need to be able to pretend, be patient, and dare to fight. Every bit of information contains my blood and life. I dare not stop, nor can I make mistakes. Now, they have finally locked on the core figure of K2, Black Cat. This is the head of the entire organization. His identity has never been truly revealed, but I know his whereabouts. 3 days later, he will appear at the border of Yun province. A meeting will gather all the top leaders. This is the only chance to break the deadlock. I pulled a black USB drive from my pocket, which contained the core content of my 6 years of intelligence. I didn't say much and just threw it to Fan Tianlei. Black Cat will appear in Yun province in 3 days, and the top leaders of the organization will be there. This is the perfect opportunity to catch him. Don't miss it. After saying this, I turned and left the rooftop without looking back. I could feel that Fan Tianlei was still standing there, staring at my back in a daze. He might be wondering whether I am still the comrade in arms he once was. Or maybe he felt sorry for me because I had given so much to this country, but I never regretted it. 3 days later, I found myself on a mountain road in the southwest of Yunnan province, not far from the Myanmar border. Our car slowly stopped in front of a dilapidated factory. There was no one around, and the factory looked so dilapidated that it looked like no one had been there for decades. But I know that the real meeting place is right under this broken factory. Chun Wan beside me reminded me softly, "Brother Shin, we're here." I opened my eyes and glanced outside, then asked calmly, "Is everyone here?" "Except for the boss. All the other senior executives are here." She paused, then added in a low voice, "Wolf Head and Hai Lao are here too." I didn't say anything. Just looked at her. She was wearing a white shirt, had a slim figure, cold features, and a sense of alienation in her temperament. Shun-won is not only my secretary, but also the person I trust most in K2. She was calm and ruthless in her actions, and she always stood silently behind me. She reminded me again, those two have always been dissatisfied with you. Please be careful later. I smiled and didn't take it seriously. If I can't handle these two old foxes, then I've gotten to this position in vain. I subconsciously touched the button on my cuff, which was the sensor positioning device I installed for the military. I'll go in first, I said. She nodded gently. I'll wait for you to come out. I pushed open the car door and walked towards the rusty iron gate. Looking at the dilapidated appearance of the factory, no one could have imagined that the real base was hidden deep underground. I pressed a hidden button on the wall, and the old iron door slowly opened. The moment the wind blew behind me, it was like opening the entrance to another world. After entering the factory, I found the familiar entrance to the secret passage and walked down the stairs. There was someone checking me at the entrance. I cooperated, handed over my weapon, and then walked towards the meeting room. When I pushed the door open, I saw that both sides of the conference table were already filled with people, all core members of K2. When they saw me come in, some people nodded, while others looked disdainful. These people have more experience than me, but they had to watch me surpass them in just a few years. I've long been accustomed to this feeling of unwillingness to accept. They didn't have the courage to touch me openly, and could only make a few sarcastic remarks in secret. Sure enough, as soon as I sat down, a thorny voice came from the opposite side. Wow, our second-in-command is really getting more and more prestigious. Even the boss has to wait for you. The speaker was the bald Han Jingguang, also known as Wolf Head. He was a veteran of K2 and acted fiercely, not someone to be trifled with. I raised my eyes and glanced at him calmly, then replied, "You should wait for me. The position is here." This sentence choked him so much that his face froze and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. He said angrily, "Shin Xiao, don't take yourself too seriously. You are far from qualified." On the other side, a middle-aged man in a gray tang suit also spoke. "Wolfhead is right. Young man, don't be so arrogant." His eyes were cold as he spoke. His name was Zhao Hai, nicknamed Hai Lao, and he was in charge of K2's overseas business. Although he is the third person in command, he has always disliked me. I smiled, put out my cigarette, and retorted, "So what if you're arrogant? Do you really think you're a big shot?" Hai Lao was so angry that he almost stood up, but he couldn't find any words to refute. I was too lazy to look at them anymore, so I took out a cigarette, held it between my fingers, and was about to light it. Suddenly, the door of the conference room was pushed open. The crowd that was originally arguing loudly immediately shut up, and all looked towards the door. A man in a black leather jacket and sunglasses walked in, his steps neither hurried nor slow, with an oppressive air. At that moment, everyone fell silent. He is the Black Cat, the real ruler of K2. The moment I saw that person appear, my heart sank suddenly and my eyes became sharp. Although he remained calm on the surface, his heart was already filled with turmoil. After 6 years of waiting, the big fish finally showed up, the leader of K2, Black Cat. As long as he is caught, my mission will come to an end. But I didn't let my emotions get the better of me. Now was not the time to celebrate. I raised my right hand slightly and tapped the table a few times in Morse code. 8 words. The Black Cat appears, and we can act. This is the code I agreed upon with the headquarters. The operation has officially begun. In the valley a few kilometers away, tactical troops had already been in place. They are special forces elites selected from all over the country. Each of them is battle-hardened and well-trained. The mission this time is to encircle and eliminate K2. Staff Officer Fan, there are new instructions. In the command camp, the communicator rushed into the tent with an anxious look on his face. Fan Tianlei put down the map, his eyes glaring. "What do you mean?" "Report. Shin Xiao has sent a signal. The Black Cat has appeared. We can move." A light flashed in Fan Tianlei's eyes, and his whole body suddenly became energetic. He had been waiting for this day for so long, and the Black Cat finally showed up. He immediately ordered all troops to prepare for attack. Several armed helicopters took off instantly, flew through the woods, and headed straight for the target. At this time, K2's high-level meeting was underway in the underground factory conference room. The Black Cat was standing at the door wearing sunglasses. There was no expression on his face, but his eyes were extremely sharp. He slowly took off his glasses and glanced at everyone in the conference room. Everyone stood up to greet me, and I stood up too, still playing my undercover role. At this critical moment, revealing my identity will only alert the enemy, so I must keep my composure. The Black Cat slowly walked to the main seat and sat down, glancing at me indifferently. "Shin Xiao, This is the first time we meet face to face. There was a hint of scrutiny in his voice. He had only seen me through video in all these years. Now that he actually saw me, he seemed extra cautious. He looked at me for a long time and suddenly laughed. You've done well in recent years. Keep up the good work. I nodded respectfully. Thank you for your trust, Chief. I will continue to do my best. My expression was calm, but I was already extremely alert inside. The black cat seemed very satisfied and seemed to approve of me very much. I know that my acting has fooled him for many years. Now this play is about to come to an end. Black Cat waved his hand, and everyone sat down, and the meeting officially began. This mission is extremely critical. It involves a cross-border transaction of a batch of CVX-2 poison gas. You must deliver the goods safely. The contact person will be waiting at the designated location. There can be no mistakes. I frowned slightly when I heard this, although no change was visible on my face. But inwardly, he was shocked by the black cat's cold-bloodedness. CVX-2 poison gas is an extremely dangerous biological weapon. Once spread, it can cause the extinction of humans and animals within 10 kilometers. Black Cat said these words in an unusually calm tone, as if he was just arranging an ordinary business deal. Such cruelty and calmness are chilling. If these poisonous gases really flow into the country, the consequences will be unimaginable. Just as I was thinking, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. One of his men rushed in, his face filled with fear. Boss, there's an attack helicopter approaching. The black cat's face changed, and he stood up suddenly, and everyone around him became alert. How could we be discovered? We are hiding so secretly. Who can find this place? Some people exclaimed, some were skeptical. And the next second, their eyes fell on me. I know I can't hide it anymore. Instead of hiding it, it is better to be frank. I stood up, looked directly at the black cat, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, it's me. I'm Shin, Deputy Captain of the Chinese Special Reconnaissance Brigade. You are surrounded. Do not resist in vain." As soon as the words fell, the scene exploded. "You traitor!" The wolf had roared and rushed towards me, punching me. I grabbed him with my backhand and pushed him down on the table without any hesitation. Others also rushed forward and tried to subdue me. I pushed the wolf's head away and quickly turned to fight the others. The conference room suddenly fell into chaos, with tables and chairs overturned and shouting continuing. But the black cat did not make a move. He just watched coldly for a moment. Then he turned around and strode away, heading straight towards the secret passage. He knew very well that the army had already arrived and there was no point in staying. He had no choice but to escape. I watched him fleeing, but had no time to chase him. This group of people are coming at me with such force. I have to save my life first. The conference room was already in chaos, with tables and chairs collapsed and people talking incoherently. Relying on my years of skills, I quickly subdued half of the enemies. The moment I got the situation under control, I realized the black cat had disappeared. My heart sank, and I was about to chase after it, but the wolf's head blocked my way. This guy is a desperate mercenary who is fearless and is looking for death. Although I'm not afraid of him, every second counts, and I really don't have time to argue with him here. Before I could react, he had already swung his punch. I dodged to the side and barely avoided his heavy blow. At this moment, a figure rushed in quickly, with a flash of cold light, and a dagger pierced the side of the wolf's head. I turned around and saw that the person coming was Chinwan. There was no hesitation in her eyes, and her movements were quick and decisive, not like a girl at all. Although she just found out that I was an undercover agent, she stood on my side without hesitation. As my confidant, her choice touched me deeply. "Brother Xiao, I'll come here. You go and chase him." Her eyes were firm and her tone was unquestionable. I nodded and said without any nonsense, "Leave it to you." After saying that, I turned and left, chasing in the direction the black cat escaped. The secret passage through which the black cat escaped led to the back door of the factory, and outside the door was a primitive jungle. That area is extremely complex, with rugged terrain and dense vegetation. Once you get in, it would be extremely difficult to catch someone. I knew in my heart that if I was a step later, the consequences would be disastrous. I ran all the way and finally saw the black cat at the end of the secret passage. But he had already rushed out of the factory gate and was about to enter the jungle. As I sped up, I couldn't help but curse Fan Tianlei inwardly. "Where are you, old man? Come here." Just when I was about to despair, there was a sudden loud roar above my head. Several armed helicopters flew over quickly and landed directly above the jungle. The next second, a team of special forces descended from the sky and set up defense neatly on the ground, blocking the black cat's way. The leader was Fan Tianlei. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been any later, I would have strangled him to death. This guy finally didn't let me down and was still reliable at the critical moment. Black Cat, stop struggling, you can't escape. Fan Tianlei stood at the front of the crowd and spoke in a firm voice. The soldiers behind him had already completed the encirclement and pointed their guns at the Black Cat. I also walked out from the side, and my eyes fell on the Black Cat. I have waited for this moment for 6 years. I have mixed feelings. When the Black Cat saw me show up, there was a piercing hatred in his eyes. He sneered at me, and his voice was hoarse and cold. Shin Xiao, you really never let me down. At that moment, I could feel the murderous intent in his eyes. But he quickly looked at Fan Tianlei and the others, and suddenly laughed softly. Since you don't intend to let me go, let's die together. After saying that, he took out a remote-controlled detonator from his pocket. I anticipated this day, he said calmly, so I buried half a ton of high explosives in this factory. Since I can't survive, then none of you can survive. This madman actually prepared a plan to die together. Fan Tianlei and I both had our pupils constricted and instinctively rushed forward to stop them. I dodged and leaped forward, but he had already pressed the button. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth-shattering explosion tore the entire space apart. I almost yelled at the top of my lungs the moment he pressed the button, "Get down!" But it was too late. Flames shot up into the sky, and the shock wave swept around in an instant, knocking us all out. I fell heavily to the ground, and my chest felt like it was hit by a hammer, making it difficult to breathe. The heat from the explosion was still burning, my ears were buzzing, and the world seemed distorted. I tried to stand up, but the severe pain in my body made my eyes go black and I lost consciousness. 7 days have passed, and I am still alive. I am even still alive in the ICU of the 5th Military Region Hospital. It sounds like a miracle. It was midsummer outside, but the ward was still freezing cold, so cold that it didn't feel like the human world, but more like the entrance to hell. I was lying on the hospital bed, my body plugged into various monitoring devices, and every tube seemed to remind me that I was not dead yet. The experts surrounded me and talked in low voices about my physical condition. Their tones seemed as if they were sentencing me and reading my suicide note. My right shoulder and arm were burned, my chest was torn, my head was bleeding, and my lungs were penetrated by shrapnel. I can't hear it, but I guess that's what they say. After all, there's not much left of me that's intact. A young doctor named Zhou Yang, who is the assistant to the vice president, has hardly left my side these days. I heard that he didn't sleep for 7 days in a row just to pull me back from the brink of death, but the situation is not optimistic at all. The old doctor next to him was Vice President Lin Yeqing. He looked at me with a frown and spoke in a heavy tone. I've been doing this for decades and have seen cases more serious than his, but none of them survived. Being able to last 7 days is already a miracle, don't expect too much. Zhou Yang frowned at this and asked hesitantly, "Can the lung shrapnel be removed? Is there still hope?" Vice President Lin shook his head, his voice filled with helplessness. The shrapnel is too close to the heart. Surgery would be fatal. Besides, his current body simply cannot withstand surgery. He might not make it through tonight. When I heard this, I actually felt emotional, but that feeling of powerlessness was more painful than death. I wanted to shout, "I'm still alive. I want to live," but my mouth didn't move and my consciousness was sinking. The doctors gradually left the ward, leaving me alone, like a corpse forgotten by time. I heard the footsteps fade away, the door closed, and the ward fell silent, with only the slight sound of electricity coming from the instruments. I lay there like a vegetable, my eyelids heavy, my breathing shallow, my whole body floating between consciousness and reality. They are right. I may not even make it through tonight, but I won't give up. I haven't completed my mission yet. My mind was in a mess. I tried hard to recall how I became like this, but I only remembered a vague picture. That day, in the abandoned factory, Black Cat had no way to escape and detonated the explosives at the back door. I rushed out, but was still caught in the explosion. A piece of metal fragment pierced my lung, and the flames engulfed me. The pain at that moment was unforgettable, and then I completely lost consciousness. Since then, I have become what I am now. My consciousness is wandering, and my body feels like it is not my own. It feels like the soul has left its shell and is wandering in a boundless space, feeling lonely, helpless, and even a little scary. I tried to struggle, tried to wake up, but no matter how hard I tried, my body didn't respond. My head was getting heavier and heavier, and I even began to wonder if I was dead. At this moment, a vague voice suddenly sounded in my ears, with a metallic texture, as if it came from another dimension. "Congratulations to the host. You have successfully bound to the Nirvana system." I thought it was an illusion, or even a mental disorder before death, but the voice rang again, and it was so clear that it was terrifying. "Host's current status. Near death. The system is about to execute emergency activation procedures." My heart was shocked. as if a weak electric current passed through my brain, suddenly brightening my consciousness. If this is not a dream, then it means I still have hope. I desperately tried to focus, to respond to the system, even if it was just a thought. The host will is strong and preparations for life reconstruction are underway. Please remain conscious. I tried hard not to fall asleep, even though every second was as painful as holding my breath at the bottom of the sea. A warm, flowing feeling surged from my heart, spreading along my blood vessels to my limbs and bones, as if something was repairing me. At the same time, I could feel my breathing becoming slower and my heartbeat starting to stabilize. The fluctuations on the electrocardiogram also slowly began to deviate from the normal waveform from a nearly straight line. I know this is not a recovery that can be explained by medicine. It is the power of the system. On the seventh night, when the doctors thought I was going to die, I was on the verge of death and got the chance to restart. Nirvana system activated successfully. Current mission, survive. Nirvana system? I was shocked and my mind was full of questions. I didn't understand what this sudden sound was. Then, the voice rang out again, echoing in my mind without a doubt, as if it had deliberately chosen this moment to appear. The Nirvana system is only activated when the host is near death. After the system is activated, you can sign in every day to obtain points and rewards. Points can be used in the system store to redeem items or even lifespans. Do you want to sign in for the first day immediately? After hearing this, I finally realized that this might be the golden finger often mentioned in novels. When his life was hanging by a thread, he actually activated this so-called system. Could it be that there really was a glimmer of hope? I tried it half-heartedly, muttering silently, sign in. Successful sign in, get 100 points to achieve the first day's achievement and receive a chance to repair your body. You can choose 3 parts to repair. A transparent interface instantly appeared in my mind, with a diagram of my body structure in the center and red and black marks densely packed on it. Those wounds were like a death list. From limbs to internal organs, from skin to bones, almost no part was intact. The most serious areas are the 3 core parts, the heart, lungs, and brain, all of which are marked in dark black, which is frightening at first glance. I don't need to hesitate at all. If these 3 parts are not repaired, I will definitely not survive tonight. So I quickly used my mind to select the heart, lungs, and brain as repair targets. The next second, a stream of warm currents suddenly surged from my body and precisely gathered at the 3 parts one chose. Severe pain followed, and it felt like something was tearing the flesh and forcibly stitching the broken tissue together. I gritted my teeth. Even though I couldn't move, the pain almost took my soul away. When the pain gradually subsided, I looked at the panel again and saw that the colors of my heart, lungs, and brain had returned to normal. The message displayed above is, repair completed, life status stable. At this moment, I truly felt the power of this system. It can perform miracles that medicine cannot. Then I opened the system store. The interface is simple, but the content shocked me. From lifespan to organ repair, and even combat abilities, as long as you have points, you can redeem everything. But the price is not low. 10-day lifespan, 10,000 points. Organ repair, 10,000 points. Minor burns, 2,000 points. Looking at these prices, I silently calculated that if I want to completely repair all the injuries on my body, I will probably have to sign a contract for 3 years. But I have no other choice. 3 years is 3 years. At least I'm still alive. I began to calculate the order in which I should use the points. I had to prioritize saving my life before considering restoring my combat power. Although this system is powerful, the points are limited. If you make a mistake, you may never have a chance to recover. At this moment, the sky outside the window had completely darkened, and footsteps were heard again in the intensive care unit. Dr. Zhou Yang pushed the door open, holding a medical record in his hand, walked tiredly to my bedside, and began to record daily data. These days, he hardly left my side and stayed by my side all the time. His eyes were dark and his mouth was cracked, but he never complained. He looked down at the ECG monitor, frowning, and muttered to himself, heart rate, blood oxygen, blood pressure, all at the lowest warning level. He's still holding on. It's a miracle. He may not know that I have quietly snatched back a life from the hands of death, but it is not visible on the surface. But the next second, a sudden fluctuation jumped out on the electrocardiogram, like ripples caused by stagnant water. Zhou Yang was stunned. His eyes suddenly widened, and shock was written all over his face. What is going on? My heart rate has been getting weaker and weaker these days, almost becoming a straight line. But at this moment, there was a clear beating, as if the heart suddenly woke up. He stared at the waveform intently. After a few seconds, another small fluctuation followed. Zhou Yang couldn't believe his eyes and murmured, "Could it be? Is it really recovered? I knew it wasn't an illusion. It was my body responding to repair itself. The power of the system is taking effect, and my life is being pulled back to reality bit by bit. I wanted to open my mouth and tell him, "Don't worry, I'm back." But my lips are still weak, and my voice is stuck deep in my throat. I can only respond to the call of this world with my consciousness. Zhou Yang stood in front of the monitor, staring at the screen motionlessly, as if trying to confirm whether the sudden fluctuation just now was real. But after waiting for more than a minute, the wave lines on the instrument returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Am I dazzled? I heard him mutter softly. Then he raised his hand and rubbed his eyes hard. He hasn't slept for the past few days. Maybe he is too tired and even has hallucinations. He shook his head and prepared to continue recording the data, but at this moment, the wave line on the monitor jumped violently again. Zhou Yang was startled and leaned closer to the screen, his eyes full of surprise. Immediately afterwards, the wave line fluctuated strongly again, and this time he could no longer convince himself that he had seen it wrong. Could it be a last gasp of energy? He muttered, as if explaining himself. But my heartbeat fluctuated too much. It didn't seem like a final struggle before death, but rather like I was recovering. I could feel the beating inside my chest gradually getting stronger as my repaired heart began to work again. He quickly put on the stethoscope, placed the tip against my chest, and held his breath. He heard it, a normal, strong heartbeat, like that of a healthy person. How is this possible? He stood there in a daze, staring at me with wide eyes, looking completely unable to understand. The next second, he turned and rushed out of the ward, calling for help like crazy. Not long after, a group of veteran experts arrived, including Vice President Lin. They obviously didn't quite believe it. After all, Shin Xiao's illness was a death sentence that they had sentenced him to together. He said he was going to die. How could he possibly get better? But Zhou Yang's performance was too excited, so several people came in to check. When they saw that I was still unconscious and the monitoring data was not impressive, a hint of disappointment appeared on their faces. "Zhou Yang, are you too nervous? I see the waveform is still the same as during the day, no change." Vice President Lin spoke while looking at the data, his tone clearly filled with doubt. "No, I heard it. I heard it with my own ears using a stethoscope," Zhou Yang hurriedly explained, so anxious that he almost rushed to them to verify it. An old specialist put on a stethoscope to check, but after a few seconds he shook his head. The heart rate is still very weak. Vice Dean Lin turned around and said comfortingly, "Xiao Zhou, you are tired. Go back and rest for a while. I really didn't see it wrong." Zhou Yang's voice was almost choked with sobs. "I swear, I heard it. More than once." Before he finished speaking, my heart monitor suddenly started beating violently again. "Look," he suddenly shouted, pointing at the screen with his hands shaking with excitement. Several experts immediately gathered around, and the screen, which had been calm before, was now jumping very actively. Heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen. All data are constantly rising, gradually approaching the level of normal people. Everyone was stunned, and no one could speak for a moment. How is this possible? Vice President Lin stood there in a daze, staring at the data in disbelief. "Isn't this a last gasp?" One expert whispered to himself, but was quickly dismissed. A last gasp wouldn't continue to rise, and the data wouldn't be this healthy. He was clearly dying. Why did he suddenly? The air was filled with an atmosphere of oppression and shock. Everyone was speechless and could only look at me in astonishment. At this moment, Zhou Yang suddenly grabbed Vice Dean Lin's arm with force, and the action almost dislocated the old man's arm. "Zhou Yang, what are you doing?" Vice Dean Lin frowned and was about to scold him, but he heard him stutter out a sentence. His eyelids moved. "What?" Several people turned to look at me at the same time, with shock in their eyes. I know I moved. In the boundless darkness, I finally felt the direction of a little light, and I began to slowly open my eyes. Those organs that were sentenced to death are now reviving little by little. My consciousness was being pulled back to reality. I saw blurry lights and people standing by the bed with shocked expressions on their faces. I survived. After a few seconds, Vice Dean Lin reacted quickly and exclaimed, "He's awake. Come and see." After hearing this, the others woke up as if from their dream and hurriedly gathered around my bed and began to check my condition in a panic. Before my eyes were excited faces, their expressions filled with surprise and confusion. "Shin Xiao, can you hear us talking?" A doctor came close to me and asked in a low voice. I could actually hear it a long time ago, but the system was still repairing my body, so I couldn't move for the time being. I tried to open my mouth to respond, but my throat was so dry that it burned with pain when I spoke. I strained my strength and finally managed to utter a hoarse, almost inaudible word. "Water." The experts didn't react for a moment, so I gritted my teeth and repeated, Water. Vice President Lin finally understood and quickly asked Zhou Yang to get some water, while he quickly organized other doctors to conduct an examination. A moment later, several doctors reported my vital signs one after another: normal heart rate, normal blood pressure, and stable EG. He really survived? They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. This is not tenacity. This is a miracle. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. After a while, Zhou Yang came back with a cup of water and carefully prepared a straw. I drank water in big gulps through a straw, and my burning throat finally felt much better. I finally felt like a living person again. How do you feel? Where does it hurt? Zhou Yang asked me with concern. My voice was still weak as ever as before. I managed to utter, "I don't feel well anywhere." This sentence made him stunned. Vice Dean Lin also laughed out loud. None of those wounds on your body is healed. It's normal to feel uncomfortable, but I'll have to give you a detailed examination next. Your condition must be thoroughly investigated. Of course, I understand how confused they are. After all, they don't know that there is a system in my body that is silently repairing itself behind the scenes. Now I can even clearly see which muscle in my body is slightly strained, let alone the lesion. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Vice Dean Lin suddenly slap his forehead. Hurry up and inform Chief Gao and the others. Shin Xiao is awake. Only then did I remember that I was a patient who was personally instructed by the head of the military region to receive special care. Someone hurried to the duty room to report, and I continued to cooperate with them in the follow-up physical examination. About an hour later, I was pushed into the X-ray examination room, and several expert professors were waiting for the results outside the door. These people almost represent the top medical level of this hospital. They have seen too many illnesses, but they are completely confused by me. Did our previous treatment work? Impossible. His injuries cannot be cured by modern medicine. You all know that those injuries are fatal. It's impossible to get through them by willpower alone. The more they talked, the more confused they became, and for a moment no one could explain how this had happened. At this time, Zhou Yang walked in quickly, his face showing a hint of shock. Deputy Director Lin, the X-ray is out. Vice President Lin immediately took the film, and several experts gathered around and stared at the results. The moment they saw the image clearly, they were stunned, as if they had been hit on the head with a club. I could clearly see the expressions on their faces, from disbelief to astonishment to disbelief. The most serious injuries, the heart, lungs, and brain, all recovered perfectly, without even a trace. They stood there motionless, as if all the medical common sense in the world had been overturned. How is it possible that there's not even a hint of abnormality? His heart was clearly pierced by shrapnel. This isn't restoration. This is reconstruction. They couldn't explain it, couldn't find the logic, but the facts were there. Just because something cannot be explained by medicine doesn't mean it is impossible. How could this happen? This is completely beyond medical common sense. An expert looked at the X-ray with disbelief written all over his face. They tried every possible means for 7 days, but couldn't even control the worsening of the injuries. But now, these 3 fatal injuries have all healed. It's like those wounds never existed. No one could explain the reason, and there was silence. Vice Dean Lin pondered for a moment, and finally could only give a vague explanation. It's not a medical method. It may be that the body heals itself. As soon as the words fell, someone immediately refuted. How could that level of damage heal on its own? But he was speechless, and no one could give a second explanation. The experts discussed it for a long time and finally attributed it to the extreme reaction of the human body's potential, although they themselves knew that this explanation was too far-fetched. However, after a series of examinations, my vital signs have completely returned to normal. Despite this, the doctors were still not optimistic. There were still shrapnel in my body and multiple fractures in my limbs, which could cause complications at any time. Especially the shrapnel that was close to the heart was like a moving bomb that could be fatal at any time. I also have a comminuted fracture of my knee, and the doctor said I might not even be able to walk. To be honest, if it weren't for the system, I would have been lying flat on my back by now. After being examined by them for a long time, I was almost exhausted and fell asleep again before I could even wake up. When I opened my eyes again, it was the next morning. The first thing to do is to start the system sign-in. Successful sign-in, 100 points rewarded the next day. I opened the panel to check the current status, and my eyes fell on the deep red area on my right knee. System assessment. Irreversible damage, which will result in permanent disability if not repaired. System, repair the right knee. Ding, repair is in progress. Please wait. A warm current gathered in the knee, and the severe pain slowly eased. Although only 10% has been repaired, the feeling of gradual recovery has rekindled my hope. Now I know that as long as I have a system, I still have a chance to stand up again. Just as I was thinking about it, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. I looked back and saw that it was General Gao Shiwei coming, followed by several officers. I tried to sit up, but he held me up. Don't move. You just woke up, lie down and talk. His tone was much softer than usual. I heard you woke up yesterday, so I rushed here overnight. How are you feeling now? I didn't answer directly, but said in a low voice, Commander, I'm sorry, I didn't complete this mission. The Black Cat escaped. The team suffered heavy losses. I survived, but failed to complete the mission. This shame is like a thorn in my throat. After hearing what I said, Chief Gao's eyes suddenly turned red and he patted my shoulder. Don't say that. You're the only one who made it back alive. You're already a hero. The real failure was us. We underestimated the cruelty of the Black Cat. The only thing you have to do now is to save your life and don't think too much. I listened to these words in silence for a long time, but my heart became heavier. The mission failed, my brothers died, and I survived alone. What kind of hero am I? Chief, what about the others? Are they still alive? My voice almost trembled when I asked this question. Chief Gao did not answer, but just shook his head. My heart was shocked, and those familiar faces appeared in my mind, each one frozen in my final memory. It felt like a stone was pressing on my chest, making it hard to breathe. They are brothers who once fought alongside me, but now they have left me forever. Gao Shiwei saw that I looked sad and seemed to have something to say. He was silent for a moment, clenched his fists, as if he had made a difficult decision. Shin Xiao, there is something I must tell you, but you have to stay calm and listen to me. I nodded, already having a feeling that this was not good news. My undercover career over the past few years has made me accustomed to all bad outcomes. You all go out first, he said to the officer behind him. When we were the only two left in the ward, he finally spoke. Your current military status may not be restored for the time being. What? I was stunned for a moment, and my face instantly darkened. Can't regain my identity? Wasn't the mission already completed? Do I have to continue living undercover? Gao Shiwei saw my expression change and quickly explained. Don't worry, let me explain it to you slowly. His voice was deep and his tone was extremely cautious. I knew that what he was about to say would not be simple. The cause of the incident originated from the last round of operations. Except for me, the entire team was killed. Even my single-line contact Fan Tianlei did not survive. And all the information about my undercover identity is in his hands. This means that without that information, my innocence becomes a mystery. What's more troublesome is that in order to break into the core of K2, I have had to bear many criminal records in the past few years. Although those actions had been reported long ago, there is no evidence now. In addition to the identity verification issue, what is more critical is my safety. It is true that the Black Cat was dealt with, but the K2 organization was not completely disintegrated. Those desperate criminals are lurking everywhere. If they knew that I was an undercover agent, I probably wouldn't survive more than 3 days. In order to avoid getting into trouble, my superiors had no choice but to temporarily hide my existence and seal all the information. They planned to wait until the storm had passed, and then gradually restore all the honors I deserved. After I finished listening, my expression didn't change much. Having been undercover in K2 for many years, I am very familiar with those lunatics. It is a blessing that I am still alive today. Gao Shiwei's eyes showed some guilt. He had watched me grow up. When I was 19, he personally sent me into K2. From that day on, I knew that this road was not easy to walk on. I know this isn't fair to you, he said, but it's the safest option right now. Maybe you'll be wronged for a while, but I promise you, I'll fight for you to get it back. He looked at me with a firm gaze, unable to hide his suppressed emotions. I smiled, and even though my voice was still weak, it was calm. I understand, Commander. I've been mentally prepared for this outcome. Being able to come back alive is already a blessing from God. Everything else is unimportant. The sun shines through the window, and the flags flutter in the wind. I looked at the red shadow, feeling a little emotional, but finally nodded slightly. I obey the organization's arrangements. As soon as these words came out, the room fell silent for a few seconds. There was a hint of moisture in Gao Shiwei's eyes, and I knew that he was not moved, but heartbroken. I have worked so hard to complete the mission for so many years, and almost lost my life, but I can't even get my identity back for the time being. But he suffered more than me. Don't worry, I will pay you back sooner or later. Gao Shiwei patted my shoulder, as if he had made a great decision. Just as he was about to stand up, I suddenly said, by the way, I have one more request. When he heard this, he stopped immediately and said, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it for you. I smiled faintly, my tone calm. I want to be discharged early and go home to see my family. I haven't seen them for a long time. Half a month later, in the conference room on the 17th floor of the Shun Group headquarters in Licheng. The entire conference table was full of people, and the atmosphere was serious. This was an internal family meeting held by the Shin family, and the theme was the current predicament of the group. The Shin family initially started out as a physical business, and over the decades, they have expanded into multiple fields including real estate, machinery, and textiles, making them one of the largest families in Licheng. However, the industry has changed too rapidly in recent years, and Shun's transformation has been slow, gradually falling behind. With the rise of emerging enterprises, Shun's development is becoming more and more difficult year by year, and the situation is very grim. On one side of the meeting, Mr. Shin's 3 grandsons were talking in low voices. Shin Lin is the son of the second wife, while Shin Yi and Shin Hui are from the third wife. All 3 of them work in subsidiaries of the group, and their current positions are not high. According to the rules of the Shin family, only the elders can sit down, and the younger generations like them can only stand on the side and listen. I heard that 2 more subsidiaries have been closed. The Shin group is really going from bad to worse, Shin Hui said with a sigh. Shin Lin said with dissatisfaction. It's because the old man is too stubborn and has been reluctant to transform. The Jang group has already taken the lead. Are you crazy? How dare you say such nonsense? Shin Yi scolded in a low voice. The Shun family has always emphasized filial piety. It would be disrespectful if such words were spread out. Just as they were whispering, the 2 middle-aged men at the conference table glanced over here, instantly scaring the younger generations into shutting up. These 2 are the current leaders of the Shun family, Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongqi, who are the second and third sons of Mr. Shin respectively. Shin Dongya, the eldest son of the Shin family, passed away many years ago. His son, Shin Xiao, is me. At this moment, Shin Dongjun suddenly whispered to Shin Dongqi, I heard that Xiao Xiao is coming back. There has been no news from him for all these years. I'm glad he's back. Yes, although something happened back then, he is a descendant of the Shun family after all. When talking about me, both of them were filled with emotion, with unconcealable regret in their eyes. While they were talking, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Everyone looked towards the door at the same time. A spirited old man with white hair walked in, with a pretty girl supporting him. The old man was none other than Shun Boli, the head of the Shin family, and the girl next to him was my younger sister, Shin Yuning. All the members stood up and greeted each other, and the meeting room suddenly fell silent. The old man didn't say anything, but walked directly to the main seat and sat down. Please sit down. The old man waved his hand. His voice was not loud, but it was enough to shock the whole audience. After sitting down, he got straight to the point and said, the focus of this meeting is to discuss the group's current predicament. He asked the marketing department and the heads of each branch to report on the current situation first. The first person to stand up was Shin Donghua, the head of the marketing department and a member of the Shin family's branch. The group's turnover fell 20% this quarter, and the progress of new product development has been hampered, with no significant improvement expected in the short term. The report sounded heavy, and the situation in other departments was equally grim. After listening to everyone's reports, the old man sighed and said in a suppressed tone, you all know the situation. The Jiang group in particular is very aggressive. We must hold our ground and avoid any further chaos. Everyone stood up to respond, and the atmosphere became extremely solemn. The Jiang family has developed rapidly in recent years and has long become the strongest rival of the Shin family. After years of open and secret struggles, the Shin family has suffered repeated setbacks. If there's nothing else, let's adjourn the meeting. The old man looked tired and was about to get up and leave. Shin Dongjun suddenly said, Dad, I heard that Shin Xiao is coming back. I thought this sentence would make the old man look a little relieved, but his face changed immediately. Bang! He slammed the crutch in his hand hard on the floor, and the conference room fell silent in an instant. This rebellious son, you still have the nerve to come back. The old man's voice was hoarse and his face was full of anger. I was Shin Xiao, the eldest grandson of the Shin family. Grandfather had high hopes for me and sent me to the army for training. But who could have imagined that after less than a year of service, I would be expelled from the army? The reason remains a mystery. From that moment on, I became a taboo in the Shin family. Even grandfather was so angry that he stayed in the hospital for 6 months. The Shin family thought I was dead. Over the past few years, I haven't contacted anyone, and no one has come to see me. I thought I'd never set foot in that house again, until that day, when they suddenly contacted me and asked me to return. I knew it was finally my turn to make a move in the Shun family's chess game. When Grandpa heard I was coming back, he flew into a rage, believing I was no longer worthy of the surname Shun. But my second and third uncles spoke up for me, and my sister, Yu Ning, even begged and pleaded, saying many things that touched Grandpa's heart. Despite his tough exterior, Grandpa finally agreed. He said he didn't want to see me and asked them to pick me up themselves, but who knew that he was tacitly agreeing that I could come back. He was always the strict old man who missed his family, but he just didn't want to forgive the mistakes I made so easily. Just as the Shin family was preparing to welcome me back, Jiang Guangji, the old fox, began to stir. Upon hearing I was back, he immediately had his secretary track me down, hoping to exploit the stain of my expulsion from the military to attack the Shin family. This old enemy, he's not one to miss an opportunity. That day, I was secretly discharged from the hospital. No one knew I possessed a unique system that allowed me to heal myself. My knee injury had mostly healed, but I was still weak and couldn't do strenuous exercise. I couldn't let the hospital know about my recovery speed, or they'd treat me like a guinea pig. At Qingshan Airport, I pulled my suitcase, preparing to return to Liqing. At that moment, I felt a mixture of emotions. I hadn't been back for 6 or 7 years. I wondered if Grandpa was still healthy, or if my sister had grown up. As I waited in line, my mind raced, a tense feeling welling up inside me. Unexpectedly, right after I passed security, an alarm suddenly went off in my chest. The security officer asked me to take my belongings out, but I had nothing on me except my ID and my phone. I was completely bewildered. What on earth was this alarm going on? I tried to explain, but the alarm went off every time it touched my chest, and it happened several times. The security officer suspected that I was hiding something dangerous. Sir, please cooperate. This is also our job. Just take the things out and let us take a look to make sure they are all right. The more I said there was nothing, the more they thought I was lying. The passengers next to me started to watch, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. They assumed I was deliberately causing trouble and refusing to cooperate, so they called in more security to surround me. People in the queue around me also began to murmur and condemn me, saying I was hiding contraband. Some even suspected I was a terrorist. The scene was chaotic for a while, and I couldn't defend myself. I knew the problem wasn't with them, or with my luggage. The real problem was the few shrapnel fragments left in my body. These foreign objects resonated with the security system, setting off the alarm, but I couldn't open my heart and explain it to them in public. I stood firm, saying I had nothing on me and refused to be searched without cause. The security guards grew increasingly assertive, even threatening to call the police. I scoffed. I don't have any contraband, so what's the harm in calling the police? But the guards only grew increasingly suspicious of my guilt and insisted on taking me away. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared with a security team, claiming to be the head of the security department. He smiled and made polite remarks, while using both soft and hard tactics. In fact, he was trying to force me to leave in disguise, so I naturally would not cooperate. I looked him straight in the eye and, in a low, cold voice, told them I had done nothing wrong and would not cooperate with such absurd behavior. Perhaps my gaze was too sharp, but the other party was stunned by my words, his expression changing instantly, and the situation became a stalemate. No one knew I was once the second in command of K2, a killer with ruthless determination. Even the true desperados didn't dare act recklessly in my presence. These security guards were just ordinary people, naturally unable to withstand my naturally oppressive aura. Even so, they didn't dare let me go easily. Just as the situation was tense, the Jiang family members in the airport VIP lounge set their sights on me. Jiang Hao, leisurely drinking on the sofa, was none other than Jiang Guangji's son, the young prince of the Jiang group. They had come specifically to cause trouble for me. His assistant Chen Zhuo recognized me and immediately reported, "Mr. Jiang, it's Shin Xiao." He was stopped by security, and it seems that he has prohibited items on him. Jiang Hao immediately sneered and said that I was fragile and did not take me seriously at all, with a sense of superiority in his words. They thought this was a godsend. Jiang Hao had someone go downstairs and blend in with the crowd, taking advantage of the chaos and stirring up trouble. He also deliberately led the crowd to demonize me, creating a narrative that I was making trouble without reason and hiding contraband. They were eager to make this as big a fuss as possible. Jiang Hao even specifically instructed Chun Zhuo to notify the TV station, saying, "There's a disturbance at the airport," hoping to put me on the headlines. He already had the headline ready. Shocking. Shin family heir detained by airport security for carrying contraband. A single stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. They want to use me to discredit the Shun family, create panic in the capital market, depress the stock price, and clear the way for the Jiang family. I didn't expect a group of thugs to suddenly appear, yelling at me to get out of the way, and even pretending to raise my phone to record a video. I knew this wasn't a coincidence, that someone was behind it, fanning the flames and trying to put me in the spotlight. One of the other guys approached and was about to attack. Security intervened, but it didn't do much. They were so arrogant, calling me a troublemaker and deliberately inciting the crowd to gather, clearly hoping to make me lose control so they could take my words out of context and conclude I was wrong. I sneered in response. If someone had dared to act so brazenly in my presence 2 months ago, they wouldn't have seen the sun tomorrow. This startled them, my murderous aura overwhelming them. But they still refused to give up, holding up their phone and threatening to expose me online, attempting to tarnish my reputation. I didn't take this seriously at all. Did I really think a video could trigger a public opinion trial? But I soon discovered they weren't just talking. On the second floor of the airport, Jang and Chunjua had been watching us, admiring their drama like directors. Jang arranged for someone to infiltrate the crowd and deliberately stir up trouble, and even called the TV station. They knew my identity and my reluctance to reveal it. Now, they wanted to force me to embarrass myself, set off an internet sensation, and turn me into the scandalous heir of the Shin family, dealing a heavy blow to the Shin family. The TV reporter arrived quickly, and the host, Aku, led a camera crew and headed straight for me, interviewing me while the livestream began. The crowd erupted in excitement, and the livestream audience swarmed into the room, their comments filled with questions and insults. I was condemned without even saying a word. The security officers intensified their excitement, claiming my refusal to cooperate was a danger to public safety and demanding enforcement, with a sanctimonious air of righteousness. I ignored them, knowing they were simply being misled by the media's narrative. The real mastermind still sneered from behind the camera. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Aku tried to mediate, but I knew Jiang had anticipated everything. He was eager for the incident to become a major event, so he could use it to drive down the Shun family's stock price and, by spreading the young master's mischief narrative, overturn the Shun family's position in leeching. Suddenly, a call came in from the TV station, revealing my identity, the eldest grandson of Shun Boli, chairman of the Shun Group and the future heir. Aku immediately handed me the microphone, and the audience erupted in laughter. My identity as a rich second generation became the new focus of criticism. The comments instantly exploded, with sarcasm, ridicule, and condemnation flooding the screen. Calls like bullying others with power, privileged class, and arrogant rich second generation were all attributed to me. I was magnified in the public eye, becoming the representative of disrupting order, and they wished I would go to hell immediately. Jiang really knows how to pick the right moment to exaggerate the situation and create a scene of public outrage. He then orchestrates online trolls, edits videos, buys trending searches, and stirs up public opinion. His entire operation is designed to drag Shun's and me into this mess. Now, even the airport staff are starting to speak harshly. Aku repeatedly persuaded me to cooperate with the inspection, saying that maybe I brought something with me and forgot it. So after thinking for a moment, he slowly nodded in agreement. Okay, I can have you check it again. While I was still going through airport security, thousands of miles away in Liqing, my sister Shin Yuning had already left her apartment, ready to pick me up at the airport. Having not seen me for 6 years, she had already gotten dressed to personally welcome me home, her brother, the person she relied on most throughout her childhood. As she got into the car, the phone rang. It was Grandpa. As soon as the call connected, the old man's roar was deafening. Hurry and bring that bastard back from Yanjing. She was completely stunned. She had no idea that in just a few minutes, my name had become a trending search. Grandpa slammed the table and angrily scolded me for bringing shame to the Shin family. My assistant told him that the video of me causing trouble at the airport had gone viral online, with the headline "Heir to the Shin family in Liqing brought contraband on board." When he clicked on it, he saw the video of me at the airport. In the video, I was questioned about bringing prohibited items and was in a standoff with security. The camera was trained on me, giving the impression that I was arrogant and refusing to cooperate. Although my sister hadn't seen me in years, she knew I wasn't the type to throw a tantrum in public. There was definitely something fishy going on here. Without giving it much thought, Shin Yuning immediately ordered the driver to book a flight to Yanjing. She knew the Shin family was in the spotlight and couldn't afford even the slightest scandal. Regardless of whether I had done anything wrong, someone in the family had to step in and quell this storm, and she was the only one who could go. At the airport, I had already taken off my coat and submitted to a full-body search. The security officer personally checked my clothes and body, confirming they were normal. But just after the new equipment was switched, the alarm sounded again, right above my chest. The entire crowd erupted in confusion, filled with questions. "What else do you have to say?" they demanded. I remained silent. I suspected that the shrapnel remaining in my body had caused the instrument to resonate, but that explanation was unconvincing in public. Furthermore, they weren't interested in hearing my explanation, They wanted an explanation. At that moment, the crowd suddenly became agitated. New revelations were trending. An official notice, written in white on a blue background, caught my eye. The date in the lower right corner was clearly marked 6 years ago. I could clearly see it was a discharge record from the military. My photo and name were all on it. The document was written in a serious tone. Violation of regulations, serious circumstances, will result in permanent reemployment. People around me were talking about me being expelled from the army and implicated in the case, and the expressions on their faces were like they were staring at a criminal. I knew that someone was deliberately pushing this rhythm behind the scenes. Countless insults instantly erupted across major platforms, with names like army deserter, improper conduct of the Shun group heir, and low-quality rich second generation. Comments were overwhelmingly filled with identical comments from online trolls. This wasn't a random flurry of public opinion. It was a coordinated attack. I stood there, and I could hear the passengers around me pointing and talking at me. Some even started saying I might be possessing drugs or involved in a major crime. The live broadcast on TV went viral, with comments calling me a hypocrite and a bully, completely portraying me as a villain. I tried to calm the security officer down. You just finished the inspection and found nothing. Can you let me go? But the other party was aggressive. The alarm has sounded. You may have hidden contraband in your body. We can't let you go. He spoke with confidence, his eyes full of prejudice. At that moment, a long-lost detail flashed through my mind. 3 pieces of iron shrapnel still lodged in my body. Perhaps they were the trigger for the incessant security alarms. I wanted to explain, but the complexities of this identity were such that if I revealed it, everything would spiral out of control. I could only vaguely say, I was injured in the army before, and there are several shrapnel left in my chest. They are close to my heart and cannot be removed. Maybe they triggered the alarm. As soon as I finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter at the scene. They didn't believe it at all, and some people even started calling me the person who bombed the plane. Some people questioned my fabrication, some laughed at me for being a deserter and lying, and some even urged me to take off my clothes for inspection on the spot. I thought after this explanation, these people can listen. But unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, the people around him were silent for a moment and then suddenly burst into laughter. Come on, you must be joking. Exactly. Who can survive with shrapnel in their chest? You have no medical knowledge at all, and you can't even make up a lie. Who would believe you? Besides, you're a deserter who's only been in the army for 2 days and hasn't even fought in a battle. How could you possibly get shot? The more he tries to cover it up, the bigger the problem becomes. There's definitely something wrong with him. Yeah, maybe he has a bomb or something hidden inside him and wants to blow up the plane. It's possible. A criminal like him might have some kind of antisocial personality. It's horrible. He has to take off his clothes for inspection. Yes, take off your clothes and check them thoroughly. We can't let this kind of person get on the plane. For a moment, everyone present asked Shin to take off his clothes for inspection. Otherwise, if he really got on the plane, the lives of everyone on that plane would be in danger. Meanwhile, in a conference room at a southwestern base, Gao Shiwei was convening various departments to discuss the upcoming military competition. Everything was going according to plan until the very thing he most hated happened. Staff Officer Li Yin walked in mid-conference, interrupting the meeting. Li Yin brought a military-grade computer and announced a viral video. I appeared on camera, accused of carrying contraband, refusing to cooperate, and threatening the public. Within half an hour, the internet was abuzz with the news, trending on search engines, forums, and short video platforms. Gao Shiwei recognized me immediately, his expression darkening. He didn't believe the claims, calmly analyzing the underlying motives. I wouldn't do such a thing. He knew me, knew I was decisive but restrained, and would never cause trouble at the airport, much less act out in public. Li Yin had already arranged for the technical department to verify the source of the video. They found evidence of editing, with the beginning and end of the content cut off, clearly indicating deliberate manipulation. Following technical tracing, they discovered that the video was first released from the Jang Group office building in Licheng. The Jang Group is our Shun family's sworn commercial rival. From media manipulation, trending search results, online trolls, to video editing, a complete set of commercial smear tactics is on display. I am just the first step they use to target us. Their target is the entire Shin Group. Gao Shiwei slammed the table in anger upon hearing this. He was always rational and never easily angered, but this time was different. In his eyes, I was not only a descendant of the Shin family, but also a soldier who had shed blood and sweat for my country. I could die in battle, but I could not be slandered and humiliated. He looked through the online comments, which were filled with words like defector, deserter, and murderer, the ultimate slander. He knew I wasn't recovered yet, and even with all that pressure, no matter how strong my heart was, I couldn't withstand such a blow. He had to intervene. Finally, he stood up, threw down the meeting materials, and ordered in a cold voice. Lian, prepare the car and go to Yanjing Airport. I want to see who is behind this. Just as I was about to take off my shirt to cooperate with the inspection, a phone call came through the desk of Mayor Liang and in the Yanjing Municipal Office building. The caller was Gao Shiwei, my old commander in the army. He had been Liang and's former squad leader, and he had called personally to speak up for me. On the other end of the line, Gao Shiwei spoke sternly, saying I'd been framed, had a video edited to create a public opinion attack, and was now surrounded at the airport, even in danger of being strip-searched. He'd originally planned to come in person, but while he was en route, he contacted Liang and asked him to stabilize the situation first. Liang immediately realized the gravity of the situation after hearing the whole story. He ordered the relevant departments to intervene and personally went to the airport. This was not only a test of his personal ability to govern, but also a major public opinion storm involving the slander of a hero. He would not allow it to escalate further. By then, the situation inside the airport was spiraling out of control. People were demanding I strip and search, some even claiming I might be carrying a bullet or a terrorist. Knowing there was no point in arguing, I silently unbuttoned my shirt and chose to cooperate fully. As I slowly peeled off my shirt, the booing crowd fell silent. My horrifying scars were exposed before everyone's eyes. A knife wound through my chest, a bullet hole in my shoulder, and extensive burns and old wounds on my back, each one a genuine mark of swords and gunfire. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such dense scars. Some wondered if I had crawled out of a battlefield, while others wondered if I was truly a deserter. The interweaving of old and new scars was enough to make one's scalp tingle, and one could hardly even look at them. I didn't explain too much. These injuries weren't just from the military. They were also the result of my 6 years undercover in the K2 organization. My arm was broken 3 times, I'd been shot in the chest, and I'd had a knife to my neck more than once. I'm still alive today, not by luck, but by determination. I stared at the security officer who was still standing there in a daze and said calmly, "You can go through now." The security chief was also a little stunned when he saw Shun Xiao's hideous scars. I was stunned on the spot for a moment. Even the hands holding the security equipment were shaking. He suffered so many injuries, yet he is still alive. Is this still a human being? He couldn't imagine what kind of experience would cause such scars all over his body. Zhang Hao, upstairs, saw this scene clearly. He'd been sitting in the VIP room, watching me humiliate myself with a smile, but when he saw the gunshot and knife wounds covering my body, his expression froze. He began to wonder if I had a deeper identity. He panicked. Chenhua, standing beside him, urged him to change his plan, but Zhang Hao downed his red wine in one gulp and declared, "Whoever he is, let's discredit him first." He hadn't yet realized that things were already spiraling out of control. The video of his gang going viral online had already gotten him into trouble. At this point, my body couldn't hold on any longer. A sharp pain shot through my chest, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. My entire body was teetering on the verge of collapse. If the airline chairman, Su Jisheng, hadn't rushed over and held me up, I would have collapsed and passed out on the spot. "Call a doctor." Su Jisheng's face was pale. He had just arrived at the scene after receiving a call from Mayor Liang. He had just realized that I was not only the heir to the Shin family, but also had a military background. If something happened to me, not only would the company, but even he, the chairman, would lose his job. The scene was in a state of panic. No one had expected things to get this far. The onlookers quickly dispersed, and the thugs Zhang Hao had sent began to panic. They knew the mayor was coming. If they didn't run away and were caught, deleting the video wouldn't be enough to solve the problem. Several black official cars with special license plates sped up to the airport. The front door opened, and Liang quickly stepped out. When he saw my frail appearance, his expression changed instantly. He was still a step too late. At the airport, my body gave way again. My old ailment resurfaced, leaving me dizzy, short of breath, and blurry vision. I was sweating profusely, unable to even stand. The blood at the corner of my mouth betrayed my condition, and even I knew I couldn't hold on any longer. Liang was the first to rush over, his eyes red with anxiety. He was my old squad leader's subordinate, specifically assigned to keep an eye on me. Seeing me nearly faint, he became extremely anxious and demanded to know what was going on with the airport security. He was enraged and started to curse. The airport's explanation was clearly untenable. They claimed it was a misunderstanding at security, suspecting I was carrying prohibited items. But anyone with a discerning eye could see this wasn't an accident, but a deliberate trap. The perpetrators didn't just want to discredit me. They wanted to destroy everything I had. I knew all of this was connected to my former family. They were afraid I'd return, afraid I'd reveal my secrets. So they resorted to underhanded tactics to discredit me. Meanwhile, an edited video went viral online, portraying me as a troublemaker and a troublemaker, instantly turning public opinion around. But things soon took a turn. Netizens discovered the video had been edited, and some saw it firsthand. The thug was the first to strike. I was only defending myself. And my identity, my undercover agent, my scars, my military exploits, was exposed. People began to question whether they had misunderstood me. The tone in Aku's live stream shifted, with comments flooding the screen with apologies and self-blame. Some criticized the airport's recklessness, while others realized they had become accomplices being used. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the airport, Jang was completely panicked. He had thought everything was under control, but it was spiraling out of control. Just as he was panicking, his assistant Chunjua rushed in to announce that Mr. Su from Yanjing Airlines, and, even more terrifying, Yanjing Mayor Liang and had arrived in person. Jiang Hao was so frightened that he dropped his water cup, his face pale, and a cold sweat broke out all over his body. But the most deadly thing wasn't that. Chunjua added another insult, saying, "I'm a hero who's performed great deeds. All the scars on my body are from carrying out missions." Jiang Hao was completely devastated after hearing this. He realized he had gone too far this time. Deliberately discrediting a hero was a serious offense. Just then, a roar erupted from outside the airport. Several military helicopters circled in and landed smoothly. A dozen heavily armed soldiers quickly emerged, a murderous aura overwhelming me. The man in the lead, his gaze sharp as a knife, approached me. He was Gao Shiwei, my old squad leader. He wasn't supposed to show up in person, but after seeing me vomiting blood, he didn't care and dispatched a helicopter from the Army Aviation directly. The moment he saw me, his eyes darkened. I knew my condition couldn't be concealed anymore. He had to take me away. Without saying anything, he personally led the way and ordered people to carry me onto a stretcher. I heard him say, "Send me to the hospital. Do everything they can to save me." A group of people quickly moved, put me in a car, and sped away, leaving the airport in shock and a group of red-faced onlookers. Those who had scolded me in the past now bowed their heads. They began to regret, apologize, and even cried, and said that they had misjudged me. On the second floor of the airport, Zhang Hao's face turned pale with fear. He had just been trying to manipulate online public opinion, but now, seeing the military dispatch helicopters and generals personally on the scene, he was completely stunned. Only then did he realize that he had bumped into someone he couldn't afford to offend. His phone rang, and he jumped in fear. He was relieved to see it was his father. But before he could say anything, he was berated. Jiang Guangji was furious, calling his son a bastard, and saying he had messed up everything and made the whole family take the blame. After the scolding, Jiang Hao panicked. He knew he'd stepped on a landmine this time. Provoking a national figure was no small matter. His father told him to immediately remove the trending searches, delete the announcement, and return to Licheng. Jiang Hao didn't dare delay and hurriedly bought the nearest flight to escape. At the same time, a flight from Licheng landed. Shun Yuning rushed out of the cabin, wearing a white shirt and dress, and ran straight to the security checkpoint. However, the scene had long since returned to calm, and her brother had disappeared, leaving her completely stunned. She pulled the airport staff to anxiously ask about her brother's whereabouts, but they said, "Mr. Shin has been picked up by the military." Hearing this, Shin Yuning froze. She hadn't expected the situation to escalate to the point where the military district had to personally dispatch personnel. She pressed the issue of where the military had taken the men, but received a helpless response. Who dares to ask questions about military matters? She stood there, bewildered, and could only call her grandfather. On the other end of the line, Old Man Shin spoke in a low voice, saying they might have misunderstood Shin Xiao. Hearing the word misunderstanding, Shin Yuning froze. She quickly opened her phone and logged into Weibo, where a series of videos popped up. They showed her brother, his body covered in horrifying scars. Tears welled up in her eyes, her heart aching as if it were being stabbed. She finally realized that her brother had been through far more than she had imagined. She had naively believed military life was glamorous and glorious, but now she understood the price it cost in blood and lives. At that moment, she only hoped her brother was safe. Meanwhile, at the 5th Military Region Hospital, I was rushed to the emergency room. The last thing I saw before I passed out was Gao Shiwei standing at the door, his eyes filled with anxiety. His eyes were filled with rage, not only at my injury, but also at the despicable scheme behind it. I'm a soldier, having narrowly escaped death after returning from a mission, only to be ambushed like this? He gritted his teeth and said to Li Yan, "Investigate. Don't let any of them go. No matter which bastard group dares to touch our people, I will make them pay the price. During the half hour I was unconscious in the emergency room, I faced life and death face to face. When I was wheeled out, although I was still unconscious, Vice President Lin had already told General Gao, my life is saved. But whether I can wake up is still uncertain. General Gao was initially relieved when he heard I was out of danger, but Vice Dean Lin's next words made him nervous again. Although my body is stable, no one can guarantee whether I can wake up. My coma wasn't just due to my injuries, but also because of the anger and humiliation I'd suppressed for so long, which had finally erupted. Vice Dean Lin also said that I could have rested well, but I was pushed to my limit. The moment the nurse wheeled me out of the emergency room, General Gao stared at my pale face, his brow furrowed. He said nothing, simply standing by and praying silently, hoping I would wake up soon. All of this was deliberately pushing me into a desperate situation. Even as the hospital was busy trying to save me, the internet was already exploding. As soon as the livestream ended, the hashtag Jinghao Shishaojin Shishingda shot straight to #1 on Weibo, even adding the word explosive to the end. The buzz practically took over the entire internet. One influential figure directly revealed, I am not an ordinary person, much less a troublemaker. I am an undercover agent planted by the state in a terrorist organization. The injuries on my body are all from years of hiding. The military has concealed my identity to protect me. Netizens were instantly enraged. This Weibo post was not only widely forwarded, but even official media outlets praised it, instantly turning the tide. Anger and doubt turned to heartache and guilt, and even a deeper respect and shock for me. He is actually an undercover hero? No wonder he didn't say a word at the airport. It turns out there is no explanation at all. We wronged him. Similar voices flooded in, and public opinion completely reversed. Many people are now reflecting on the so-called revelations about the wealthy second-generation, deserters, and ex-offenders. They were all premeditated fabrications. They themselves were merely tools to manipulate the situation. It was only after seeing the clarification reposted by official media that netizens realized the seriousness of the situation. From buying trending searches, spreading rumors, and inciting rumors to leveraging live broadcasts to fuel the controversy, this was clearly a premeditated online frame-up. What everyone is most concerned about now is not just whether I can still wake up, but who is manipulating all this behind the scenes, using an undercover hero who risked his life for the country as a tool to suppress and discredit him. Chapter 26. You're responsible for your own mistakes. Facts have proven that those who commit evil will suffer the consequences. The Jang family originally wanted to use the internet to discredit Shin, but ended up angering the military intelligence system, and the situation began to escalate rapidly. At Gao Shiwei's command, the Military Information Department quickly took action and locked down all accounts spreading rumors within half an hour. They followed the clues to find out the manipulators behind the scenes, and even hired internet trolls could not escape investigation. To thoroughly investigate the truth, a military radar vehicle was parked directly below the Jiang Group building, intercepting all communications. In just 2 hours, the complete investigation materials were on Gao Shiwei's desk, a truly lightning-fast operation. Although the military lacked direct law enforcement authority, Gao Shiwei leveraged his personal connections to fuel public opinion. Major state media outlets responded with outcry, instantly igniting online outcry against the Jiang Zemin regime. Terms such as framing a combat hero and unscrupulous companies get out of China became trending searches, and netizens were furious. The comments section of Jiang Group's official Weibo account was completely overwhelmed, with calls for a public apology overwhelming. Furthermore, Jiang Group's products were boycotted nationwide, traffic to shopping malls plummeted, and businesses terminated their contracts one after another. A business giant plummeted from peak to trough in an instant, a scene of commercial disaster. Jiang Guangxi was sleepless all night, overwhelmed by the continuous loss reports from his subsidiaries. The Jiang family, once prosperous, was now the target of public criticism and collapsed almost overnight. In the office, Jiang Guangxi was furious. He started scolding and smashing the cup. Jiang Hao had a bitter look on his face. He argued that he was just following his father's orders, but he didn't expect that Shin Xiao had a military identity behind him. But it was too late to regret. Jiang Guangxi was heartbroken to see his stock price halved, his decades of hard work gone to waste. Not only had his business suffered, but his reputation was shattered, making future development difficult. Just as he was fuming with rage, his secretary came in to announce a visitor. Before he could react, several police officers forced their way in and presented him with a subpoena. Jiang Hao was formally summoned on suspicion of spreading rumors, slandering soldiers, and engaging in vicious commercial competition. Seeing the police approaching, Zhang Hao's legs gave way and he nearly collapsed on the spot. If Jiang Guangji hadn't supported him, he would have fallen to the ground. He panicked and asked his father for help, but all he got was cooperate with the investigation. Jiang Guangji suppressed his anger and told Zhang Hao not to involve him. If even he was investigated, the Zhang group would be completely doomed. Fortunately, the shares had already been transferred to Jiang Hao's name. Although his sacrifice was ruthless, it saved his own retreat. Jiang Hao was taken away without knowing what was happening, and the scene was captured by reporters. The phrase, Jiang Hao taken away by police, instantly became a trending search, with netizens applauding and cheering. Public outrage ignited, with messages slamming Zhang's unscrupulous actions. On one hand, a nationwide boycott erupted, and on the other, the stock price plummeted. Even partner companies urgently terminated their contracts, and Zhang was on the verge of complete collapse. The Zhang family's financial chain was broken, its brand image was ruined, and a crisis completely destroyed it. Jiang Hao's arrest was just the beginning. From then on, the Zhang family entered a cold winter, with no possibility of recovery. Meanwhile, the Shin group experienced a turnaround. At an internal meeting, several Shin executives reported a 60% surge in retail sales, with several key projects beginning to recover. The Zhang family's decline significantly reduced the pressure on the Shin family. The land that the Shin family had originally been battling with the Jiang family for was now almost certain to be awarded to the Shin family. Even major corporations that had previously partnered with the Jiang family were approaching the Shin family, seeking cooperation. The situation was looking very good. But the old man's face was heavy, and he never smiled. He wasn't concerned about the group's recovery, but the uncertainty of his grandson Shin Xiao's life or death. Thinking of the misunderstandings he had had about Shin Xiao over the years, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. As an undercover hero, Shin Xiao endured humiliation for years, suffering misunderstandings, slander, and even rejection from his own family. What he earned with his life was not an apology, but belated respect and justice. Shin Dongjun lamented that if Shin Xiao hadn't turned the tide, the Shin family would have long since fallen. Everything they had today was built on Shin Xiao's desperate efforts. He was the true pillar and hero of the Shin family. The atmosphere was oppressive, and everyone in the Shin family was silent. Shin Yuning, in particular, recalled her brother's pale face when he was taken away. She was filled with guilt and worry, and she only hoped that he would wake up so they could see each other again. Finally, Mr. Shin took a deep breath and said in a low but firm voice, "No matter what, take him home. Even if he never wakes up again, bring him back." Chapter 28 helped me bring down the Shin family. The next day, Jiang Guangji personally went to Yanjing City and went to the Century Group headquarters to seek help. Behind this landmark building is a business giant with strong financial resources and high international reputation, Century Group. With its reputation shattered, Zhang's company is facing bankruptcy, with partners terminating their contracts and its capital chain shattered. Jiang Guangji pins his hopes on this group, the only one with the ability to save the company, in an attempt to turn the tide. But as a temporary visitor, he was left alone in the reception room for 2 hours, ignored, and not even offered a glass of water. Faced with Century Group's indifference, he could only endure the humiliation and put on a smile. Finally, Wu Jingfeng's secretary appeared and informed him that he could meet in person. Jiang Guangji immediately greeted him and was led into the CEO's office with great hope. He spoke respectfully and with a humble demeanor to the young CEO. Wu Jingfeng's attitude was cold, and he bluntly pointed out that the Jiang Group had become a hot potato, with a very bad reputation and not worth cooperating with. Although his words were not fierce, they were like a knife, making Jiang Guangji feel uneasy. Jiang Guangji hurriedly explained that the Jiang family still controlled many high-quality projects and was willing to make concessions, even offering 30% of the shares in exchange, only asking Century Group to rescue them. Wu Jingfeng remained calm after hearing this and responded coldly, 30% of the shares is too little. What I want is the controlling stake, 51%. The implication is that if the Jiang family wants to survive, they must give up power. Jiang Guangji's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Taking control of the company meant losing control of the group. Jiang's future would be completely under Wu Jingfeng's control. This condition was undoubtedly a fatal blow. But reality forced him to retreat. After a moment's deliberation, Jiang Guangji finally compromised and gritted his teeth, agreeing to the conditions for controlling the company. However, he also made his own demands, that Century Group help him deal with the Shin family. Chapter 29 Unexpected System Rewards. Jiang Guangji proposed a condition. If Wu Jingfeng helped him to absorb the Shin Group, he would hand over the controlling stake of Jiang Group. Wu Jingfeng thought for a moment and agreed. but he would not act until the equity was confirmed. Although he was unwilling to hand over the group to others, Jiang Guangxi finally compromised in order to take revenge on the Shin family and integrate their business resources to turn the tables. This game was an exchange, but also a gamble. Wu Jingfeng then suggested that the Jiang brand had become notorious and needed a new name and a reboot. He suggested that Jiang Guangxi set up a new company, operate it in a low-key manner, and then restructure after the public opinion had subsided. Jiang Guangxi agreed without hesitation and promised to complete the asset transfer as soon as possible. With the support of the Century Group, his confidence increased greatly, and he was determined to make the Shun family completely withdraw from the business territory of Liqing. A month later, the Jiang family was liquidated and bankrupt, Jiang Hao was arrested, and justice was served. The entire internet cheered, and the incident was finally settled. However, the public gradually forgot the uncertainty surrounding Shun Xiao's life and death. At this time, Shin Xiao remained in the ICU ward of the 5th Military Region Hospital. Although unconscious, his body remained stable, repaired by a mysterious force. Experts were helpless and could only wait for a miracle. Finally, one day, Shin Xiao opened his eyes. Severe pain rippled through his body, but he was conscious. He had been using the system to check in daily, accumulating points to repair his body, and now it was finally paying off. Before he could recover from the severe pain, the system prompted him again. Sign in for a full month in a row to receive a huge bonus of points and physical enhancement potions. For a moment, Shin Xiao was overwhelmed with joy. It was like timely help. After taking the potion, a warm current quickly flowed through his body, and the serious hidden injuries he had originally sustained were greatly recovered. The external injuries were healed, the repair speed increased by 2 times, and the recovery time was also greatly shortened. Shin Xiao was overjoyed. From now on, he no longer had to worry about his old illness recurring. Just as he was thinking about the future, the door to the ward suddenly opened, and a familiar figure appeared. Zhou looked at him and excitedly shouted, "You're finally awake." Chapter 30. Your sister came to see you. When Shin Xiao finally woke up, Zhou immediately notified the vice president and the expert team, who rushed to the ward for a consultation. Shin Xiao said he felt fine, and his recovery had actually far exceeded expectations. After a comprehensive examination, the doctors were surprised to find that many of Shin Xiao's serious injuries had healed on a large scale, and the rest had also recovered well. It was almost a medical miracle, which shocked the experts present. Soon, Gao Shiwei rushed to the hospital and was relieved to learn that Shin Xiao was fine. He told Shin Xiao the whole story of Zhang's bankruptcy and Jiang Hao's arrest, and pointed out that it was the Jiang family who was behind it. Shin Xiao suddenly realized that the strange incident at the airport was indeed a plot by the Jiang family against the Shin family. Although he had been lurking in K2 for many years, he had never dealt with the Jiang family. This was obviously aimed at the Shin family. Now that the Jiang family had been defeated, Shin Xiao showed no mercy. If he had taken action personally, the consequences would have been far more than just bankruptcy. Surviving them would have been the greatest kindness to the Jiang family. Gao Shiwei warned Shin Xiao that his identity had been exposed, and he was in potential danger. However, Shin Xiao remained calm, saying that K2 had been severely damaged and the remaining enemies were nothing to be feared, as he already had the power to counterattack. After all, he had signed into the system for a month, and not only had his body recovered quickly, but he had also obtained physical enhancement potions. When he had just recovered from a serious injury, he had made even greater progress, and his true combat effectiveness was returning. Gao Shiwei no longer insisted, and only said that he would assist secretly. He mentioned that during Shin Xiao's coma, a girl who claimed to be his sister waited outside the hospital every day and showed great concern for him. Shin Xiao felt a warm feeling in his heart after hearing this, and immediately thought of Shun Yuning, who had relied on him since childhood. Since leaving home to join the army, he had not contacted his sister again, and a feeling of guilt instantly surged in his heart. The scene of Shin Yuning crying and holding him back was still vivid in his mind. However, due to his undercover mission as K2, he repeatedly broke his promise and failed to fulfill it in the past 6 years. Thinking of how his sister had endured all these years alone, Shin Xiao felt a surge of guilt. Gao Shiwei patted him on the shoulder and consoled him. "You fought for your country. She'll definitely understand." Gao Shiwei promised that when Shin Xiao's injury stabilized, he would personally send someone to take him home to ensure that nothing would go wrong. And Shin Xiao finally had a reason to go home. Chapter 31. K2 Organization Leader. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the Middle East, a former World War II air defense base, transformed into a military stronghold, served as the headquarters of the K2 terrorist organization. Outposts were heavily guarded, military vehicles were crisscrossing, and locals avoided the area. K2 was once a prominent military resources company in the Middle East, boasting mercenaries and heavy equipment. However, several months ago, the Chinese military launched a decapitation operation, completely eliminating its leader, Black Cat, and a number of its senior executives. The loss of its leader created a fierce internal power vacuum, which quickly descended into chaos and factional divisions. This escalated into a small-scale war that affected several countries, bringing the organization to the brink of collapse. The situation only began to change when a mysterious woman appeared. She was once a trusted confidant of a high-ranking official, and with her remaining influence and decisiveness, she quickly suppressed the rebellion and became the new leader. She was none other than Shun Xiao's former comrade-in-arms, Chen Wan. She was sitting in the K2 command center, flipping through a newly delivered document. The moment she saw the contents, her eyes lit up, and an expression of uncontrollable excitement crossed her face. It turned out that Shin Xiao was not dead. The man she had been searching for months was actually alive in China. She had personally experienced the explosion through the secret passage, and although she survived, she still did not know whether Shin Xiao was alive or dead. Chen Wan tried to search for Shun Xiao's whereabouts, but found nothing in the ruins. Disappointed, she returned to headquarters and took advantage of the power vacuum to quickly seize control of the situation and reorganize K2 into her own hands. She was able to achieve her current status thanks to the methods and strategies Shin Xiao taught her. This kindness was deeply engraved in her mind, and because of this, she was even more unwilling to give up her search for him. Now that the truth has come to light, Chen Wan immediately ordered the preparation of entry documents and went to Huaxiao in person. She wanted to confirm Shin Xiao's life or death. Chapter 32 Group Crisis. Liqing, China. Shin Group Building. Shin Yuning is currently handling recent company matters within the Shin Group. Mr. Shun is old and basically has no ability to manage the company's affairs. She is Mr. Shun's granddaughter. Naturally, he became the old man's agent and served as the vice president of the group. Handle all matters big and small in the company. Although to outsiders, she is the general manager of the company. She has a high status and looks glamorous. But to be fair, Shin Yuning doesn't like these business matters. Fortunately, Shun Xiao will be back soon. At that time, she will be able to resign her position and hand it back to her brother. Whenever she thought of Shin Xiao, Shin Yuning couldn't help but smile. A few days ago, Shin Xiao called her after waking up. He is now in good health and will be back home in a week. I think I will see my brother soon. Shin Yuning felt that the heavy workload in front of her was not so annoying anymore. Just then, her assistant knocked on the door and walked in with a stack of documents. Sister Yuning, this is the plan for several projects that the company will be carrying out soon. But, the young female assistant paused and spoke to Shun Yuning with difficulty. However, the investor we had already agreed with suddenly withdrew his investment. What divestment? Did he say why? Shin Yuning frowned slightly. These projects were all the key projects of Shun's in the second half of the year. Now we have entered the startup phase. If investors suddenly withdraw their capital, they will not be able to proceed. However, it is common for investors to withdraw their investments in the business world. Although Shin Yuning was a little surprised, she remained calm. As long as you can figure out the reason and find the problem, maybe there is still room for recovery. No, their attitude was very tough, and they didn't give us any chance to redeem ourselves. Moreover, the investors who previously said they were planning to invest in Shun's have changed their minds. How could this happen? Didn't they tell me the reason? Shin Yuning frowned, feeling very surprised. It is understandable if one investor withdraws his investment. However, it is generally unlikely that all investors would collectively go back on their word. We've already contacted them, but all of these investors are hesitant and can't explain the reason. Anyway, in a nutshell, they will no longer invest in our Shun's projects. The assistant also looked troubled. It is clear that Shun's development in all aspects has begun to pick up in the past period of time. In addition, there is the downfall of the Jang group and the previous news. Therefore, many investors are very willing to invest in Shun's. But who knows what happened these days? All these investors proposed to terminate the contract at the same time, and their attitude was very tough. There is no room for negotiation. Shin Yuning frowned and thought for a moment, then slowly spoke. I'll try to figure this out. If it doesn't work, we can always look for new investors. By the way, what were the results of those 2 biddings yesterday? All failed. What? How is that possible? Shin Yuning asked in surprise. These 2 biddings are very important to their Shin family. Shin Yuning spent countless efforts on this. She said she personally planned both bids. Moreover, although it is a bidding, but they had communicated with the heads of those 2 companies before. She also knew the other party's bottom price. Logically speaking, there should be no problem with the bid made by their Shin group. But now everything has failed, which is really beyond Shin Yuning's expectations. Sister Yuning, don't worry. I've already made inquiries. Your proposals are excellent and were originally the most likely to win the bid. But then a company suddenly showed up and they pushed the price down really low. That's how they intercepted us. The assistant reported to Shin Yuning in detail what he had learned. Their president is quite capable. But this time, both bids were intercepted by the same company at a very low price. It is obvious that someone is deliberately targeting the Shin family. Shin Yuning naturally thought of this as well. She had encountered similar situations in the business world before. But these methods were all tricks used by that old fox Jiang Guangji in the past. Now the Jang group has gone bankrupt. There is no possibility of interfering anymore. Then who is targeting their Shin group? Shin Yuning pressed her eyebrows. She had no time to find out who was targeting them. What is more important now is how to solve the current problems of the Shin family. It was originally due to the impact of Shun Xiao's incident at the airport. The entire internet sympathizes with the Shin family. It has won them a good reputation. The economic situation of the Shun group also took a turn for the better. But the current situation has caused the group, which was about to improve, to take a sharp turn for the worse again. If left unchecked, the capital chain will inevitably break. The group will not be able to function properly. If that happens, their Shun family will fall into crisis again. Shin Yuning pondered for a moment. Then he asked his assistant to quickly prepare a list of other investors in Liqing. I must find new investors as soon as possible. If the funding problem is not solved as soon as possible, then the company will soon be defined as a dishonest enterprise, which will have a great impact on the group's reputation. Shin Yuning originally planned to return the company to Shin Xiao after he returned. But now the Shin group is in a mess. She didn't want her brother to see a mess when he came back. So, she wanted to solve the company's problems before Shin Xiao came back. Just when she was getting worried, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Shin Yuning took a look and saw that it was an internal company call. Hello, what's up? General Manager, someone wants to see you and is waiting in the reception room. He said he was a representative of Century Group and came to discuss investment cooperation. Century Group? Hear this name. Shin Yuning couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She had heard of the Century Group, which was very powerful in the business world. It is a professional investment company. Strong capital. The industries it has invested in cover various fields. The size is far greater than their Shin Group. If we can really cooperate with Century Group, it will not only solve the current funding problem, but may also take Shin Group to the next level. Originally, Shin Yuning was still worried about where to find new investors. Unexpectedly, investors came to us. You came just in time. Please ask the other party to wait for a moment. I will be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Shin Yuning stood up and straightened her white suit. Then, she walked towards the reception room in high heels. Shin Yuning walked to the door of the reception room and looked through the translucent glass door. A figure could be vaguely seen sitting on the sofa inside. I couldn't see his face clearly because his back was facing the door. Shin Yuning then pushed the door open and walked in. Hello, I'm Shin Yuning, the general manager of Shin Corporation. I heard that you are a representative of Century Group and are here to discuss investment cooperation. Shin Yuning walked to the door and stood still, looking at the back of the person who came and asked. Hearing the sound, the man stood up and turned around. After Shin Yuning saw the appearance of the person who came, she was stunned in surprise. Chapter 33, Adding Insult to Injury. Jiang Guangji. How could it be you? Shin Yuning was very surprised to see that the person who came was Jiang Guangji, the mortal enemy of their Shin family. After the Jiang group went bankrupt, Jiang Guangji's whereabouts became unknown, disappeared from everyone's sight. I heard that this guy transferred the shares to his son overnight, which is how he escaped the disaster. He was not taken away by the police. Logically speaking, this guy should be trying to find a way to get his son out now. How come you suddenly appear here? Jiang Guangji looked at Shin Yuning with surprise. A smile appeared on his face, and he walked forward with a smile. Niece Yuning, I haven't seen you for a long time. Why are you so surprised to see me? Shin Yuning looked at the fake smile on his face and felt a chill. I'm too lazy to go through the motions with him. He asked in a rude tone. What are you doing here? Jiang Guangji naturally heard the disapproval in Shin Yuning's tone. However, he was not annoyed, but spoke with a smile. I heard that your Shin group has had some problems recently. It's said that investors withdrew their investment? Is that true? After hearing this, Shin Yuning immediately understood the purpose of Jiang Guangji's visit. It turned out that he had heard the news, so he came here specifically to ridicule the Shin family. Looking at the smug smile on Jiang Guangji's face, Shin Yuning was immediately furious. Isn't it common for investors to withdraw their capital in the business world? Besides, wasn't the Jang group also divested not long ago? Why? Mr. Jang has some experience, so he came to Shun's to share it with me. Shin Yuning looked at Jiang Guangji coldly and retorted bluntly. Jiang Guangji laughed coldly. This little girl knows how to poke people's sore spots. However, he has been in the business world for decades. I've been through a lot, so I wasn't so angry as to be offended by her words. Yes, Niece Yuning is right. Things in the business world change rapidly. Well, I heard that the Shun group was just starting to pick up a little while ago, but in the past 2 days. Jiang Guangji stopped talking and did not continue. But Shin Yuning already knew what he meant. Isn't it just mocking that the Shin family just got better but fell into crisis again? Shin Yuning felt extremely disgusted when she saw his expression. We don't need President Jiang to worry about what's going on with the Shin family. Mr. Jiang, if you really have nothing to do, please don't come to our Shun group to cause trouble. Niece Yuning, what are you talking about? Why am I here to cause trouble? Our two families have been friends for many years. I came here specifically to show my concern for your Shin family. Besides, didn't you just ask me to pass on my experience to you? In my opinion, if your Shin family really can't hold on any longer, just file for bankruptcy. Why bother struggling like this? Jiang Guangji tried to persuade him earnestly, but the smile in his eyes could not be concealed at all. You. Although Shin Yuning has outstanding abilities, but compared with Jiang Guangji, an old fox who has been in the business world for decades, he is still far behind. I was so angry at Jiang Guangji's disgusting face that I was speechless. A pair of white and tender hands were clenched tightly together, and her clear and beautiful eyes were full of anger. What's wrong with me? Jiang Guangji looked at Shun Yuning pretending to be innocent. Then, he chuckled and spoke slowly. Niece Yuning, please don't wrongly accuse a good person. I'm not here to cause you any trouble this time. Instead, I'm here to show you a clear path forward for the Shin family. As the company's president, you should know better than anyone that your Shun group is already on its last legs. Your heroic brother helped you regain your glory earlier. But given the current situation of your company, how can you possibly continue to develop? What do you mean? Shin Yuning looked at him unfriendly. I don't quite understand what Jiang Guangji meant by this. What I mean is that you, the Shin family, should not continue to struggle like this. It would be better to choose to be acquired by other companies. Jiang Guangji had an expression that said, I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't know him, you might think he is a really good person. Shin Yuning felt extremely disgusted when she saw his fake face. She frowned slightly and spoke in a cold tone. Thank you for your concern. Our Shun group is not at the end of its rope yet. There's no need to be acquired by others. In fact, Shin Yuning was still a little confused at this time. She couldn't quite understand what Jiang Guangji meant by coming to her and telling her that Shun's was being acquired. Although Shin's current situation is worrying, as long as the funding problem can be solved, then everything will be solved easily and there will be no need to get acquired. Could it be that he was here on purpose to discuss them? Really? The fact that Shin's capital chain is broken is no small matter. What's more, the problems that your Shun family will face next are not limited to this one. Jiang Guangji smiled meaningfully, with a hint of pride in his eyes. Shin Yuning gave him a puzzled look. At this moment, the door of the reception room was suddenly pushed open. Sister Yuning, something happened. The person who came was Shun Yuning's assistant. She walked in hurriedly, her expression full of anxiety. Shin Yuning's heart suddenly paused when she saw this, but she remembered that Jiang Guangji was still here. So he quickly stopped her with his eyes. Go out and talk. Upon hearing this, the assistant glanced at Jiang Guangji, standing beside him, and immediately understood. Then, he walked out with Shin Yuning and reported to her in a low voice. Sister Yuning, something big happened. Just now, several of our Shun group's raw material suppliers called us collectively. They said they wanted to recover the money they owed us and asked us to pay them quickly. After hearing this, Shin Yuning frowned and asked in surprise. How so? I don't know, and they didn't tell me why. In short, let us quickly pay the remaining balance. Otherwise, you will have to terminate your cooperation with us. The assistant said anxiously. When they do business with raw material suppliers, they usually pay a portion of the deposit first. The remaining balance will be settled monthly. This is a default rule in the industry. And that's what was written in the contract they signed. And they just settled it at the beginning of this month. It's only been less than half a month. Why are you suddenly asking for payment? Or a collective demand? If it is a company that asks for this, I might understand. But all the suppliers pointed out at the same time that there must be a problem. Shin Yuning frowned, and the words Jiang Guangji had just said suddenly flashed through her mind. From what he said, it seemed that he had already known that the Shun family would have new problems. Moreover, he chose to come to Shun's at this time. Shin Yuning really had to connect him to this matter. Jiang Guangji, what on earth did he do behind the scenes? Chapter 34. The leader is a woman. Shin Yuning turned her head and looked at Jiang Guangji, sitting calmly on the sofa in the reception room. I felt more and more that this matter had something to do with him. I see. I'll go back to the office and call them later. Go and do something else first. After Shin Yuning asked her assistant to leave, she turned around and walked into the reception room again. How about it, niece Yuning? Have you changed your mind? When Jiang Guangji saw Shin Yuning coming in, a smug smile appeared on his face. Seeing his expression, Shin Yuning suddenly felt very certain. This matter is definitely related to him. Shin Yuning looked at him expressionlessly and asked in a cold tone. Jiang Guangji, what exactly do you want to do? Nothing much. I just want to acquire your Shin group. As he spoke, Jiang Guangji picked up the documents he had placed on the coffee table. He stretched out his hand and handed it to Shin Yuning. Shin Yuning lowered her eyes and glanced at him indifferently. Look at the glaring words acquisition plan above. Shin Yuning sneered immediately. The Jang group is bankrupt. What can they use to acquire us? Who said I was going to buy you out? Jiang Guangji paused and reached out to straighten his cuffs. He spoke slowly. Didn't I say before that I'm here on behalf of Century Group this time? When Shin Yuning heard the name, her pupils shrank slightly. He reached for the document and turned to the last page. I found that the last signature was indeed Century Group. It also has the official seal of Century Group, which cannot be faked. Seeing this, Shin Yuning paused. She didn't expect that Jiang Guangji actually climbed up to Century Group. But then his expression returned to normal. He spoke to Jiang Guangji in a calm tone. No matter who you are representing today, our Shun group is developing very well. Even if there are some minor problems now, they will be solved in no time. In short, it will definitely not be acquired by any company. Really? Investors withdrawing their capital and suppliers terminating cooperation are no small issues. TSK. As your uncle, I'm really worried about you. Jiang Guangji looked at Shin Yuning with gloating eyes. It's you who did it. Shin Yuning's eyes widened as she spoke through gritted teeth. He didn't expect that Jiang Guangji didn't even bother to cover it up and just admitted it openly. It's simply shameless. So what? This is just normal business competition. Century Group's capital is much more abundant than Shun's. It's understandable that those investors and suppliers chose to cooperate with Century Group and abandon Shun's. Everything I do is legal and reasonable. Even if your brother has a military background, he can't do anything to me. Jiang Guangji deliberately emphasized the tone when he spoke a few words. Obviously, he is completely confident in this matter. In fact, the reason why Jiang Guangji was determined to deal with the Shin family. The main purpose was to avenge his son Jiang Hao and vent his anger. After Jiang Hao was detained, he used all his connections to try to get him released on bail. But the answer from the other end was just 2 words. No. Later, after making inquiries from various sources, he found out that his superiors had given instructions. No one can bail Jiang Hao out. Jiang Guangji subconsciously concluded that it must be Shun Xiao who was interfering. He thought of his son suffering in there and unable to get out. I hated Shin Xiao and the Shin family more and more. But Shin Xiao has a military background, so he can't touch him. So, they turned their attention to the Shin family. He would not be satisfied until the Shin family was completely destroyed. Moreover, he learned his lesson this time. Use the Century Group's strong capital to suppress the Shin family. The Century Group is huge in scale, and the Shin family can never be its opponent. More importantly, all these measures are legal and reasonable. Even if the military intervenes, they won't be able to find any evidence against him. In this way, he could not only defeat the Shin family, but also protect himself. After hearing what Jiang Guangji said, Shin Yuning's eyes suddenly turned cold. She naturally knew the size of Century Group. If it comes to a competition of funds, even if 10 Shin families were put together, they would not be able to defeat Century Group. If Jiang Guangji really had Century Group as his backer, then the Shin family will definitely lose this business war. However, she would never allow Shins to be acquired by them, especially the villain Jiang Guangji. I've already said that our Shun Corporation will never be acquired by any company. Mr. Jiang, please leave quickly. You are not welcome here. After saying this, Shin Yuning didn't wait for Jiang Guangji to say anything else. He turned around and left without showing any mercy. Jiang Guangji looked at Shin Yuning's leaving back and sneered. Let's see how long your Shin family can hold out. A few hours later, inside a private airport somewhere in Yanjing City, the usually empty tarmac was now brightly lit. 2 rows of decorative sculptures were specially erected on both sides of the runway. Obviously, it was to welcome the arrival of an important person. This private airport is located on the outskirts of Yanjing City. Although it is a private airport, its equipment is more advanced than that of large civilian airports. Various world-class aircraft models are parked neatly on the spacious apron. Yet so many aircraft are not open to the public, because this private airport belongs to Century Group, and it only serves the boss of Century Group and some top figures. At this time, Century Group's executive president Wu Zhengfeng and several other senior executives were all waiting here. Wu Zhengfeng stood on the tarmac, looking up at the sky from time to time. He received news early this morning about the new leader of their K2. The real boss behind Century Group is coming to Yanjing. He quickly canceled all his plans for the day, come together with several senior executives of the group to welcome the leader. To outsiders, he is the executive president of Century Group. Boundless glory and extraordinary status. But in fact, he is just a marginal figure in the K2 organization. I haven't even seen the leader. I don't know why this leader suddenly came to China. But he didn't dare ask. After all, they are just dispensable tools to K2. Can be replaced at any time. In the eyes of the leader and those senior officials, he is not even as good as an ant. At this time, Wu Zhengfeng and others couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. I was afraid that I would say something wrong when we meet later and make the boss unhappy. Just when Wu Zhengfeng was feeling uneasy, out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a streamlined private plane landing towards the tarmac. The leader is here. People nearby also noticed the landing plane. Immediately afterwards, everyone stood up and ran towards the direction where the plane was landing. The private plane landed slowly. Then the door opened and the gangway was lowered. The top executives of Century Group quickly lined up on both sides of the lower end of the gangway, waiting respectfully for the arrival of their leader. Wu Zhengfeng stood at the frontmost position on the left. Now is the best time to show up in front of the leader. Naturally, you have to stand closer to the front. About half a minute later, a group of burly men in black suits walked out of the cabin. Scatter around and keep watch. These are the accompanying security personnel. Seeing this, Wu Zhengfeng and others couldn't help but feel nervous. He knew that these people were professional mercenaries who killed without blinking an eye. Looking at the bulges on the inside of their suits, it was obvious that they were carrying weapons. Not long. Suddenly, there was a sound of light footsteps on the gangway. It's a bit like the sound of high heels. Wu Zhengfeng was a little confused. I couldn't help but glance upwards out of curiosity. But it was just this one glance. The expression on his face froze instantly. Because standing on the gangway at this time was a beautiful woman wearing a black long dress and with a cold gaze. He never expected it. The leader of the K2 organization is actually a woman. Chapter 35: The True Master of K2 Organization. As the woman slowly walked down the gangway, Wu Zhengfeng suddenly came to his senses. Then, everyone bent down and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Chief." Everyone bowed to greet him, too nervous to even breathe. Wu Zhengfeng, who was standing at the front, was both nervous and surprised. After all, it is a huge organization like K2. It's actually in the hands of a woman. It's really incredible. The leader didn't react much after hearing what they said. It was the subordinate behind her who spoke. "The leader needs to rest. Please lead the way to the hotel." Yes. When everyone heard the sound, they dared to stand up. After seeing the appearance of their leader clearly, everyone was surprised. They also didn't expect that the leader of K2 would be a woman. Wu Zhengfeng had gradually recovered from his surprise and was the first to react. "It has already been prepared for you. It's our Century Group's hotel," Wu Zhengfeng said hurriedly in fear and trepidation. Secretly, I also wanted to leave a good impression in front of the leader. However, unexpectedly, the leader didn't even look at him and walked straight forward. After all, Wu Zhengfeng is just a small figure to her. She didn't have to talk to him at all. Seeing Chun Wan leave, everyone immediately followed him. Although Wu Zhengfeng was ignored, but he dared not express any dissatisfaction. After all, this is the leader of their K2 organization. It is a compliment to him to listen to him. So Wu Zhengfeng hurriedly caught up with the team and continued to apologize with a smile. He escorted Shin Wan and his group into the car that had been waiting outside. Then, a group of people headed towards the hotel in a mighty procession. Half an hour. Wu Zhengfeng finally settled the group down. Before leaving, he was still a little worried, so he made careful arrangements. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the leader was not dissatisfied with his arrangement. After walking out of the hotel, Wu Zhengfeng wiped the cold sweat from his palms. I have to say that their leader's aura is really strong. Just one look was enough to scare them to death. At this moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Wu Zhengfeng took it out and took a look. It was a call from Jiang Guangxi. "Mr. Wu, The previous matters have been completed. We can implement the final plan against the Shin family. Jiang Guangji's voice, unable to conceal his joy, came from the other end of the phone. He has planned everything out. Now as long as the funds from Century Group arrive, he can then start to suppress the stock price of Shin Group. Plus the other party has serious financial problems. We can definitely defeat it in one fell swoop. Wu Jingfeng had no time to pay attention to him at this moment. After answering, he said impatiently, "Got it. The funds will be transferred to you shortly. Please deal with it as soon as possible. I have something important to do here. I'm hanging up." The next second, Wu Jingfeng hung up the phone, asked his subordinates to transfer the funds. He continued to discuss with several senior executives about preparing dinner for their leader. At this time, in the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel, Chen Wan stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the night view of Yanjing City outside. She had already learned about Shun Xiao's recent situation when she was on the plane, including the video footage of him at the airport. When she saw Shun Xiao's pale face in the video, Chen Wan felt a sudden pain in her heart. She learned that Shun Xiao was involved in the beheading operation. He was hit by the explosion and seriously injured. He was even on the verge of death several times. That alone would be fine. They are still subjected to groundless accusations and abuse. Spurned by everyone. Chen Wan couldn't imagine how Shun Xiao managed to survive. She is very nervous now. There has been no news of Shun Xiao since he came to China, although people have been sent to investigate. But she was still worried. She was worried that the news she would receive would be bad news about Shin Xiao. Over the years, Shin Xiao has been her only psychological support. It is also the only light in his dark life. She doesn't care about Shin Xiao's true identity, whether he is an undercover agent who endures hardships or an unforgivable thug. She just wanted to stay with this man forever. Thinking of this, Chen Wan couldn't help but look down at the photo in his hand. The photo shows her and Shin Xiao. It is also the only photo of her, because as a professional killer, revealing one's face means suicide. Chen Wan is an orphan who has been in the K2 organization since she can remember. He was trained by the organization to become a ruthless killing machine. At that time, her life was filled with endless training and killing. To K2, she is just an emotionless tool. If you die in the line of duty one day, no one will care. At that time, she lived like a puppet. However, after meeting Shin Xiao, everything changed. That time, I was seriously injured while on a mission and almost died on the spot. But just when she was in despair, Shin Xiao suddenly appeared and saved her. She will always remember how Shin Xiao looked when he fell from the sky. She has remained by his side ever since. Chen Wan already regards Shin Xiao as the most important person to him. Later, he stayed with Shin Xiao for 3 years. Over the past 3 years, Shin Xiao has shown her many things that she had never encountered before. Let her know that besides blood and killing, there are other beautiful scenery in this world. It also let her know what emotion and warmth are. It can be said that without Shin Xiao, she would have become a numb walking corpse long ago. Recalling the past, Chen Wan couldn't help feeling a little sad. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door of her room. Boom, boom, boom. "Chief, I found the information you requested. Come in," Chen Wan said to the outside of the door. Then, he quickly calmed himself down and walked towards the living room. "Chief, everything has been checked. The person you are looking for is now in the 5th Military District Hospital. But he has basically recovered and will be discharged tomorrow morning." The subordinate in black suit respectfully reported the information he had found out to Chen Wan. Discharged tomorrow? Chen Wan's eyes lit up when he heard this. His tone was filled with excitement and joy. The men were stunned upon seeing this. He had never seen their leader so emotionally exposed. Then, Chen Wan gave instructions again. "You ask everyone to get ready. Tomorrow morning, go meet K2's true master." Chapter 36. Unkind Visitors. The next morning, the 5th Military Region Hospital. Shun Xiao stood in front of the mirror. "Tidy up your clothes." Compared with the last time I was discharged from the hospital, this time his figure was much taller. His eyes regained their former restraint and indifference. With the help of the system during this period, the hidden injuries in his body have been almost healed. The remaining minor non-fatal injuries and scars on the body surface can be repaired slowly after having enough points in the future. The hospital conducted a comprehensive and detailed examination on him and confirmed that there was no problem. Vice President Lin finally approved and let him be discharged from the hospital. Shin Xiao, according to the examination report, your health is no longer seriously damaged. But I'm still a little worried about your old injuries. Remember to rest well after you're discharged from the hospital. Don't overexercise, remember. Vice President Lin was standing in Shin Xiao's ward. Looking at his examination report, he gave a worried reminder. Don't worry, Vice Dean Lin, I know. You've told me this more than a dozen times. I have to thank you for your care these days. Otherwise, I would not have recovered so quickly. After hearing this, Shin Xiao smiled and said politely. He was still very grateful to the kind old man in front of him. During this period, Vice President Lin has been living and eating in the hospital specifically for his injury. As a result, the whole person looks much older. He is worthy of the words, a doctor's heart of compassion. Hearing this, Vice President Lin waved his hand quickly. You're welcome. This is what we should do. To be honest, I didn't do much, old man. Your injury. Vice President Lin stopped talking halfway through. But the meaning is clear. Shin Xiao was able to recover so quickly, entirely through self-healing. I have to say, I have been a doctor for most of my life. This was the first time he had seen Shin Xiao in this situation. I sighed in my heart. Vice President Lin continued. Take care of yourself. We'll meet again if we're lucky. He stopped talking halfway and changed the subject. It's better not to have this kind of fate. I hope we won't see each other again in the future. It's better not to come to a place like a hospital. Huh? Come on. Without further ado, just pack your bags and leave. The people sent by General Gao are already waiting for you outside. After saying that, Vice President Lin turned around and left the ward. After a while, Shin Xiao packed his luggage and turned to walk out. As soon as I walked out of the ward, I saw people from the military standing and sitting in a row in the corridor waiting for me. The leader was Gao Shiwei's adjutant and staff officer, Li Yin. Comrade Shin Xiao, I'm Li Yin, sent by General Gao to escort you home. General Gao was originally planning to come and see you off personally. But the military district suddenly had a mission, so they sent me here. Li Yin walked up to Shin Xiao and saluted him, speaking with full energy. Shin Xiaozheng returned the military salute. Looking at the entire platoon of guards behind Li Yin, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Just going home. If you didn't know, you would think he was being escorted to the execution ground. However, Shin Xiao also knew that Gao Shiwei was worried that the same situation as last time would happen again. So, he didn't object and thanked Li Yin and the others. Thank you for your trouble. You're exaggerating. This is what we should do, Li Yin said quickly. Then, he escorted Shin Xiao out of the hospital. 3 black cars were parked at the entrance of the inpatient department. It was exactly what Li Yin and his team prepared. 3 cars could just fit a dozen soldiers from the guard platoon and Shin Xiao. After Shin Xiao got in the car, the 3 cars set off together, prepared to escort Shin Xiao directly back to Liqing. In the car, Li Yin sat next to Shin Xiao, and the two of them couldn't help but start chatting. Shin Xiao has been undercover in the K2 organization for many years. He made great contributions to China. Li Yin admired Shin Xiao very much and couldn't help asking about his previous undercover work. Shin Xiao, I remember you started working undercover when you were 19, right? Well, about the same, not quite 20 years old. Alas, I remember that I had just been transferred to General Gao's staff at that time, so we can be considered to be from the same school. So if that's the case, I should call you senior brother. Haha, Chief of Staff Li, you're joking. You're much older than me. I can't bear the call of senior brother. The two of them talked back and forth. We got along pretty well. Li Yin still admires Shin Xiao very much. When he was 19, he was just a rookie who knew nothing. I'm still being punished by the instructor by being made to run all day. At that time, Shin Xiao had already started working undercover in a terrorist organization. Compared to him, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. At this moment, Shin Xiao couldn't help but recall what he was like when he first joined the army. In a blink of an eye, 6 years have passed, and I haven't been home for 6 years. Shin Xiao turned his head to look at the scenery passing by outside the car window and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. I can finally go home. There shouldn't be any problems this time. Squeak. Just at this moment, there was a sudden sound of brakes. Their car shook suddenly, and Shin Xiao swayed forward due to inertia. What happened? Shin Xiao steadied himself and looked forward. Only then did they realize that there was a row of cars blocking the road in front of them. Someone blocked our way, and it felt like it was intentional. Seeing this, the soldiers of the front guard platoon immediately spoke to Li Yin. Li Yin's expression suddenly tightened when he saw this. Don't get out of the car yet. Wait and see what happens. Li Yin looked at the dozen or so luxury cars blocking the way in front of them. It is better not to act rashly if you are not sure of the other party's intentions. On the side, Shin Xiao frowned and felt that something was wrong. Why did more than a dozen cars suddenly appear and block their way? Just when Shin Xiao and others were confused, I saw that the doors of more than a dozen luxury cars in front were all opened. Immediately afterwards, a group of burly and strong men in suits got out of the car. Then he walked straight towards their car. Seeing this situation, Li Yin suddenly felt something was wrong. This kind of situation must be causing trouble. So, he immediately took out his cell phone and gave the order in a deep voice. Everyone, be alert. The other party has bad intentions. Following Li Yan's order, all the soldiers in the guard platoon got off the car immediately. Then, they lined up and looked at the group of men in suits with stern expressions as if they were facing a great enemy. Who are you? Do you know whose car this is? How dare you stop it? Li Yan asked the person blocking his way with a serious and cold expression. I know. We are here to see Mr. Shin. The man in a suit who was leading the group spoke directly, his eyes slowly falling on Shin Xiao. When the soldiers in the guard platoon heard that they were coming for Shin Xiao, their expressions became even more tense. Their duty is to escort Shin Xiao home and protect his safety. But these people felt that the visitor had bad intentions and was most likely here to cause trouble for Shin Xiao. So, Li Yan immediately became alert and subconsciously glanced at Shin Xiao. Use your eyes to ask him if he knows the person coming. Unexpectedly, Shin Xiao's eyes were fixed on somewhere in front of him. The expression on his face was very serious. He didn't even notice my inquiring look. Shin Xiao, what's wrong? Li Yan couldn't help but ask in a low voice. But Shin Xiao did not reply. Instead, he looked at the luxury cars in front of him. Li Yan followed Shin Xiao's gaze. There were more than a dozen cars in front of them, each with an inconspicuous logo on the door handle. It was a black double-wing blade symbol. Shin Xiao took a deep breath, then slowly said, "It's the mark of K2. These are the people from the K2 organization." Chapter 37, Another Crisis. What? People from K2? Upon hearing this, Li Yan felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, thinking to himself that something was not right. The people from K2 appeared here at this time. They must be here to take revenge on Shin Xiao. It was probably because the previous incident at the airport caused such a stir that it attracted people from the K2 organization. So he immediately took out the communicator and prepared to dispatch more people. But in the next moment, Shin Xiao suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Li Yan immediately turned to look at Shin Xiao in confusion. Shin Xiao didn't look nervous at all, still explaining calmly. I don't think they're here for revenge. Although the top leaders of the K2 organization are now dead, they wouldn't do something so foolish. If they really wanted to retaliate, they wouldn't be so blatant. Indeed, if you follow the convention of K2, deal with those who defected from the organization. Generally, assassinations are carried out when the opponent is alone. I would never go out on the street and rob people openly. But, Li Yan wanted to say something. But after thinking about it, he swallowed his words back. After all, Shin Xiao was once the second in command of the K2 organization. No one knows K2 better than him. Since he said no, then he must have his reasons. So what are these guys up to? Li Yan asked with a frown. Shin Xiao shook his head. Then he took a step forward. He asked the leader, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" The other party saw Shin Xiao coming forward. Subconsciously took half a step back, although he had never met Shin Xiao before. But I have heard of the vicious reputation of this man in front of me. The leading man in a suit swallowed his saliva, a hint of respect still on his face. Explained to Shin Xiao. Yes, it's like this. Our leader would like to invite you over for a chat. She knew you were being discharged from the hospital today, so she specifically ordered us to come and greet you. Please do come and visit us. After hearing this explanation, Li Yan and others were a little stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, they came to welcome Shin Xiao to the banquet. Is this not a Hongmen banquet? However, judging by their respectful and polite attitude towards Shin Xiao, it didn't seem like they had any bad intentions. Shin Xiao had a blank expression on his face and pondered for a moment. Then he slowly asked, "Who's in charge of K2 now?" "Well, the chief doesn't allow us to mention her name." After saying that, the man in a suit who was leading the group took a step back and opened the car door. He made a pleased gesture to Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao saw this situation. He turned to Li Yan and said, "They don't seem to have any ill intentions. I'll go with them." "Are you really going?" Li Yan showed an incredible look. He didn't expect that Shin Xiao would actually go to the banquet. Isn't this like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? But before he could say anything to stop it, Shin Xiao patted his shoulder. Then he said, "We must have an understanding of what happened in the past. If I don't go today, they will definitely come back to find me in the future. It's better to put an end to the K2 matter here and save trouble in the future. Don't worry, I know my limits. This is China's territory, they won't do anything to me. If you're really worried, you can follow me." Shin Xiao already had a plan in mind at this time. Since they have invited us so warmly, naturally, he had no reason to refuse. Now my body has almost recovered and has also undergone system strengthening. Even if you encounter any danger, you will be able to protect yourself. What's more, He was indeed curious about who the leader they were talking about was. After hearing what Shin Xiao said, Li Yin nodded, and he expressed his willingness to go with Shin Xiao. It can also be regarded as completing the task of protecting Shin Xiao's safety assigned by Gao Shiwei. They have a whole platoon of guards, and each of them is an elite soldier who is worth 10 of his own. Unless the other side has a company of people, they really won't get any advantage. Shin Xiao walked to the car opposite. Then, he watched the man in a suit at the head of the group open the car door for him and got in directly. Seeing Shin Xiao get in the car, all the men in suits immediately returned to the car in an orderly manner. Then drive the car immediately. In an instant, more than a dozen luxury cars started moving and drove quickly towards the other end of the road. Let's go, keep up. Seeing this, Li Yin immediately gave orders to his men. The two convoys sped away on the wide road, one in front and the other behind. At the same time, Liqing, outside the Shin Group building. At this time, the door of the building was surrounded by people. Dozens of people wearing work badges and carrying cameras stood outside the door, negotiating with a Shin Group executive. These are reporters from major local media outlets. This period of time, due to the withdrawal of investment by several large investors, the cash flow of Shin Group has become very tight. The company's finances are in dire straits. The Shin family's reputation was severely damaged due to the delay in paying the major suppliers. It rained all night long in the real estate market. It happened at this time. Reporters from major media outlets in Liqing heard the news from somewhere. After learning about several suppliers who cooperated with Shin's today, they went to the Shin family to ask for payment for the goods. So they all ran downstairs to Shin's company. I want to go in for an interview. Hello. According to reliable sources, the Shin Group is facing another financial crisis. Is this true? Several suppliers have come to us to demand payment for overdue goods. What does the Shin Group think about this? It's been reported that Shin's financial situation had just improved not long ago. Why is it suddenly short of funds? Now that there is turmoil again, I wonder how the Shin family will solve it. Before even entering the door, reporters from major media outlets began to rush to ask questions to the group's executives. Such a scene soon attracted a lot of onlookers. Related videos also quickly spread across major platforms. Because of the impact of the last Shin Xiao airport incident, the Shin Group gained a lot of exposure. In addition, there are sensitive topics such as hashtag Shin Group defaults on payments and hashtag Undercover hero family business falls into financial crisis again. This caused the incident to quickly escalate online. Shin Corporation? Isn't that the company owned by that undercover hero? Why is it in financial crisis again? The word again is used brilliantly. Everyone in Liqing knows that the Shin family has been in decline for the past 2 years. Even if it's all wrong, you can't delay paying them. You're really embarrassing the hero. That's right. I despise this kind of company the most. How can they survive if you don't pay for the goods? We are all one family, so why are there such huge differences in our conduct? To be honest, maybe Shin Xiao also knows the inside story. How many people who run companies have clean backgrounds? As the heir to the group, you're definitely involved, right? I'm starting to suspect that the airport incident was all hype, waiting for a reversal. This kind of rubbish company should go bankrupt as soon as possible. For a time, the internet was abuzz with this matter. Perhaps it is because there have been too many similar news reports about overdue payments. Netizens generally have no good impression of this kind of company. So as soon as the video was uploaded, it immediately attracted a lot of criticism. Some people even linked this incident to Shin Xiao. The originally one-sided sympathy and respect for Shin Xiao began to become mixed. Chapter 38, The Villain's Success. At this time, inside the Shin Group building, Shin Yuning was on her way to the meeting room. Behind her are her two uncles. They got the news early this morning. Several major suppliers came to them, asking for payment for their goods. And there were quite a few reporters downstairs. The group building was surrounded by people. Reputation is very important to a group. If this matter is not handled properly, it is likely to ruin the reputation of the Shin Group. So when they learned of this situation, they hurried back. I see these suppliers came here together today. It must be Jiang Guangxi's doing. Why else would they come here at this very moment? It's obvious that they want to destroy our Shin Group. Shin Dongjun, the second uncle of the Shin family, said angrily as he walked. Shin Yuning's face also looked very ugly. She knew that what her second uncle said was right. In the past few years, their Shin family has also fought with Jiang Guangxi several times. Also familiar with the other party's methods. Only a villain like Jiang Guangxi could do such a despicable thing. Second brother, please don't get angry. Jiang Guangxi is just waiting for us to get ahead of him. The most important thing for us now is to find a way to deal with the current crisis. Shin Dongqi, who was standing by, wanted to comfort his second brother. Ding dong. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly received a message. Shin Dongchi clicked it and took a look, his face instantly becoming extremely ugly. Yuning, second brother, something bad has happened. Upon hearing this, Shin Yuning and Shin Dongjun immediately looked at Shin Dongchi. Shin Dongchi placed the phone in front of the two of them and said immediately, I just received news that the stock market will open this morning. There was a large amount of capital invested, buying a large number of our stocks at a low price. Many investors felt something was amiss and began selling their stocks. It's already hit the limit down before the morning closing time. I'm afraid someone wants to short our Shin family's stocks. How so? After hearing this news, Shin Yuning, who had been able to remain calm, could no longer control herself. The stock market hits the limit down, which is no small matter. According to market value, at least hundreds of millions of dollars will be lost by the Shin family in this day. This has made the already struggling business even worse. It's really one crisis after another. I think it must be that Jiang Guangji who's behind this again. Shin Dongjun said, gritting his teeth. Being able to mobilize so much money to short the Shun group at once is not something that ordinary people can do. Even a fool can see that this must have been done by Jiang Guangji. With the support of Century Group, this guy does have the ability. Shin Yuning was silent for a moment, pursed her lips, and spoke. Second uncle, third uncle, let's talk about the stock market later. Let's go to the conference room and solve the supplier problem first. Now, the shares of their Shun group have been suspended. It can't be salvaged. For now, we should deal with the supplier's problem first to prevent the situation from getting worse. Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongchi nodded when they heard this. The three of them just happened to walk to the door of the conference room at this time. Shin Yuning stood at the front, took a deep breath, then pushed open the door and walked in. Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongchi followed closely behind. As the three of them entered the door, they saw several suppliers sitting around the conference table. They all looked like they had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Shin Yuning and the other two come in, a supplier sitting in the middle couldn't wait to speak. General Manager Shun, you are finally here. When can you pay us the full payment? That's right. We are all waiting for funds to keep the company running. Yes, Mr. Shun, your Shin family is a big family with a lot of money, and we can't afford this little money. A small company like ours can't afford it. Who said it wasn't? You should settle the payment immediately, otherwise we won't have to cooperate with each other anymore. The other suppliers also echoed this, with a very tough attitude. And the caliber is surprisingly consistent. Obviously, it was done in advance. Shin Yuning exchanged a glance with her two uncles, then walked over and stood opposite them. We at Shuns have been cooperating with you for many years. No matter how bad the company's situation was, we never owed you a penny. Besides, our contract clearly states that a certain portion of the payment is due at the beginning of each month. You all called us yesterday and suddenly asked us to pay all the money in one lump sum. This is a violation of our contract. Shin Yuning spoke clearly and in a firm tone. Before cooperating with these suppliers, Shun Group also signed contracts. What they are doing now is a complete breach of contract. Shin Yuning's words were well-reasoned, and the supplier on the other side had no way to defend herself. After a moment, the supplier sitting in the middle paused and spoke directly. Things are different now, and the prices of materials are rising. The previous contract is no longer in line with the current market conditions. At worst, I'll pay you some liquidated damages, but you have to settle the previous payment first. Otherwise, we won't leave today. Don't go too far. Shin Dongjun growled, unable to bear listening any longer. These suppliers are clearly determined to make things difficult for the Shin family. You have to know that before the cooperation, these people were all rushing to curry favor with their Shin group. Who would have thought that he would turn against me now? When Shin Yuning saw the shameless look of these people in front of her, she knew that there was no chance of redemption. If these suppliers really stop supplying raw materials, the entire group will not be able to operate. By then, the Shin family will be really finished. Shin Yuning was suddenly exhausted both physically and mentally, and a huge feeling of powerlessness instantly swept over her body. She felt that she was really useless. There is no way to help the Shun family escape from their current predicament. At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Shin Yuning, Shin Dongjun, and Shin Dongchi immediately turned their heads to look at the door. Niece Yuning, we meet again. The person who came was Jiang Guangji, who looked as if he was gloating over someone else's misfortune. Next to him was Shin Yuning's assistant. Sister Yuning, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him. The young assistant said to Shin Yuning with an apologetic look on his face. Shin Yuning glanced at Jiang Guangji and waved to the assistant. It's okay, you can go out first. Then, He looked at Jiang Guangji, who walked slowly into the meeting room, and asked with an unexpected look on his face, "What are you doing here again?" Jiang Guangji walked to the conference table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "I saw a news report about your Shun family's trouble, so I came here to take a look." "Jiang Guangji, you don't need to be so kind here. We in the Shin family don't welcome you." Shin Donchi looked at Jiang Guangji's disgusting face and said angrily, "This Jiang Guangji clearly came here to laugh at the Shin family." Jiang Guangji smiled indifferently and asked Shin Yuning, "Niece Yuning, what do you think about the Shin Corporation being acquired?" Shin Yuning answered without thinking when she heard that. "Just give up on this matter. I will never let the Shin group be acquired." "Really? Then you'd better think about it carefully. The media outlets below are all waiting for big news from the Shin family. They won't leave easily without getting any explosive information. Just imagine, if the Shin group were to be exposed for a scandal of defaulting on payments, tomorrow's news headlines would be abuzz. Of course, if you agree to sell the Shin group, then everything will be easy. As for the problems with suppliers, they can all be solved. But if you don't agree, haha, you should know the consequences." Jiang Guangji looked like a smug villain and said with a forced smile, "You?" Shin Yuning said immediately with gritted teeth. She wondered how the media could know the news so quickly. It turns out that Jiang Guangji was the one behind the scenes. Although they are right. But refuting rumors is not an easy task. As the saying goes, it takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it. By then, even if they can prove their innocence and do not maliciously delay payment of goods, it will probably take quite some time. Whether the Shin group can survive until then remains unknown. Jiang Guangji smiled, not hiding his mean nature at all. "These are common practices in the business world. I am determined to get your Shin family. I'll give you one more day to think about it. I'm going to be frank with you. You'll have to choose carefully when the time comes, or you'll bear the consequences." After finishing speaking, Jiang Guangji stood up and left, with an unconcealable look of pride on his face. Seeing this, all the suppliers in the conference room left as well. Only Shin Yuning, uncle and nephew, were left with heavy hearts. Chapter 39. Meet again. At this time, Shin Xiao was still in another city and didn't know anything about the Shin family. On a wide road in Yanjing City, more than a dozen luxury cars sped forward in an orderly manner. There were 3 more cars following closely behind. It was the K2 organization's convoy and Li Yan's car that picked up Shin Xiao. At this time, Shin Xiao was sitting in the front row of the car, looking out the window board. "I was silently wondering who wanted to see me. One thing that is certain now is that the other party should have no ill intentions. Logically speaking, all the senior management of K2 should have died. The military also checked identities when clearing the battlefield. The bodies have now been cremated. The other members don't have much contact with me on a daily basis. At most, we met once while on a mission." Given his previous notoriety in the K2 organization, it was questionable whether these middle-level managers had the courage to come to him, not to mention inviting him to a dinner. Thinking about it this way, this person's identity is indeed a bit confusing. Just when Shin Xiao was confused, their convoy slowly stopped. "Mr. Shun, we're here." The man in a suit who was leading the group got out from the passenger seat and considerately opened the door for Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao got out of the car and looked up at the hotel in front of him. I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows. "Wow, Century Hotel. Isn't this your own property?" Among the senior management of the K2 organization, each person is in charge of different industries. There are black industries such as arms and white goods. There are also some business groups running legitimate businesses. Shin Xiao is in charge of China's Century Group. This hotel is also owned by Century Group. It's just that he is just the financial backer behind the scenes and never participates in the management of the group. Even the senior management of the group were unaware of Shin Xiao's existence. He didn't expect that the other party would choose to invite him to dinner here, which shows that this person knows him very well. At this time, Li Yan's car also stopped. Shin Xiao looked at Li Yan's worried expression and said to them, "Just wait for me outside. I'll let you know if anything happens." Li Yan glanced at the man in a suit beside him. I took another look at the hotel in front of me. Finally, he nodded and stepped aside. Given their identities, it is indeed inconvenient for them to enter. After all, this is a civilian facility located in a busy area. If they really went in with guns and ammunition, it would probably cause unnecessary panic. However, Li Yan still gave Shin Xiao a walkie-talkie and told him to contact us in time if he encountered danger. "Mr. Shin, please." The man in a suit at the head raised his hand and gestured to Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao straightened his shirt cuffs and walked directly into the hotel. They were escorted by more than a dozen bodyguards in black, and a platoon of armed guards were waiting outside. This posture immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Who is this important person? This scene and this show are too extraordinary. I don't know. Could it be some celebrity? Impossible. What celebrity could possibly afford such a grand ceremony, even with armed guards? Exactly. Even if the head of state came, it wouldn't be much more than this. Who is it? His coat collar is too high and it's covering his face. I can't see clearly. Shin Xiao walked into the hotel escorted by a dozen bodyguards. Naturally, I also heard the discussions of people around me. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Fortunately, I was dressed more warmly today. Otherwise, if someone recognizes him, he will probably become famous again. Then, under the guidance of the man in suit, Shin Xiao took the elevator to the door of the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. Mr. Shun, this is it. Please come in. After saying that, the man in the suit reached out to help Shin Xiao push open the half-closed door of the private room. Then he stepped aside. Shin Xiao did not hesitate and walked directly into the box. He wanted to see who on earth had gone to so much trouble to invite him over. Shin Xiao walked into the box, and the first thing he saw was a small reception room. As Shin Xiao slowly walked in, he saw the restaurant inside. There was a long Western-style table in the spacious room. At one end of the table, a graceful figure sat on a chair with her back to him. Shin Xiao looked at the figure and felt very familiar for some reason. Hearing the sound, the person in the chair slowly stood up and turned around. He looked at Shin Xiao with a smile. Only then did Shin Xiao see her appearance clearly. The person in front of me was wearing a red velvet dress. The close-fitting design shows off a perfect and graceful figure. And her face was equally perfect. A delicate nose, thin lips, almond eyes, and perfect facial features are distributed on the white little face the size of a palm. Can't find a single flaw. At this moment, a pair of clear and moving almond-shaped eyes were looking at Shin Xiao. There is an indescribable emotion in his eyes. Shin Xiao was extremely familiar with this face. Chen Wan. Shin Xiao never expected this. The person who invited me was actually Chen Wan. Seeing the familiar face in front of him, Shin Xiao couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. After he woke up, he also asked Gao Shiwei about Chen Wan's whereabouts. But after the explosion, the people in the military district had no information about Chen Wan. All we know is that after the explosion, there were only a few female corpses that were burned beyond recognition by the fire, although it cannot be confirmed that Chen Wan is among them. But based on the situation at the time, Shin Xiao felt that Chen Wan was in great danger. But I didn't expect that I could see him standing in front of me alive today. Across from him, Chen Wan stared at Shin Xiao deeply. All kinds of emotions surged in my heart, and I couldn't help but feel my eyes turn red. Then, he rushed over and hugged Shin Xiao. During this period of time, she was worried about Shin Xiao every day and hardly had a good night's sleep. Now, Shin Xiao was really standing in front of her. For a moment, she was so excited that she couldn't control herself. After a moment, Chen Wan seemed to suddenly realize something and hurriedly let go of the hands that were holding Shin Xiao. Sorry, boss. I was too excited just now. Chen Wan pursed her red lips and explained to Shin Xiao in a low voice somewhat awkwardly. Looking at Chen Wan, who looked like a child who had done something wrong, Shin Xiao couldn't help but smile. This girl really hasn't changed at all. Who would have thought that a well-trained cold-blooded killer would have such a cramped side? If the people from the K2 organization outside the door saw this, they would definitely be shocked. The female leader who was cold and decisive in front of them actually had such a feminine side. Chapter 40. Boss, can you stay tonight? Apologies to Chen Wan. Shin Xiao didn't say anything. This is not the first day the two have known each other. Naturally, he could guess what this little girl Chen Wan was thinking. However, Shin Xiao felt that for an undercover agent, any emotion was unnecessary. With emotion comes weakness. Therefore, he never responded to Chen Wan's feelings. After a brief moment of embarrassment, the two sat down. Chen Wan recounted in detail what had happened to the K2 organization during this period, including how she survived the explosion and how she later became the leader. After listening to it, even Shin Xiao couldn't help but nod secretly. I have to say that this little girl Chen Wan has indeed learned 70% of his methods. When dealing with the thugs in K2, the heat is controlled to perfection. She first used Shin Xiao's name to win over a group of former subordinates. Then he killed several leaders cleanly and efficiently, hanged in public as a warning to all. It can be said that Shin Xiao's trick of killing the chicken to scare the monkey has been fully understood. It is useless to reason with or appeal to the emotions of K2 when dealing with this group of desperate criminals. These people always respond to hard tactics and not soft ones. Only by making them feel fear can they be convinced. As Shin Xiao's confidant, Chen Wan still has a lot of prestige among the middle-level personnel of the organization. No one wants to mess with this girl. After clearing out the personnel, Chunwan further streamlined and contracted the organization, gave up some sphere of influence. Only core industries such as arms and commodities will be retained. This stabilized the originally chaotic situation in K2. Boss, the situation in K2 has basically stabilized now. I came to China this time just to take you back. Now that Black Cat is dead, you can take charge of the organization. Just standing here, Shinwan suddenly spoke and said to Shin Xiao, "This is also one of the purposes of coming to China this time." In her opinion, she is just a manager. Shin Xiao is the real leader of K2. Now all obstacles have basically been cleared, and Shin Xiao can take over this huge organization at any time. Shin Xiao looked at Chunwan's serious expression and was silent for a moment. There was no direct answer. Instead, he took out a cigarette from his pocket. Take a deep breath. Then he slowly exhaled a puff of white mist. See this situation. Chunwan didn't say anything to interrupt. She knew this was Shin Xiao's habit. This only happens when you are thinking about a problem. After a while, finished a cigarette. Shin Xiao crushed the cigarette, but then he slowly spoke. "You know I'm an undercover agent. I am no longer fit to take over K2. I have no plans to go back for the time being." Indeed, for Shin Xiao, the identity of the second-in-command of the K2 organization is just a task. Now that the mission has been completed, he naturally will not stay in the K2 organization any longer. He could still tell whether they were soldiers or bandits. After so many years of undercover career, he is already exhausted both physically and mentally. Now I just want to have a good rest. In that case, I will disband the K2 organization when I return. That way they won't pose any threat to you in the future. Chunwan was not surprised after hearing Shin Xiao's decision. She had guessed it before, but it doesn't matter. No matter where Shin Xiao is, she will follow him. As for the position of K2 leader, Chunwan was not interested. The only person she cares about is Shin Xiao. If possible, she even wants to live in China permanently and be an ordinary person. No matter what profession you are in, no matter whether you have power or status, as long as I can be with Shin Xiao every day, that's enough. But Shin Xiao shook his head at Chunwan's decision. At this moment, he had already made another decision in his mind. He thought for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. "No, the K2 organization cannot be disbanded. Not only can we not disband the organization, but I also want you to continue to lead it." Continue to lead K2? When Chunwan heard Shin Xiao's arrangement, a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the man in front of her with confusion. She didn't know what Shin Xiao's intention was in making such an arrangement. Logically speaking, now that Black Cat is dead, the biggest danger to the K2 organization has been eliminated. Shin Xiao's mission should have been completed. Why does the K2 organization still need to exist? Shin Xiao naturally has his own plans. He knew very well that even if there was no K2, other organizations would take its place in the future. These groups could be even more dangerous than K2 is today. So instead of sowing the seeds of disaster, it is better to take control of the disaster in your own hands. This is the only way to minimize the threat. But with Shin Xiao's current identity, it is impossible for him to go back to being a terrorist. So he needs a spokesperson. Chunwan can be considered as half his apprentice. Loyalty is unquestionable, is the most suitable candidate. I have to say, this plan is a bit too crazy. It is tantamount to fighting violence with violence. If the military knew about this, they would definitely not approve it. But Shin Xiao is not a person who sticks to the rules. In his opinion, the simplest and most direct way to deal with terrorists is to be more terrifying than them. But Chunwan was about to say that he would rather stay in China and be with Shin Xiao. But he met Shin Xiao's sharp gaze. He immediately swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. She knew Shin Xiao's temper. Once he made a decision, he would never change it. As a subordinate, the only thing she had to do was to execute. Then, Shin Xiao told Chunwan his initial plan, and let her manage it according to her own arrangements. Having been the second-in-command for so many years, no one knows this organization better than him. During the time when Black Cat was away, he had always been the leader, so it's pretty familiar. After a while, the two of them chatted so much that they forgot the time. By the time I came to my senses, it was already evening. The night outside the window gradually darkened. Shin Xiao glanced at his watch and found that it was already past 5 in the afternoon. It was getting late, and it was time for him to leave. Don't forget that Li Yin and others are still waiting outside. If I don't go back, they will probably go into the hotel and ask for me. Just when Shin Xiao was about to get up and leave, Chunwan on the side suddenly spoke. Her face was slightly red, and she seemed to be struggling with something in her heart. In Shin Xiao's puzzled eyes, Chunwan finally spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. "Boss, can you stay tonight?" Chapter 41, each with his own agenda. Hearing this request, Shin Xiao was suddenly stunned, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Seeing this, Shin Wan quickly spoke. Well, don't get me wrong, boss. I want you to take me around Yinjing. Before I came to China, I was always on a mission and never had the freedom to act freely. Boss, can you walk around with me? If you don't have time, forget it. I can go by myself. Shin Wan explained with a slightly blushing face, secretly wanting Shin Xiao to stay with her for a while longer. But he was afraid that it would waste Shin Xiao's time. For a moment, he lowered his head in confusion. Shin Xiao looked at Shin Wan's conflicted expression and couldn't help but laugh. Before, when Shin Wan was around him, he always looked cold. There was no sign of emotional fluctuation. Shin Xiao had even forgotten that the other person was also a girl. Anyway, it's getting late, and there's no time to go back to leeching. Why not go out for a walk? You can take Sentry Group's plane back tomorrow. As for Li Yin and the others, they can be allowed to return to their base first. Then let's go. Shin Xiao put on his clothes, stood up, and walked out the door. Shin Wan, who was standing by, didn't expect that Shin Xiao would agree so readily. I didn't react for a moment. There was a moment of surprise on her beautiful face before a hint of joy appeared on her face, and she nodded quickly. He quickly chased out the door. At the same time, on the other side of Yinjing City, a high-end club called Mingluan. In the innermost box on the second floor, a man in a brown suit was sitting on the sofa. He swung the wine glass in his hand leisurely. This person was Jiang Guangji, who had just arrived from Liqing. Two men of about his age were sitting on the sofa next to him. It was manager Zhang, the person in charge of Shun's supplier. There is also editor-in-chief Ma, the media person who reported negative news about Shun. The three of them gathered together and chatted with laughter. Boss Jiang, we've published the news of Shun's overdue payments online, just as you said. Now the news has spread throughout the business community of Liqing. Editor-in-chief Ma looked at Jiang Guangji and said with a smile. Jiang Guangji nodded when he heard this, then turned to manager Zhang and gave him some instructions. And you suppliers, don't forget to put pressure on the Shin family. Now has come to the most critical moment. You must not let down the chain, understand? Manager Zhang nodded immediately after hearing this. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I will definitely get it done for you. By the way, Mr. Jiang, I heard that the eldest young master of the Shin family seems to have been discharged from the hospital. I guess it won't be long before we can return to the Shin family. Jiang Guangji laughed indifferently, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip. Come back if you want. He's just a brat, not a big deal. Even if he comes back, can he still turn the tide and save the Shin family? Yes, what Mr. Jiang said makes sense. He's just a young boy, nothing to be afraid of. The two of them quickly echoed. At this moment, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open from the outside. When the three of them saw the person coming, they immediately stood up to greet him. Mr. Wu, you are here. Please come in. Jiang Guangji hurried forward and looked at Wu Zhengfeng with a flattering look on his face. Wu Zhengfeng has long been accustomed to the flattery of others. He responded with a normal expression. After seeing the other two people, he gave Jiang Guangji a direct look. Jiang Guangji immediately understood and quickly sent manager Zhang and editor-in-chief Ma away. Wu Zhengfeng walked straight to the sofa in the box and sat down. Looking at Jiang Guangji, he asked slowly, "How's it going? When will the funds I gave you last time be effective?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Guangji immediately came over to report. Mr. Wu, don't worry, everything has been done as you instructed. Shin's stock price has hit the limit down today. Now all of the Shin family's suppliers have stopped cooperating with them. Investors have withdrawn their capital, and Shun's is now unable to operate at all. By then, apart from being acquired by us, their only remaining option will be bankruptcy. While listening to Jiang Guangji's report, Wu Zhengfeng crossed his legs and tasted the red wine in his glass. After hearing this, he put down the cup and spoke in his slightly droning voice. This matter has been handled well, but we can't take it lightly until the Shin family is officially acquired. Remember, this acquisition must be done beautifully and on a grand scale. You now represent Century Group, do you understand? Jiang Guangji, who was standing by, immediately flattered him upon hearing this. Don't worry, all the major media outlets in Liqing will be out there reporting on this. The Shin family is now under attack from all sides. Furthermore, the Shin family stock kept falling as soon as it opened, and it had already hit the limit down before the morning close. Given the current situation of the Shin family, if the stock price drops again tomorrow, they will definitely go bankrupt. Everything is under my control. As long as we acquire the Shun family tomorrow, I promise to double your previous investment. The Shun family was already at the end of its strength. He was able to come back to life because of Shin Xiao's incident. But before he could catch his breath, he suffered a series of severe blows. This stock limit down caused Shin's losses to evaporate by several hundred million. You know, the current Shin group does not have hundreds of millions of funds that can be spent like this. If the stock price drops to the lower limit again tomorrow, billions more will be lost. Then the Shin family will be completely drained. Well, then, I'll wait for your good news. Wu Zhengfeng nodded. He was quite satisfied with the result. In fact, he had no interest in the Shin family. He had other plans in mind regarding this matter. In addition to coveting the huge returns promised by Jiang Guangxi, another important reason was to gain fame for himself by acquiring the Shin group. You should know that the female leader of the K2 organization is currently in China. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show off. If I can prove my ability to the leader, won't my future path be broader? If I could gain the other party's favor again, why would I worry about my unstable position? Understood, Mr. Wu. Everything will be done according to your instructions. I promise not to disappoint you. Jiang Guangxi immediately agreed, with a smile on his face. Wu Zhengfeng put down his wine glass, suddenly thought of something, and spoke again. How about this? I'll go to Liqing with you tomorrow morning. We must take down the Shin family in one fell swoop. Jiang Guangxi and Wu Zhengfeng both have their own ulterior motives. Now the two of them are completely using each other. At this moment, Jiang Guangxi was only thinking about tomorrow coming soon. This time he must defeat the Shin group in one fell swoop. There will be no chance for the Shin family to turn things around. Only in this way can he vent his anger for the Jiang family and his son. Chapter 42. Our Shin group is determined not to sell. The next morning, Shin Xiao slowly woke up from his sleep. As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard the familiar system prompt sound ringing in my ears. Ding dong. Host, do you want to sign in today? Sign in. Host sign in completed. Get 100 points. Then, Shin Xiao directly opened his system panel. Now I have accumulated more than 1,000 system points, which is enough to repair one wound. Shin Xiao opened the human body structure diagram and began to examine it. He now has dozens of wounds on his abdomen, back and chest. Shin Xiao thought for a moment and used the points to repair a wound on his abdomen. As the repair was completed, Shin Xiao clearly saw that the wound on his abdomen had completely disappeared. As for the remaining dozens of wounds, they will be completely repaired in no time. Yesterday, he accompanied Chun Wan out for a walk until midnight. We didn't get back to the hotel until almost 12 o'clock. They had no entourage, just the two of them. This might be the first time he saw Chun Wan so happy. There was a smile on his face all the way. This made Shin Xiao feel a little moved. It seems that after his identity was exposed, the relationship between the two began to change subtly. However, Shin Xiao did not respond much to Chun Wan's initiative. When it comes to matters of the heart, he always takes the natural course. At least for now, Shin Xiao has no further plans. Just when Shin Xiao came back to his senses from his memories, there was a sudden knock on the door. Then he saw Chun Wan coming over with breakfast. Boss, you're awake. As he spoke, Chun Wan placed breakfast on the small table beside him. Shin Xiao responded slowly, as if he was used to it. This is how Chun Wan took care of himself before. When he was undercover in K2, he was in danger at all times. Moreover, it is inevitable that you will be plotted against during your diet. Shin Xiao doesn't trust others, so he only allows Chun Wan to be responsible for food. Shin Xiao got up and washed up first, then started to eat breakfast. After Shin Xiao finished breakfast, Chun Wan spoke slowly from the side. Boss, the plane is ready and can depart at any time. Okay, without further ado, let's go now. Yes. Shin Xiao stood up and tidied up briefly. Then the two of them set off for Liqing. At this time, inside the Liqing Shin group, Shin Yuning sat in the office, looking worried, with a dark spot under her eyes. She didn't sleep all night last night and stayed in the company. During this period, she contacted many investors and some well-capitalized companies. I hope they can provide funds to help Shin's company overcome the difficulties. But they all ended in failure. Later, she did not give up and tried to contact companies that had previously cooperated with Shin, but was rejected one by one. Some don't even answer the phone. If I had known this earlier, Shin Group would have been doing very well. They are all trying their best to cooperate with Shin's. It is true that it is easy to add icing on the cake, but difficult to provide timely assistance. In the end, only a few companies with close relationships with Shin's extended a helping hand to them. But the funds that can be borrowed are far from enough. Shin Yuning was filled with sorrow and hated herself for being incompetent. Grandpa has placed so much hope on her over the years. But now that the Shin family is in trouble, she has no way to save them. A huge feeling of powerlessness and despair suddenly swept over my body. Shin Yuning pressed her aching temples and glanced at the computer screen in front of her. Above is the stock market interface. It's already past 8 o'clock, and there's still more than an hour before the stock market opens. Yesterday, their group stock price fell to the limit down. If things were still like this today, their Shin family would probably be finished. At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Sister Yuning, that Jiang Guangji is here again. Shin Yuning raised her eyes and saw her assistant looking troubled. His words showed great disgust towards Jiang Guangji. Jiang Guangji had clamored yesterday to give her a day to consider the acquisition. Shin Yuning was not surprised by this. He sighed and waved at his assistant. Let him in. Since I can't avoid it anyway, I might as well meet him again. After a few seconds, Jiang Guangji walked into the office with a smile on his face. Niece Yuning, what are your thoughts this time? Shin Yuning now felt sick when she saw Jiang Guangji's smug smile. Said in a cold tone, I told you clearly earlier. The Shin group will never be acquired by anyone. Jiang Guangji was not surprised at all when he heard this. He walked slowly to the opposite side of the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. You, even though you're the general manager of Shan's, are still young and don't think things through. Now your Shin group has lost both suppliers and investors. The Shin group is now unable to function in any way. Plus, the stock market has hit its limit down. If you don't agree to be acquired, you'll just have to wait for bankruptcy. After hearing this, Shin Yuning was suddenly speechless. She also knew that what Jiang Guangji said made sense. Now almost all of Shin's projects have been forced to stop. The company stopped operating and Jiang Guangji designed a short-selling scheme on the stock market. Now the Shin family is at their wits' end and bankruptcy is only a matter of time. Seeing Shin Yuning's hesitation, Jiang Guangji continued. Your Shin family has been in business for decades. If you go bankrupt like this, your decades-long foundation will be destroyed in an instant. Instead of this, why not choose to be acquired? At least you can keep your family's business. But let me be frank. My patience is limited. The stock market opens at 9:30. If you don't agree to be acquired, then you can only wait for Shun's stock to hit the lower limit again. By then, even if you beg me to buy it, I won't agree. After saying this, Jiang Guangji leaned back in his chair with a leisurely look on his face. He looked like he was sure of winning. Bankruptcy and acquisition are actually very good choices. One is that there is absolutely nothing left. At least the property can be kept, but the Shin name must be removed. He thought, if Shin Yuning was a smart person, she should know how to choose. After hearing this, Shin Yuning felt a little shaken. Jiang Guangji was right. If Shin's stock price hits the lower limit again today, it will have no choice but to declare bankruptcy. But what if Shin's was acquired by the villain Jiang Guangji? No one in the Shin family can swallow this humiliation. For a moment, Shin Yuning was in a dilemma. Just as she was hesitating, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Then, an old but deep and powerful voice sounded at the door. We at Shin's group are determined not to sell. Chapter 43, The Shin Family's Character. Shin Yuning and Jiang Guangji immediately looked towards the door. The person who came was none other than Mr. Shin. Beside him, Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongqi supported him on his left and right. Grandpa, why are you here? Shin Yuning hurried forward and looked at Mr. Shin with concern. Ever since the Shin family fell into crisis again, Mr. Shin's health has been poor. I haven't been to the company for a while. Old Master Shin couldn't help feeling distressed when he saw his granddaughter's haggard face. Then he whispered, Grandpa is fine, don't worry. After saying that, Mr. Shin walked slowly to Jiang Guangji step by step with his crutches. Said to him sternly, Jiang Guangji, just give up on this idea. Our Shin group will never be acquired. Even if Shin's company were to go bankrupt today, we would never sell it to a despicable person like you. After the old man finished speaking, he knocked the ground heavily with the cane in his hand. His hands were trembling slightly, but his expression was extremely resolute. Master Shin, you better think it over carefully. Jiang Guangji's face suddenly turned dark, and he spoke with gritted teeth. Old Master Shin looked directly at Jiang Guangji with sharp eyes and spoke in an old but extremely firm voice. Our Shin family was established during the Republic of China, and we have a history of over 100 years. He spent all his wealth fighting against the Japanese invaders and made great contributions to the country. Over a century of ups and downs, what storms and waves have we not experienced? But I never bowed my head. The Shin family's century-old foundation will never fall into the hands of a villain like you. Even if the Shin family ends up on the streets, we will never sell it to you. Get out of here. The old man's hands trembled with anger as he roared at him. In fact, the reason why the Shin family has fallen to this point is also related to the Shin family's tradition. The Shin family has always been strict in its ethics. All along, the descendants of the Shin family have been taught to do this. When doing business, honesty and integrity are paramount. Never do anything that involves speculation or taking shortcuts. Moreover, Mr. Shin disdains to associate with those businessmen who compete for fame and fortune. This is also the reason why the Shun family is alienated in the business world. But Mr. Shin never cared. He still strictly abides by the Shun family rules, does every business in a down-to-earth manner, and never seeks profit or takes shortcuts. It also strongly supports various charitable causes. A considerable portion of the company's liquid funds has been donated to charity. In the old man's words, the Shun family's current status was given by this country, and they must not forget their roots. So over the years, although the Shun group has grown in scale, but in fact, he did not accumulate much wealth. In this era of rampant capital, the decline of the Shin family is only a matter of time. The building was about to collapse, and Mr. Shun knew that he was no longer able to save it. But even so, he would not sell Shuns to a villain like Jiang Guangji. He joined Century Group and tried every possible means to plot against the Shin family. Isn't it just to be able to acquire Shin Group? Shin Boli was a rebellious person all his life, and what he despised most was this kind of despicable people. Today, I would rather watch Shin's company go bankrupt. We will never let Jiang Guangji succeed. When Jiang Guangji heard what Mr. Shin said, he immediately became furious. You, Mr. Shun, please don't be ungrateful. If the Shun Corporation goes bankrupt, everyone in the Shun family will probably have to beg on the streets. Jiang Guangji listened to the contempt for him in Mr. Shin's words. I got so angry that I just broke off relations with them. Mr. Shun didn't even want to look at this villain again. He turned around and looked at Shun Yuning and his two sons with a serious expression. Listen carefully, everyone. Our Shun family has never produced any descendants without integrity. Today, even if our Shun group goes bankrupt and is completely finished, we will never sell it to such a person. Have you all remembered this? Remember. Shin Yuning, Shin Dongjun, and Shin Dongqi immediately responded in a deep voice. Then, Shin Yuning turned and looked at Jiang Guangji, said in a cold voice, Mr. Jiang, you also heard what my grandfather said. I'm sorry I can't see you off. Okay. Everyone in the Shin family is truly a man of integrity. But I still don't believe that gas can be eaten as food. Jiang Guangji sneered. He had never seen anyone in this world who would rather beg on the street than bow his head. The Shin family really opened his eyes. However, what does it matter if I would rather break than bend? By then, when the Shin family goes bankrupt, I will have even more ways to deal with them. Are you still afraid that there will be a day when they won't bow their heads? Jiang Guangji, we at Shuns won't sell you, and there's no need for you to stay here anymore. Get out of here. Seeing that Jiang Guangji was still refusing to leave, Shin Dongjun started to chase him away. Jiang Guangji suddenly stood up from his chair. He pointed at the people in front of him and said angrily, Well, your Shin family really has backbone. Then I'll see how you can still maintain your integrity when you lose everything in the future. After saying that, Jiang Guangji strode out angrily. After Jiang Guangji left, the old man's body shook violently. He covered his chest with a grim expression. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Shin Yuning hurriedly helped Laozi sit on the chair, looking at him with worry. Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongqi next to them were also very anxious and wanted to call a doctor. Unexpectedly, Mr. Shun raised his hand to stop them. No need to call a doctor. I'm fine. Mr. Shin took 2 breaths, and his complexion finally looked much better. Shin Yuning looked at the old man and couldn't help but have red eyes, feeling very uncomfortable. It's all her fault. If only she could have saved the Shin family from crisis. Her grandfather wouldn't have to worry about so many things at such an old age. Grandpa, it's all because of me being useless and unable to save the Shin family. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become like this. The old man raised his hand and gently patted his granddaughter's head, speaking in a gentle tone. Silly child, this is not your fault. The decline of the Shin family is only a matter of time. According to our family tradition, it's not easy to survive until today. The old man pondered for a while and finally sighed heavily. Looking at the brothers Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongqi, he spoke in an old and weak voice. You two go and prepare to auction off all the assets of our group. Maybe we can save the Shin family. Grandfather, Dad, Shin Yuning, Shin Dongjun, and Shin Dongqi all looked at old man Shun in disbelief. They know what asset auctions mean. A business is only at the end of its rope. That's what I'll do. But if you think about it again, aren't they, Shun, at a dead end now? Now they have no room to maneuver. In the end, Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongqi were silent for a long time, and finally responded slowly. Turn around and leave silently. Following the old man's wishes, we began preparing to auction the assets. Chapter 44. I really hate my life. After the Shin group decided to auction its assets, this news quickly spread throughout Licheng. The internet was also flooded with news that Shun's was going to auction off its assets. The incident of Shun's failure to pay suppliers caused a lot of controversy a few days ago. Therefore, most netizens have a very bad impression of the Shin family. When people saw the news of Shun's asset auction, they were all mocking. Shin group? Is that the Shin group that owes money to others? Haha, has this rubbish company fallen to the point of auctioning off its assets? They've already reached the stage of auctioning off their assets. I guess they'll go bankrupt soon. It's good that a company that owes money to others should go bankrupt. It deserves it anyway. That's right, I agree with the above. I really don't understand why the Undercover Heroes company is so corrupt. Who knows if they were just trying to hype it up? If this is hype, it's really disgusting. I used to support their products. Who cares? He deserves to go bankrupt just because he defaulted on payments for goods. The internet is almost entirely filled with criticism of the Shin group. It was originally because of the good impression Shin Xiao had accumulated during his time at the airport. All of it was lost because of this supplier incident. Many netizens even went to Shun's official account to comment. I hope they go bankrupt soon. It was a complete contrast to how he praised Shin a while ago. Just when the discussion on the internet was in full swing, the plane Shin Xiao was on just arrived in Licheng. Shin Xiao got off the plane and found himself in the city that he once knew so well. I couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. 6 years passed in a flash, and I finally returned to Licheng. I don't know what Licheng has become in the years since I was away. Shen Wan came from behind and looked at Shun Xiao with an emotional expression. I immediately understood what he was thinking. So, he smiled and looked at him and said, "Boss, now that we've landed, let's hurry back to the Shin family. Your family will definitely be very happy to see you." Shin Xiao nodded and took out his cell phone to call home first. He also didn't inform them in advance. If I go back and they are not at home, I will be disappointed. As soon as Shin Xiao turned on his cell phone, it started beeping nonstop. Most of the current mobile phone apps have positioning functions. It will perform real-time positioning based on the owner's location. When you open it, you will see a series of Licheng welcomes you and push notifications of various Licheng news. Shin Xiao took a look and wanted to quit immediately. But in the next moment, one of the push notifications suddenly stopped him. The Shin group will hold a press conference at the Shun group's Juning Hotel in 3 days. It's a shame to see a century-old company come to an end. Shin Xiao looked at the push and frowned. Is Shin group going to auction its assets? How come he had never heard his sister mention this? Could something have gone wrong? Seeing Shun Xiao's serious expression, Shin Wan couldn't help but ask with concern. "Boss, what happened?" "Shin group will hold an asset auction in 3 days. What? How could this happen?" Shin Wan couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he heard this. She naturally knew the relationship between her boss and the Shin family. I was also a little surprised when I saw this news. Shin Xiao didn't make any random guesses. Instead, he directly found Shin Yuning's number and called her. He knew that Shin Yuning was now in charge of the group's operations. You should know the inside story. Beep, beep, beep. After a long time, Shin Yuning finally answered the phone. "Hey, bro, you looking for me?" Shin Yuning's cheerful and sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. But for some reason, Shin Xiao always felt that there was a sense of pretense of relaxation when he listened to it. Shin Xiao asked him directly and to the point. "Yuning, how is our Shun family doing recently? Is the company okay?" Shin Yuning on the other end of the phone didn't seem to expect that Shun Xiao would ask her this question. He was stunned for a moment, then spoke in a vague tone. "Everything is fine. Why do you suddenly ask this?" "Pretty good. Are you sure?" Shin Yuning no longer understood why Shin Xiao asked this. But he still replied calmly. "It's really good, even though Shin's business has been in a downturn in the past 2 years. But things have been back on track since a while ago. Now I have taken on several big projects, and everything is going well." "Yeah." Shin Xiao responded in a low voice. Then his tone changed and he asked very seriously. "If that's the case, then why did I see the news that the Shun group was going to auction off its assets?" This? Shin Yuning didn't expect that Shin Xiao would actually see the message. He suddenly fell silent, not knowing how to tell Shin Xiao about this. Shin Xiao listened to Shun Yuning's silence, sighed softly, and spoke in a slow tone. "Yuning, what happened at home? Do you and your brother still need to hide it?" Shin Yuning said quickly after hearing this. "Brother? No, I didn't mean to hide it from you." Shin Yuning hesitated for a moment. Then he told Shin Xiao everything that had happened recently in the Shin group. She was just worried that her brother's injury had not healed yet and wanted him to worry. That's why I kept it a secret from him. I didn't expect him to find out. Finally, Because she was afraid that Shin Xiao would worry, Shin Yuning made a special explanation. Brother, don't worry. Although the situation is indeed not very good now, but Grandpa has a way to solve it. We are only auctioning off some of the assets. Once we gather funds and the group resumes operations, everything will be fine. Shin Yuning spoke in a relaxed tone, hoping that Shin Xiao could believe what she said and not worry too much. Shin Xiao knows everything about business. Naturally, he knew that Shin Yuning was lying to him. But before he could say anything, Shin Yuning quickly changed the subject. By the way, brother, when will you come back? Grandpa and I miss you so much. Shin Yuning said this in a deliberately coquettish tone. I hope Shin Xiao will stop worrying about the company's affairs. Shin Xiao sighed lightly, thought for a moment, and slowly spoke. I'll be back in a few days. Really? That's great. I'll cook delicious food for you myself then. I've recently learned a few dishes just for you. I'll wait for you to come back and try them. Shin Yuning said this in a very happy tone. Part of the reason was that she was really happy that Shin Xiao was coming back. Part of it was because he didn't want to make Shin Xiao worry, so he did it on purpose. Shin Xiao felt a little uncomfortable when he heard his sister's pretending to be happy tone on the phone. Finally, he responded in a low voice. Okay, I'll let you taste your cooking skills then. That's it. I'll wait for you to come back. The brother and sister chatted about some family topics before hanging up the phone. Shin Xiao looked at the darkening phone screen, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. Unexpectedly, the Shun family declined to this extent during his absence. Now he has been framed by a villain and forced into a desperate situation. It has fallen to the point of auctioning assets. Because Gao Shiwei intervened in the last airport incident, Shin Xiao did not delve into Jiang Hao's affairs. I didn't expect that the Jiang family not only didn't behave themselves, but also bullied us right at our doorstep. When a small one is solved, an old one pops up. It's like a birthday star who always hangs himself because he thinks his life is too long. Chapter 45, Solved Together. I saw that Shin Xiao's expression was a little strange. Shinwan quickly asked. After learning what happened to the Shin family, his expression changed immediately. She didn't expect that her boss's family would be bullied like this. And he's just a small businessman. Is it the Jiang group's doing again this time? Should we take him? As Chunwan spoke, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. That incident at the airport before, it was this Jiang family who was behind the scenes. According to Chunwan's personality, if anyone dared to treat Shin Xiao like this, she would definitely not let him go. But I have just arrived in China and haven't had time to pay attention to the Jiang family. But I didn't expect that the other party would come to my door this time. Hearing this, Shin Xiao just shook his head. As far as he knew, the Jiang group had gone bankrupt not long ago, and normally it would not recover so quickly. Now it has come to the fore again. This shows that there must be someone supporting the Jiang family behind the scenes. So before dealing with Jiang Guangxi, it's not too late to take action after finding out who is behind this. Go check the person behind Jiang Guangxi. He's just a clown. It's impossible for him to force the Shun family to this point. There must be a bigger fish behind this. Understood, boss. I'll have someone check it out right away. Shinwan understood. He then ordered his men to begin an investigation. The K2 organization has been operating in China for many years. The intelligence network extends in all directions. It is very easy to check the details of a business group. The two then set off for Century Group's hotel in Liqing. Waiting for news. Shin Xiao did not plan to return to the Shin family until he had found out the truth about this matter. After the two arrived at the hotel, Shin Xiao took a short rest. Not long after, Shinwan came to find Shin Xiao and told him the information he had found out. Boss, we've already found out. Take a look. Shinwan handed the information he had found directly to Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao nodded. It had only been 2 hours since they got off the plane. It was quite quick to investigate the matter so quickly. Then, he reached out to take the information and looked at it carefully. Shin Xiao flipped through the information in his hand. The first page contains detailed information about Jiang Guangxi's interpersonal network. The various information listed is very complete. Shin Xiao flipped through a few pages. Finally, my eyes fixed on a photo. The photo shows a thin man in his 30s. There was a shrewd look in his eyes. Seeing this, Shin Xiao couldn't help but sneer. After all this fuss, it turns out it's a thief in the house. Shinwan took the document from Shin Xiao. Not only did she know the person in the photo, she had even seen him not long ago. It was none other than the executive president of Century Group, Wu Zhengfeng. Obviously, this guy doesn't know Shin Xiao's true identity. Indeed, even someone of Wu Zhengfeng's level couldn't possibly know. Otherwise, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to deal with the Shin family. Shinwan looked at Shin Xiao and asked in a low voice, Boss, do we need to make these two people disappear? Shin Xiao glanced at her and slowly shook his head. Then he chuckled and spoke slowly. No hurry. To kill someone, you must destroy their heart. Since the other party wants to play, let's play with them. After hearing this, Shinwan looked up at Shin Xiao and happened to meet his gaze. For a moment, I felt a chill in my heart. She followed Shin Xiao and knew his methods very well. Once he targets you, killing you directly is the most comfortable way to die. I'm afraid that what lies ahead for these two people this time will be more difficult than death. Boss, what are you going to do about Shuns? Since Shuns is short of funds right now, should we wire some money directly to Shuns? At this time, Shinwan suddenly spoke. In fact, in her opinion, the situation faced by the Shun family is actually easier to solve. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. What Century Group lacks the least is funds. With the K2 organization, a money-making giant, behind it, Century Group has always been well-funded. No, you can't do that. Our old man has always been strong-willed and extremely stubborn. If you give him money directly, he will never accept it. Shin Xiao rejected the proposal without thinking. He grew up with his grandfather and knew the old man's character very well. If you give him money directly, he will definitely not want to take it. So we need to change our approach. I'll have to trouble you to do this. What do you mean? Shen Wan frowned slightly, not understanding the meaning of Shin Xiao's words for a moment. Shin Xiao didn't explain much. Just let Shin Wan contact the Shun family in a private capacity. Attend the auction in 3 days. By then, he will deal with the Jiang family, Wu Zhengfeng, and solve the financial problems of the Shun group at the same time. At this time, inside the Jiang family residence, Jiang Guangji was so angry that he even smashed the vase on the table. Damn it, that old fellow from the Shun family really doesn't know what's good for him. They'd rather go bankrupt than sell Shuns to me. He's just an old stubborn guy. I thought I could take over Shin group today. I didn't expect that in the end. Jiang Guangji clenched his fists, his eyes filled with viciousness. The Shin family doesn't even look at what kind of situation they are in now. Also want to hold an asset auction. Thinking that this way they can raise funds to help the Shun family get through the difficult times, that's wishful thinking. Jiang Guangji narrowed his eyes and immediately came up with a plan. Doesn't the Shin family want to use the auction to raise funds? Then he would prevent any of their assets from being auctioned off. At that time, he would find someone to disrupt the auction and deliberately raise the price. When it comes time to pay, make excuses not to pay. Make sure that every asset of the Shun family that is auctioned fails to be sold, and the Shun family won't get a single cent. In that case, the Shun family will be killed if it is delayed. Jiang Guangji thought about it, and a hint of pride flashed across his face. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. After Jiang Guangji saw the caller ID, he quickly picked up the phone. Mr. Wu, you're looking for me. His expression was very flattering, completely different from what he was just now. On the other end of the phone, Wu Zhengfeng's tone was very bad, and he started to blame him directly. Jiang Guangji, didn't you say it was foolproof? Didn't they say that they could definitely acquire the Shun group today? Jiang Guangji trembled twice and spoke quickly. Mr. Wu, I didn't expect the old man from the Shin family to be so stubborn. But don't worry, I have a solution. They're going to hold an asset auction in a couple of days, and I've already ordered someone to tamper with the meeting. By then, the Shun family's assets will be unable to be auctioned, and they will be forced into a desperate situation. Then it's not up to them to decide whether to sell or not. On the other end of the phone, Wu Zhengfeng scolded him in a bad tone. I'll give you one last chance. If you still can't do it, just wait for me. After saying that, he hung up the phone with a click. Jiang Guangji looked at the hung-up phone with a very ugly expression. I hated the Shin family more and more. At the auction 3 days later, he will bring down the Shin family no matter what. Chapter 46 Stunning. 3 days later, the Shin family's asset auction was held as scheduled at the Juning Hotel. This hotel is part of the Shin group. It was once the largest and oldest hotel in Liqing. However, with the Shin family's downturn in the past 2 years, its reputation has gradually declined. Despite this, the historical heritage remains. It was specially decorated for the purpose of hosting this auction. The 16 pillars in the hall are solemn and ancient. Maids dressed in hanfu stood on both sides. The entire auction house is decorated with an ancient style. The auction officially starts at 3 p.m. It was only 2 o'clock, but the auction site was already crowded with people. Almost all the famous and powerful entrepreneurs in Liqing came to participate in the auction. Some did it for the Shun family's face, and of course more did it for the Shun family's assets. In addition, many media reporters came to interview. After all, the auction of the Shun family's assets has been a hot topic online. They all want to get first-hand news. Some even started live broadcasts on the spot. Report the situation on the scene in real time. The auction had not yet begun, and people at the scene gathered in groups of 3 or 4, chatting with each other. The Shin family is really desperate this time. They are even going to auction off their assets. Who says it's not? Back then, the Shin family was the largest family in Licheng. Yeah, who could have imagined that one day it would come to this? I heard that Century Group wanted to acquire Shin's before, but Mr. Shun refused to agree. Mr. Shun is also stubborn and has always been proud. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Alas, everyone has their own destiny. Let's see if today's auction can bring the Shun family back to life. While people at the scene were chatting, the situation outside the auction venue was also broadcast live online by the media. Netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but talk about it. Is this the legendary world of the rich? Those who come here are all big guys. When will I be able to participate in this kind of entertainment for the rich? Those upstairs, go take a shower and sleep. You can dream about anything. Haha, I wouldn't even go to an auction held by a company like the Shin family. That's right, this is a rubbish company. It deserves this. The company is about to hold an asset auction, and bankruptcy is not far away. That's what they deserve. It's a wonder such a conscienceless company can survive. Just as people were discussing the matter online, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the auction hall. Many people gathered at the door, not knowing who they were looking at. Then, someone said, "Mr. Wu from Century Group is here." As soon as I heard the words Century Group, everyone at the scene immediately rushed towards the door. The media reporters also crowded around. You know, it's possible to establish a relationship with Century Group, but it is something that many people long for. Everyone present was trying their best to show their face in front of the president of Century Group. Entrance to the auction hall. Wu Jingfeng looked at the crowd of people who gathered around him and frowned slightly. Logically speaking, an auction of Shun's level wouldn't require him to show up. However, he received the notice this morning. The female leader of the K2 organization will also attend the auction today, and specifically asked him to participate. When Wu Jingfeng received the notice, he was overjoyed. The chief specifically asked him to accompany him. Could it be that the leader has already noticed him? This is simply pie in the sky. Wu Jingfeng naturally agreed with joy and arrived at the scene early to wait. He didn't expect so many people to come to the scene so early. Moreover, as soon as I saw them surrounding me, I knew they wanted to make friends with me. Wu Jingfeng suddenly felt impatient, but thinking that the leader would be here soon, he endured it. I found a place to stand at the door and waited patiently for Chenwan to come. The people in the venue saw that he looked like he didn't want anyone to come in. I didn't dare to go forward and talk to him, so I could only retreat back to where I was. Boss Wu, why did you come here in person? I promise I won't disappoint you today, so why bother making this trip in person? When Jiang Guangji saw Wu Jingfeng coming, he immediately came up to him and said in a flattering manner. Wu Jingfeng glanced at him and spoke in a light tone. I'm here today to accompany an important person, not for the Shin family. Important person? Who is it? Jiang Guangji couldn't help but ask curiously, but unexpectedly Wu Jingfeng scolded him. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. He's not someone you can afford to offend anyway. After being scolded, Jiang Guangji didn't dare to ask any more questions. But I still couldn't help but feel curious. The person that even Wu Jingfeng is looking forward to must be of great importance. His status is definitely more powerful than that of the president of Century Group. But who could this person be? Could it be a big shot in the business world? Or a high-ranking figure in other fields? Jiang Guangji kept guessing in his mind, but he still had no clue. Wu Jingfeng stood there, looking towards the door. I was afraid of missing Chenwan. During this time, there were a few people who didn't understand my intention and wanted to come over and chat. Wu Jingfeng ordered Jiang Guangji to block them back. He has no time to talk to these people. After a long time, a black luxury car was seen coming from a distance. Slowly stopped at the door. Immediately afterwards, a bodyguard in black got out of the car and opened the back door. Wu Jingfeng's eyes lit up when he caught a glimpse of the figure in the car, and he hurried over. Jiang Guangji saw Wu Jingfeng's face change and ran out the door. So he turned around and looked over. I saw a pair of white, straight long legs and high heels stepping out of the car gracefully. Then, a young woman slowly came out of the car. Wearing a white suit skirt, she looks smart and fashionable. The waist-cinching design further highlights a woman's slender waist. Moreover, not only does the woman have a perfect figure, but her appearance is also stunning. The facial features, so delicate that there is not a single flaw, are perfectly distributed on the small face that is the size of a palm. There is an indescribable temperament in his every gesture. With such looks and figure, even the female stars on TV cannot compare with her. Everyone present looked sideways, with a look of amazement on their faces. This woman is so beautiful. Which family is she from? I don't know. I've never seen him before, but if I see his face once, how could I forget it? Looking at her looks and temperament, could she be some big star? Impossible. No ordinary celebrity can match her aura. That's right. She's such a rare beauty. Not only the business celebrities present were surprised by the appearance of this cold and beautiful woman. Netizens who watched the live broadcast online were also discussing the incident crazily. Oh my God, what's going on? Who was that girl just now? She's so beautiful. With this face value and this figure, I can do it. Where on earth did this fairy lady come from? She is so beautiful. The person above, stop drooling. It's all over my face. What can I do? It's all because the girl is so beautiful. This must be the legendary MANHWA graduation project. Absolutely amazing. Chapter 47 Big Shot. Seeing this, Wu Zhengfeng immediately came forward, said with a smile on his face, "You're finally here. I didn't expect you, miss, to be interested in this kind of auction. I thought it was in a public place." So Wu Zhengfeng did not directly call Chen Wan the leader. Instead, she changed her title to Miss. Chen Wan looked at Wu Zhengfeng's flattering face without any emotion. He just asked in a cold tone, "How long until the auction starts?" "It will officially start in 20 minutes. I've arranged for the best private room on the second floor. Would you like to go up now, or stay down there for a while?" Wu Zhengfeng's face was full of smiles, completely different from the arrogant look he had just had. At this time, Jiang Guangxi also came over. This was the first time in his life that he had seen a woman with such an outstanding temperament. I couldn't help but feel amazed. What shocked him even more was Wu Zhengfeng's attitude. You know, Century Group is one of the most well-known companies in China, and Wu Zhengfeng is the executive president of Century Group. Whether it is the civil society or the business community, they have to give him some face. And at this moment, he was so respectful to the woman in front of him, even with a hint of flattery. This couldn't help but arouse a sense of curiosity in Jiang Guangxi's heart. "Mr. Wu, who is this?" Jiang Guangxi hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help but asked again. Unexpectedly, Wu Zhengfeng rolled his eyes at him and scolded him without giving him any face. "I just told you, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Shut up." This sentence directly hit Jiang Guangxi back. Even a clay figure still has some temper. Not to mention Jiang Guangxi, a well-known figure in the business world. Faced with such a reprimand, he naturally felt dissatisfied. But I can't just turn against him now. I could only swallow my anger. Led by Wu Zhengfeng, Chen Wan and his group headed towards the elegant seats on the second floor. Jiang Guangxi also quickly followed. Looking at the backs of several people, there was a sudden murmur of discussion in the auction hall. Originally, most of the people present wanted to come forward and curry favor with Wu Zhengfeng after seeing him arrive. But Wu Zhengfeng looked arrogant and didn't want anyone to approach him. They didn't dare to move forward. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Wu Zhengfeng would change his expression? He was so fawning towards the young woman who had just come in, which was really puzzling. Who is that beautiful lady? She even has to fawn over the CEO of Century Group. I don't know, but I guess his identity is definitely not ordinary. I've never seen him before. Could he be some important figure? No way. She looks like she's only in her early 20s. How could such a young girl be a big shot? I really can't think of anyone in all of China who can make the president of Century Group bow his head. Oh my God, could she be the eldest daughter of some important figure in Yanjing? Who knows, but he's definitely someone we can't afford to offend. In addition to the people at the scene, netizens in the live broadcast room were also very surprised. I thought this beautiful young lady was the eldest daughter of some family. Or maybe Shin's family invited a new star to show off their talent. But when he saw that even the president of Century Group was fawning over him, suddenly, I became even more curious about her identity. Who is this young lady? I heard that the guy who just fawned over her was the president of Century Group. Anyone who can come to the Shin's auction and be flattered by the big boss must be of extraordinary status. I guess it's some young lady from some family who's here again. This must be the legendary top-tier white, rich, and beautiful woman. I've really learned a lot today. Sure enough, this kind of fairy sister is not something mortals like us can dream of. That's not right. Even the Century Group CEO flatters her. I can't even imagine her identity. Who cares? It's not something we can touch anyway, so I'll just lick her face in front of the screen. This auction site is divided into two floors, the first and second floors. The first floor is for ordinary seating, and most of the guests are accommodated on the first floor. The second floor is a private room used to entertain distinguished people. For example, Chen Wan. Miss, please take a seat. This private room has the best view on the second floor. As soon as Wu Zhengfeng entered the private room, he pulled out a chair for Chen Wan and said to her with a smile. Chen Wan walked to a floor-to-ceiling window in the private room and looked down. This is the private room in the middle of the second floor. You can clearly see the square auction hall below. This hotel has a very long history. It can even be traced back to the Republic of China period. In the past, it was a place for entertaining various dignitaries. It was later acquired by the Shin family and converted into a hotel-style auction house. The structure and layout are almost identical to the Crescent Hotel in Yanjing. Although it has been renovated several times, you can still see the heavy sense of the times. Chen Wan took a cup of tea from the square table next to him. He took a sip and said with his back turned, "Mr. Wu is quite capable. I heard that forcing the Shun family to auction off their assets this time was the work of Mr. Wu." When Wu Zhengfeng heard Chen Wan praising him, he was very happy. He was completely unaware of the unusual meaning in Chen Wan's words. Still pretending to be humble. "Miss, you are so kind. It was indeed my instruction." Although the Shin group has been in a downturn in the past 2 years, it is still a large family with a history of over 100 years. It has deep roots in leeching. If we can acquire it, then it will be of great benefit to the future development of our century group. For example, this Juning Hotel right here at our feet has a history of over 100 years. It's no exaggeration to call it a living cultural relic. It's a complete waste in the hands of the Shin family. If it were acquired by the Century Group, with a little publicity, they could immediately create a tourist attraction around this hotel. Then we can develop a few more properties nearby and package them as tourist residential areas. We can instantly double or even multiply our profits. Hearing this, Chen Wan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. At this time, Wu Zhengfeng is still here taking credit. I really don't know how to write the word death. But her face showed no emotion. The task Shin Xiao gave her was very simple. Just drink tea and watch the show. He will take care of the rest. So she was happy to cooperate with the two of them. So Chen Wan continued to ask, "I see, but I heard that the Shun family is not willing to sell their business to you. We can only observe this time and don't have the right to bid. What are you going to do?" "Miss, Wu Zhengfeng was just about to answer. Unexpectedly, Jiang Guangji on the side got there first. "Don't worry, Mississippi. Everything is ready. Our people have already been arranged down there. They all got in using fake identities. Since the Shin family is so ungrateful, then they can forget about holding this auction. By then, if they can't convert these assets into cash, they'll have to sell them to us at a low price. Just wait and see." Wu Zhengfeng was shocked to hear Jiang Guangji interrupt him. She immediately glared at him in dissatisfaction. Jiang Guangji glanced away, pretending not to see it, and just looked at Chen Wan with a smile on his face. He could also understand it from Wu Zhengfeng's words and attitude just now. The young woman in front of me is the real person in charge of Century Group, and he's definitely a big shot. If I can win her favor, why would I need to curry favor with Wu Zhengfeng? Although Chen Wan was born a killer, he had little exposure to the ways of the world. But after following Shin Xiao for many years, I have learned a lot. At this moment, one could see at a glance what Jiang Guangji was planning. However, she was too lazy to bother with such a villain. He just turned his head and continued to sip his tea. Just then, clang! The sound of a heavy gong came from downstairs. The auction officially begins. Chapter 48, Suffering in Silence. At this time, in the lounge backstage of the auction hall, Old Master Shun was sitting in a chair, wiping the antique vase in front of him with his head down. In addition to the Shun Group's assets being auctioned this time, there are also many antiques and calligraphy and paintings. They were all passed down from their ancestors in the Shin family. The old man carefully wiped every antique in front of him, with a look of reluctance in his eyes. These antiques were passed down from generation to generation in the Shin family. But I didn't expect that he would sell it now. I feel a little reluctant. "Grandpa, everything is ready up front. The auction is about to start. Let's go." The old man looked up at Shin Yuning and nodded slowly. Shin Yuning ordered his men to take the antiques on the table to the auction hall in front. Then, he walked forward and helped the old man up. Old Master Shin looked at the antiques being taken away one by one and sighed deeply. Afterwards, he walked towards the auction hall with Shin Yuning. Following the entry of Mr. Shun and Shin Yuning, the auction has officially begun. At this time, all the participants in the auction hall have taken their seats. The Shun family has a long heritage, and its assets include many high-end plots of land. Many companies are very coveting these lands. So the auction hall today was packed. The auction begins. The auctioneer in a neat suit walked onto the stage. In his hand, he carefully held an ancient jade artifact. Its shape looks like a jade jar. The auctioneer placed it gracefully on the display stand and then looked at the people below. Next, I will show you the first item of this auction. A jade vase from the Shin family's collection. This vase is a fine piece from the Ru kiln in Ruzhou during the Song dynasty. It has a fine texture, a dong-style embryo, and an excellent appearance. It is a rare and fine product. The starting price is 10 million, and each increment starts at 500,000. The bidding will begin now. Those who are interested can raise their paddles to increase the price. After hearing this, the people in the audience carefully looked at the jade bottle on the display stand. This jade jar looks good. It's a treasure. Judging from its appearance and condition, it should be authentic. I think it's good too. The glaze is rich and the workmanship is fine. It's worth a shot. For a fine product like this, a base price of 10 million is not too high. Even if we raise the price by another 10 million, it will still be worth it. Many guests in the audience were very fond of this jade jar. Start preparing to raise the sign and bid. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was a sudden booing from the audience. How dare you ask for 10 million for such rubbish? Looking at this quality, it's a Northern Song Dynasty Ru kiln piece. It must be fake. Who are you trying to fool? As soon as this person finished speaking, everyone in the auction hall immediately looked in the direction of the voice. Later I found out that the person who spoke was sitting in the corner of the back row. He crossed his legs, looking nonchalant. He also has 2 small mustaches. He looks like a rat. Shin Yuning's eyes changed. She could guess that this person was probably here to cause trouble. No need to guess who did it. However, she couldn't lose her temper at this time. First of all, she had no actual evidence. Secondly, this is our own auction. If a commotion really breaks out and affects the auction, they will be the ones who suffer. Old Master Shin looked at Shin Yuning, who was very angry. He reached out and patted her, whispering comforting words. Yuning, don't bother with this kind of villain. Just be patient for now. Shin Yuning felt a pang of sadness when she heard Mr. Shin's weak words. In the end, he could only nod slowly and keep silent. After all the commotion just now, no one in the auction hall bid. Those present were all people of status. Naturally, it can be seen that the person who just came had bad intentions. There's no need to get involved with this kind of ruffian for an antique. See this situation. Shin Yuning couldn't help feeling a little anxious. And in the next second, someone suddenly called out a price. 10 million, I want it. Shin Yuning looked over when she heard the voice and saw that the person bidding was none other than the man with a mustache who had been causing trouble just now. The man looked scoundrel and spoke lazily. 10 million is too much for this broken thing. I have nothing to do today, so I'll take a picture of it and have some fun. The people at the scene were speechless after hearing what this scoundrel said. Then, a man in a gray suit thought for a moment and shouted, I bid, I. Upon hearing this, the scoundrel immediately turned around and glared at the man fiercely. You dare to steal my things? Be careful when you go out later. Be careful not to get hit by a car. The man in the gray suit lost his temper immediately when he saw the other person's fierce eyes. He moved his lips twice and finally put the sign down. Others at the scene didn't want to cause trouble either. After all, when facing such a scoundrel, no one knows what tricks they will use. Then, the scene was silent and no one continued to raise the price. The auctioneer was also very helpless. Finally, I asked again if anyone had raised the price. 10 million. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? 10 million once. 10 million twice. 10 million 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman for his successful bid. Seeing that no one was bidding higher, the auctioneer had no choice but to bring down the hammer. This person is declared the successful bidder. When the scoundrel saw that he had won the bid, he immediately smiled triumphantly. At the same time, he did not forget to make some sarcastic remarks. Well, I'm just in a good mood today. Otherwise, for a broken vase like this, I wouldn't waste even 1 million, let alone 10 million. Listen to the arrogant words of this scoundrel who is taking advantage of others. The Shin family members were all very angry. You know, this green jade flower vase is a genuine Northern Song Dynasty product. Even doubling it wouldn't be a problem. As a result, due to his disruption, it could only be sold at the starting price. Moreover, he made the scene so messed up that no one dared to bid. If this continues, how will they auction off their future assets? No, I can't swallow this. I have to teach this kid a lesson. Shin Dongjun couldn't bear it anymore, so he stood up and went to find the scoundrel. Shin Dongchi quickly grabbed him and persuaded him in a low voice. Second brother, calm down. What can you possibly get out of arguing with that scoundrel? If he keeps causing trouble like this, how are we going to sell the next items? But even if you go find him, what can you do? He came to the auction with his license plate. Can you still kick him out? If that happens, what will the other guests think? Our auction today won't even be able to go on. This Shin Dongjun looked very ugly. But for a moment, I really didn't know what to do. The old man in the group also had a dark face. His hands were folded together, holding the cane, and the knuckles were faintly white. Finally, Mr. Shin sighed and spoke slowly. Okay, Dongjun, sit down. How will the other guests view our Shin family if you behave like this? Yes, second uncle. Please bear with it for now. There's no need to get so worked up over an antique. Shin Yuning also spoke to comfort her. After all, there is still some land owned by the Shun family behind it. These things are worth a lot of money, and other bidders will not give them up easily. Chapter 49, Eternal Doom. The auction in the auction hall on the first floor is still going on. Several antique calligraphy and paintings were then auctioned. But without exception, they were all bought by the guy with the mustache at the reserve price. Few people dare to bid. The auctioneer was also very helpless about this. The entire auction was more like a stand-up comedy show, as he put it. The next fifth lot is our Shin's manor in the center of Licheng City, including the ground buildings and land use rights, a total of 1,200 square meters. Starting price, 100 million. Each increase starts at 5 million. Now, the bidding begins. Those who are interested, please raise your paddle and bid. As the auctioneer finished speaking, the hall began to become restless. The Shin family manor has a great reputation. In terms of historical heritage, it is no less than the Juning Hotel. More importantly, it is located in the most prosperous commercial district in the city center. Whether you resell it or develop it yourself, it is a business that is sure to make money. You can easily double your profits. If Shin's company was not facing an asset crisis and had no time and funds to develop, you definitely won't get such a bargain. So many bidders are eager to try, unwilling to miss this opportunity. 105 million, 110 million, 115 million. The entire auction hall suddenly became lively. I won't bid on that antique vase just now. It has nothing to do with the overall situation. This time, the property rights of Shun's manor will definitely not be let go. In less than a moment, the price was called up to 230 million, and the prices are still rising. Seeing this, everyone in the Shun family couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Things are finally getting back on track. Although auctioning off ancestral property is not an honorable thing, overcoming the financial crisis is the top priority at the moment. At worst, I can make a comeback and redeem these assets later. 240 million, 250 million, 200 million, 1.5 billion. Just at this moment. Suddenly, a man in black stood up from the crowd and directly bid 1.5 billion. This price instantly shocked everyone at the auction. 1.5 billion is a joke. That's right. Although Shin's factory is impressive, it's only worth 700 to 800 million at most. Yeah, 1.5 billion, what's wrong with this guy? How can you bid like this? The price goes from over 200 million to 1.5 billion in one go. I see people just bidding randomly. Do they understand the rules of the auction? That's right, a bid like that won't count. It's against the rules. Everyone was very dissatisfied with the fact that the price was raised to 1.5 billion at once and couldn't help but talk about it. Unexpectedly, the man in black glanced at the scene and spoke directly. How is this against the rules? I'm bidding normally. If you're not convinced, just keep raising the price. What's the point of talking nonsense in private? Upon hearing this, the scene suddenly fell silent. Although they all felt that this person's behavior was extremely inappropriate. But what he said was indeed correct. There is no upper limit to bidding. If he is willing to pay a high price, then others naturally have no right to say anything. But the price of 1.5 billion is too high, far exceeding their upper limit. On the Shin family's side, Shin Dongxi was originally happy that the factory was auctioned for 1.5 billion yuan. He didn't expect that someone would offer such a high price. It's like pie in the sky. But the next moment he saw his niece's face full of worry, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Shin Yuning frowned slightly. His eyes were full of worry. She hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. I always feel like something is wrong. I originally estimated that our factory would fetch a maximum of 700 to 800 million yuan. This guy called out 1.5 billion all of a sudden. Don't you think it's a little strange? Chapter 50 Shun Xiao's True Identity. After hearing what Shin Yuning said, Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongqi suddenly felt that it made sense. This price is indeed far beyond the actual value of the Shin's manor. Even if the other party has the ability to develop this land, at most they will break even. What's the point? Maybe he's a rich young man from some wealthy family. Yes, Yuning, the higher the price he bids, the more money we will get from the auction. This is a good thing for our family. But, Shin Yuning paused, feeling that something was wrong. But I couldn't tell the specific reason at the moment. Seeing this, Mr. Shun on the side spoke up. All right, Yuning, wait and see what happens. Let's continue bidding. To be honest, Mr. Shin also felt that something was not right. But the auction cannot be interrupted just because the other party bids too high. So we can only wait and see until the auction is over. Afterwards, he continued to bid for the Shun family's 3 industries. But every time the auction begins, the man in black immediately quoted a very high price. The price was so ridiculously high that the others present could only look on in disbelief. In the end, the 3 subsequent lots all fell into the hands of the man in black. At this point, the Shun family members all realized that something was wrong. Even Shin Dongjun and Shun Dongchi realized that something was wrong. It would be fine if the prices of 1 or 2 items were raised higher than expected, but they were all auctioned off at an absurdly high price, which was very wrong. What's more, it was the same person bidding. No matter how you think about it, this matter is unreasonable. What on earth is going on? What is the purpose of that man in black? Shin Yuning frowned, knowing that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out the reason. The man with the mustache was sent by Jiang Guangji to deliberately cause sabotage so that their items could not be sold at a high price. She could figure this out. But what on earth is this man in black? Mr. Shun, who was sitting in the middle, also had a very ugly expression on his face. He clenched the cane tightly in both hands, his brows furrowed. I kept thinking about this in my mind. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. I understood it all at once. That bastard Jiang Guangji is trying to make our lot go unsold. Mr. Shun said with gritted teeth, his face darkening. My heart suddenly burned with anger. They first bought it at a high price. If you refuse to pay afterwards, the item will fail to sell. In this case, the Shin family won't get a single cent. What? Shin Yuning, Shin Dongjun, and Shin Dongchi were stunned when they heard this. They never expected that Jiang Guangji's mind could be so vicious. The other party deliberately quoted a high price, bought the assets, and then refused to pay. Or just drag it out. Make them unable to cash out. In a few days, the Shin family will be forced into bankruptcy liquidation due to financial problems. Jiang Guangji's goal was achieved. I have to say, this is definitely a vicious plan. It is enough to bring the Shun family into an irretrievable state. More than half an hour later, the auction is basically over. In the private room on the 2nd floor, Chun Wanban leaned against the exquisite and simple wooden fence. I watched the whole scene in silence. Then he slowly turned around and spoke to Wu Qingfeng and Jiang Guangji, who were standing beside him. Is this the work of the 2 of you? It's indeed a good trick. You're too kind. These are all ideas I came up with a few days ago. Now we just need to wait patiently. In a few days, all the Shin family's assets will be ours. Jiang Guangji spoke quickly, as if he was afraid that Wu Jingfeng would steal his credit. Miss, you are too kind. This is what we should do. It is our responsibility to devote ourselves to the group. Wu Jingfeng also quickly agreed. He didn't notice the coldness that flashed across Chen Wan's eyes. The 2 of them looked like they were waiting to receive credit and rewards. A faint smile flashed across Chen Wan's face, and he spoke. Mr. Jiang and Mr. Wu don't need to be modest. Come with me. I'll introduce you to someone who has heard of your talents for a long time. Upon hearing Chen Wan's words, Wu Zhengfeng and Jiang Guangji were both stunned. They didn't expect that they would become so famous. It even attracted the attention of some big shots. I couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This is the rhythm of reusing them. Seeing Chen Wan push the door and walk out, the 2 of them followed closely and hurried to catch up. After Chen Wan left the private room, he was not ready to leave the Juning Hotel. Instead, he went straight up the stairs and headed towards the 3rd floor. The high heels made a squeaking sound as they stepped on the quaint and luxurious wooden building. Chen Wan's face was cold as he climbed up the stairs step by step. The 2 people behind him were so immersed in the joy of promotion that they were not aware of anything unusual. Chen Wan walked to the door of a room on the 3rd floor and stopped, then raised his hand and knocked on the door. A deep male voice slowly came from inside the room. Enter. After hearing this, Chen Wan opened the door and walked in. Seeing this, Wu Zhengfeng couldn't help but be shocked. Judging from Chen Wan's attitude, he seemed to be very respectful to the people in the room. But Chen Wan is the leader of their K2. Given her status, why should she lower herself to anyone? What kind of person is this to have such a special privilege? The 3 of them walked into the house and were greeted by the Juning Hotel's unique and rich, ancient Republican-style design. Chen Wan slowly walked through the entrance in the living room and went into the room. The high heels stepped on the carpet without making any sound. The 2 followed closely behind, feeling increasingly curious and anxious. It was not until they reached the inner hall that the 2 saw the person Chen Wan wanted to take them to meet. I saw a tall and straight figure standing silently in front of the half-open window, wearing a black windbreaker. He turned his back to them and said nothing. But for some reason, just seeing this back figure makes people feel a strong aura. It makes people shudder instantly and feel indescribable pressure. Wu Zhengfeng and Jiang Guangji looked at each other. Obviously, they didn't recognize the identity of the big shot in front of them, just as they were struggling with how to address each other. The big man turned slowly. When Jiang Guangji saw the other person's angular face clearly, he immediately exclaimed, "Shin Xiao, it's you." Jiang Guangji recognized the person in front of him at a glance. Although he had never met Shin Xiao, he had read information about him. Remember the other person's appearance clearly, especially those eyes as deep as the sea. It is still fresh in people's memory. At this time, I saw Shin Xiao actually appear here. I couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Shin Xiao, why are you here?" Shin Xiao heard this. He just sneered and walked to the large boss chair beside him. Pick up a cigar from the table. Gently snip off the ends. Juning Hotel is our Shin family's property. Why am I here? Haha, the Shin family's property? Your Shin family is auctioning off assets downstairs right now. Master Shin, you may not know this, but your Shin family is about to go bankrupt. Don't even mention this hotel anymore. All of your Shin family's businesses will become our century groups. Jiang Guangji looked at Shin Xiao, his arrogance still undiminished. Wu Zhengfeng, who was standing aside, did not speak. He and Shin Xiao had no grudges against each other in the past. All I know is that the other party is the eldest grandson of Mr. Shin. The only thing he didn't understand now was why the leader brought them to see Shin Xiao. What is the relationship between Shin Xiao and their leader? For some reason, he had a bad feeling. I'm afraid this young man named Shin Xiao has some kind of relationship with their leader. But the next second, Wu Zhengfeng was completely shocked by the scene before him. I saw the young man in front of me named Shin Xiao handing over the cigar in his hand. And Chun Wan actually leaned over and handed over the kerosene lighter. Light a cigar for him. The leader of the K2 organization was actually so respectful to Shin Xiao. This made Wu Zhengfeng petrified on the spot. And Chun Wan's next words made his blood pressure soar. Boss, the person has been brought here. What are you going to do with them? Chapter 51 Reversal, Codename 7 Kills. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Wu Zhengfeng and Jiang Guangji were both stunned. Jiang Guangji is fine, because he is not a member of the K2 organization after all. I am more confused about the scene before me. But Wu Zhengfeng is different. At this moment, he was filled with more shock and disbelief. He knew Chun Wan's identity. I also understand the meaning of the word boss from Chun Wan's mouth. Chun Wan is the leader of K2 and the controller of K2, someone whom even she had to address respectfully. Wu Zhengfeng no longer dared to imagine Shin Xiao's identity. After a long while, Wu Zhengfeng finally asked Chun Wan in a trembling voice, "Chief, what is going on? Who is this?" Chun Wan glanced at him coldly and spoke slowly. "You should have heard of the 7 kills." When Wu Zhengfeng heard these 2 words, he was struck by lightning. His face suddenly turned extremely pale. Seven kills. When Wu Zhengfeng heard this name, he felt like he was electrocuted. He was very familiar with these 2 words. Qisha was the code name of his former direct superior, the financial backer behind Century Group. Wu Zhengfeng is an external member of K2, so no one knows who this boss codenamed Qisha is. I don't even know if it's a boy or a girl. In the past, orders were given to the Century Group's senior executives through video conferences. Both the sound and the image have been specially processed. There is no way to get a glimpse of its true appearance. At this time, Shin Xiao said this codename. Could it be that Shin Xiao is the high-ranking official codenamed 7 Killers? Thinking of this, Wu Zhengfeng broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid it's almost certain. He never imagined that Shin Xiao was actually the legendary 7 Killers. I thought back to what I had done to the Shun family before. Wu Zhengfeng collapsed to the ground. My mind was completely blank. More than half a minute passed. A trace of spirit finally returned to his empty eyes. He hurriedly knelt in front of Shin Xiao's large desk and begged for mercy. "Master Shin, you are very observant. None of this was my idea. I was also deceived. I didn't know you were a member of the Shin family. Yes, it was all Jiang Guangji's idea. I was also deceived by him. Otherwise, even if you give me more courage, I wouldn't dare to attack the Shin family. I was just blinded by him for a while and wanted to expand the scale of Century Group. I was really confused for a moment." Wu Zhengfeng looked at Shin Xiao with tears in his eyes. "Try to put all the blame on Jiang Guangji. I hope Shin Xiao can spare his life because he is not the mastermind. This is the only thing he can do." At this moment, Wu Zhongfeng wished he could eat Jiang Guangji alive. If this guy hadn't dragged him into this, why would he have offended Shin Xiao? This time, he was really hurt. Wu Zhongfeng was terrified and couldn't even imagine what would happen to him. He knew very well what kind of people were in the K2 organization. Especially when dealing with those who are disloyal, he never shows mercy. He doesn't want to become an unknown corpse on the high seas. Jiang Guangji, who was standing aside, was completely confused at this time. I have absolutely no idea what's going on now. He didn't know why Chun Wan was so respectful to Shin Xiao. Even if the other party has some military background, it shouldn't be like this, right? Especially after Shin Xiao said the words 7 kills. Wu Zhongfeng suddenly seemed like a different person. He kowtowed to Shin Xiao and begged for mercy. Could it be that Shin Xiao has another secret identity? Although I don't know the right or wrong reason behind this. But Jiang Guangji has been in the business world for many years after all. He still has some vision. Judging from the situation in front of us, even if we use our toes to think, we can tell that something is wrong. If you don't get away now, something bad might happen. So Jiang Guangji turned his eyes and quietly took a step back. Then he immediately turned around and ran towards the door quickly. Seeing this, Shin Xiao just flicked the ash of the cigar in his hand. He didn't even let the people around him chase him. He has seen too many of these petty tricks and gimmicks. If this old guy really gets away, then he wouldn't be called Shin Xiao. Soon, shouts were heard outside the door. Let me go? Let me go? What the hell are you going to do? Kidnapping is illegal. Let me go immediately. Jiang Guangji was carried back by 2 burly men in black. Although Jiang Guangji kept shouting and struggling desperately with his hands and feet. But it's of no use at all. How could a businessman like him possibly defeat these 2 bodyguards who were former mercenaries? Before he could even struggle twice, it was thrown directly at Shin Xiao's feet. Jiang Guangji cried out in pain and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Just then a pair of black leather shoes came into his sight. Looking up, he saw Shin Xiao slowly walking up to him. She lowered her eyes and looked at him with cold contempt. Jiang Guangji was suddenly frightened. For some reason, Shin Xiao's gaze made him feel chilled. Shin Xiao looked at Jiang Guangji lying on the ground in front of him, with a hint of murderous intent in his voice. Do you know how I usually deal with people like you? No, I don't know. When Jiang Guangji heard this, his face turned pale and he was shaking with fear. He could feel the terrifying aura from Shin Xiao. This is something that only those who have crawled out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood can possess. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Guangji's fear increased. If it were 5 years ago, I would have dealt with someone like you. I will do it myself and put an end to you. And a year ago, I'll let you experience K2's hospitality while you're still alive. But you are lucky to have met me now. When Jiang Guangji heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly spoke to Shin Xiao. Master Shin, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I swear, I will never dare to target your Shin family again. I turned over a new leaf and became a new person. I will avoid the Shin family when I see them from now on. I will go online to help the Shin family clarify the matter. As long as you can let me go, I will do anything, please. Let you go. Do you think it's possible? Shin Xiao simply said a few words, but each word made people feel cold. If Jiang Guangji were really released like this, that would be unfair to the unfair treatment the Shin family had suffered before. But for Shin Xiao, he has passed the stage of shouting for war and killing. All the hostility in his body has been worn away. Now he is more reserved and calm. He has more appropriate means to deal with people like Jiang Guangji. Just as he said, when killing someone, you must destroy the heart. Chapter 52 Secret Help. At this time, Juning Hotel. Auction hall on the first floor. The entire asset auction has ended. Watching the guests in the hall gradually disperse, Mr. Shin couldn't help feeling lonely. I thought the Shin family could raise funds through this auction. This is how we get through the difficult times. But I didn't expect that I would fail in the end. Now they have no way out. The Shin family is finished. Jiang Guangji, this despicable villain. No, I have to go and settle the score with him. Shin Dongjun clenched his fists and made a gesture to leave. He has a hot temper. Naturally, I can't swallow this. Seeing this, Shin Dongqi quickly stopped his second brother. Shin Dongjun is very angry now, and if he goes out like this, something bad will definitely happen. The Shin family is now in trouble. It's better to avoid trouble. Second brother, please stop making trouble. Even if we teach Jiang Guangji a lesson now, it will be of no use. The auction is over, and I think all our items will go unsold. If we can't raise funds, our Shin family. Shin Dongqi was halfway through his speech when he couldn't go on any further and his voice couldn't help but choke up. He really couldn't bear to see their Shin family go bankrupt. Seeing this, Shin Yuning quickly whispered to comfort her. Second uncle, third uncle, don't be too pessimistic. Things haven't reached the final stage yet. Maybe there will be a turning point. I hope so. Shin Dongchi sighed. He knew in his heart that there was no chance of a turnaround at this point. The auction was the last resort they had come up with. Now all the auction items have been maliciously bought away by Jiang Guangji's people. That villain Jiang Guangji will definitely not pay a penny. If the Shun family cannot raise funds, they can only declare bankruptcy. Shin Yuning also understood the reason behind this. There was silence for a while, and everyone looked very lonely. Mr. Shin standing by felt even worse. But there is no way to remedy the situation now. The old man sighed, suddenly thought of something, and asked Shin Yuning. Yuning, how is your brother doing recently? Shin Yuning didn't know why the old man suddenly asked about her brother. But he didn't ask any more questions and answered directly. I just contacted my brother a few days ago, and he said he would be back in a few days. The old man nodded and spoke again in a deep voice. Go back later and find all the valuables, including cash, gold, jewelry, etc., that are in our safe. Then transfer all the properties and shops in the northern suburbs to your brother's name. Your brother is in poor health now, and he will need a lot of money in the future. We don't have much left at home now, so let's give him what we have. Try your best to ensure he has enough food and clothing for the rest of his life. Hearing the old man's words, Shin Yuning felt a little sad and nodded slowly. The Shin family now has very little assets left. If these bad things hadn't happened, what was originally left to her brother should have been a huge family business and a Shin family that made a fortune every day. But now, Shin Yuning couldn't help but blame herself for her incompetence. Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongchi on the side had no objection to the old man's decision. The Shin family had always been very wealthy until they fell into decline a few years ago. It is no exaggeration to say that he is extremely wealthy. Although they have had a hard time in the past 2 years, they have been rich after all. But Shin Xiao has never enjoyed happiness since childhood. Shin Xiao's father, their eldest brother, passed away early. In order to train Shin Xiao to be a qualified heir, the old man was very strict with him since he was a child. He was sent to the army at the age of 19. Now he was seriously injured while performing his mission. It can really be said that he grew up in bitter water. The old man left the remaining family property to Shin Xiao, which is what he deserves. Even though the Shun family has fallen on hard times, we can't let Shin Xiao suffer with them. Mr. Shin glanced at them and spoke in a weak voice. Go back. Everything can only be left to fate. After hearing this, the three of them nodded slowly. Then, Shin Yuning stepped forward to support the old man. Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongchi followed behind. The four of them walked slowly towards the hotel entrance. Shin Yuning supported the old man and just stepped out of the hotel door. The phone in my pocket suddenly rang with a text message alert. Shin Yuning was worried that something had happened in the group again, so I quickly took out my phone to check. As a result, after seeing the content of the text message clearly, Shin Yuning's eyes widened in disbelief, and she froze in place. Yuning, what's wrong? When Mr. Shun saw his granddaughter stop in surprise, he couldn't help but ask. Shin Yuning came back to her senses after hearing this. He looked at the old man in a daze and spoke slowly. Grandpa, our company's finance department just sent a message. There are several extra payments on our company's books. About 3 billion. What? Mr. Shun, Shin Dongjun, and Shin Dongchi said in unison. Their faces were full of surprise. How could Century Group pay so easily? They quickly took the phone. I saw the receipts for the above payments. It is true that the party transferring the funds is Century Group. There are also notes attached to the voucher. It is the transaction details of each payment. It's exactly what we got from the auction just now. This is completely different from what they had expected. How could this happen? Century Group actually transferred the money. Jiang Guangji didn't do anything wrong? Shin Dongchi frowned and guessed. However, even he himself didn't believe what he said. It is better to believe that a sow can climb a tree than to believe that Jiang Guangji has a change of heart. Those two people at the auction just now were obviously here to cause trouble. And Jiang Guangji is also from Century Group. How could the other party pay so cleanly and efficiently now? What's more, the transaction price of each asset is more than double the actual market price. Century Group is not a charity organization. How could I possibly give money away for nothing? This is absolutely impossible. But now every remittance has been deposited into the Shun Group's account. This is an indisputable fact, and it is reasonable and legal auction proceeds. Now the Shin family can completely rely on this money to recover. It was equivalent to helping the Shun family at a critical moment. Century Group's actions are indeed puzzling. No one could understand the reason. This matter is indeed full of weirdness. Everyone in the Shun family, including old Master Shun, felt a strong sense of unreality. Could it be that someone is secretly helping the Shin family? Chapter 53, An incredible scene. Mr. Shun. Just at this moment. Suddenly, a shout came from not far away. Several people looked over when they heard the sound. I saw a well-dressed man in his 30s walking towards me. It turned out to be the president of Century Group, Wu Zhengfeng. Mr. Shun, Miss Shun, please stay for now. Wu Zhengfeng ran to and stood in front of Mr. Shun. I don't know if it was because I was jogging or for some other reason. There was no color on his face and sweat kept oozing from his forehead. The whole back looked wet, as if it had just been pulled out of the water. Mr. Wu. At first, Mr. Shun was not surprised to see Wu Zhengfeng appear. After all, Century Group just transferred the money. There is nothing wrong with informing them. But upon closer inspection, he found that Wu Zhengfeng's expression looked rather ugly. I don't know if it's an illusion. He always felt that Wu Zhengfeng seemed a little timid at this moment. His eyes kept glancing behind him. It seems like he is afraid of something. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhengfeng quickly lowered his body a little. He spoke in the manner of a junior. Mr. Shun, please don't call me Mr. Wu. It's really embarrassing. I just came to ask you if you received the payment. Hearing Wu Zhengfeng's words, the Shun family members couldn't help but look at each other. They were all quite surprised at Wu Zhengfeng's abnormal behavior. Although Mr. Shun is old and virtuous, he is considered an elder. But in the business world, strength is what counts, not seniority. A leading multinational company like Century Group is much larger than the Shin Group. There is absolutely no need to be so polite. What's more, Century Group had just acquired the Shun family's assets at a high price, which helped them at a critical moment. They should be polite. But now it's completely reversed. Shin Yuning was also a little suspicious at this time. She didn't know what Wu Zhengfeng was up to. First, support Jiang Guangji to deal with their Shin family. Now you can pay directly and happily. Give them a hand. He was also unusually polite to them. It's really hard to understand. However, despite the doubts, we still have to be polite to save face. Shin Yuning bowed slightly and said in a deep voice, Mr. Wu, we have received the payment. Thank you for your trouble. Hearing this, Wu Zhengfeng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Then he forced a smile on his face. There was finally a hint of color on the originally pale face. He said to Shin Yuning, as long as the money is received, it's good. If there is anything else that the Shun family needs from now on, Miss Shun, please feel free to ask. Century Group will definitely serve you. Hearing Wu Zhengfeng's words, everyone in the Shun family was stunned. What's happening? How could the CEO of Century Group be so polite to them? And look at this attitude. It doesn't sound like a casual greeting at all. It's more like a heartfelt statement. It seems that Wu Zhengfeng has no relationship with their Shin family. It's really confusing to hear such words. Just when the Shun family didn't understand the situation. In the crowd not far away, several figures stood out from the crowd, walking towards this side. Before the other party got close, Shin Dongjun on the side shouted harshly, Jiang Guangji, you despicable villain. You dare to come back. It turns out that the leader is none other than him. It's Jiang Guangji. As soon as he saw this guy, the hot-tempered Shin Dongjun was furious. The Shin family has fallen to this point today, all thanks to Jiang Guangji. From framing Shin Xiao at the airport to spreading rumors and slandering the Shun group later. He was the one behind all this. It can be said that Jiang Guangji did everything he could to bring down the Shin family. Even at today's auction, he didn't forget to find someone to cause trouble. Now that he appears here again, he is naturally not welcome. Shin Dongjun was just about to fly forward and teach this guy a lesson. But he was stopped by Shin Dongqi. Because the other party did not come alone. Following behind him were several middle-aged men in suits and ties. Although he doesn't look like a thug. But in order to prevent Shin Dongjun from suffering any loss, Shin Dongqi still held down his second brother. Those people seem a little familiar. At this moment, Shin Yuning suddenly frowned. She felt like she had seen these people behind Jiang Guangji somewhere before. Recall it in my mind for a moment. She suddenly remembered. Aren't these the same suppliers who forced the Shin family to pay for their goods? The man named Jang on Jiang Guangji's left is the largest supplier of raw materials for the Shin group. Shin Yuning has had many dealings with him. When we were asking for payment for the goods before, this guy was the one who made the most noise. The other one with a slightly bald head is the editor-in-chief of a relatively well-known self-media company in Liqing. His surname is Ma because he is two-faced. So everyone in the industry called him Ma Sandow. I heard that this person has a good relationship with Jiang Guangji. A lot of negative news about the Shun family was fabricated by this person. It can be said that birds of a feather flock together. Most of the other people looked familiar. They are basically Jiang Guangji's network of relationships. It can be said that these people played an indispensable role in bringing the Shun family to the brink of bankruptcy. I saw the other party walking straight towards this side. Shun Yuning subconsciously took a step forward and protected her grandfather Shin Boli behind her. These people came with such a threatening attitude. I'm afraid they have no good intentions. Mr. Shun is old and can't stand the hardship. Even if I get hurt, I can't let anything happen to Grandpa. This scene immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The auction had just ended. The bidders haven't left yet. A lot of people gathered outside the Juning Hotel. When everyone saw Jiang Guangji and his group appear, they all gathered around. In the leeching business community, it is no longer a secret that the Shun family and the Jiang family are incompatible. In the past 2 years, the situation has almost reached a point where there is no end. This time Jiang Guangji appeared with his men. I'm afraid he's here to cause trouble. See this situation. Mr. Shun snorted coldly. He tapped the ground hard with his cane. When he was young, he was also a military man and participated in many battles, big and small. He is a veteran who has truly seen big scenes. Naturally, I wouldn't be scared by such a situation. He just couldn't believe that Jiang Guangji would dare to attack and hurt people in broad daylight. But, in the next second, a scene that stunned everyone present appeared. Jiang Guangji and his group walked up to Mr. Shun. There was a pause. Then he bent his body. Then there were a few thump sounds. They all knelt down in unison. Chapter 54. This person's identity is not simple. Mr. Shun, Miss Shun, this is all my fault. I am despicable. I am shameless. I am an unforgivable villain. I've put obstacles in the way of your Shun group many times before, and later slandered you online. We're forcing and bribing your suppliers to go on strike, demanding payment in advance, and terminating your contracts. It was me who paid someone to short sell your Shun Corporation stocks, causing you to suffer heavy losses. This is all my fault. I kowtow to you and make amends. After Jiang Guangji knelt down, he immediately apologized with tears in his eyes. His face was pale, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. His words were very sincere, completely different from his previous arrogant and complacent appearance. Then, he bent down and kowtowed heavily to Mr. Shun and the others. The others behind him also echoed. He called them possessed by evil spirits and said they shouldn't frame the Shun family. This moment, the Shun family was instantly shocked. They never dreamed of it. Jiang Guangji will confess all the evil things he has done in the past in public. What they didn't expect was that he would actually kowtow to them and admit his mistake. Is this still Jiang Guangji? Could it be that he is possessed by a ghost? And Manager Zhang, Ma Sandao and the others, are these people crazy? The Shin family looked at each other in shock. Shin Yuning was just about to ask Jiang Guangji if he was possessed by an evil spirit, but I haven't been able to say it yet. Then everyone raised their heads again and spoke to them with a pleading look on their faces. Mr. Shun, Miss Shun, I was bewildered before. I was confused for a moment. I apologize to you. I hope you will forgive me this time. Yes, Mr. Shun, we all know we were wrong. Please forgive us this time. Master, we swear we'll never do that again. After saying that, several people bent down together with a dong sound. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Guangji's head banged heavily on the cold, thick floor again and again, making loud noises. Soon, blood began to seep out of his forehead. But he continued to kowtow to the Shin family, his face full of fear. Seems to be afraid of something. At this time, the people who had not yet dispersed at the hotel entrance saw this scene. They were all dumbfounded. I thought Jiang Guangji was here to cause trouble. But no one expected that he actually came to kowtow and admit his mistake to the Shin family. This scene caught everyone off guard. And what Jiang Guangji just said. They all heard it too. I didn't expect the negative public opinion and financial problems about the Shun family before. It was Jiang Guangji who was behind all this. Although as a businessman, it is understandable to use some abnormal means to compete. However, such despicable behavior as Jiang Guangji's is still extremely disgusting. It's a complete cancer of the business world. It is because of the existence of such people that the business community in leeching is so chaotic today. In addition, Jiang Guangji's previous behavior of disrupting the auction had already aroused public anger. So at this time no one felt sorry for this guy. It's really his own fault. He deserves to die. It turns out that he was the one who caused all the trouble with the Shin family. It's really abominable. They actually coerced and bribed the Shun family's suppliers to ask for payment in advance. I was saying that the Shun family has always had a good reputation in the industry. How could they possibly default on payments? That's right, payment for goods must be made according to the time stipulated in the contract. Who would pay in advance? What happened at the auction just now was probably his fault. This kind of person is despicable. That's right. But now he's asking you to kowtow and apologize to the Shin family. Could it be that he has a change of heart? What a joke. Does this kind of person have a conscience? That's strange. Looking at his appearance, someone who doesn't know would think he's possessed by a ghost. The onlookers couldn't help but start talking in low voices. Of course, there are also some people with discerning eyes. From the respectful attitude of Century Group towards the Shun family, just now, to Jiang Guangji and others kneeling down to apologize now. All these indicate that someone is trying to protect the Shin family. He also secretly warned Jiang Guangji and others. I just don't know who he is. He actually has such omnipotent abilities. It can make Century Group and Jiang Guangji and his group bow down at the same time. At this time, the Shin family naturally figured out the clues. Shin Yuning looked at Shin Boli with a complicated expression. My grandfather has been in the business world for many years. Many of my comrades from the early years have also held high positions. Maybe this time it was the other party who took action to rescue the Shin family. So, Shin Yuning asked in a low voice. Grandpa, this doesn't look very ordinary. Could it be that your old friends are secretly helping our Shin family? Old Master Shin frowned and thought for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Most of his old buddies are dead. Even if there are a few who live long lives, they are now at least 80 years old. At this age, he would have retired to the second line long ago. It is unlikely that he would get involved in such matters. To be able to make Century Group bow down, he must have an extraordinary status. After much thought, no one Shin Boli knew had such ability. The brothers Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongqi standing by also had puzzled expressions on their faces. Then, Shin Dongqi suddenly thought of something and hurriedly whispered to the old man. Dad, this could be. Old Master Shin immediately understood what Shin Dongqi meant. But then he thought about it and shook his head to reject it. Impossible. The military would not act like this. It was indeed because of their actions that the Jiang group was shut down before. But that is also because Jiang did break the law. And this time, although Jiang Guangji's means were despicable, but in essence it is still commercial competition and does not touch the bottom line. Therefore, they are unlikely to intervene. In that case, who could it be? Shin Dongqi asked in confusion. The old man shook his head and said in a deep voice. Have no idea. But what is certain is that the other party does not seem to have any ill intentions towards our Shin family. Let's wait and see what happens. Chapter 55. Entrusted. Just when the Shin family was puzzled, suddenly, a group of people came down the hotel stairs in a loud and powerful manner. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to them, and they looked at them curiously. I saw a group of tall men in black walking down the stairs in an orderly manner. Everyone had a serious expression and looked straight ahead. After reaching the bottom of the stairs, the group stopped instantly, waiting there, as if waiting for someone. A moment later, the sound of high heels slowly came from the stairs. Then, a very beautiful woman walked down slowly. She has a cool expression and elegant temperament, and carries an aura of majesty without anger when she walks. It was Chun Wan who had attracted everyone's attention when the auction opened. After Wu Zhengfeng, Jiang Guangji, and others saw Chun Wan appear, my body subconsciously shuddered. It was a fear that came from the bottom of my heart. However, Chun Wan didn't even glance at them. He came down the stairs and walked straight to Mr. Shun and others. Mr. Shun, our Century Group has caused trouble for the Shun family before. Please forgive us. I have already punished them and asked them to come here specially to apologize to you. I wonder if you are satisfied with this approach. Chun Wan stood opposite Mr. Shun and spoke slowly. The tone is neither humble nor arrogant, but generous and polite. Although he is a junior, he is calm and composed in his conversation. You can tell at a glance that he has received a traditional etiquette education of extraordinary origin. Mr. Shin looked at Chun Wan, who suddenly appeared in front of him with a look of surprise. Just by looking at Chun Wan's aura and behavior, he knew that she was no ordinary person. Moreover, the other party just called themselves Century Group. He must be a senior executive behind Century Group. Large multinational companies like this basically have financial backers behind the scenes. Although I don't know the other party's specific identity. But judging from Wu Zhengfeng's performance and attitude towards her, his position should be much higher than his. And Century Group will transfer the auction proceeds. Wu Zhengfeng and Jiang Guangji also suddenly apologized to the Shin family. It is probably her work. However, what Mr. Shin didn't understand was why she did this. Miss, we, the Shin family, are strangers to you. Why are you helping us? Mr. Shun asked directly to the point. This is also what Shin Yuning has always wondered. The two parties have never met each other before. I don't know why the other party would help them. Shin Wan looked at the puzzled expressions of the few people and smiled indifferently. I was just asked by a friend. Entrusted by someone. Mr. Shun frowned slightly, thinking quickly in his mind. Although this old man still has some connections over the years, but I have never heard anyone mention that anyone is familiar with Century Group. What's more, the woman in front of him looked to be in her 20s at most. It's obvious that he and this old man are not in the same social circle. Who will secretly help them? The old man was puzzled and couldn't help asking. Miss, may I ask, who entrusted you with this mission? Chunwan smiled politely. Then he said, I promise to keep it a secret for that person, so please don't ask any more questions, Mr. Shun. This Junior has something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. Before Shinboli could continue asking, Chunwan said goodbye first. Obviously, the other party did not want to reveal the identity of the mysterious friend. Miss, we have done everything you asked for. Just let me go, please. I have already apologized to the Shin family. I will never dare to target the Shin family again. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with a small person like me. Please. See Chunwan preparing to leave. Jiang Guangji and others quickly spoke up and begged Chunwan for mercy. Now they no longer care about face or anything like that. As long as Chunwan can show mercy and let them go, it will be enough. Chunwan looked at them coldly. He sneered. Then you continue to kneel here until Mr. Shun is satisfied. After saying that, Chunwan turned around and left, no longer paying any attention to them. Several bodyguards in black also quickly followed Chunwan. They got into a row of luxury cars that had been waiting on the side. The convoy drove away from the entrance of Juning Hotel in a mighty manner. Watching the convoy driving away, everyone in the Shin family looked confused. Only Mr. Shin narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about something. At the moment when the car door opened and closed just now, he vaguely saw someone sitting in the car. Judging from his figure, he seems to be a man. Anyone who can ride in the same car with Chunwan must be of high status. It is even possible that he is the mysterious person who secretly helps the Shin family. But that glance just now happened in almost a flash. I didn't see the other person's face clearly, but vaguely, Shinboli felt that the other person's figure looked familiar. Could it be that he actually knew this mysterious person? The onlookers at the hotel entrance saw Chunwan leave. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The aura of that woman just now was really too strong. Even those who were watching from the sidelines felt a little breathless. Oh my God, that beauty is so cool. Who is she? Didn't you hear what people said just now? We are the Century Group. It must be some big shot in the Century Group. I told you, this aura is definitely not that of an ordinary person. No wonder Jiang Guangji suddenly cowed out and admitted his mistake. He must have offended the wrong person after all this trouble. There are always people who are better than you, and there are always things better than you. Yeah, even novels don't dare to write like that. It's what he deserves. He's so despicable. He deserves to die on his knees today. At this time, inside a luxury car that was speeding away, Shin Xiao was sitting in the back seat and talking to Chunwan. He had already gotten in the car and was waiting at the hotel entrance. The entire scene just now fell into his eyes. The reason why he didn't show up directly was that he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. After all, he is now the operator of the K2 organization. He also serves as an undercover investigator, involving some military secrets. It is not appropriate to show up in public. So, he left everything to Chunwan. Chunwan, who was sitting next to Shin Xiao, looked at him and asked, Boss, everything has been done as you instructed. What should we do with those people later? Shin Xiao thought of what Jiang Guangji and others had done, and his eyes suddenly darkened. They made the Shin family desperate and almost bankrupt. Naturally, we can't let them off easily. However, there is no need to do it yourself to deal with small characters like them. So, he said directly to Chunwan Dao, leave it to you. In short, just don't let them show up in Liqing again. Chunwan immediately understood. She had been with Shin Xiao for many years and naturally understood what he meant. He immediately nodded in response. Clear. Chapter 56, Shin Xiao returns. In the following few days, a video has made major online media platforms lively again. Photos of Jiang Guangji and others kneeling down to apologize outside the Juning Hotel were quickly posted online. It quickly sparked heated discussion. The Shin family, which had originally faded from people's sight, has once again become a hot topic. The day after the auction, a lot of news about the Shin family appeared on the internet. Originally, netizens saw the word Shin family. I thought the Shin family was up to something weird again. When I clicked on it, I found that this time it was all positive news about the Shin family. Hashtag shocked. The Shin family's default on payments was a frame-up. Hashtag Shin was maliciously framed. Hashtag Shin's design was again slandered by Jang's group. Topics like these are all on the hot search list. Each one is extremely popular. The continuous topics quickly attracted attention from the entire network. In addition, many media outlets that were present at the time released videos to clear Shin's name. For a time, netizens were all discussing the Shin family. Hashtag Shuns has not defaulted on payments for goods. This is all due to someone secretly messing around. Hashtag Shinsure once again suffered malicious competition and was tragically framed by a villain. Hashtag being slandered for defaulting on payments. The auction was maliciously disrupted. Whose way is Shin blocking? Hashtag a century-old company has been repeatedly framed. Who is behind this? This series of videos explains the whole story clearly. Below each video, almost all of them have more than 999 comments. There was a heated discussion on the internet, with everyone condemning Jiang Guangji's despicable behavior. At the same time, he was also speaking up for the Shin family. Just 2 days later, the official Weibo account of Leeching Daily suddenly published an article, counting the century-long history of Shun's enterprise. Since the Shun family is currently being hotly discussed by the whole nation, this article quickly attracted the attention of many netizens. They clicked to check it out. Leeching Daily V. As a century-old family-owned enterprise in Leeching, Shin's enterprise has remained standing for many years. Why? Looking back over the past centuries, the answer can only be summed up in 2 words: conscience. The Shun family rose to prominence during the Republic of China era and was already the largest family in Leeching. Later, during the anti-Japanese war, he donated all his wealth for the country. It's no exaggeration to say that the Shun family has contributed greatly to our current peaceful and prosperous times. Later, Shin has been committed to charity for many years. According to incomplete statistics, over the years, the Shin family has donated to build more than 200 Hope primary schools, supported thousands of poor students. In addition, he has donated to many public welfare projects such as welfare homes, nursing homes, libraries, etc. And every time a disaster or danger occurs in China, the Shin family is always present. It can be said to be a true charitable enterprise. Such a conscientious and kind-hearted company should not be subjected to unwarranted slander and abuse. P.S. The internet is not an illegal place. Please do not believe or spread rumors. After this article was published on the official Weibo account of Leeching Daily, this is equivalent to putting the final nail in the coffin on the matter of kneeling down to apologize. It was indeed Jiang Guangji who used his connections to fabricate facts and frame the Shin family. In addition, the good deeds done by the Shun family over the years have added a lot of glory to them. This has made public opinion almost one-sided. Many netizens who did not know Shun before were all shocked by Shin's charitable behavior. At the same time, he began to denounce Jiang Guangji more and more. There are also many bloggers and big verses who, after learning about the previous deeds of the Shin family, made a special trip to visit the Shin group, produced a number of promotional videos. After some inventory, netizens discovered the positive deeds that Shun has done over the years are simply countless. Moreover, many of them are carried out silently, and it is impossible to count them all without deep digging. As a result, netizens' favorable impression of Shun group instantly soared. Many people also began to lead the rhythm spontaneously. Shun's has done so many charitable projects. It's truly a conscientious enterprise. Jang's is such a piece of crap. When my dad saw the news that day, he said that the Shun family is a conscientious company and would never do such a thing. Everyone in Leeching knows that the Shun family has been doing charity work for many years. Yes, that's right. Everyone in Leeching knows that the first gymnasium in Leeching was funded and built by the Shin family. Not only that, many of Leeching's free facilities were funded by the Shin family. It can be said that without the Shin family, there would be no Leeching today. It is said that the Shun family motto is honesty and integrity, and they will never allow their descendants to do anything opportunistic. No wonder Shin's never does those quick money projects. It turns out it's because of this. Alas, that's why it's said that the more conscientious a business is, the harder it is to navigate. That's not true, but I swear from now on I will support Shun's and all their products. Yes, me too. From now on, if I buy something from the Shin family, I will buy something produced by the Shin family. Add me in, we must support this. Such a conscientious enterprise must not go bankrupt. At the same time, various venture capital firms and investors also began to take action. Sensitively smelled the huge business opportunity therein. Various funds are continuously injected into the Shin group. This caused the group's stock price to rise rapidly. The stock price, which had been plummeting due to Jiang Guangji's secret obstruction, suddenly made a sudden turn of almost 180 degrees. The next day, the stock opened at almost the daily limit. And as the manager of Shin Group, Shin Yuning has been very busy these days. Having no money has its own troubles, and having money has its own problems. A few days ago, She was still worried about the group's broken capital chain. I didn't expect that the situation would change so drastically in just a few days. Now a large amount of funds are coming in every day, and she must personally review and approve them and transfer them to the various industries under the Shin family. Shin Yuning has hardly slept for 24 hours these days. Food and accommodation are all provided by the group. I lost a lot of weight, but she didn't find it hard at all. Although I am a little busier now, it is still much better than living on the streets. However, Shin Yuning also knew that the Shun family could be in its current state thanks to the mysterious person who helped them secretly. If the other party had not taken action, the Shin family would have been rescued. The group may have gone bankrupt by this time. She also had a vague feeling that the recent popularity of the Shun family on the internet might also be related to that mysterious person. She had contacted Licheng Daily before to inquire about the reports about the Shin family. But the other party only said that someone provided them with detailed information about the Shin family and paid high publicity fees. When asked about the other party's identity, Licheng Daily said everything was kept confidential. It was this point that made Shin Yuning once again doubt the identity of the mysterious man, because the Shun family's charitable activities and family history are rarely made public. Some of the details are not even known to the Shun family themselves. And that mysterious man seemed to know all of this. It's really unbelievable. The other party is not only very familiar with the Shin family. Even the history of the Shin family is very clear. Could it be that this person really has some special relationship with the Shin family? But Shin Yuning was curious. But it's not to the point where we won't stop until we get to the bottom of it. Since the other party has not revealed his identity, there must be a reason. As long as the other party has no ill intentions, there is no need to dig into the matter. Shin Group, President's Office. Shin Yuning closed the document in her hand and shook her dizzy head. Before I knew it, I had been in the office for more than 10 hours. Finally finished the work at hand. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the clock beside her. I was stunned. I thought to myself, it's bad. It's already past 5 in the morning. She quickly got up, put on her coat, and hurried to the parking lot. Today is the day when my brother Shin Xiao comes back. She had totally forgotten it. Chapter 57 Scorpion. A few hours later, outside the Shun family manor, a black luxury car was parked at the door. In the car, Shin Xiao held a cigarette between his fingers and looked down at his phone. Just as Shin Yuning had guessed before, the recent online public opinions were indeed written by him. Previously, it was because of Jiang Guangji's malicious slander. This caused the Shun family's reputation to plummet. If you want your family to revive, you naturally have to clear the Shun family's name first. This matter is not complicated, because the Shun family itself is upright and honest. The extensive reports in various media outlets are also the actual situation. As the eldest grandson, Shin Xiao is very familiar with the family's past. Coupled with the Century Group's strong financial resources, it can be operated behind the scenes. Soon the Shun family's reputation was reversed. This also paved the way for the future development of the Shin family. Shin Xiao has been undercover for so many years and has done almost nothing for the family. As the eldest grandson, he still felt somewhat guilty. Doing this now can be considered a form of compensation. Buzz. Just then, the tablet in Chun Wan's hand opposite him suddenly vibrated. It's an email. The sender's signature is K2. After opening it, there are all kinds of garbled symbols inside. It looks a bit messy. Chun Wan skillfully downloaded the file and loaded it into a decryption software. This is the method of sending and receiving intelligence within the K2 organization. As an underground organization, all information is top secret. In order to prevent information leakage, this secret transmission method has been used. Not long, a complete intelligence letter was decrypted. Then, Chun Wan handed over the tablet computer in his hand. Boss, this is the internal intelligence of the organization that has just been sent. Take a look. Shin Xiao took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand and took the tablet. Just a few quick glances. The above are basically recent situation reports from various branches of the K2 organization around the world. Overall, there is no important news. The only thing worth noting is that there seems to be some movement in the Golden Triangle area recently. There is a black scorpion logo on the intelligence. Shin Xiao's eyes paused slightly. I recognized the logo immediately. Scorpion, real name, Wan Wenxiao. It is a private armed group entrenched in the Golden Triangle region. He worked as a mercenary in his early years and served in various continents. Participated in many battles. He then returned to the Golden Triangle and formed his own armed force. It is an underground organization like K2. Near the border of China, there is considerable influence in the Golden Triangle region. It is considered a potential competitor of K2. And the intelligence content shows. In recent times, scorpions have been active on the Chinese border. A lot of underground organizations in the surrounding area were cleared out. I don't know what's going on. Now Scorpion is about to expand its sphere of influence to K2. That's why the organization sent back a message, awaiting approval. In Chunwan's opinion, this was not a big deal, because it was in her plan. This area is close to China and is itself an abandonable area. After all, Shin Xiao's dual identity is here. The current K2 organization will not pose any threat to China. Therefore, even if these places are occupied by scorpions, it will not have much impact on their K2. So Chunwan asked directly, "Boss, do you want our people to evacuate this area?" Hearing this, Shin Xiao pondered for a moment. Although it is normal for underground organizations to fight against each other, but his intuition told him that this matter was not that simple. He also knows Scorpio well, although the two of them had never met before, but they also fought many times in secret. Although Scorpio is a cunning and fierce person, his methods are cruel, but he is usually very low-key and basically does some small things behind the scenes. This time, Scorpio acted so ostentatiously. It's not like his usual style. Before finding out his true purpose, K2 cannot be evacuated yet. Of course, he had a deeper plan for making this decision. That is to use the K2 organization to eliminate hidden dangers for China. Nowadays, all countries are secretly cultivating underground forces to serve as their spokespersons. This is already an open secret. However, China has always been a weak point in this regard. It doesn't have its own underground spokesperson. So most of the time, we are on the passive side. Now Shin Xiao is back in charge of K2. It's actually a good opportunity. He knew that what China lacked most was a gray organization that walked the line between black and white. To serve as a barrier, let those criminals at least have some scruples. Don't act recklessly. For example, the character Scorpio. If it is allowed to grow, it will not be good news for China. The K2 organization is the best candidate to be the underground spokesperson. The best way to eliminate shadows is to control them. So Shin Xiao's plan was very simple. Strengthen K2, and then use the underground order to ensure the safety of China. So Shin Xiao thought about it for a while. He then explained it directly to Chunwan. Don't evacuate K2 yet. Keep it there. When the time comes, you go back and take charge of the overall situation. I don't trust the others. Don't forget to send someone to investigate. We must find out the Scorpion's true purpose. As soon as there is any news, notify me immediately. Also, if the other party provokes you, don't hold back. Just go ahead and hit me. Clear. After hearing this, Chunwan immediately nodded in response. She seemed to have formed a habit of following Shin Xiao's orders. No matter what the other party asks, she will carry it out unconditionally. After finishing the instructions, Shin Xiao prepared to get out of the car and leave. Today is the day he agreed to return to the Shin family. His current public identity is just an injured undercover investigator, not suitable for public exposure. As for K2, it is enough to have Chunwan in charge. Seeing this, Chunwan subconsciously called out to him, "Boss, what's wrong?" Shin Xiao turned around and looked at Chunwan with a puzzled expression. Chunwan met his gaze, and her heart tightened slightly. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes and spoke softly. "No, it's okay." Originally, Chunwan wanted to say something, but thousands of words came to my lips, but in the end I didn't say them. Only a trace of loss remained deep in his eyes. It can make this once cold-blooded female killer, now the nominal ruler of K2, look like a little woman. In this world, Shin Xiao may be the only one who can do this. But it's no wonder. The mark Shin Xiao left in her heart was too deep. The man in front of him is the only pillar of support in Chunwan's heart. Now that they were about to part, she naturally felt a little reluctant. It's not difficult to guess what a woman is thinking, although Shin Xiao has no emotional experience. But one can also guess what Chunwan is thinking at this moment. He smiled calmly, then spoke in a comforting tone. After returning to K2, please be careful. If you want to see me, come back anytime. Chapter 58. That person might have a solution. At the same time, inside the Yinjing City Military District base, an emergency meeting is being held in conference room, one of the administration building. The huge oval conference table was packed with people. Everyone sat solemnly and neatly, with heavy expressions on their faces. Judging from the epaulets on their shoulders, everyone in the conference room had a high military rank. Sitting at the head of the conference table was a middle-aged man with a solemn demeanor. The man was wearing a neat military uniform and had a sharp gaze. It was Gao Shiwei. The fact that he personally presided over this meeting shows the importance of this meeting. Gao Shiwei saw that everyone was present, so he spoke in a deep voice. "We have suddenly called this emergency meeting today and summoned everyone here. I believe everyone has received the news. Due to a technical malfunction, one of our Chinese military satellites deviated from its landing area during recovery. Now it has fallen to the 0231 area on the Chinese border. We have received orders from our superiors to retrieve this satellite as soon as possible. After finishing speaking, Gao Shiwei frowned, and his stern face was full of worry. He has been worried since he received the news. This artificial satellite is very important. It is a military reconnaissance satellite used for testing. The above records a lot of information about China's mountains, rivers, and hydrology. These are all secrets of their Chinese military. More importantly, the satellite is equipped with a system module called Defense Identification Module. It's of great importance. By cracking the module, the identification code of the current missile defense system can be deciphered. This is equivalent to mastering the secret key to China's missile defense system. Once enemy missiles attack, the existing anti-missile system will be unable to identify friend or foe. This has caused huge loopholes in the defense network, which is of great significance to China's security. If it falls into the hands of some countries or underground forces with ulterior motives, the consequences are unimaginable. That's why Gao Shiwei quickly convened this meeting to discuss countermeasures. It is imperative to retrieve the satellite quickly to prevent it from falling into the hands of others. After Gao Shiwei finished speaking, everyone in the conference room looked at each other. From each other's eyes, it can be seen that recovering this satellite is not an easy task. First of all, the place where the satellite crashed is not within the territory of China, but it is close to the Golden Triangle area, making recovery extremely difficult. Secondly, there have been several underground forces entrenched in the region for many years, and various armed groups are complex and intertwined. If this satellite has fallen into the hands of these forces, then it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for them to find it. After a long time, one of the middle-aged officers wearing gold-rimmed glasses slowly spoke. The border area 0231 is very close to China. But after all, it's outside the country, and we have no right to interfere. Besides, there is a whole area of primitive jungle there, and the terrain is extremely complex. It's not easy to get in there. Yes, not only that, there are various underground armed forces entrenched there all year round. It's so complicated that outsiders can't penetrate it at all. Let's take a step back and say, even if we can reach the target location, searching for satellites is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's extremely difficult. A thin-faced general sitting below Gao Shiwei said. Gao Shiwei sighed upon hearing this. This is also the most troublesome problem in his mind. It has been more than an hour since the satellite fell. The longer the time goes, the more difficult it will be to recover it. So a solution must be found quickly. This is exactly the key issue I want to discuss in this meeting. We must recover that satellite. So now we must find a way to sneak into the 0231 area. Tell me what you think. After Gao Shiwei finished speaking, there was a sudden silence in the conference room. After a long time, a dark-skinned middle-aged general spoke. Otherwise, should we just send out an armed helicopter to search? But as soon as he finished speaking, he was opposed by a young general. It's not very feasible. That's a primeval jungle with dense vegetation that blocks out the sun. Even if we dispatched armed helicopters, we wouldn't be able to observe what's happening below. What if we install a detection radar on the helicopter? This way, even if the trees below block our view, it won't hinder our search for the satellite. The dark-skinned general made another suggestion. The general with gold-rimmed glasses beside him slowly shook his head when he heard this. There are many forces entrenched there. If we rashly deploy armed helicopters, it will definitely attract their attention. These underground forces all have individual surface-to-air weapons. We can't take that risk. Hearing this person's words, Gao Shiwei nodded gravely. That's right. Sending out attack helicopters is not a feasible solution. It would be best if we could avoid attracting the attention of the underground armed forces there. Don't let this escalate. After hearing Gao Shiwei's words, the conference hall fell into silence again. Then, the young general made a suggestion. Why don't we just send out a special forces team? Have them sneak into Area 0231 and search for and recover the satellite. Although it may take a long time, it is the only feasible method now. This method is feasible. But you also know what it means to directly send personnel to other countries, right? According to intelligence, the satellite's fall has been noticed by many countries. Now in the dark, many eyes are watching us. Don't give people a chance to talk. Gao Shiwei thought about it and rejected it directly. They not only have to consider how to recover the satellite, we must also consider the subsequent impact of the recycling operation. This is a serious matter. Be extremely cautious with every step. Everyone else in the conference room also understood what Gao Shiwei meant. I also agree with this. However, in this case, they really couldn't find any other feasible solution. For a moment, all the generals in the conference room frowned and fell silent. Everyone was at a loss as to how to resolve this issue. Seeing that no one said a word, Gao Shiwei frowned and sighed. He also knew it was a difficult problem. However, the satellite must be retrieved no matter what. But now the Chinese military has no way to get through. This is simply an unsolvable problem. What should I do? Gao Shiwei pressed his swollen temples and immediately fell into deep thought. A moment later, a figure suddenly flashed in Gao Shiwei's mind. He was suddenly startled, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. That person might have a solution. Chapter 59 Return to the Shin family. The Golden Triangle, the northern region, is thousands of miles away from China. A village. Outside the tall stilt house in the center of the village, a group of armed men were guarding the area with guns and solemn expressions. Inside the room, there was only a small chandelier emitting a dim yellow light. The light was dim, and only the outlines of the people in the room could be vaguely seen. At this time, a thin man with a gloomy face stood in front of the large desk. There was a hint of hostility in his cloudy eyes. On the exposed half of the man's arm, there was a scorpion-shaped tattoo. Nguyen Van Hung is the leader of an armed group entrenched in the Golden Triangle region. He has been engaged in underground white goods business for many years. He also has a more well-known code name, Scorpion. And in the shadow in front of the Scorpion, there was also a man sitting there. But the light in the room was dim, and I couldn't see the person opposite me clearly. Scorpion, I received the latest news from above. A military satellite of China failed to recover. It has now fallen to the southwestern border, very close to your sphere of influence. That satellite contains a lot of top-secret information from the Chinese military and a defense identification system module. This satellite is very important not only to China, but also to us. The mysterious man opposite spoke to the Scorpion in front of him in fluent American English. Hearing this, Scorpion's expression didn't change. Obviously, he was not interested in the defense identification module that the other party mentioned. He spoke while playing with the hunting knife in his hand. No need to beat around the bush, just say it straight. What do you want me to do? I need you to get this satellite before China does. Then leave it to us. It's that simple. As the mysterious man spoke, he threw a piece of intelligence information in his hand onto the table. Show the Scorpion. Upon hearing this, Scorpion just glanced at him. He completely ignored the intelligence documents on the table. Instead, he asked bluntly, "What's the price this time?" "The price will surely satisfy you." The mysterious man took out a check from his jacket pocket and slowly pushed it in front of Scorpion. "This is a Union Bank cashier's check. It's bearer. You can pick it up anytime. It's a deposit. After the thing is done, there is another half." Scorpion picked up the check and took a look at the amount on it. Then, he put it in his pocket. He responded calmly, "Deal." Then prepare to get up and leave. He didn't have any good feelings towards the person in front of him. Although over the years, the other side has provided them with a large amount of weapons, equipment, and funds. But Scorpio knows that the other party is not here to do charity. Instead, he wanted to support them and turn them into his own underground force. Make them do some dirty work that cannot be seen in public. But no matter what the other party's purpose is, Scorpio is not interested. As long as the commission is enough, he won't ask about anything else. Wait a moment. See, the Scorpion is about to leave. Mysterious called him. This matter is extremely important to us. I have received intelligence that in addition to us, several other countries have also sent personnel. This includes Huaxia. How confident are you? Upon hearing this, Scorpion replied in a calm tone. In the Golden Triangle, I'm only worried about two gangs, the former K2 and the United Mercenary Company. K2 is no longer what it used to be. There's no need to worry about it. Polar Bear, the leader of the United Mercenary Company, has been missing for over a year to avoid being hunted by K2's second-in-command, Chisha. Other forces don't need to be taken seriously at all. It's just finding a satellite. It's not a difficult task. The mysterious man nodded slowly and spoke in a serious tone. Okay, in that case, I'll leave this matter entirely to you. This matter is of great importance and is a crucial step in our fight against China. No mistakes are allowed. Don't worry. There's an old Chinese saying, accepting money from others is like helping them avoid disasters. After saying that, Scorpion walked out of the stilt house. At this time, hundreds of dark-skinned, strong-bodied armed men armed with guns had gathered in the village. Scorpion took out the pistol from his waist. He opened the safety, raised his hand, and fired a few shots into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Brothers, cheer up. We have work to do. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. As if responding to Scorpio's words. A group of armed men also began firing shots into the air. Suddenly, gunshots rang out in the rainforest. The mysterious man in the house saw this scene through the bamboo window and sneered. This time, as long as they get the satellite, they will have an important bargaining chip to threaten China. He slowly walked out of the shadows, revealing a blonde and blue-eyed Western face. But out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the badge on his cuff. The pattern of the vulture and shield on the badge flashed a faint light under the dim light. This mark only represents one thing: U.S. Intelligence Agency, CIA. At this time, in Liqing, China, the Shin family manor was bustling with activity. Because there is a big event in the Shin family today. That is Mr. Shin's eldest grandson, Shin Shao, the future heir of Shin Group, is coming back. All the Shin family members, young and old, both direct and side branches, gathered in the hall at this time. Ever since the old man knew that Shin Shao was coming back, he started to prepare a welcoming banquet with great fanfare. They gathered here today to welcome Shin Shao. While waiting, people gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. Most people were happy about Shin Shao's return. As an undercover investigator and a hero who risked his life for his country, Shin Shao won a lot of glory for the Shin family. They deserve this treatment. But where some are happy, naturally some are sad. Many younger generations of the family did not have much goodwill towards Shin Shao's return. Because Shin Shao came back this time not only to recuperate from his injuries, but also for another thing. That is to inherit the Shin group. Originally, it was during the years when Shin Shao disappeared because he was an undercover agent. Everyone believed that Shin Shao had fled for fear of punishment or died in a foreign land. Therefore, many family members have set their sights on the position of heir. Although Shin Yue was the company president chosen by the old man. But she is a girl after all. No inheritance rights. It remains unknown who will inherit the family business in the future. So many people are eager to try it. But now Shin Shao's return has completely shattered their fantasy. Naturally, this caused dissatisfaction among many people. You said Shin Shao would just come back. Why is there such a big fuss? He has been out there for so many years and hasn't made any contribution to the Shin family. It's all thanks to us who have worked hard to support the Shin family. Otherwise, how could the Shin family be what it is today? Now we have to wait for him here. What a great honor. The person who spoke was the son of Mr. Shin's nephew, named Shin Zhua. He is 2 years older than Shin Shao and has been working in Shin Group. He thought he had good abilities, but he was not valued, and he had always felt resentful about it. This time, it was a great pleasure for Mr. Shin to welcome Shin Shao back with such a grand ceremony. I felt extremely uncomfortable. A man who looked a few years older than him looked at him and motioned him to lower his voice. This person is his younger uncle and also Shin Shao's cousin, named Shin Dongheng. Whispered to him, "You can't say that. He's an undercover hero who's braved life and death. At least it has brought honor to our Shin family." Huh? To win glory? Shin Zhua sneered when he heard this. What's the point of striving for glory? It was that Jiang Guangji who nearly bankrupted me. If it weren't for that big boss behind the scenes, we would all be begging on the streets now. If you ask me, the old man is biased by handing the Shin family over to Shin Shao. Shin Dongheng beside him nodded, obviously agreeing with what he said. At this moment, footsteps were suddenly heard on the stairs. Everyone in the hall immediately looked in the direction of the sound. The old man was wearing a black tang suit with dark embroidery. He looks energetic and in good spirits. On the side, Shin Yuning supported the old man's arm. The old man's sharp eyes slowly swept over everyone in the hall. In the end, it stopped at Shin Dongheng and Shin Zhua. The two men were silenced by the old man's sharp gaze. My heart skipped a beat for no reason. Chapter 60. Find Shin Shao as soon as possible. What I just said, Mr. Shin naturally heard it. He has not lived in vain at this age. He knew very well what these people were thinking. But today is the auspicious day when Shin Shao returns. He just didn't want to get angry with these people. Has Shin Shao not arrived yet? The old man looked at Shin Dongjun, who was standing at the front, and asked. Shin Dongjun smiled, knowing that the old man missed Shin Shao very much. He quickly answered, "Someone has been sent to the door to greet them. They should be here soon." After hearing this, the old man nodded slowly, his eyes full of anticipation. Shin Dongqi, who was standing on the other side, saw this and smiled slowly. It's been 6 years since I last saw Shin Shao. Time flies by so fast in the blink of an eye. Mr. Shin sighed and nodded. Yes, 6 years. Shin Shao was raised by him, and the relationship between the two is the closest. For the past 6 years, he has been thinking about Shin Shao every day. I still remember that when Shin Shao left home, he specifically told him not to come back unless he made a name for himself in the army. But now it's different. As long as Shin Shao comes back safely, he will be satisfied. At this moment, the butler with gray hair on his temples ran in hurriedly. Grandpa, big. What's wrong? Is Shin Xiao back? Mr. Shun asked hurriedly. Yes, the young master has already come in and will be here soon. The housekeeper looked at the old man's excited expression, calmed down, and spoke quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and slender figure slowly walked into the hall. He is tall and has an imposing bearing. Although he has lost the youthfulness of his youth, he has gained a bit of the vicissitudes of life. It makes his already handsome face look more mature and steady, completely crushing the so-called fresh meat in those popular dramas. Is it really Shin Xiao? After so many years apart, you've changed so much. Yeah, I can hardly recognize it. In addition to the direct descendants of the Shin family, everyone present was there. There are also many collateral relatives who may have last seen Shin Xiao when they were children. So Shin Xiao appeared. It immediately attracted the attention of all the Shun family members. Especially several distant cousins, they were attracted by Shin Xiao's unique temperament at first sight. He is young and wealthy, introverted and steady, and most importantly, he has a story. This is the perfect boyfriend. The moment I saw Shin Xiao walk in, Shin Yuning looked extremely excited. Elder brother. Then, Shin Yuning ran up quickly and hugged Shin Xiao. Brother, you're finally back. Shin Yuning threw herself into Shin Xiao's arms, and her heart suddenly felt extremely at ease. The longing for many years and the grievances I suffered some time ago suddenly flooded into my heart. She couldn't help but whisper to Shin Xiao. Her voice couldn't help but contain a hint of tears. Just like before, the little kid who always loves to hug his brother and act coquettishly. All right, you're already so old, but you're still acting like a kid. Looking at the sister in my arms, Shin Xiao smiled. The last time I saw Shin Yuning, she was still a little girl. I didn't expect that she has grown into a big girl now. Shin Xiao knew that during his absence, his sister had been in charge of the group's daily affairs. These should have been his responsibilities. But he let his sister bear so much for him. I really feel sorry for this little girl. He reached out and patted Shin Yuning on the back, whispering comfortingly. I'm back. Shouldn't you be happy? Why do you look so miserable? After hearing this, Shin Yuning slowly came to her senses and withdrew from Shin Xiao's arms. Looking at my brother whom I hadn't seen for many years, I couldn't hide my excitement and my eyes were slightly red. Shin Xiao couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Their little crybaby really hasn't changed at all. I can cry in front of him at any time. Okay, you're already an adult, and you still cry all the time. No, I'm just too excited. Shin Xiao looked at his sister with a smile, then raised his hand and pinched her nose. Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongqi were also very excited to see their nephew come back. Shin Xiao, you are finally back. Yes, we have been worried about you these days. Shin Xiao looked at the two of them and nodded slightly. Second uncle, third uncle, I'm sorry for making you worry over the years. Shin Dongjun walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a relieved look, well, what are we talking about as a family? That's right. Besides, if we talk about worrying, it's your grandfather who's most worried about you. Over the years, he didn't say it, but he always missed you very much in his heart. Shin Dongqi on the side echoed. After hearing this, Shin Xiao slowly turned his gaze to the old man who had been standing silently by the side. I haven't seen him for 6 years, but the old man is still as energetic as before. But time is merciless. Shin Xiao could clearly see that there were a lot more wrinkles on his grandfather's face than before. His hair, which was still gray when he left home, was now completely white. The old man in front of me had white hair and beard and a hunched body. He is no longer the vigorous, tall, and fearless grandfather of his childhood. When Shin Xiao thought of this, he couldn't help but feel sad. Slowly walked up to the old man. He knew that when he went undercover, he did it to conceal his identity. They were all declared to be deserters. His grandfather was such an upright and resolute man that he must have been extremely disappointed in himself. When I think about the old man being so old and still having to worry about me, Shin Xiao couldn't help but choke up. He looked at the old man steadily, his throat moving slightly. He spoke with a choked and hoarse voice. Grandpa, the unfilial son Shin Xiao is back. Okay. The old man looked at his eldest grandson whom he had not seen for a long time, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. His cloudy eyes stared at Shin Xiao closely. Her lips moved, and she had 1,000 words in her heart that she wanted to say to him. But when it came to my lips, it finally turned into just one sentence. I'm glad you're back. After a few simple greetings, it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. It's about time to meet you. Old Master Shun led everyone to the ancestral hall behind the Shun family manor. This is where the tablets of the Shun family's ancestors are placed. 4:15 is the time to light incense and offer sacrifices to ancestors. Originally, the Shun family's ancestor worship day was 2 days away. But because of Shin Xiao's return, Mr. Shin specially moved the date forward by a few days. This is enough to show how much he values Shin Xiao, his eldest grandson. At the same time, the military airport outside Licheng City. A military transport plane slowly descended. As soon as the hatch opened, Gao Shiwei strode down. He directly got on the military jeep that had been prepared long ago. When Gao Shiwei was discussing how to recover the satellite in a meeting, he suddenly thought of Shin Xiao. If someone can deal with the underground forces of the Golden Triangle and the military of the surrounding small countries at the same time and retrieve the satellite in a private capacity, I'm afraid only Shin Xiao can do it. Gao Shiwei had heard Li Yin mention before that Shin Xiao was still in contact with the K2 organization. You should know that K2 still has a certain say in the Golden Triangle. If we can negotiate and recover the satellite in the name of the K2 organization, that would undoubtedly be the best solution. But when I tried to contact Shin Xiao just now, the call didn't go through. Time waits for no one. In desperation, Gao Shiwei had to come to Licheng in person to discuss this matter with Shin Xiao. Have you found the Shin family's address? Found it. Li Yin, who was sitting in the driver's seat, nodded. I have just found the address of Shun's manor through the police's household registration system. It's about 100 kilometers away from here. If you're quick, you'll get there in about an hour. Okay, drive immediately. We must find Shin Xiao as soon as possible. Yes. Chapter 61, Forced Palace. The Shin family's ancestral hall has a history of 100 years. There are 2 stone lions standing on both sides of the gate. Although it has undergone many renovations over the years, but it is still difficult to hide the traces left by the years. On both sides of the old and heavy solid wood are round wooden pillars carved with totems. The scarlet color has long been faded due to the erosion of time. Despite this, it still cannot conceal its simple and traditional charm. Inside the Shun family ancestral hall, several elders from the tribe stood at the front. Behind them are a group of younger generations. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Shin Xiao couldn't help but feel emotional. After several years, the ancestral hall at home is exactly the same as I remembered. The empty and solemn ancestral hall was cleaned spotlessly. Even the moss between the cracks of the hexagonal gravel road was cleaned up. When I was a child, I made mistakes and was punished to kneel here many times. The tablet enshrined in the hall. They are all ancestors who have passed away generation after generation since the Shun family established itself. These tablets bear witness to the origin of the Shun family and its rise and fall over the past century. Their ancestors of the Shun family became wealthy during the Republic of China period. During the anti-Japanese war, he even donated all his property in order to build the country and fight the enemy. The generations that followed either joined the army or engaged in business, making them one of the rare wealthy families in Licheng. Shin Xiao looked slowly, and finally his gaze stopped on the 2 tablets in the left corner. That is the tablet of his parents. Shin Xiao's parents are also soldiers. More than a decade ago, they both disappeared while on a border mission. Later, the military dispatched many troops to search for him, but in the end there was no news. Moreover, the location where the 2 disappeared was extremely dangerous. Finally, after multiple investigations, it was determined that the 2 were in serious danger. Later, Mr. Shin built a cenotaph and set up an altar for the 2. Shin Xiao looked at his parents' spirit tablets, and his mood suddenly became heavier. The old man beside him glanced at him. He raised Shin Xiao since he was a child, and he could see what Shin Xiao was thinking at a glance. So he raised his hand and patted Shin Xiao's shoulder. Shin Xiao looked at the old man and spoke. Grandpa, I'm fine, don't worry. The old man nodded and then spoke loudly. The time has come, let's begin. After the old man finished speaking, Shin Xiao nodded, took 2 steps forward, and picked up 3 sandalwood sticks from the table. Place on a burning candle and light it. Then he turned around and handed it to the old man. Then Shin Xiao picked up 3 incense sticks, lit them, and held them in his hands. Then, the rest of the Shin family came forward in order of status to light the incense. Wait until everyone has lit the incense. Mr. Shun held the lit sandalwood in both hands. He spoke to the tablets of his ancestors with a pious look on his face. Ancestors, today I, Shin Xiao, the eldest grandson of the Shin family, return home. May the ancestors bless him with peace and prosperity, and no more disasters. Protect my Shin family from now on, and let them prosper and avoid the schemes of villains. After Mr. Shin finished speaking, everyone in the Shun family bowed and kowtowed 3 times. At this point, the Shun family's ancestor worship process is over. After all, This ancestor worship is not during the Qingming festival. Many processes have been simplified, otherwise it would not have been completed so quickly. After burning incense, Mr. Shun was not in a hurry to let anyone go back. Instead, he turned around, looked at the Shun family members behind him, and spoke in a deep voice. Today, I've gathered all of you here not just to worship our ancestors. Moreover, I have something important to announce. As the old man spoke, everyone's expression changed slightly. I'm curious about what the old man is going to announce that requires such a big fuss. Then, the old man said with a serious expression, I declare that from now on, the Shin family will be handed over to my eldest grandson, Shin Xiao. From today on, he officially inherits the Shun family. The old man's words were like thunder out of the blue. In an instant, everyone present had different expressions. Shin Yuning, Shin Dongjun, and Shin Dongqi showed no expression, because they already knew the result. The ancestors were just going through the motions. They naturally agreed with this. But they agreed. It doesn't mean other people think so too. As soon as Mr. Shin finished speaking, a burst of criticism came from below. Old man, Shin Xiao is just a soldier. How can he understand business matters? Now, our Shin family has finally survived the crisis. If it is handed over to someone who doesn't understand business management, if you create any more problems, it will be over. We know Shin Xiao is your legitimate grandson, but it's the 21st century now. How can we still talk about this? For the future of the Shin family, you can't be so partial. Shin Zhuo was the first to openly raise his objection to the old man. Under his leadership, several people present also echoed his words. Yes, the Shin family doesn't belong to just one person. We have all contributed to the Shin family. That's right, this Shin's company also has a part of us, and we have to be responsible for it too. Old man, we are doing this for the good of Shin's company. You have to find someone capable enough to take over the company. I think there's nothing wrong with what you said. We are also considering the long-term development of the Shin family. Listening to the sarcastic words of his subordinates, the old man couldn't help but frown. Obviously, these people came prepared. We should discuss this privately. Otherwise, it would be impossible to openly defy his decision. Normally, even if these little bastards had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to talk to him like that. Old Master Shin looked at Shun Dongheng, who was standing in the corner. The other person was so scared that he quickly hid in the crowd. Seeing this, Mr. Shin couldn't help but snorted coldly. This matter is probably related to this guy Shin Dongheng. Shin Dongheng had mentioned to him before that the choice of the head of the family was not appropriate. I didn't expect that the other party was waiting here. Mr. Shin knocked his crutch hard. Everyone present fell silent. The old man glanced at them coldly, his expression very ugly. I am the head of the Shun family. Shin Xiao was the heir I chose long ago. You youngsters have no right to interfere in this matter. The people below looked at the old man's gloomy face and couldn't help feeling a little timid. But a few of the brave ones couldn't help but speak. Don't be angry, old man. We are all thinking about the future of the Shin family. Yes, it's all for the good of the Shin family. If Shin Xiao had the ability to manage the company, we wouldn't be so worried. That's right. You are the one who makes the decision about the Shin family, but you also have to find an heir that we can be convinced of. Everyone is also considering the Shin family. Otherwise, why would they say these things? Shin Xiao looked at them coldly. He could see what these people were thinking, and their words were very high-sounding. In fact, he is just coveting the position of heir. But Shin Xiao was not angry. He just found it a little funny. As the saying goes, if you have a different perspective, you will see a different world. Shin Xiao is actually not interested in the position of heir. He has no shortage of either money or power. He doesn't care about his status as a family head. If there are really people with outstanding abilities among these people, he wouldn't mind giving up his position. As long as the Shun family can prosper, anyone can be the head of the family. Just when Mr. Shun wanted to continue scolding these unfilial descendants. But suddenly Shun Xiao stopped him. He took a step forward, cleared his throat, and spoke in a very nonchalant tone. If you want the status of the Shun family's heir, you can fight for it with your ability. I have no interest in these family businesses or the titles of the family heads. As long as you have the ability, I will naturally step down and let others take over. As soon as Shun Xiao finished speaking, the old man, Shin Yuning, and the others frowned and looked at him. Shin Xiao, this is not a joke, you. Shin Xiao glanced at the old man and said soothingly, Grandpa, don't worry. I have my own considerations in mind. The old man moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but finally hesitated for a moment and nodded helplessly. He knew Shin Xiao, and he was not someone who would act recklessly. Since he said so, he must have his reasons. I am old now, so I will leave everything to Shin Xiao. What? You're not interested in money? Are you kidding me? That's right. It's just like an old man who keeps saying he doesn't want to live anymore. Haha, that sounds nice. But didn't someone also say he wasn't interested in money? Who said it wasn't true? I'd say I'm not interested in beautiful women. Who doesn't know how to act cool? It just so happens that I do too. I don't like money at all. It makes me annoyed just by the sight of it. Our young master Shun is really good at pretending, and his words are so nice. I don't believe that the Shun family can really hand over such a profitable company to someone else. Okay, I was just talking. Why did you take it so seriously? The members of the Shun family's side branches present at the scene couldn't help but start whispering. In their opinion, Shin Xiao was just playing tricks on them. Not interested in the family business? The Shin family is wealthy and powerful, with such a large enterprise and so much money. How could he not be interested? It sounds nice now, to give way to others. It would be strange if he could admit it when the time comes. Especially Shinjua and other peers of the same age as Shin Xiao. I am even more disdainful of these words. If an octogenarian came instead, his words might be a little more convincing. But coming from a young person, it sounds a bit pretentious. The elders headed by Shin Dongheng had gloomy expressions on their faces. They felt that Shin Xiao was a scheming guy. He actually gave them a delaying tactic. But we can't just let it go like this. If Shin Xiao really gets to sit firmly on the throne of the family head, they won't get any benefit at all. Anyway, the Shun family rules state that the successor to the head of the family must be approved by more than half of the family members. If it really doesn't work, we can only instigate a separation. It's better than not getting any benefit at all. You're just a young boy, and you want to fight with them? Just as they were thinking about it, Butler Zhou ran in again with a panicked look on his face. Master, master, outside, outside. Old Zhou, what happened again? Why are you so flustered every day? Mr. Shun glanced at Butler Zhou. It would have been fine if Shin Xiao was a little excited when he came back in the morning. What big thing could be happening right now that makes people panic like this? Butler Zhou quickly pointed to the door and spoke in an anxious tone. Master, there's a military general named Gao Shiwei outside. He said he came here specifically to ask the young master for help. Chapter 62 Shin Xiao. Are you willing to return to darkness? Hearing what Butler Zhou said, all the Shun family members present were stunned. They had also heard of this general named Gao Shiwei. He has appeared at the airport before. Mr. Shun even asked someone about it at that time. But the result was that Gao Shiwei was just Shin Xiao's superior. What is happening now? This General Gao actually came in person? And he said he came to ask Shin Xiao for help? Isn't Shin Xiao just an undercover investigator? Is it really necessary for the military chief to come personally to ask for help? Could it be that Shin Xiao has another hidden identity? What's going on? Senior military officials are coming to see us personally? Isn't this the kind of treatment an ordinary investigator can get? What Shin Xiao said about not being interested in the position of patriarch might be true. Let me make it clear first, I didn't say anything just now. I fully support Shin Xiao in inheriting the title of patriarch of the Shun family. The voices of criticism in the ancestral hall instantly turned into whispers. Shin Dongheng, Shin Zhua, and others had even more complicated expressions, even if they are slow to react. It's time to understand now. Can an ordinary undercover investigator receive such treatment? That's absolutely impossible. Then he thought about the fact that the military had previously sent a helicopter to pick up Shin Xiao and take him to the hospital. Shin Dongheng's heart couldn't help but feel a little nervous. They all knew how Jiang Guangxi's Jiang group went bankrupt before, although it seems that it is his own fault on the surface. But if you pay a little attention, it is not difficult to find that there is someone behind this. Otherwise, how could Jiang Guangxi fall so easily without such a strong network of connections? Considering Shin Xiao's identity, it is not difficult to guess that the person who gave the order was most likely Gao Shiwei. If Shin Xiao really has some extraordinary military background, wouldn't it be easy to deal with them? Thinking of this, all those who had just spoken out against Shin Xiao inheriting the Shun family suddenly became timid, especially Shin Zhua and Shin Dongheng. You know, they were the two who were shouting the loudest just now. If they offend Shin Xiao because of this, will they still have a good life in the future? So the two of them immediately changed their expressions. He just stood up and said something according to the situation. I just thought about it carefully. In our Shun family, Shin Xiao is the most qualified heir. Me too. I just thought about it and realized that apart from Shin Xiao, there is really no one else who can take on this important task. Shin Xiao inherits the Shin family. That's what he deserves. None of us dares to say no. Shin Xiao looked at the two people's attitudes that changed 180 degrees. I naturally felt disdain in my heart. However, he is too lazy to deal with such a villain now. What he cares about now is why Gao Shiwei came to see him in person. You have to know that the base is at least several hundred kilometers away from here. The other party must have come to Liqing by plane specifically. This means it must be an emergency. So, after explaining this to Mr. Shun, he left the ancestral hall under everyone's gaze. Half a minute later, Shin Xiao rushed to the study in the front yard of the manor. Gao Shiwei and Li Yin were already waiting for him here. General Gao, you suddenly came to see me. Is there something urgent? Shin Xiao didn't bother to be polite with Gao Shiwei and asked directly. Emergency? I couldn't contact you. So I came straight here. Take a look at this first. After saying that, Gao Shiwei handed over a document. Shin Xiao took the document and flipped through a few pages. His brows gradually furrowed. The satellite crashed and the defense identification module was lost. These are not trivial matters. Even though Shin Xiao is not a technical soldier, he knows the seriousness of the matter. Recalling the file I saw from K2 this morning, scorpions are frequently active in the Golden Triangle area. It is probably related to this satellite incident. Afterwards, Gao Shiwei stated the purpose of his visit. I want to see if Shin Xiao has any way to recover the satellite. After all, as a former high-ranking official of K2, he knows much more about the underground order than the military. Hear what Gao Shiwei said. Shin Xiao thought for a moment. If it was a year ago, that's easy. He can mediate through his identity as Qi Sha. Retrieving the satellite is not difficult. But now that Black Cat is dead, he has returned to China. This led to further contraction of K2's power. The influence on the Golden Triangle is limited. It may not be possible to bring back the satellite. So this matter still needs long-term consideration. I know about this, General Gao. Shin Xiao closed the document. No definite answer was given. But Gao Shiwei knew that Shin Xiao had said so. It was equivalent to agreeing in disguise. As for whether the mission can be completed, it depends on God's will. The situation is urgent now, and the military has prepared multiple emergency plans for saturation recovery. Shin Xiao is just one of them. The first recovery team has been sent to the Golden Triangle area to conduct disguised infiltration. In addition, they also contacted some local underground forces. We plan to use their help to retrieve the satellite. However, whether these plans will be successful remains to be seen. Now we can only hope that things go smoothly. Shin Xiao, in addition to recovering the satellite, I also have an order from my superiors that I need to convey to you. At this moment, Gao Shiwei suddenly spoke. He looked at Li Yin, standing aside. The other party understood and walked out directly, guarding outside the door. Obviously, this is what Gao Shiwei was going to say next. It is definitely a top-secret order. At this time, Shin Xiao was still thinking about recovering the satellite. When I suddenly heard Gao Shiwei say this, my heart trembled as if by reflex. The same thing again. He was so familiar with this expression. It was exactly the same as when he was sent undercover to K2 6 years ago. Familiar recipe, familiar taste. I'm afraid he's going to go undercover again. Numb, completely numb. This is like catching a sheep and pulling it to death. Why that expression? It's all right, you say. Shin Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although I know it's nothing good. But you can't just turn around and leave, right? I had no choice but to listen. Gao Shiwei was silent for a moment, then spoke. Originally, this order was to be carried out after you fully recovered. But because of the satellite incident, I decided to move up the plan. The superiors have decided to assign you, Shin Xiao, as an undercover military agent to infiltrate the global underground forces. Use the K2 organization as a springboard and as an insider for the military to help China deal with various emergencies. I will provide you with all necessary support to assist your actions. Because your body is willing, I originally disagreed with my superiors assigning you to go. But if you think about it carefully, you are the only one who is loyal to China and capable of completing this mission. But this is not a mandatory order. You have the right to refuse. Shin Xiao, are you willing to return to darkness? Chapter 63 Past Grudges. After Gao Shiwei said this, he stopped talking, quietly waiting for Shin Xiao's reply. In fact, he couldn't bear to let Shin Xiao take risks again. It's just that the international situation is grim now. All countries are secretly supporting underground forces, making China very passive. This undercover plan was made out of necessity. But this time the undercover operation is not to capture anyone, but for the safety of China. In fact, when his superiors made this decision, Gao Shiwei also strongly opposed it. After all, Shin Xiao has paid enough over the years. The 6-year undercover career was filled with hardships and sufferings that are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He really didn't want his soldiers to walk in the shadows forever. That's why this order has been delayed again and again. However, the satellite crash caught him off guard. Faced with such a difficult situation, the Chinese military was helpless. After much consideration, it is necessary to find a middleman who is undercover in the underground world. So, now he could only come to Shin Shao and tell him about this order. However, he had already thought about what would happen if Shin Shao was unwilling. Then, he would definitely not force him. He will naturally lobby his superiors. After Shin Shao heard what Gao Shiwei said, his first reaction was, as expected, my intuition is indeed accurate. After all this time, they want me to be an undercover agent again. But Shin Shao half closed his eyes and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The multiple choice question in front of me is indeed a bit difficult. In fact, he was often thinking during the time he was undercover, am I a good person or a bad person? Although he is said to be a good man, his hands are stained with blood. Even the most vicious desperados feared his name. He is a bad guy, but he is also an undercover agent, carrying out their mission. During the time he returned to China, he also felt that he was somewhat uncomfortable with his current life. Compared to the undercover's disguised identity, returning to oneself is sometimes even more difficult. Once you get used to the camouflage shell, it is not easy to completely take it off. Just like some people, even though they yearn for light in their hearts. However, after staying dormant in the dark for too long, once you see the light of day, you will inevitably be burned by the sun. Seeing Shin Shao was silent for a long time, Gao Shiwei had some idea in his mind. So he didn't force anything and just spoke calmly. Shin Shao, it's okay. If you really don't want to, I accept this order. Shin Shao interrupted Gao Shiwei. Those few minutes just now. He has already made a decision in his mind. If some people enjoy a peaceful life, others must carry the burden and move forward. People like him may be destined to survive in the shadows. This is the mission of every undercover investigator. He was just one of them. And in China, there are thousands of undercover investigators. Gao Shiwei looked at Shin Shao, and his heart suddenly sank. He moved his lips, but didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Shin Shao to agree. Gao Shiwei understood that everything Shin Shao did was of no benefit to him at all. But the reason why he agreed to go undercover again was simply because of a sense of mission, to protect the security and peace of China. This kind of integrity really makes him feel ashamed. Half an hour later, Gao Shiwei explained some specific details and then left. Before leaving, he gave Shin Shao an emergency communication code. When you need assistance, you can contact him directly. At this time, Shin Shao was the only one left in the study. He pulled out his laptop. An email was sent to Chun Wan through an encryption program. Before he could take action, he needed to find someone. Nowadays in the Golden Triangle region, there is still something that scorpions are afraid of. Apart from K2, there is only one other organization. That is the United Mercenary Company. In the underground order, there is also a division of power. Someone once ranked the major forces in the underground world. Although this ranking is only circulated privately, it has no authority. But it can also roughly reflect the approximate strength of the major forces. Underground forces are entrenched in major hot spots around the world. For example, the Middle East, North Africa, South America, and the Golden Triangle. In the Golden Triangle region, there is only one underground force that can be ranked as a leader. That is the United Mercenary Company. K2 is also one of the top underground forces. It's just that its headquarters is in the Middle East, so it is not included. Although the Scorpions and their ilk are quite powerful. But compared with these forces, it doesn't even rank. If it weren't for the previous conflict between K2 and the United Mercenary Company, there is no chance for Scorpions to show up in the Golden Triangle area. It can be said that when there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. Now K2's power has shrunk and its influence in the Golden Triangle is not as great as before. But the United Mercenary Company is still there. So Shin Shao thought about it again and decided to start with this arms company. As long as K2 can swallow the joint arms, its influence in the Golden Triangle region will inevitably increase greatly. By then, satellites will naturally be a small matter. The key to controlling the United Mercenary Company lies in one person. The boss of the United Mercenary Company, Peter Chun, codename Polar Bear. Speaking of this joint mercenary company, Shin Shao has quite a connection with them. Previously, the United Mercenary Company was the only dominant force in the Golden Triangle. The company's boss, Polar Bear, is a man of extraordinary means. He can be regarded as the overlord of the Golden Triangle. Later, the K2 organization, led by Black Cat, forcefully intervened in the Golden Triangle. It instantly broke the balance of power at that time. As a result, the two sides engaged in a protracted game. At that time, in order to deal with the United Mercenary Company, Black Cat planned to send someone to secretly kill Polar Bear. The person sent at that time was none other than Shin Shao. Shin Shao had not yet established a firm foothold in K2 at that time. This is a middle level. In order to gain Black Cat's trust as soon as possible, several assassination attempts were planned against Polar Bears. There were even a few times when I almost killed it. In the end, the polar bear was so scared that it dared not show up again. Just started playing missing. And he disappeared for a whole year. There has been no news until now. I don't know where he's hiding. As the whereabouts of the polar bear became unknown, the power of the United Mercenary Company also shrank rapidly. K2 successfully occupied the areas surrounding China. Shin can be said to have completed the task successfully. It was because of this that he was appreciated by Black Cat and became a senior member of the K2 organization. Later, the military was preparing to close in and capture Black Cat, so Shin no longer had time to care about the affairs of the United Mercenary Company. Now it seems that this polar bear is a good entry point. Until it is annexed, all problems will be solved. About 2 hours later, Shin received another email in his mailbox. Click to view. It contains information about the whereabouts of polar bears. After seeing where the polar bear is now, he suddenly burst out laughing. I didn't expect that this guy was hiding here. Chapter 64 Base 141. There were only 3 words written on the information. Pelican Island. The polar bear has been secretly captured by the U.S. military and imprisoned in a prison on the island. This prison also has another nickname, Alcatraz Prison. The prison was built on an isolated island in the sea. It is surrounded by rugged rocks and extremely cold sea water. Without water transportation, there is no way to escape from here. The security inside is very tight, with prison guards taking turns patrolling and keeping watch 24 hours a day. Therefore, this prison is also known as the place where it is least likely to escape. And the facts prove that this is indeed the case. Over the years, no one has ever successfully escaped from Alcatraz Prison. Shin looked at the information in his hand and couldn't help but sneer. He asked why there was no news about that guy suddenly. Unexpectedly, he was caught and imprisoned in Alcatraz Prison. You really know how to find a place for yourself. But problems also arise. The person was found. But getting the polar bear out of Alcatraz Prison is not an easy task. Shin bent his fingers slightly and tapped the table from time to time. I started to think in my mind. Polar bears are different from ordinary serious criminals. His value of use is really too high. I guess those Americans also know that as long as they control the polar bear, it is equivalent to controlling the United Mercenary Company. That's why he was not tried directly, but was secretly detained. Otherwise, based on the cases involving polar bears, executing them on the spot would be considered a great bargain. In this case, it is basically impossible to rescue the person through normal channels. Then the only solution left is to use force. It seems like it's time to activate them. Shin muttered to himself. Then he picked up the phone and dialed a number according to his memory. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Middle East, the sky was filled with yellow sand, and various abandoned car shells from World War II were piled up like mountains. In the heart of this desert tank graveyard lies a secret mercenary training camp, codenamed Base 141. This base is not large. Only about 100 people can be stationed there, and it is located in a desert area. Therefore, few people know about the existence of this base. In the base at this time, a group of new recruits are undergoing training. Several instructors wearing uniform tactical vests are providing training instructions. Judging from the steady steps and explosive muscles of these instructors, they are obviously carefully selected tough guys. Base number 141 is only responsible for the training of mercenaries. Any military resource company, mercenary group, and even the regular army of some countries can come here for training. Although it is not as famous as the Hunter School, it is also well known in the Middle East. There is no other reason. The financial backer behind Base 141 is the famous K2 organization. At this time, a tall, bearded middle-aged man was standing on the training ground. While holding a cigar in his mouth, he watched his new recruits undergo shooting training. John Price, chief instructor at Base 141. He is also the person in charge of this base. Because the word Price in its name means price. He is also the captain of Task Force 141, the most elite team at Base 141. So everyone in the base called them Team Money. Price served in the Royal Special Air Service and took part in several major military operations. There is no doubt about his qualifications or abilities. Later, he offended the U.S. military, had to defect, joined the K2 organization to avoid being hunted by the CIA, and established this mercenary training base. At this time, Price was walking slowly behind the recruits in training, watched their movements and shooting results. These recruits all had good skills before joining the company. Among them are even some retired Special Forces soldiers from foreign special forces. But no matter how powerful they were, what we want here is the elite among the elite. Therefore, they must break through their own limits. You have to show stronger strength than before to continue staying here. Price looked at them, then walked over to a man with scar face. He spoke in a deep voice. 10 bullets, For hit 10 rings, 5 hit 9 rings, and 1 hit 8 rings. With your grades like this, you'll be eliminated sooner or later. Scarface's expression darkened when he heard Price's merciless words. He was also a member of foreign special forces. Although his strength was not outstanding, he had never been humiliated like this before. I was suddenly very angry. Eliminated? I don't think my results are that bad. Why are you eliminating me? You instructors, all you do all day is talk and eliminate people. I've never seen you guys do that. If you have the guts, come and fire a few shots. Scarface looked at Price with great dissatisfaction. He is a man with a bad temper. What I hate most are those so-called instructors who have no skills themselves, but preach all day long. On the battlefield, strength speaks. If he really has the ability, I will be convinced. After Scarface said this, several people in the team agreed. Each of them was once a leader in their respective organizations. This Price trains them all day long, and no one knows how capable he is. If he is just an empty shell who can only talk, they will not be convinced. Price's sharp eyes swept over them one by one. That look is so chilling. Even though these people had experienced gunfire and hail of bullets, they could not help but be shocked by it. Then, Price sneered. Okay, since you want to see it, I'll let you see it. After saying that, Price took the gun from Scarface's hand. He walked to the side and aimed at a target that had not been shot at. Price narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he opened fire without hesitation. Bang! Bang! Continuous gunshots suddenly rang out on the training ground. After the 10 gunshots ended, Price calmly put away his gun. Immediately afterwards, the counter clearly displayed the results of Price's 10 shots. 10 rings. The bullet holes on the target were also clearly shown on the monitor. There is only the smallest one in the middle. After seeing Price's results, everyone present was stunned. 10 rings is not impossible. But even in the most powerful Special Forces team, few people can do it. What's more, Price was so casual just now that he didn't even aim too much. A shot was fired almost every few seconds. It is incredible that he could hit 10 rings under such circumstances. So, with this result, do any of you still feel dissatisfied? Price looked at them and asked expressionlessly. No. The scarred man said embarrassedly. The arrogance just now disappeared in an instant. Price tossed the gun into his arms and spoke casually yet confidently to the new recruits present. It's okay if you're not convinced. If any of you still refuse to accept my decision, feel free to challenge me. If you can defeat me, I will naturally give up my position and let you succeed me. Now, everyone, continue training. Yes. Everyone immediately responded in unison, then quickly returned to their original position to continue training. At this moment, a man wearing a skull mask suddenly ran over from the distance. Simon Riley, codenamed Ghost. He was also one of Price's old subordinates. Seeing that the ghost looked a little hurried, Price asked, Ghost, what's wrong? Someone's looking for you. Who is it? Price frowned and asked in confusion. The ghost looked at him and spoke word by word. 7 kills. Chapter 65 Assembly. When Price heard the words 7 kills, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then he put down the cigar he had been holding in his mouth and hurried to the satellite phone room. If there is still one person in the K2 organization who he values so much, then there are only 7 kills. When he led the entire 141st Task Force to defect and escape from the CIA. It was Chi Sha who stepped forward and provided them with a shelter. Strictly speaking, Chi Sha can be considered their savior. But just over 2 months ago, Price got the news. The top leaders of K2 were wiped out by the Chinese military in one fell swoop. And Chi Sha is among them. This made Price feel somewhat heavy-hearted. During this period, they always thought that Chi Sha was dead. But I didn't expect to get in touch with him suddenly today. After arriving at the satellite phone room, Price immediately answered the phone. Captain Shin, it's me. As soon as Price picked up the phone, a deep male voice came from the other end. He was very familiar with this voice. Only then did Price completely confirm that Chi Sha was really not dead. Chi Sha, you. Yes, I'm still alive. I'll tell you the details later. I'm looking for you on an urgent mission this time. Meet me in California in 3 days. Shin Xiao spoke directly to the point. Price's expression suddenly changed after hearing this. He knew that Chi Sha contacted him at this time because he must have an important mission to carry out. The orders of Chi Sha had never made any sense to them. So, after hanging up the phone, Price immediately summoned all members of Task Force 141 and set off for the United States. On the other side, Liqing, China. After Shin Xiao hung up the phone with Price, he pondered for a moment. Finally, he slowly walked out of the room and came to the hall downstairs. At this time, the descendants of the Shun family side branches had already left. Only Mr. Shun, Shin Yuning, Shin Dongjun, and Shin Dongqi were left in the hall. Mr. Shin also warned those people. Tell them not to spread the news that General Gao came to the Shun family today. Otherwise, severe punishment will be imposed. But Gao Shiwei has been gone for a long time. But Shin Xiao stayed upstairs and didn't come down, and everyone was worried. At this time, Shin Xiao was seen coming out of the room. Several people immediately looked at him with concern. Brother, is there something important? Shin Yuning immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. No one knew what General Gao wanted to talk to her brother about. Judging from her brother's current appearance, he seems to be worried. Shin Yuning couldn't help but feel a little worried. Seeing her concerned look, Shin Xiao smiled and touched her head. Then he walked up to the old man, paused, and spoke slowly. Grandpa, I have something important to do and need to leave for a while. What? Leave? Shin Yuning immediately pulled Shin Xiao's sleeve and looked at him in disbelief. But didn't you just come back? Why are you leaving again suddenly? Yeah, Shin Xiao, you've only been back for half a day. Why are you leaving again so suddenly? That's right, Shin Xiao, what's the important matter? Can't you even spend the night at home? Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongqi asked in confusion. Their nephew finally came back. I've only been at home for half a day. Why do you suddenly want to leave again? Shin Xiao glanced at a few people and spoke in a deep voice. I have something very important to do, and it's urgent. I have to do it as soon as possible. What's the rush? Shin Yuning curled her lips and held Shin Xiao's arm tightly, refusing to let go. She and Shin Xiao had been separated for many years and finally met each other. I really can't bear to let Shin Xiao leave so soon. Moreover, she was afraid that Shin Xiao's departure this time would be the same as before. He left for several years. As you know, these missions are confidential. Shin Xiao sighed lightly and said helplessly. Shin Yuning wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by old man Shin beside her. Okay, Yuning. Your brother has something very important to do. Let him go. Mr. Shin also joined the army in the past. He is very familiar with the affairs of the army. General Gao came to see Shin Xiao in person today, so it must be something extremely important. Although he was reluctant to let his grandson go home, he had to leave again after just half a day. However, military affairs are all matters of defending the country. We must never delay important matters because of their family members' reluctance to let us go. Old Master Shin sighed, looked at Shin Xiao, and spoke slowly. Shin Xiao, you go. Wait until you've finished your work before going home. Okay, Grandpa, I understand. Shin Xiao understood why his grandfather could understand him. He looked deeply at his family members and then turned to leave. Shin Yuning grabbed his sleeve and said reluctantly, Brother, be careful. I know. You take good care of Grandpa at home. Shin Yuning touched her head, then turned around and walked out. Mr. Shun and others watched him leave. I feel so reluctant and worried. After leaving the Shin family, Shin Xiao went directly to the Century Group's private airport. After all, this time we are going to cause trouble. You can't leave China openly. Therefore, Shin Xiao specifically notified Shin Wan and asked her to help him forge a fake identity. He took the Century Group's special plane, went there secretly, and entered the country in disguise. Chun Wan has always been efficient in his work. It didn't take long for Shin Xiao to arrive at the Century Group airport. She prepared everything. Not long after, Shin Xiao boarded a plane and flew to the United States. Chapter 66. You are the 7 killers. The next day, China. Inside the military district base, a group of generals were sitting around the conference table. Gao Shiwei, who was sitting in the first position, had a serious expression on his face. Now, nearly 48 hours have passed since the satellite fell into the dense forest. But the recycling program has not made any progress. This made everyone's heart hang in the air. General Gao, we just received news. Our previous attempts to negotiate with the underground forces in the Golden Triangle have failed. According to the information sent back by our informant, Scorpion has already informed several local forces in advance. Now no one is willing to step forward and act as the middleman. The plan failed. A general wearing gold-rimmed glasses announced the information he had just obtained. This Scorpion is just a drug lord. Why would he need a satellite? I'm afraid he's just a puppet. There must be a pair of hands behind the scenes, secretly directing everything. If he finds the satellite first. Gao Shiwei, who was sitting at the top, had a serious expression on his face. Although he didn't finish his words, his meaning was very clear. Now that their plan to find a middleman has failed, their situation has naturally become more difficult. After hearing Gao Shiwei's words, a general with a thin face spoke up. Fortunately, we have a backup plan. The recovery team consisting of more than a dozen Special Forces soldiers sent out yesterday. We have now successfully infiltrated the border area. But the satellite hasn't been found yet. Gao Shiwei crossed his hands and supported his chin. They did this to avoid attracting the attention of other forces in the Golden Triangle region. Therefore, we cannot use armed helicopters to conduct large-scale radar searches, and we can only send people to search secretly. In this case, progress will probably be very slow. But in the current situation, we can only place our hopes on this dispatched recovery team. Besides, Gao Shiwei turned and asked Li Yin, who was standing beside him, "How is Shin Xiao doing? Any news?" As far as we know, Shin Xiao hasn't taken any action yet. Li Yin has been keeping an eye on Shin Xiao's movements since he left Liqing with Gao Shiwei yesterday. However, no action was taken by Shin Xiao. After hearing this, Gao Shiwei responded slowly, "It's okay, let's wait and see." He believed that Shin Xiao would not let him down. At the same time, Shin Xiaoqing had already arrived in San Francisco, California safely on Century Group's private jet. This is the closest city to Alcatraz prison, located at the westernmost tip of California. Surrounded by the sea on three sides, it is cool and foggy in summer and rarely rains. It was the end of summer, and Shin Xiao felt a cool breeze blowing towards him as soon as he got off the plane. I have to say that the climate here is indeed not as good as that in China. After getting off the plane, two cars with the K2 organization logo were already waiting there, carrying Shin Xiao directly to K2's base in San Francisco. Although the K2 organization is an underground organization, it has a complete business system. Use it as a white glove to launder black income. Like Century Group, K2 also has its own business group in the United States. The areas involved include pharmaceutical companies, food and hotels, harbor ferries, trade exchanges, etc. Capital has penetrated into almost every field. We will even work with some local counselors. The network of interests is complex and intertwined. These were all Black Cat's plans back then. We have to say that the former K2 leader had great foresight. But unfortunately, all these plans have now become a hindrance to Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao sat in the car, looking out the window expressionlessly. I was still thinking about how to get the polar bear out of Alcatraz prison. The prosperous and colorful exotic scenery along the way did not attract his attention at all. About an hour later, the car slowly drove into a luxurious residential area in the city center. This is the wealthy area of San Francisco. The residences inside are all villas covering a large area. The distance between villas is huge. After all, the people who live here are either rich or noble, and they attach great importance to quietness and privacy. The car finally stopped in front of a brick-red villa. The driver got out of the car and respectfully opened the door for Shin Xiao. "Mr. Shun, this is it." As soon as Shin Xiao got out of the car, he saw several security guards in suits standing in front of the villa gate. These were specially dispatched to welcome Shin Xiao's arrival. Shin Xiao knew without hesitation that this was Chun Wan's arrangement. He was already used to the little girl's attentiveness. Shin Xiao was very satisfied with Chun Wan's arrangements and strode directly into the villa. Half an hour later, Price and his group also arrived in San Francisco. They followed the location information sent to them by Shin Xiao. Soon we arrived at the villa base. After the guard at the door checked and confirmed the information, the members of Task Force 141 entered the living room of the villa. Then he saw a tall and slender figure standing by the window, looking down at the documents in his hand. He seemed to hear the sound and sense someone coming, then turned around and looked at them. "You're here." Seeing this oriental young man with a handsome face, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes, no one responded. They were somewhat unsure of the identity of the person before them. Before, Qisha only told them to meet here, but there was no mention of whether there were other people present. So Price asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "Oh, you don't even recognize your old friends." Shin Xiao nodded and responded in a deep voice. He put down the documents in his hand and walked slowly towards them. Hearing this familiar voice, Preston's pupils shrank. Could it be that the young man in front of me is Qisha? Although Price has been in contact with the man codenamed Seven Killers over the years, but they never actually met. On weekdays, important matters are communicated through emails and phone calls. So, they only recognized Qisha's voice but had never seen him in person. Originally, they all thought that this meticulous and decisive Seven Killers should be a middle-aged man or even an old man, because in their previous contacts, the other party's calmness and sophistication left a deep impression on them. Whether it is his style of doing things or his way of dealing with people, he always exudes a calmness and indifference, as if everything is under his control. This takes time to accumulate slowly. Imitation cannot be achieved. But no one expected that the famous Qisha would actually be a young man in his 20s. Chapter 67. Why not just walk in? Several people quickly recovered from their initial shock. Then, Price raised his right hand, palm facing outward, and saluted Shin Xiao in the British military style. "Captain of Task Force 141, John Price," reporting to you. 6 members of the task force are in place. Immediately afterwards, several members of Task Force 141 standing behind Price also began to salute in turn. Electronic warfare expert, Simon Riley, codenamed Ghost, reporting to you. Sniper John McTavish, codenamed Soap, reporting to you. Observer Gary Sanderson, codenamed Xiaoqiang, reporting to you. Fireman Yuri, reporting to you. Logistics and Air Support, Nikolai, reporting to you. Shin Xiao looked at them one by one, his eyes full of satisfaction. Then he returned a Chinese military salute. Shin Xiao, codenamed 7 Kills. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation this time. In fact, Shin Xiao is quite confident about the strength of Task Force 141. The reason why he provided shelter to Price and others before was naturally because he was impressed by their strong combat capabilities. Every member of Task Force 141 before him is an elite among the elite. Even among the top troops of various countries, they are the best. The cooperation between them is even more tacit. Since its establishment, Task Force 141 has carried out many almost impossible missions, and the success rate is close to 100%. He once chased Al-Sad, the leader of an underground organization in the Middle East, for thousands of miles, beheaded Zakhafiv, the leader of a Siberian radical organization, as well as the arms oligarch Makarov and a U.S. military general. These are all top figures in the underground order. As long as you are included in the mission list of Task Force 141, you will die no matter where you hide. This is also the reason why Shin Xiao asked them to come and assist him this time. Alcatraz prison is no ordinary place. The place is heavily guarded, and the terrain is very dangerous. He needs a strong team to carry out this mission. We finally meet. Let's sit down and talk. Shin Xiao walked to the sofa and sat down, raising his hand to signal them to sit wherever they wanted. I've already told you the reason why I asked you to come here this time. Polar Bear, the representative leader of the United Arms Company, is now imprisoned in Alcatraz prison. I want to bring him out. Price and the others did not hesitate and sat down one by one. Afterwards, Shin Xiao spread the prepared diagram of the Devil's Island prison structure on the table. Several people gathered around the blueprint and began to formulate an action plan. On the way here, Shin Xiao had already carefully studied the information about Devil's Island. That's why no one has been able to escape from there for so many years. Except that it is heavily guarded inside. It is also closely related to the harsh geographical conditions outside Devil's Island. After all, it is surrounded by the sea and the terrain is dangerous. Water transportation is required to enter and exit Alcatraz Island. It is also very close to the U.S. military base, and a large number of reinforcements may arrive at any time. So before taking action, make a detailed plan. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Just then, Soap on the side glanced at Price. Then he said, Captain Shin was previously imprisoned in an island prison in Siberia, which has a terrain similar to that of Alcatraz prison. Perhaps we can try the same trick again? After hearing Soap's suggestion, Price pondered for a while. But then he shook his head, rejected the proposal. When he was serving in the U.S. Army, he participated in a decapitation mission called Operation Kingfish and was seriously injured and captured during the mission. He was later imprisoned in an island prison in the extremely cold Siberia for 5 years. At that time, in order to rescue Price, several carrier-based aircraft and helicopters, as well as dozens of special forces were dispatched to rescue him. They simply don't have that much manpower and firepower support on hand now. A frontal breakthrough is definitely impossible. At this time, the ghost on the side also put forward his own opinion. Since we can't break through head-on, we can only sneak in secretly. This island prison should have underground drainage facilities. We might be able to use individual underwater propulsion vehicles to reach the bottom of the prison and then enter the prison through the drainage facilities. After hearing this proposal, the others also agreed. Indeed, in terms of secrecy and security, this is indeed the most feasible plan. According to the markings on the prison's structural diagram, the drainage facilities of Alcatraz prison lead directly to the ocean, with only 2 iron fences blocking the way. As long as you use a cutting machine to break it down, you can easily enter the prison. But this plan was quickly rejected by Price, because they simply don't have enough time. Once they enter the prison, the alarm will inevitably be triggered. It only takes 10 minutes to get from the nearest U.S. military base to Alcatraz prison. During these 10 minutes, they need to start from the drainage outlet at the bottom level and search for the polar bear's location. Then return to the bottom drain to evacuate. Time is too tight. In the event that the polar bear is held on the top floor of the prison, they will need to travel back and forth to the entire prison twice. By then, just going up and down the stairs will be a chore. And probably on the way back, he was surrounded by the American Special Forces who arrived. So this plan is still not feasible. At this moment, the hall suddenly fell into silence. I really can't think of a perfect solution at the moment. Just when they were at a loss, Shin Xiao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Maybe we're overthinking things. Why don't you just walk in through the front door? Chapter 68. The Thug in Suit. Walk in through the main entrance. Everyone looked at Shin Xiao, not understanding the meaning of his words for a moment. However, Shin Xiao did not give any extra explanation. Instead, let them get some guns, ammunition, and individual equipment first. As for how to enter and exit Alcatraz prison, he will arrange it. Although Price was also curious about Shin Xiao's specific plan, but Shin Xiao didn't say anything, and he was too embarrassed to ask directly. As for the weapons and equipment needed for tomorrow, they are easy to solve. The place in the world with the least shortage of guns and ammunition is probably the United States. As long as you have money, you can get everything you want in this country. In less than an afternoon, Price contacted some local gangs through informants and got what they needed. Just in case, Price got enough individual fully automatic weapons and ammunition for 10 people. They are all military-grade full-power bullets. It is not a castrated version for ordinary civilian use. Enough for them to deal with a battalion of opponents. In addition, Price also prepared some special equipment, such as night vision goggles, cutting machines, portable computers, drone bombs, and even several disassembled sentry machine guns. These were brought here through abnormal channels. These are all essential equipment for Task Force 141 to carry out its missions. High-tech and precision combat has always been a major feature of Task Force 141. After all this is prepared, Shin Xiao also came back. Looking at the room full of ammunition, he was also stunned. Obviously, he had not expected that Task Force 141 would be so efficient. Shin Xiao only held a few blue cards in his hand. This is... Price looked at the card in Shin Xiao's hand and asked with some confusion. Shin Xiao glanced at the thing in his hand and responded calmly. This is a freshly forged document. Then what? Then we can go in through the gate. Are these documents genuine? Of course not. What if we're discovered? Then do it. Is it that simple? It's that simple. Everyone in Task Force 141 looked at Shin Xiao speechlessly. They thought there was some hidden agenda. I didn't expect that he just simply sneaked in. That's all. Shin Xiao obviously saw what everyone was thinking and just smiled calmly. In our China, there is a saying like this. High-end prison breaks often only require a simple plan. The simpler the plan, the fewer mistakes you'll make. In fact, Shin Xiao was not joking. He had done special research before and found out that although Alcatraz prison had tight defenses, it was not an ironclad entity. To enter, you need to go through 3 security checks. The first 2 steps are to simply check the travel documents and ask about the purpose of the visit. The third security check will verify everyone's identity. Shin Xiao was planning to take advantage of this loophole in the process to sneak into the prison. According to prior investigations, the third security checkpoint is located in the interrogation room on the 2nd floor of the prison. This position can quickly reach any location in the prison, saving a lot of time for operations. As for how to get out when the time comes, he has his own way. Seeing that Shin Xiao had finalized the plan, Price no longer raised any objections. The commander of this operation is Shin Xiao. They just have to follow orders. After all, on the battlefield, the most important thing for a soldier is not his personal combat effectiveness, but his obedience. As a veteran, Price naturally knows this. So after everyone reviewed the entire plan again, they began to rest. Tomorrow will definitely be a tough battle, so we must stay well rested. Early the next morning, the night has not yet completely faded away, and the sun is slowly rising from the horizon. On Devil's Island, flocks of seagulls fly over the bay. It was still early, and the island was quiet. At the gate of the prison, several strong and armed prison guards are standing guard. There were 2 patrol guards in the distance. Watchtowers more than 10 meters high are distributed around the prison. The entire prison was like a tin can, with no space at all. This level of guarding is a daily routine at Alcatraz prison. At this time, on the sea, a speedboat with the CIA logo on it was slowly approaching this side. The speedboat docked. Several tall men in suits and ties walked down. They all wore black suits and sunglasses. A portable communicator is worn on the ear. He was carrying several black suitcases. Judging from the pace and body shape of these people, it is not difficult to guess that they all come from military backgrounds. The iron-blooded temperament in him cannot be hidden. The leader was a young man from the east. The slim-fitting black suit makes the whole person's figure look slender and graceful. Plus that kind of vague pressure. It feels like a thug in a suit. The young man took a look at the prison in front of him, which looked like a crawling giant beast. He whispered to the people behind him, "Are you ready? Next, it's time for our personal show." Chapter 69, 141 Task Force takes action. Identification, please. Outside the Alcatraz prison, a strong black man in a prison guard uniform said coldly. This person is the captain of the guard who guards the first security checkpoint. He didn't notice anything unusual about the people in front of him. Because the CIA is also a frequent visitor here, he often comes to interrogate prisoners. The only thing that caught his attention was probably the aura of these people. That kind of vague, murderous aura cannot be hidden. If you don't have 8 or 10 lives on your hands, you probably won't be able to practice it. Upon hearing this, Shin glanced at Price, who was standing beside him. The other party understood and handed over the identification documents of several people and the documents for interrogating the prisoner. The black guard took a quick look at the materials. These people in front of him looked like they were not easy to mess with, and he didn't want to get into trouble. So they conducted a quick body search and found no contraband. He raised his hand to let the people behind him pass. Shin had already anticipated these details. They were not carrying any weapons and only had a laptop in their bag. No contraband whatsoever. As for weapons and equipment, Nikolai, who is responsible for logistical support, will airdrop them indirectly. At this time, Nikolai was already on standby on a nearby island. As long as you receive the order, he would fly a helicopter carrying their individual equipment here. Squeak. The half-meter-thick prison door was slowly pushed open. A salty smell unique to the seaside hits your nose. The black captain led the way and led several people in. Is the prisoner number 44075 the one you want to interrogate? Yes, we need this prisoner to assist in the investigation. He is suspected of 10 first-degree murders and 2 cases of smuggling illegal substances. We are currently investigating him. This guy has committed so many crimes. It's just an accusation now, but we have solid evidence in our hands. Price chatted with the other party as he walked. His pure American accent and rich experience made the other party not suspicious at all. Today, Price carefully trimmed his sloppy beard before taking action. Makes him look more like a seasoned lawyer. While Price was talking to the black captain, the other members began to observe the situation around them. Remember the route as much as possible in preparation for the breakout after completing the mission. Shin remained silent throughout the whole process. At this time, the hidden injuries on his body had not yet fully recovered, so he did not intend to take action this time. It is purely a commanding role. Just as the prison gate was about to close, there was suddenly a loud noise outside the door. A group of people dressed as reporters, carrying large and small video equipment, walked in. Walking in front was a blonde female reporter. At this time, just like a tour guide, he began to introduce Alcatraz prison to the camera. What you see now is the inside of the prison. Our documentary this time starts from here. California Voice Broadcasting Company will start from here and take you to appreciate this historic, ancient building. Seeing this, Price and everyone looked at each other. Obviously, they didn't expect that there would be reporters here. Seeing this, the black captain hurriedly explained. Recently, in order to raise funds for prison renovations, the warden specially invited a local media to shoot a documentary, and they said it would not affect their normal interrogation of prisoners. After hearing this, Price looked at Shin. It seemed as if he was asking what he meant. If their prison break was caught on camera by the media, it would definitely become a big deal. Breaking into Alcatraz prison by force would be tantamount to provoking the U.S. military. If the commotion gets too big, the U.S. military will definitely conduct a comprehensive investigation into the matter for the sake of face. By then, even with the K2 organization's backing, it would probably be difficult to calm the situation. It might even bring disaster to K2. Shin just nodded slightly and said softly, "It's okay, let's just do our own thing." He naturally knew the interests involved. But now we have come to this point. If we terminate the mission because of this unexpected situation, all our previous efforts will be wasted. It will also alert the prison, and it will be difficult to get in next time. So the action cannot be terminated. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, the mission must be carried out. What about the U.S. military? Shin never took it seriously. The black captain naturally didn't understand the subtext of Shin words. But he could see that among these people, Shin was the one in charge. This couldn't help but make him feel a little surprised. It is not easy for an Oriental to reach a high position in the CIA. Led by the black captain, everyone quickly passed the second security check. There were no twists and turns in the middle. Everything went surprisingly smoothly. But it must be said that Alcatraz prison is indeed worthy of the title of the #1 prison. The entire prison is divided into a circular structure, with a patio in the middle leading directly to the first floor. It's a bit like the tube-shaped buildings from the last century. Each floor is guarded by several guards. There are at least dozens of people in total. Outside the building, there is a 24-hour tower guard, plus the coast patrol cruising on the water. It can be said to be 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. At this time, Price and others were somewhat relieved that they did not adopt the previous plan of strong attack and infiltration. Otherwise, they would probably have been engaged in a firefight with the other side and were in a tough battle. How else can one enter the prison so openly like now? The third security check is right in front of us. This security check will include identity verification. It's time for them to take action. Although the members of Task Force 141 appeared calm on the surface, they had actually made their own preparations. The reporters from Voice of California were following them all the time. I was filming all the way. They are completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. Arrived outside the third security check area, the black captain took away all the documents of Shun Xiao and others. It was handed over to the prison reviewer for electronic verification. Because CIA personnel ID cards all have chips, personnel information can be found through the electronic information database. Price moved his neck slightly, making a cracking sound, already warming up for the next action. And the ghost put his fingers on the clasp of the handbag. So, Xiaoqiang and Yuri fixed their eyes on several prison guards standing nearby. This will be their first target soon. Only Shin Xiao was still resting with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to what was about to happen, because he knew that there was no need for him to take action himself. Task Force 141 is more than enough to deal with the prison guards in front of them. At the moment, the prison inspector inserted the ID into the machine. A warning sounded suddenly. Jingle. Then several red English letters appeared on the computer screen. Personnel information error. Just when the black captain hadn't reacted to what was happening, the members of Task Force 141 took action. Chapter 70 Big News. Price flew forward and instantly grabbed the black captain's throat. The stun gun he was carrying was then taken away. Raise your hand and pull the trigger directly. There is hardly any aiming time. The electric shock head, carrying a huge amount of electricity, instantly hit the prison inspector in front of him. Poor censor, he didn't even have time to sound the alarm. He was electrocuted and fell to the ground, his whole body convulsing. At the same time, the rest of Task Force 141 also took action. Each of them found their own goal. In no time, he knocked out several security guards around him. The movements were neat and clean, without any drag. At this time, the ghost turned over and entered the control room where the black captain was. He skillfully opened the briefcase, took out the computer inside, and immediately started uploading the virus. Prepare to decipher the iron gate in front of you. Shin Xiao raised his wrist to check the time and started counting from now on. Count down 10 minutes. The action has begun and time is limited. Within 10 minutes, special forces from a nearby base will arrive. We must find the polar bear and evacuate within this time. Otherwise, every second you spend increases the risk. Not long. The ghost in the control room stood up and made an okay gesture to everyone. Apparently, he had already uploaded the virus. Boom! The iron gate of the third security check in front of me began to open slowly. It took only a dozen seconds to crack the prison's security system. Even Shun Xiao had to admire Ghost's hacking ability. At this time, the hostage-taking black captain was horrified, as his arms were dislocated. There was a stun gun pointed at his waist, and he looked like a lamb to be slaughtered. There is no ability to fight back. He asked with a trembling voice. You, who are you and what are you going to do? Take us to prisoner 44,075 cell. The black captain wanted to say something, but before he could speak, then he felt that the strength in Price's hand behind him had increased a little. He was so frightened that his face turned red, veins popped out, and he looked like he couldn't breathe. He spoke hurriedly. I'll take you there. The prisoner is on the second floor. The black captain spoke with difficulty. Price then slowed down his force slightly, allowing him to catch his breath. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Just at this moment, suddenly, alarms sounded throughout the prison. Obviously, their actions have aroused vigilance. However, Shin Xiao was not anxious at all. He just winked at Price calmly. Let him lead the way. Just like that, he calmly entered the prison amid the shrill alarm. What is going on? At this time, the female reporter and cameraman from Voice of California, who were not far away from them, were stunned. They didn't expect that the few people who were still processing procedures the previous second would start fighting the next second. And within just a few seconds, he subdued all 6 or 7 prison guards. I originally thought that the reporter clock scene could only be seen in Hollywood movies, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. Tom, did you film everything that just happened? Although the female reporter was still frightened at this time, she still did not forget her job. She keenly realized that this might be big news. Frontline reports from the crime scene. Isn't this more explosive than any prison documentary? The photographer named Tom behind her nodded at her. He was recording the moment the incident happened. He was scared to death the whole time. In particular, a close-up of the backs of the thugs in suits was given. As you can see, we may be experiencing a prison break. This is the voice of California. We will provide you with frontline coverage of the entire process. The female reporter did not forget to explain to the camera at this time. Then he followed quietly with the cameraman. For this big news. Even if she dies, it's worth it. Shin Xiao sighed. When they arrived at the open space in the middle of the prison, everyone stopped. I heard the roar of a helicopter getting closer and closer. A few seconds later, only a few loud noises were heard. The glass dome on top of the prison shattered. Several boxes of supplies, equipment, and weapons came crashing down. Overhead, a pitch-black multi-purpose helicopter with the K2 logo printed on it roared past. Price glanced at the timer and said sarcastically, "Nikolai, 3 seconds too late." On the other end of the communicator, Nikolai responded jokingly, "I dealt with a personal issue on the way, so I'm a little late. I'll be on time next time." Everyone quickly distributed the weapons and equipment. Then the troops were divided into 3 groups. Together, Soap and Xiaoqiang prepared to occupy the commanding heights and provide sniper support. Ghost and Yuri prepared to set up booby traps in various passages to delay the prison guards and the upcoming reinforcements. The remaining Shun Xiao and Price, together with the Black Captain, went to rescue the polar bear. Before setting off, Price glanced behind him. Obviously, he had discovered the 2 little tails behind him. Does the person behind need some help? Hearing this, Shin Xiao shook his head. There is no time to worry about reporters and cameramen now. Since they like to follow, then let them follow. Chapter 71 gives you 2 choices. At the same time, on an international social platform, a media account certified as Voice of California suddenly released several videos. The headline read, "Heist in progress at Alcatraz prison." After clicking it, the screen showed the backs of several men in suits. He started out by conducting a routine security check, and then with lightning speed, he knocked down several prison guards nearby. Originally, most people thought it was just a prank or a clip from a movie. After all, Alcatraz prison is known as the world's #1 prison. How could anyone break into a place like this and save people? But soon, several authoritative local media outlets began to reprint the video. Passers-by also took photos on the streets of California, showing various FBI vehicles and military helicopters rushing towards Alcatraz prison. Only then did everyone believe that this was indeed a real case. And at this time, those jailbreakers are still in prison. This quickly attracted a lot of people to watch, and the number of views began to soar. And here at Alcatraz prison, Shin Xiao and Price rushed to the cell where the polar bear was imprisoned. Security personnel at the halfway house also tried to intervene. However, when Ghost implanted the virus, he had already closed all the passages between areas, as well as major facilities such as the arsenal. As a result, the prison guards were unable to reach the area where Shin Xiao was, even if we can take a detour to intercept them. But the difference in firepower was too great. The stun guns in their hands were no match for the heavy firepower of Task Force 141. No one could have imagined that Devil's Island, known as the #1 prison, would be treated as their own backyard by a group of people, as if they were in an empty place. Under the leadership of the Black Captain, several people quickly arrived at the 2nd floor of the prison. The cells here are arranged in rows on each floor, and each cell is not very large. A prisoner was locked in a room. There are walls on 3 sides, and the side facing the corridor is surrounded by an iron fence 2 fingers thick. There are guards here. When Dang Dang saw that Price and Shun Xiao were the only 2 of them, he wanted to step forward to stop them. But before they could take a step, Price fired a warning shot. The bullets almost grazed the men's scalps. The guards were so frightened that they put their hands on their heads, crawled on the ground, and made a standard American surrender gesture. "It's the one in front." The Black Captain pointed to the cell in front and said. The group walked to the cell door in a few steps. Shin Xiao carefully looked at the people in the cell through the iron bars. The prisoner inside was probably in his 40s, with an oriental face, a square face, and slightly sunken eye sockets. There was a hint of hostility in his eyes. At this moment, he was looking at the people outside the door with a puzzled look on his face. Price pulled out a photo and compared it with the person in it. After confirming the identity, he looked at the Black Captain and said indifferently, "Open the door." I can't open it. The person in charge of the 2nd floor cell needs to be able to open it." Before the Black Captain finished speaking, Shun Xiao knocked the other person unconscious directly. Then he took out a Remington shotgun from behind him and fired a shot directly at the combination lock. Instead of wasting time talking to this guy, it would be better to just take action. Bang! After the flash of fire and the loud noise, the cell door opened. There is no lock in the world that cannot be broken by a shotgun. If there is, just shoot again. Inside the cell, Polar Bear looked at the two men in front of him in astonishment. He had heard the noise outside a long time ago. However, what he never expected was that the other party actually came to find him. The Polar Bear looked at them and subconsciously took a step back. His eyes swept over their faces one by one, studying them carefully. When he saw Shin Xiao, he frowned and stared at Shin Xiao. For some reason, he always felt that this person looked familiar. Especially those sharp eyes. He felt frightened for no reason. The last time I felt this way was a year ago when I was being hunted by Qixia. Yes, 7 killings. The Polar Bear suddenly seemed to have been enlightened and looked at Shin Xiao in disbelief. You are K2's 7 kills. The Polar Bear pointed at Shin Xiao with trembling fingers. His eyes were wide open, and he looked extremely frightened. He was so familiar with this face. I would recognize it even if it turned into ashes. Even during the year in prison, he often dreamed of the scene of himself being chased. That is simply a lingering nightmare. The Polar Bear took 2 steps back in panic. Although he was once a local hero, but he was really scared. As soon as I saw Shin Xiao, fear arose in my heart. Shin Xiao didn't expect that this guy could recognize him. Looking at the Polar Bear's face, which had become fatter, I didn't say much. He pointed the shotgun directly at the Polar Bear's forehead. See this scene. The Polar Bear was completely stunned. My goodness, what sin did I commit in my previous life? This is too haunting. In order to hunt him down, they actually chased him all the way to Alcatraz prison. What grudge do you have against him? He has already been executed, yet they still won't let him go. Are you willing to risk your life, even if it means breaking into prison? Shin Xiao raised his arm and glanced at the time. 7 minutes have passed, and there are 3 minutes left. He doesn't have the time to waste talking to a polar bear. Speak directly. I'll give you 2 choices. First, I'll get you out of here and merge the United Mercenary Company into K2. Second, death. You choose. Chapter 72. Act now, kill without mercy. The polar bear looked at Shin Xiao in front of him with horror. He had no doubt that as soon as he refused, the other party would immediately pull the trigger. He knew Shin Xiao very well. Once he said something, he would definitely do it. Rather than dying here in obscurity, it is better to do as this evil star in front of me tells you. Compared with the United Mercenary Company, your own life is more important. Don't kill me. I agree to your request. The polar bear agreed to Shin Xiao's request immediately. But then he changed the subject and asked tentatively, "But are you sure you really have a way to get out? This Alcatraz prison is no ordinary place. He was imprisoned here for nearly a year. It's not like I haven't thought about ways to escape from prison, but not a single one was successful. If getting in is difficult, then getting out is even harder than climbing to the sky. Stop talking nonsense and get going." Shin Xiao glanced at him and said sternly, "He doesn't have time to waste with this guy." He asked Price to cover the man's head with a black cloth and take him out of the cell. The enemy's reinforcements have arrived. At this moment, the voice of Soap suddenly came from the communicator. At this time, outside the prison building, Soap and Xiao Qiang were lying in ambush at the highest points of the 2 towers respectively. The 2 men had already set up their sniper rifles. This is the highest point in the prison, and you can clearly overlook the entire prison and its surroundings. The view is very broad. On the sea a few kilometers away from the prison, dozens of maritime patrol ships were rushing towards it from all directions. Above their heads was the roar of a helicopter. At this rate, the other party will reach Alcatraz prison in at most 1 minute. Soap and the other man were not in a hurry to shoot. After receiving the notification about Soap, Shin Xiao was certain. All this was within his expectations. Even the enemy's reinforcements arrived much later than he expected. Now that all the guests have arrived, it's time for them to start executing according to the original plan. Treat these Americans well. At the same time, at the CIA headquarters in the United States, a blond man strode into his office. This person is a senior CIA official and the current head of the intelligence department, named Ivan. He sat down and took out a piece of paper from his shirt pocket. Then he dialed the number above. "Hey, Scorpion, how's the task I asked you to do going? Has the satellite been found?" This person was the one who had previously gone to the Golden Triangle to hire Scorpion to seize the satellite. What he cares about most every day now is the satellite. The Scorpion on the other end of the phone paused and spoke in a low voice. "No clue of the satellite yet. However, I have ordered all my men to go all out, and I believe we will find them soon." After hearing this, Alvin sighed in surprise. "This satellite is of great importance to us. We must find it as soon as possible." After saying that, Alvin hung up the phone. Ivan raised his hand and pressed his eyebrows with an unclear expression. He had long had plans for China. They want to penetrate into it as soon as possible and gain greater benefits for the United States. But unfortunately, China's defense system was too strong and they had no idea where to start. Therefore, all the plans he conceived could not be implemented. But this time, the fallen satellite was a godsend for him. He must get this satellite no matter what. Just when Alvin thought of this, the office door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A subordinate in a black uniform rushed in hurriedly. "What's going on? You're in such a hurry that you didn't even knock on the door." Ivan's face darkened, and he scolded. "Sir, something big has happened. Someone broke into Alcatraz prison." "What?" When Alvin heard this, he was shocked and stood up immediately. He immediately walked up to his subordinate and asked in disbelief, "What the hell just happened?" "An urgent message from Alcatraz prison. A group of people sneaked in and wanted to kidnap a prisoner. The special forces near Alcatraz prison have already arrived. Take a look at this first." Then, the subordinate quickly handed the tablet computer in his hand to Alvin. Ivan took the tablet with a gloomy expression. What was being played above was the video that was filmed earlier of Shun Xiao and others taking action. After seeing the content of the video clearly, Alvin's face suddenly changed. Because he found out that this group of prison robbers actually got in by attacking the CIA. The documents used were also CIA documents. The most important thing is that they obviously noticed the reporters behind them, but did not stop the filming. This shows that the other party released this video footage deliberately. This is simply a provocation to the CIA. Bang! After reading it, Alvin threw the tablet in his hand to the ground with a bang. He shouted angrily, his fingers trembling with anger. "Those jailbreakers clearly wanted to slap our CIA in the face. Go, notify the lower levels to send more manpower. You must kill these prison robbers at all costs." "Yes." The subordinate immediately turned around and left. Alvin stood in the office and cursed under his breath. "I never thought someone could sneak into Alcatraz prison. But it is no longer important to pursue this issue now. The most urgent task is to keep these people. This is the only way to save face. Otherwise, the CIA will become a laughingstock of the whole world." At this time, special forces near Alcatraz Island had arrived. More than a dozen armed helicopters rushed to the sky above Alcatraz prison. Immediately afterwards, the cabin doors were opened and ropes were thrown out. Team after team of fully armed special forces soldiers, with well-trained movements, quickly descended to the ground along the ropes. These people all had a triangular blade symbol hanging on their arms. This logo represents only one thing: the most elite special forces of the United States, Delta Force. The ones coming this time are the Delta Teams Alpha, Beta, and Gamma Station nearby. The target mission is in prison building number 1. Alpha Team, follow me to building 1. Beta Squad will seal off the entrances and exits, while Gamma Squad will provide air support. I saw a white man wearing a pot-brimmed hat and with oil paint on his face, directing the operation in an orderly manner. This person is the commander of this counter-terrorism operation. As soon as the words fell, the Delta Force soldiers behind him immediately responded in unison. Yes. Immediately afterwards, the remaining Delta Force troops took action. All entrances and exits of the entire Alcatraz prison were quickly sealed with iron nets. To prevent the prison breakers from escaping, only one exit is left, the main entrance. The Special Forces members bent down and hit on both sides of the main gate, covering the front and back, waiting with guns. Formed a tactical formation. Anyone who breaks out of prison will be shot immediately. Buzz. Just then, message came from the individual communication device on the Delta commander's arm. It was an order issued directly by the CIA, bypassing their base. There are only a few simple words on it. Act immediately and kill without mercy. Chapter 73 Killing Game. Get clear instructions from above. The white commander of the Delta Special Forces did not hesitate any longer and made a tactical gesture to the team members behind him who were already ready. The 3 teams behind him immediately took action. All entrances and exits of the entire Alcatraz prison were quickly sealed with iron nets. Only one exit is left, the main entrance. The members of the Alpha team responsible for the assault crouched and hit on both sides of the main gate, covering the front and back, waiting with guns in hand. Formed a tactical formation. The team member in front installed the plastic bomb he carried with him on the wall. Boom! Followed by a loud explosion. The steel gate in front of me collapsed. Alpha team immediately filed in. The Black Hawk attack helicopters responsible for air fire support also began to slowly enter the air above Alcatraz prison. The flanks onboard Gatling heavy machine guns have begun to move into position. Be ready to provide fire support at any time. Stairs are safe. The first floor corridor is safe. The first floor bathroom area is safe. More than 20 members of the Alpha team covered each other and quickly cleared the area on the first floor of the prison. But what surprised them was that they did not encounter any resistance throughout the process. Didn't even see a single person. At this time, the The white commander walking at the end of the team couldn't help but look solemn. This was too unusual. According to the terrain of the prison, there is no cover in the first floor area, which easily leads to a high attack low situation. If normal tactical arrangements are followed, this is the most suitable position for the prison breakers to defend. But unexpectedly, the other party did not set an ambush here. This is really unreasonable. Could it be that these prison breakers are all novices with no concept of tactics? Go up to the second floor. The white commander didn't think about it and continued to give orders. But as soon as he stepped into this area, he subconsciously stopped. "Commander, what's wrong?" A team member behind him asked doubtfully. The white commander frowned and looked around vigilantly with his sharp eyes. "I feel something is wrong, as if someone is watching us." The soldier behind him looked around in confusion when he heard this. No abnormalities were found. The surrounding area has been cleared, and there are armed helicopters patrolling the sky. They have an absolute advantage in firepower. The other party shouldn't be stupid enough to launch an attack at this time. The white commander naturally understood this. Maybe it was just his illusion just now. So he gave the order to continue advancing. Following the commander's order, a large group of people rushed straight to the second floor of the prison. But the moment the first team member stepped onto the second floor, then I heard a series of click, click, and click sounds of mechanisms coming from all around. Then, more than a dozen black objects suddenly shot up from the ground. It's a jumping mine. The so-called jumping mine is actually a type of anti-personnel mine, and they are mostly buried together in series. Once someone triggers one of the mines, the remaining mines will be detonated instantly. However, it is different from ordinary anti-personnel mines. When a jumping mine is triggered, the propellant powder in the mine is first detonated. This causes the part containing the marbles or fragments to be thrown into the air. Use the fragments from the secondary explosion to kill people. This type of jumping mine is extremely powerful. Once it explodes, there is almost no possibility of survival within a radius of 20 meters around it. The only way to avoid being killed instantly is to drop to the ground quickly. Alpha Team is well trained after all. The moment they discovered the jumping mine, all the personnel quickly lay down on the ground. They have seen this kind of situation many times, and the jumping mines are not a threat to them. Seeing this, a scornful smile appeared on the white commander's face. It seems that I overestimated these prison breakers. I originally thought there was some backup plan, but I didn't expect it was just a low-level booby trap. It seems that this mission is easier than imagined. But the next second, the smile on his face froze. Because he didn't hear the explosion. These jumping mines simply threw the black iron box into the air. It then fell back to the ground without exploding. When the members of Team Alpha saw this scene, they were also stunned. Is it a dud? Impossible. Even if they were duds, it's impossible for all of them to fail, right? Just when they were confused about the situation and were about to get up to check, suddenly a gunshot was heard in the distance. There was not even time to react. A bullet shot at high speed and passed directly over the head of one of them with a bang. The helmet on his head was shattered into pieces in an instant. In an instant, the white commander's heart tightened and his heartbeat stopped for a moment. He quickly shouted, "There's a sniper." Upon hearing this, the other team members immediately got up from the ground. They covered each other and hid in the corridor at the corner. This place is exactly at a 90-degree angle to the position they were in just now, which is a blind spot for the enemy sniper. It should be safe for now. But before they could catch their breath, they heard a burst of intensive gunfire. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Intensive gunfire continued to ring out from all around. The bullets made a series of sounds as they broke through the air. Someone was shot and fell to the ground immediately. The team members quickly turned around to look for the attacker, but they only saw a heavy machine gun mounted at the end of the corridor where they were. At this time, the muzzle of the gun was constantly spewing out tongues of fire, but there was no one in sight. Seeing this, everyone finally reacted. It's a sentry machine gun. This fully automatic machine gun is equipped with an infrared detection device on the gun body, which automatically locates human body temperature and launches automatic attacks. And this corridor is the attack range of the sentry machine gun. Seeing this, everyone in the Alpha team felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. This time we have a big problem. They were forced into a dilemma. If they go out now, what awaits them is the sniper's cold gun. If you stay here, you will be slaughtered by the sentry machine guns. From the jumping mines at the beginning to the snipers, they are all part of this killing game. The purpose is to drive them into a trap like a flock of sheep. Chapter 74 disappeared. Just when Alpha Team was in desperate situation, support finally arrived. Another team's Black Hawk helicopter arrived in time. The rockets on the bottom of the cabin began to pour fire towards the position of the sentry machine gun. The firepower point was destroyed in an instant. The white commander breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. If they hadn't arrived in time from the air, they would have been wiped out here. But even so, they paid a heavy price. Of the more than 20 Special Forces soldiers in the Alpha team, half had lost their combat capability. The other side only paid the price of a sentry machine gun. This kind of casualty ratio was a little unacceptable to him. As the elite of the Delta, they suffered such a heavy blow before they even met. It's a shame. However, this treacherous tactic suddenly made the White Commander think of a Special Forces unit. He had fought against this team in a joint military exercise many years ago. He was also pinned to the ground and rubbed, unable to fight back. And the feeling now is exactly the same as it was back then. He still remembered the other side's unit code name, Task Force 141. However, it is said that Task Force 141 was disbanded because it disobeyed orders from its superiors during a certain operation. His team members are also missing. Could it be that this group of prison breakers is related to Task Force 141? It hit him when he was thinking. Suddenly, a dull gunshot was heard in the distance. They were all very familiar with this heavy gunshot sound. It's an anti-material sniper rifle. The bullet cut through the air and instantly hit the helicopter's propeller. The plane suddenly lost balance, shook for a while, and then fell downwards at a high speed. The White Commander widened his eyes in disbelief upon seeing this and shouted urgently, "Evacuate quickly, quickly!" Seeing the helicopter rapidly falling towards them, all the soldiers immediately fled in all directions for their lives. Boom! With a loud bang, the attack helicopter crashed. A burst of fire shot up into the sky, and it exploded into pieces in an instant. The Alpha team managed to escape, but they were all in a terrible state. At this time, in one of the towers of Alcatraz prison, Soap, dressed in a suit, slowly stood up. The muzzle of a Barrett M95 anti-material sniper rifle in front of him was still emitting smoke. The scene just now was a carefully planned trap by several members of Task Force 141. Ghost was responsible for setting booby traps and sentry machine guns, while Xiaoqiang in another tower was responsible for driving away the Alpha team and luring out the enemy's armed helicopters. The Soap delivers the final blow. From the very beginning, their target was the Black Hawk helicopters cruising in the air. The purpose was to create as much chaos as possible and pave the way for their subsequent evacuation plan. Soap tightened the communicator to his ear. Report, mission accomplished. The enemy's air units have been cleared. Shin Xiao's voice came from the communicator. Well done. Reunite with us as planned. It's time for us to withdraw. Clear. After turning off the communicator, Soap immediately turned around and left the tower. As for the Barrett sniper rifle, it was simply thrown where it lay. This thing will no longer be needed for the next mission. Just leave it as a souvenir for these new recruits in the Delta. Because the helicopter was destroyed, Alpha Team suffered heavy casualties. The Delta Force Command Center had no choice but to ask everyone to evacuate the prison area first. First treat the wounded and wait for the arrival of subsequent reinforcements before starting the second round of operations. The incident at Alcatraz prison caused quite a stir, and many local media outlets came out in full force, rushing to the scene by boat to report on the incident. Several media outlets even dispatched civilian helicopters to take aerial photos of the scene. At this time in the CIA headquarters, Ivan was watching the news report on TV with a pale face. The Alcatraz prison in the camera was billowing with thick smoke, and the crash of the Black Shadow helicopter directly ignited the combustible materials in the prison. The fire seemed to be beginning to spread. Many rescue ships also arrived here to treat the injured. The entire area outside Alcatraz prison was in chaos. As you can see, the first raid on the prison ended in failure. The Delta Force troops involved in the operation suffered heavy casualties. It is understood that this prison attack may be closely related to the CIA's overseas operations in recent years. The possibility of retaliatory actions cannot be ruled out. In the operations against these thugs, we did not see the CIA play its due role at all, and the situation got further out of control. Listening to the reprimands in the news reports, Alvin almost fainted. He never expected that Delta's first operation would fail. Such a powerful force with so many years of anti-terrorism experience was defeated so easily. This is simply incredible. As far as he knew, the other party might not have more than 6 people. However, we have 3 times as many people as the enemy and also have air support. Despite such a huge gap in strength, he was still beaten out. I didn't even see where the other person was. How could Alvin not be angry about this? Ding-ling-ling. Just at this moment, the phone at Ivan's desk rang. He picked up the phone. His face suddenly changed. General, yes, it hasn't been handled yet, but don't worry. I guarantee that the matter will be resolved within an hour. I'll handle the media side of things, too. Don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Alvin couldn't help wiping the sweat from his head. Now the pressure is on him. If he doesn't resolve the issue of Devil's Island, his tenure in this position may be over. So he picked up the phone again and contacted the operations commander on the front line. The other party was strictly ordered to start the second round of action within 1 hour. We must get rid of the gang from Devil's Island, no matter life or death. Half an hour later, the outskirts of Alcatraz prison. Reinforcements have arrived. Delta again sent 3 teams, plus several Marines from the Coast Guard. A total of nearly 100 people started the operation against Alcatraz prison again. With the experience from last time, the team was much more careful this time. Almost every step is cautious, afraid of being ambushed again. But this time, they did not encounter any counterattack. The whole prison was eerily quiet. After the task force searched the entire prison, they were shocked to find that the target person was missing. At this time, there was nothing in the prison except prisoners and some disarmed prison guards. Those men in suits seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Only some weapons and equipment were found at the scene, proving that they had indeed been there before. The on-site commander refused to believe it and ordered his men to search the entire area again. Several action teams, plus security personnel in the prison, totaling several hundred people, locked down all areas. An intensive carpet search was carried out in the prison, including underground drainage facilities and all possible exits. In order to prevent the other party from mixing in with the prisoners, they even had all the prisoners checked one by one. After several hours, they had searched everywhere. But in the end, there was still no result. There wasn't even a single eyewitness. Several living people seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, disappearing along with prisoner number 44075. In other words, the target person is right under their noses. Run away. Chapter 75 Traditional Arts. At the same time, on the sea not far from Devil's Island, an ambulance with a cross-snake emblem was slowly sailing away. On the deck, several people in white coats and dressed as doctors were treating a soldier who had been shot. The wounded man seemed to be seriously injured and was dying. The Coast Guard responsible for blocking the sea did not stop them and let them pass. When the rescue boat sailed away, one of the doctors on board took off his mask. A young oriental face suddenly appeared. This person is Shin. At this time, the wounded man actually tore off the gauze on his head, revealing a standard beard. It was Price. I didn't expect these people to be fooled so easily. Chisha, you are even more cunning than I thought. I'm glad I didn't stand against you. Price walked behind Shin and lit a cigar. Shin trick of changing the subject just now was indeed brilliant. Even a veteran like him who had fought on the battlefield for many years could not help but admire him. Shin expression did not change when he saw Price's approval. In fact, he had already thought of a retreat plan before entering Devil's Island. Everything was in his plan, including when the special forces would arrive and how to shoot down the helicopter to create chaos. So he asked Ghost to lock all the surveillance equipment inside while hacking into the prison system. Make it impossible for the enemy to grasp the exact situation inside the prison. However, they were able to accurately grasp the every move of the special forces outside by releasing drones in advance. Afterwards, Shin asked Xiao Song and Xiao Chong to plan to shoot down the helicopter and cause some casualties to the Americans. Finally, he took advantage of the chaos, changed into the Delta and doctor's uniforms he had prepared in advance, and sneaked out. In order to make the fake look real, they opened the cell doors of some serious criminals before leaving, and some firearms were left behind as a smoke bomb, and they left the prison openly and swaggeringly. When the other party was still searching the prison thoroughly, they had already boarded the pre-prepared boat and sailed away from Devil's Island. This prison, known as the most stringent prison in the world, was easily visited by Shin on a day trip, and they also successfully brought the polar bear out. I wonder what kind of expression the CIA would have if they knew about this. Price exhaled slowly. If he had any doubts about Shin abilities before, well, now he really admired her. In this operation, the enemy demonstrated amazing battlefield control capabilities. It seems that everything is under his control. It is really unbelievable that a young man in his 20s can achieve such a level. This also made him curious about Shin identity. But Price knew that this was not something he should ask. So he turned and asked, Chisha, what should we do next? Hearing this, Shin touched his chin. The Alcatraz incident was a direct slap in the face to the CIA, and his face was swollen. Therefore, in the following period of time, the other party will definitely launch crazy retaliatory actions. Maybe the entire underground world will be implicated. What they have to do now is to lie low for a while and stay out of the spotlight. And let Shin be prepared so that K2 will not show up in the near future. Wait until this wave of excitement has passed before launching other actions. Shin glanced at Price and said in a deep voice, Take a good vacation and relax. We'll talk about the rest in a few days. If you're lucky, you might even get to see a good show. The actual situation was indeed as Shun Xiao had expected, when it was learned that the attacker had escaped. This made the CIA's top brass very angry. A team of only 6 people turned Alcatraz prison upside down and took people away right under their noses. The most important thing is that from beginning to end, we don't even know who did it. No one will swallow this, especially since this matter had already caused a lot of controversy on the internet. You can't hide it if you want to. Not only did the CIA fail to capture the attacker, but it also suffered the casualties of more than a dozen soldiers. This is simply the biggest joke of the year. The American people began to sneer and mock, denounced the CIA as a bunch of trash. Allen, the person directly responsible for this incident, is naturally implicated. Not only was he temporarily suspended, but he also had to wait for a review. You may even face prosecution. In this regard, Alvin was also speechless and had no way to express his grievances. It is true that disaster may come from the sky while you are at home. In the next few days, martial law is imposed within the United States, and a full investigation is underway into the perpetrators of this incident. They began searching for people based on the footage captured by reporters who were present. But at that time, the reporter from Voice of California only captured the backs of the group of people. In addition, the virus destroyed all the video footage in the prison, so there was no way to investigate. As the saying goes, when a dog is cornered, it will jump over the wall. When a rabbit is cornered, it will bite. If the CIA gets anxious, it will directly launch a fire attack. But because the culprit was not found, so I can only be furious. The day after the prison incident, the CIA launched a comprehensive search and arrest. Regardless of the circumstances, they include gangs, drug lords, and even some street gangs. Always take up the pot. Many underground forces suffered as a result. Not only that, the situation overseas is also not peaceful. Various U.S. military bases stationed overseas have taken action. Take action against underground organizations with which you had previous grudges. Anyway, no matter whether they did it or not, they were all beaten up. These underground organizations suffered terribly and suffered heavy losses. K2, however, had been dormant since early morning because of Shun Xiao's advance notice. Almost in silence. Therefore, no great losses were suffered. At this time in San Francisco, California, at the K2 base, Shin Xiao was half lying on the sofa. The TV in front of me is broadcasting the CIA's latest anti-terrorism achievements. In front of the camera, an old white man with gray hair and medals hanging all over his chest is making a solemn vow to the people. The culprit behind the Alcatraz prison incident had been found and shot on the spot. After saying that, he took out a few photos in a serious manner. The photo shows the bodies of several people who were shot. See this situation. Shin Xiao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It seems that these Americans have not lost their traditional skills at all. He tells lies without blushing. But it's better this way. Now that someone has come forward to take the blame, the situation won't be as tense as before. In a few days, we should be able to leave. Chapter 76 Battle for Satellite. Just when Shin Xiao was still hiding in his California villa. At the same moment, somewhere on the border, in the vast and silent primeval jungle, 5 men in camouflage combat uniforms were walking quickly. The footsteps made a slight sound as they stepped on the dead leaves on the ground. We've been walking for a few hours. Let's take a break here. The man walking in the front took a deep breath and turned to speak to the people behind him. Yes, Captain. The 4 people behind him responded in unison. Then, the 5 of them sat on the ground and took a short rest. Captain, we've been searching for several days and haven't even seen a trace of the satellite. Tell me, when can we find it? A man with a very honest voice couldn't help but speak. His face was covered with paint, and only his big white teeth were visible. This person, named Li Erniu, is a member of the recycling team. The captain he was talking about was named He Ching-Wang. He is also the captain of their recycling team. Belongs to a special forces unit called Red Cells. He Ching-Wang wiped the sweat from his face. Who knows? If you can't find it, just keep looking. Our superiors have entrusted us, the Red Blood Cells, with such an important mission. No matter how difficult it is, we must complete the mission. Yes, the captain is right. It is said that there are several foreign forces that want to seize this satellite. We must find it as soon as possible and absolutely not let down the leader's trust. A man with deep eyebrows and eyes beside him nodded and said, "This person's name is Wang Yambing, a red blood cell observer." After Wang Yambing finished speaking, the demolitionist Su Tianlong and the fire supporter Song Kaifei beside him nodded in response. That's right. Red blood cells are a special ace with a very high level of confidentiality. It is precisely because of this that their superiors sent them to carry out the mission of recovering the satellite. They must never betray this trust. He Qingwang looked at them and laughed. Well said. Have you rested well? If you're well rested, let's continue our journey. Good rest. The other four responded immediately. Then he stood up immediately. On the road again. The jungle is densely populated with trees and has rugged roads, making it rarely visited by people all year round. He Qingwang led the crowd. Quickly shuttle through the primitive jungle on the border. I kept a close eye on my surroundings the entire time, fearing I would miss any trace of the satellite. Captain, look over there. Several people were moving through the woods when Li Erniu suddenly pointed ahead and shouted loudly. He Qingwang and others looked in the direction Li Erniu pointed. A look of surprise appeared on his face for a moment. They were surrounded by trees almost everywhere along the way. However, an open space appeared about 100 meters southwest of them. Several large trees in that area were broken in half and fell to the ground. Broken tree trunks, dirt, and dead leaves were mixed together on the ground, creating a devastated scene. Looking closely, the trees seemed to have been broken by something. And in the center of this area, there was indeed a large black object half buried in the ground. That look, it seems. Satellite. Captain, it looks like a satellite. Wang Yambing immediately patted He Qingwang excitedly and shouted at him with a look of surprise. At this time, He Qingwang also recognized that the black iron lump was a satellite. I was also very excited, but he remained calm on the surface. After taking a quick look at the surroundings and confirming that there was nothing unusual, then he spoke to them in a calm tone. Everyone, go over immediately and pay attention to the surrounding situation. Yes. Immediately afterwards, everyone rushed forward quickly. It really is a satellite. Quick, contact the command center and ask them to come for support. He Qingwang immediately said to Wang Yambing. It is impossible to bring the satellite back with the strength of the five of them. They sneaked into the jungle secretly this time just to find the specific location of the satellite. Wang Yambing immediately contacted the operations command center. Report to the command center. This is the red blood cell. Currently located in the southwest of Area 0231 on the border. Satellite detected. Requesting support. Did you really find the satellite? Yes. Please send someone over as soon as possible to help recover the satellite. We will be there within half an hour. Captain, the notification has been made. He Qingwang nodded upon hearing this. Then he began to give instructions. Everyone on alert, waiting for reinforcements. The mission is not yet complete, so we can't relax yet. We must defend this satellite until reinforcements arrive. After He Qingwang finished speaking, the other four members of the Red Cell immediately responded. Clear. The tone is sonorous and powerful, and the expression is resolute. Then, the five people hid in the surrounding bushes. After all, it would be too easy for five people to be exposed if they just stood there like that. Time passes by every second. The five people from the red blood cells dared not slack off at all. Captain, no abnormalities have been found so far. Li Erniu reported to He Qingwang in a low voice through the communicator. However, in the next second, suddenly there was a slight sound in the air. Crack. This is the sound of a dead branch breaking. He Qingwang's expression instantly tensed up, and he spoke in a low voice into the communicator. Everyone on alert. Pay attention to the southeast. Then, the five men immediately gripped the guns in their hands. Hold your breath and focus on the front. Crack. In the southeast direction, a group of armed militants with live ammunition were approaching the front. Someone among them accidentally stepped on a dead branch on the ground and broke it. It was particularly harsh in the silent jungle. The man at the back of the team suddenly cursed silently. A hint of murderous intent flashed across his cloudy eyes. Everyone alert. The man immediately whispered an order into the headset. The next moment, everyone immediately stood guard with guns in hand, carefully observing the surrounding situation. After nearly a minute, the man heard reports from his subordinates through his earphones. Boss, there's nothing unusual around here. All right, keep going. Everyone, be alert. We must find the satellite successfully. The man whispered in a bad tone. This person is none other than Scorpion, who came in person to look for the satellite. They just received a detection message that the crashed satellite is nearby. So he immediately came with his men. It is estimated that China's recovery team is also looking for this satellite. There is a possibility that he will appear nearby at any time. If they find out, the situation will be bad. Head, a satellite has been spotted. It's at 10 o'clock ahead. Upon hearing this, Scorpion's eyes suddenly tightened. Then, he immediately asked into the headset. Sniper rifle, satellite direction. Have you found anything unusual? Report. There is nothing unusual around. Scorpion ordered coldly. Okay, You lie in ambush and provide cover. The rest of you, follow me immediately. Once you get the satellite, evacuate immediately. After saying that, Scorpion immediately took up his gun and rushed towards the satellite. The rest of the people also took action immediately, and the team moved towards the target quickly and orderly. At the same time, the red cell team hidden in the woods held their breath and stared at the front. Da-da-da. The person who came stepped on the ground covered with fallen leaves, making a slight sound. He Ching-Wong lay on the ground, not daring to breathe. He stared straight ahead through the scope without blinking. The next moment, a fully armed figure suddenly entered his field of vision. Attack! He Ching-Wong pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Shoot quickly forward. Bang! 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 A series of violent gunshots suddenly rang out in the quiet jungle. At the same time, the other 4 members of the red blood cell also took action immediately, shooting at each other frantically. Bang! 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 A series of bullets instantly cut through the air and shot towards the opposite side. In an instant, there was fierce gunfire, dense bullets, flying with chips and dead branches, and flying dust. There was also blood spurting out from the bullets, which spread out instantly. Several militants walking in the front were hit by bullets in an instant without any preparation. Facing this hail of bullets, the bulletproof vest on his body was completely useless. But the other side has more people and stronger firepower. It would be difficult for the red blood cells to withstand the attack with just a few small caliber rifles. There was soon a lull in the firing. In the next moment, bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out from the dense forest opposite. A speeding bullet hit Su Tianlong's shoulder directly. Su Tianlong suddenly groaned, and blood spurted out of his left shoulder. P.S. Sorry, I uploaded the wrong chapter just now. It's from another book of mine. I got a little confused while typing. Sorry, everyone. Chapter 77, let's have a good time. There's a sniper, take cover. He Ching-Wong suddenly roared loudly. Looking at the left half of Su Tianlong's body, it was already stained with blood. He Ching-Wong's eyes were bloodshot. But as the captain, he had no time to be sentimental. The enemy on the opposite side has discovered them, and there are snipers lying in ambush. They could only use the lush and complex jungle around them to hide their bodies. Otherwise, the 5 of them would probably be dealt with by the other side in just a few minutes. At this time, the red blood cells' firepower weakened, and the opponent instantly seized this opportunity and approached with all their strength, shooting wildly in their direction. Da-da-da, da-da-da. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield turned around, and the enemy's guns were full of flames. Bullets kept flying towards them, sending wood chips flying in the surrounding trees. He Ching-Wong hid behind the tree trunk with a frown on his face. They had the upper hand just now, so they were able to temporarily suppress the opponent. Now the enemy has far more people than them, and there are also snipers. They are now suppressed and have no power to fight back. If this continues, they won't be able to wait for support to arrive. By then, not only will the satellite be lost, but the 5 of them will probably also die here. He Ching-Wong was feeling anxious. At this moment, Song Kaifei took out a grenade in the distance. Next, bite off the safety catch with your teeth and press the trigger with your finger. Song Kaifei hid behind a thick tree trunk, his eyes fixed on the enemy who was approaching from the opposite side. Watching the distance between them and me getting shorter and shorter, I counted down silently in my heart. 100 meters, 80 meters, 60 meters. Now is the time. Song Kaifei muttered to himself, and then immediately threw the grenade in his hand towards the opposite side. Call out. Then, I heard someone shouting, "Get down," from the other side. Following a loud bang explosion, dust suddenly flew up on the opposite side, and several people who were unable to dodge were immediately injured by the grenade. Song Kaifei was immediately delighted when he saw this, but the next second, a gunshot suddenly came from a distance. Bang! Before Song Kaifei could react, a speeding bullet hit him directly in the abdomen. In an instant, blood gushed out, and a sharp pain swept over me. Song Kaifei gritted his teeth so as not to cry out in pain. But even so, it was of no avail. When he threw the grenade just now, his position was exposed. The next moment, the enemy sniper took aim again. Another bullet shot towards him and hit him directly in the thigh. Song Kaifei could no longer suppress his howl. Old Song. The eyes of the other 4 members of the red blood cell suddenly turned bloodshot. Immediately afterwards, Li Erniu on the side rushed out. He wanted to take Song Kaifei to a hidden place to prevent him from being shot again. However, he had just taken 2 steps when he was instantly targeted by the enemy's sniper. Bang! A bullet came and hit his calf directly. Li Erniu fell to the ground instantly, with veins bulging on his forehead. My legs. At this time, He Ching-Wong, who was closest to him, immediately rushed out. He reached out and grabbed Li Erniu's arm, dragging him to the side with force. The next moment, another bullet came through the air. When He Qingwang heard the sound, he immediately gritted his teeth and used all his strength to pull Li Erniu to the side. The bullet instantly hit the position where the two men were just now, raising a cloud of dust. Having luckily escaped the disaster, He Qingwang did not dare to slack off at all. He quickly pulled Li Erniu back behind a thick tree trunk and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time in the dense forest, Scorpion ordered his men to hide behind tree trunks and shelters. The fire attack stopped. He observed the situation here through the scope with a sinister look. He could be sure that the other party was the recycling team from China. For the past few days, he has been searching for the whereabouts of the satellite in the jungle. This pristine jungle was almost turned upside down. Unexpectedly, hard work paid off, and I finally found the location of the satellite. However, he didn't expect to meet the recovery team here. It's true that enemies meet in a narrow road. Scorpion whispered into the headset. Sniper, continue surrounding the corpse and attacking the reinforcements. Team 4, crawl forward and take the satellite away. The rest of you, stay where you are and wait. Yes. After hearing Scorpion's instructions, everyone immediately acted according to them. As long as we get the satellite, we can get a lot of money from the CIA. All these days of tracking have not been in vain. Before starting the operation today, Scorpion had already contacted Alvin. However, the other party did not answer his call. There was no reply to the emails sent. I don't know what's going on, but this is not a problem. The military value of this satellite is extremely high, and the defense identification module in it is even more important. If you put it on the black market, it can be sold at a sky-high price. No worries about finding buyers. Thinking of this, Scorpion's eyes became stern, and a hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. This is the red blood cell site at this time. He Qingwang dragged the injured Li Erniu and hid behind a tree trunk. After what happened just now, He Qingwang already understood the other party's intention. The other party wants to surround the corpse and attack the reinforcements. This is a common tactic in small wars. The sniper takes the high ground and knocks down an enemy, incapacitating him but not fatally. He took advantage of the comradeship between the two sides and knocked down the reinforcements coming to rescue him. This trick works almost every time, because no one is in the same trench. He would watch his brother die, just like now. The sniper on the opposite side followed Scorpion's instructions. He fired another shot at Song Kaifei, hitting his left arm. Behind the bunker, Wang Yanbing, who was not injured, saw this and immediately rushed forward to save him. But as soon as he made a move, he was immediately scolded by Song Kaifei. Stop right there. Don't come over here again. Song Kaifei had already realized at this time that the other party wanted to surround the corpse and attack the reinforcements. He wanted to use me to lure out the rest of the red blood cells. Now that Li Erniu has been injured because of him, he will never allow anyone else to get hurt because of this. Brothers, don't come over here anymore. Don't worry about me. Just try your best to hold on until reinforcements arrive. As long as I can protect the satellite and prevent them from getting it, my death will be worth it. Song Kaifei covered his abdomen with his left hand and spoke in a difficult voice. What the hell are you talking about? He Qingwang roared in a trembling voice, with bloodshot eyes. How could he abandon his brother who had been through thick and thin with him? But now, for a moment, He Qingwang really didn't know how to save him. He gripped the gun tightly with both hands, veins bulging. Song Kaifei smiled silently when he heard this. In fact, he knew in his heart that his teammates would never watch him being beaten to death by the opponent. But he couldn't let them die. So, Song Kaifei slowly picked up the pistol on his waist with his right hand. He pointed the gun at his own head. Instead of the opponent constantly torturing him and forcing his teammates to come up and die, it would be better if he understood himself. After all, he probably won't survive this time, and he must not drag down his comrades anymore. Don't want. Seeing Song Kaifei's actions, the other 4 members of the Red Cell immediately shouted loudly. But just as he was subconsciously thinking, a bullet from the opposite side hit Song Kaifei's right hand directly. The pistol in his hand fell to the ground in an instant. Song Kaifei's face turned pale immediately, and he clenched his teeth, beads of sweat the size of beans continuously rolling down his forehead. The 4 members of the red blood cell were all filled with resentment and wanted to rush forward immediately. Seeing this, Song Kaifei immediately shouted at them. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. I beg you. Please give me a quick death. Rather than letting him suffer like this any longer, it would be better to just shoot him to death. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Erniu endured the severe pain in his leg and shouted in pain. How is it possible to let them kill their own brothers with their own hands? But he also knew that if they went there, they would not be able to save Song Kaifei, and he would have gone there in vain. But he didn't go to save Song Kai-fei and watched him being tortured by the other party. He can't do it either. Such a dilemma is the most torturous situation in the world. He Ching Wang on the side remained silent, his eyes fixed on the front, and no one knew what he was thinking. A few seconds later, he suddenly raised the gun in his hand towards Song Kai-fei. Li Erniu, who was standing by, exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing this. Captain Yu. Li Erniu wanted to stop him, but he saw Song Kai-fei lying in the distance with several bullets in his body. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Finally, he put down his hand with a pale face. On the opposite side, Song Kai-fei saw this and slowly forced a smile at He Ching Wang. She spoke to him in a weak voice. Captain, thank you. Then, he slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Chapter 78. Why not contact Shin Xiao? Bang! He Ching Wang pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out at high speed. It shot directly at Song Kai-fei, a big tree next to him. When Song Kai-fei heard the gunshot, he opened his eyes in confusion and looked at He Ching Wang. He Ching Wang was seen shooting continuously at the same position of the tree trunk with a focused look. Bang! 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 As more than a dozen bullets continued to hit, wood chips flew everywhere at that position of the tree trunk. Gradually a gap was created. As the gap continued to widen, the tall tree trunk began to shake. Then, He Ching Wang fired another bullet. The tree trunk fell to the side with a loud bang and fell directly in front of Song Kai-fei, blocking him. Quick, cover fire. He Ching Wang immediately put away his gun and shouted. Li Erniu and others immediately understood, and then left and opened fire crazily at the opposite side. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The other side was caught off guard by their sudden barrage of fire. In an instant, grass and trees flew everywhere, dust splashed everywhere, and Song Kai-fei's surroundings became blurred. In addition, with the tree trunk in front of him, the enemy sniper could not hit him at all. He Ching Wang took this opportunity and immediately rushed out from behind the cover at a high speed. Immediately afterwards, he quickly pulled Song Kai-fei back behind the bunker. Song Kai-fei can be said to have escaped death. Li Erniu, who was standing by, quickly used the medical supplies he had on him to bandage the wound and stop the bleeding. He Ching Wang crawled on the side and took over from Li Erniu to shoot at the opponent continuously. Although Song Kai-fei was rescued, He Ching Wang still felt heavy in his heart. He knew very well that their ammunition would not last much longer. The enemy is so numerous and powerful. Once the fire stops, I'm afraid they. Just as He Ching Wang was thinking this, the gunshots from the people next to him suddenly stopped. He knew that they had run out of ammunition. Immediately afterwards, He Ching Wang ran out of bullets. He Ching Wang's face darkened. Now they had no way to stop the other party from approaching. Soon, the other side noticed that they stopped firing. I guess that they must have run out of ammunition. So, they moved closer to them again and continued shooting at them. The 5 members of the red cell hid behind the bunker, listening to the sound of them approaching, and felt anxious. Captain, what should we do? Song Kai-fei looked at He Ching Wang weakly, with a hint of despair in his eyes. He Ching Wang clenched his fists, and then his eyes became stern. He reached out and took out the dagger he was carrying. Fight them. Today, they are afraid that they will not be able to leave alive. In that case, let's just go for it. Take as many as you can. Seeing this, Li Erniu on the side nodded at him solemnly. Then, he took out a dagger, looking ready to die. At this time, the other side had stopped shooting at them. The 2 men heard the footsteps getting closer and closer, looked at each other, and immediately rushed out. But in the next second, a roar suddenly came from above them. He Ching Wang and others immediately looked up and saw a helicopter appear above them. Several people immediately felt relieved. Their reinforcements had arrived. At the same time, the other party also noticed this. A deep and powerful voice commanded, "Evacuate immediately." After Scorpion finished speaking, all personnel immediately evacuated. They have just successfully obtained the satellite. The goal has been achieved. There is no need to stay here any longer. So, Scorpion led his men to evacuate the place quickly. At the same time, in a resident conference room, Gao Shiwei and others are still eagerly waiting for the latest news on the recycling operation. Half an hour ago, a message came from the front. They have discovered where the satellite is. Reinforcements should have arrived by now. I believe that we will be able to bring the satellite back successfully in a while. Everyone in the conference room looked expectant, waiting for them to bring the satellite back. Just as everyone was waiting patiently, a liaison officer suddenly ran in hurriedly from outside. Report. Come in. Gao Shiwei spoke directly. Watching the liaison officer rushing in a hurry, I subconsciously thought that the satellite was brought back. But in the next second, the liaison officer walked up to him quickly and spoke in a panicked tone. Oh no. Just received news that the mission failed. What? How could this happen? Gao Shiwei's expression changed immediately when he heard this. The rest of the people in the meeting room also looked incredulous. Hasn't the satellite been discovered and reinforcements dispatched? How could the mission fail? Report, before our reinforcements arrive. The recovery team encountered an ambush by a group of unknown armed forces. The enemy is outnumbered and we are outnumbered, and most of our men are injured. The satellite was eventually taken away by that group of people. He Cheng Wang and the others were also injured and have been sent to the hospital for treatment. The communications officer briefly recounted what had just happened. When Gao Shiwei and others heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. They never thought that they would encounter such a thing at the critical moment. Once the satellite falls into the hands of these people, things will become difficult. Now that the satellite has been taken away, all their plans have failed. Now, there is really nothing we can do. There was silence in the conference room, and everyone was silent. Gao Shiwei put one hand on the table and pressed his eyebrows hard, his heart in a mess. Now things have taken a turn for the worst. This was the result he least wanted to see. If it is really impossible to recover it as a satellite, they can only report to their superiors and replace all the defense identification modules. The losses caused by this will be incalculable. This responsibility is not something they can afford. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke. Didn't we have a backup plan before? It's the undercover agent named Shin Xiao. Let's contact this person quickly. Maybe he has some solution. Hearing this proposal, the rest of the people in the conference room looked at each other. Obviously, they did not hold much hope for this plan, which was not really a plan. Now that the satellite is lost, what else can we do? That's right. We've been thinking about this for so long. What can Shin Xiao do alone? Yeah, isn't Shin Xiao still recovering from his illness? How can he have the energy to think about these things at this time? Several people in the conference room spoke one after another. This kind of thing is obviously not something that Shin Xiao can solve. Now it seems that going to Shin Xiao before was just a desperate attempt to find a cure. The first two options failed. What role can this backup plan play? Is it possible to turn the tide in this situation? Gao Shiwei listened to them silently, without any expression on his face. Obviously, he also had some doubts in his mind. After a long time, Gao Shiwei sighed and gave instructions to his adjutant Li Yan. Li Yan, go contact Shin Xiao quickly. Have him come to this meeting. Now, we can only put our hopes on him. Chapter 79, Let Scorpion Send the Things Back. Yanjing City, Century Group's private airport. An airplane slowly landed on the tarmac. The cabin door opened, and a group of tall men in dark brown casual clothes walked out. After slowly walking down the gangway, he turned back and waited for the people behind him. Then, a young man in simple clothes walked out slowly. There was also a middle-aged man with a plump figure beside him. It was Shin Xiao and his group who had just returned to China. Finally back to China. Shin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The air here is still a little sweeter. The U.S. military has caught several scapegoats in recent days, so the rumors gradually became less tense. Shin Xiao took this opportunity and asked his men to forge identities and return to China directly. The journey was relatively peaceful, and we returned to China smoothly. After all, the CIA doesn't want to make things worse. They have always called Alcatraz prison the most impossible to escape from. Being treated like a back garden and being able to come and go as you please is not something to be proud of. At this time, of course, you want to make a big thing small or a small thing nothing as soon as possible. Anyway, polar bears are not important to them. It's not as important as the CIA's reputation. So after arresting some suspicious underground forces as scapegoats, it can be considered as an explanation to the people. As a result, they gradually relaxed their efforts to investigate. Although this result is somewhat unexpected, it is also reasonable. Naturally, Shin Xiao would not be stupid enough to take the initiative to take responsibility for this matter. Anyway, the person has been rescued and his goal has been achieved. It would be best if both parties maintain a tacit understanding and have a tacit understanding. Afterwards, Shin Xiao ordered 141 sick people to bring the polar bear to Century Group. Later on, he would have to rely on annexing the United Mercenary Company. After Shin Xiao finished explaining, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He has not had any contact with the outside world recently. Cell phones and all communication devices were turned off. He didn't expect that someone would contact him as soon as he turned on his phone after landing. Shin Xiao took out his cell phone and took a look and found that it was a call from the military district. He picked up the phone. Li Yan's familiar voice came from the other side. Hey, Shin Xiao, where are you now? As soon as the call was connected, Li Yan's anxious voice came from the other end. I just returned to Yanjing. Yanjing? Okay, then come to the military district right now. It's urgent. Shin Xiao paused, but nodded in agreement. Then he hung up the phone. Shin Xiao looked at the dark screen and couldn't help wondering. Li Yan was so anxious to ask him to go to the military district. Could it be that they knew about the prison break on Devil's Island? After all, this matter is really too big. There were also American reporters filming at the time. The Chinese military might have seen the video and recognized him, so they were so anxious to let him pass. The more Shin Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. So Shin Xiao got on the K2 car outside the airport and rushed to the military base. At this time, in the military district meeting room, Gao Shiwei and the generals on both sides of the conference table all looked heavy-hearted. They just asked someone to contact the forces near the Golden Triangle to find out who had the satellite. As long as the other party is willing to return the satellite, you can name a price. But there is still no clue. Just when the atmosphere was gloomy, the door of the meeting room was suddenly knocked. Then a guard came in with documents. "Commander, this is the document we just found." Gao Shiwei reached out and took the document. After reading the contents clearly, his face suddenly darkened. Seeing Gao Shiwei's serious expression, everyone in the conference room couldn't help but look at him worriedly. Afterwards, Gao Shiwei gave the document to the generals under him and asked them to circulate it among themselves. The document stated that the identity of the unknown armed forces that hijacked the satellite had been found. He is a mercenary leader entrenched in the Golden Triangle region, codenamed Scorpion. There is also detailed information about scorpions above. After reading the document, everyone's faces looked very bad. They recognized the mercenary codenamed Scorpion. It has always been a cancer near the border. Although not as threatening as the original K2, it is still a tough opponent. What is even more crucial and troubling is that this Scorpion has a long-standing grudge against China and has always been regarded as an enemy. If the satellite falls into this person's hands, there will be no room for negotiation. This Scorpion is deliberately trying to be our enemy. An old officer with gray hair on his temples couldn't help but speak in a deep voice. Scorpion has always been at odds with the Chinese military. This time, if the satellite falls into his hands, there will be a disaster. The general next to him pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his expression extremely heavy. Who says it isn't? Scorpion has always been hostile to China. There must be a big conspiracy behind this desperate attempt to seize the satellite. But the most urgent thing now is how to get the satellite back. A dark-skinned general on the opposite side heard this and spoke tentatively. Since our soft approach doesn't work, why not send someone directly to the Scorpion's lair? Take back the satellite. No. Gao Shiwei rejected the proposal without even thinking about it. In any case, the Scorpions are outside the country. It's a primitive jungle there, and the terrain is complex. It's not going to be easy to get in there and reclaim the satellite. What's more, if our Chinese military rashly sends troops there, the impact will be extremely serious. By then, it might even lead to hostility between the two countries. This approach is absolutely unacceptable. I was rash. The dark-skinned general sighed. He was too anxious just now and ignored this relationship. Gao Shiwei said nothing, his brows tightly knitted together. But now they really have no choice. Could it be that this satellite really fell into the hands of Scorpion? Just when everyone was at a loss, there was a sudden knock on the door of the conference room. Everyone immediately turned to look at the door. Li Yan opened the door and said to Gao Shiwei, "Chief, Shin Xiao is here. Quick, let him in." Gao Shiwei's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately spoke. The rest of the people in the conference room also looked at the door expectantly. Shin Xiao is now their only hope. Li Yan responded, then turned around and said a few words to the people behind him. Then, everyone saw a tall and slender figure slowly walking in. Shin Xiao looked at the 2 rows of people sitting neatly in the conference room. Each of them had a high military rank. So he raised his hand and saluted. "Shin Xiao, don't be so polite. Sit down quickly. I have something important to ask you." Gao Shiwei waved at Shin Xiao, indicating that he should sit in the empty seat nearby. Shin Xiao nodded slightly, then walked to the empty seat under the conference table and sat opposite Gao Shiwei. Then, Gao Shiwei spoke directly. "Look, the reason I asked you to come here this time is because of the satellite. We previously sent a satellite recovery team to the border to secretly search for satellites. However, at the last moment, he was kidnapped by Scorpion and his armed men. So I came to you to ask if there was any way I could get the satellite back." After hearing this, Shin Xiao immediately understood. I didn't expect so many things to happen during the few days I was away. It seems that his previous speculation was correct. It turns out that Scorpion is behind this matter. If it was a few days ago, perhaps he really would have no way to deal with it. But now it's different. He now has one more chip in his hand. Shin Xiao nodded slightly and spoke calmly. "I already know the situation. Now I'll ask Scorpion to bring the things back." Chapter 80. Are you serious? When he first heard this, Gao Shiwei thought there was something wrong with his ears. I didn't react for a moment. He was stunned for several seconds before coming to his senses. The other people in the conference room were not much better than Gao Shiwei. They originally thought that Shin Xiao might be helpless, or at most offer some suggestions and point out the way forward for their next actions. Unexpectedly, Shin Xiao not only did not refuse, but also threatened to let Scorpion send the satellite back. This is simply incredible. Who is Scorpio? He is a desperado with a lot of blood debts on his back. Just by talking casually, can you make the other party return the things? Why? Everyone's eyes were now looking at Gao Shiwei, who was sitting on the main seat. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Is this the person recommended by your General Gao? It's a bit too out of tune. Gao Shiwei was also extremely surprised at this time. You should know that it was he who strongly recommended Shin Xiao. He is also his favorite student. But now he actually said such irresponsible words in front of so many people. This made Gao Shiwei feel a little embarrassed. So he quickly reminded in a low voice. Shin Xiao, now is not the time to joke. The situation is quite urgent, so please offer some constructive suggestions. See if we can recover the satellite before it changes hands. Hearing this, Shin Xiao smiled indifferently. He knew that Gao Shiwei had misunderstood his words. Thought he was joking. It can also be heard that Gao Shiwei is trying to smooth things over for himself. It seems that the Chinese here don't know about Alcatraz prison and the polar bears. However, Shin Xiao did not explain much. Instead, he took out his cell phone. Dial Price's number. Soon, the call was connected. Shin Xiao didn't say anything more and went straight to the point. Tell Polar Bear to have his men find Scorpion and have him return the items to China. Don't ask what it is, Scorpio knows. This is Polar Bear's pledge of allegiance. Let him consider it carefully. After receiving Price's affirmative answer, Shin Xiao hung up the phone. When it comes to the satellite issue, it's most appropriate to let Polar Bear step in. Although he spent the whole year in jail. But the power of his United Mercenary Company has not weakened at all. Still has absolute say in the Golden Triangle. This is also the reason why he went there in person to retrieve the polar bear. The call is over. The conference room fell into silence again. They are now a little unsure whether Shin Xiao is serious or just joking. Only Gao Shiwei gradually became serious. He knew Shin Xiao very well. I have a clear distinction between the importance and urgency of things. I definitely wouldn't make such a joke at this time. Then there is only one possibility left. He really has a way to get Scorpion to send the satellite back. But, is this really possible? They sent out their most elite special forces, but were unable to successfully bring back the satellite. And Shin Xiao did it with just one phone call. It's simply a fairy tale. After some thought, Gao Shiwei finally chose to believe Shin Xiao. He asked, Shin Xiao, how long will your plan take? But before Shin Xiao could speak, the others present could no longer sit still. General Gao, you don't really believe what Shin Xiao said, do you? Just one phone call, this is two. The first one to speak was the general with gray hair. But before he could finish, Gao Shiwei raised his hand to stop him. He looked at Shin Xiao. In the end, he chose to believe the other party. 5 or 6 hours at most. On the other hand, Shin Xiao glanced at his watch. A reply was given. It's almost noon now. If nothing goes wrong, we should have news in the evening. 2 hours later, in a village in the Golden Triangle. Outside the tall stilt house in the center of the village. A group of armed men with guns are guarding here with stern expressions. Moreover, the number of guards was more than twice the usual number. This is the Scorpion stronghold. At this time, in the study at the innermost end of the house, Scorpion was sitting in a chair and talking on the phone. The Scorpion tattoo on his arm looked particularly hideous under the cold white light. I have already done everything. The satellite is in my hands now. Scorpion spoke to the person on the other end of the phone in English. Then, the other party said something, but Scorpion just laughed faintly. He said casually while playing with the lighter in his hand. Of course there is no problem, but this time we suffered a heavy loss. At this price, of course. Although Scorpion didn't finish his words, he thought the other party must understand what he meant. Over the years, he has been helping the other party, and the price given by the other party has always satisfied her. This time it wasn't him who raised the price. I really didn't expect this operation to be so difficult. Met the recycling team. There are only 5 people on the other side, but their combat capability is very strong. He lost more than a dozen of his men. This was a huge loss for him, but he couldn't escape towards the Chinese military. So I have to mention the price. What's more, this satellite is of extraordinary value, so it wouldn't be excessive even if I asked for twice the price. Then, the person on the other end of the phone said something unknown. Scorpion just smiled with satisfaction and then started talking. That's quite straightforward. It's settled then. Boss, something bad has happened. Before Scorpion could finish his words, he was interrupted by his men who rushed in. Who let you in without my permission? Scorpion was suddenly interrupted and was very unhappy. He scolded with a gloomy face. You dare to break into his study without permission? You are really asking for death. When the subordinates saw the sinister look in Scorpion's eyes, their hearts trembled. Then he spoke quickly. No, boss, something really happened. Outside, a group of people came outside and surrounded our stilt house. What? Who is so bold? Scorpion stood up immediately, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Now he is the leader of the entire Golden Triangle. There are actually people who dare to cause trouble for him. The subordinate paused and immediately replied. They are from the United Mercenary Company. Chapter 81, Sending the Satellite Back. United Mercenary Company? What are they doing here? Scorpion couldn't help but feel a little surprised at this moment. The United Mercenary Company has rarely been active in public since Polar Bear disappeared a year ago. Normally, the two sides do not interfere with each other. I don't know why the other party suddenly came to me. Scorpion pondered for a moment with a gloomy face, and then said something to the person on the other end of the phone. I have something to do here, let's talk later. Then he walked straight out of the house. In today's Golden Triangle, the United Mercenary Company is still the absolute boss. Even he, a Scorpion, was very wary. Scorpion walked quickly to the gate. He found that his stilt house was surrounded by people. I saw a group of strong men wearing black vests and holding AK rifles standing outside. There are at least 100 or 200 people. At this time, we are confronting their people. There were also several modified pickup trucks parked outside. On the rear of the vehicle, the muzzle of a 50mm caliber heavy machine gun was aimed here. Obviously, the other party came with bad intentions this time. Your United Mercenary Company and I have always kept our distance from each other. What do you mean? The Scorpion narrowed his eyes slightly. I was a little confused about the situation for a moment. Of course I came to see you. A man wearing a beret and with a dragon tattooed on his shoulder slowly walked through the crowd to Scorpion. His words were full of contempt and disdain for the Scorpion. Scorpion took a look at the person who came. He couldn't help but frown. He had met this person before. He was a senior executive of the United Mercenary Company and was considered Polar Bear's confidant. We've met a few times before, but judging from the other party's tone, he definitely wasn't here to reminisce about the past. I haven't offended your United Mercenary Company recently, have I? Scorpion lowered his tone. What I mean is, why are you coming to me for no reason? At this moment, the Scorpion had completely lost its usual ferocity. After all, he still has some vision. Now the enemy's heavy machine guns are almost pointing at his head. If he continues to act arrogantly, he will be courting death. The man in the beret in front of him did not give him a good look. Instead, he took out his cell phone and handed it to Scorpion. Our boss wants to tell you something. Polar Bear. After hearing this, Scorpion's expression suddenly changed, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Didn't the Polar Bear disappear a year ago? Why did you call him suddenly? Scorpion took the phone in confusion. I only heard a strong voice coming from the other end of the phone. Long time no see, Scorpion. I heard, during the year I was away. You're making quite a move. Hearing what the Polar Bear said, the Scorpion felt a tightness in his heart. The tone clearly shows that he is here to call for an explanation. But I don't know what crime he is asking about. Could it be because he had recently expanded his territory? Scorpion was puzzled, so he asked tentatively. You're joking. I'm just playing around a little. It's not even presentable. I wonder if you're looking for me this time. Don't play dumb with me here. What about the satellite? On the other end of the phone, the Polar Bear spoke to the Scorpion in a bad tone. Hearing this word, Scorpion's face turned a little ugly. He didn't expect that the Polar Bear came to him this time because of the satellite. This is no wonder, as satellites are a rare commodity. Just a change of hands will bring in a large sum of money. Anyone who sees it will be jealous. Although the phenomenon of black eating black is very common in Golden Triangle. But this was too much bullying, which made Scorpio somewhat dissatisfied. But he couldn't have a fit now. After all, people are now blocking his door. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, whoever has the stronger fist has the right to speak. But Scorpio is unwilling to give up. But you can't just turn against them. Finally, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Polar Bear, isn't it a bit against the rules for you to do this? Unexpectedly, the Polar Bear on the other end of the phone didn't give him any face. He shouted angrily, Stop talking nonsense to me. Here, I am the rule. When I was on the street, you were still in your mother's belly. Don't play these tricks on me. After being scolded harshly, Scorpion's face suddenly turned ashen. This is simply too much. They didn't treat him as a human being at all. Just when he was struggling over whether to turn against her completely, the Polar Bear's next words stunned him. I'll give you an hour. Within 1 hour, you must send this satellite back to China. Hearing this, Scorpion even thought there was something wrong with his ears. Send back to China? What is this operation? He confirmed again. Send it back to China? Why? Wasn't what I just said clear enough? This time Scorpion finally understood. The polar bear is standing up for China. At this moment, one of his men ran over in panic. Boss, something big has happened. What happened again? Scorpion glared at his subordinate who was running over and subconsciously covered his phone with his hand. The subordinate glanced at the people from the United Mercenary Company opposite. Then he immediately leaned over to Scorpion's ear and whispered a report. Boss, I just received the news. Our 4 outposts in Vietnam and Myanmar have been surrounded by the United Mercenary Company. And those batches of goods were also intercepted by them. What? Scorpion secretly thought that something was wrong. It turns out that the polar bear came prepared this time. The polar bear on the other end of the phone seemed to have anticipated the situation here. Continue speaking. Now, I'll give you another chance to think about it. Either you return the satellite, or you wait to disappear completely from the Golden Triangle. The polar bear waited silently for him to make a choice. Scorpio knows what polar bears are like. This was definitely not meant to scare him. With the strength of the United Mercenary Company, it would be too easy to deal with Scorpion. Although I don't know what benefits the polar bear has received to work so hard for China. But he knew very well that if he did not hand over the satellite, it would be difficult for him to leave here alive. It's not worth risking your life for a satellite. Scorpion clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. But after struggling for a while, he finally chose to save his life. Okay, I'll give you a favor. Send the satellite back right away. Chapter 82. The boss asked us to send it. At this time, in a temporary camp on the edge of the Golden Triangle, the medical soldiers with cross signs on their arms were busy working. Red Blood Cell and others, who had just experienced a great battle, were resting here. Because Song Kai-fei was seriously injured, he might not be able to survive until he reaches the nearest hospital. Therefore, emergency surgery had to be performed on site. He Ching-wang and others also suffered injuries to varying degrees. Fortunately, none of them were serious and they have all been bandaged and treated. The 4 people were waiting in the rest area. As soon as Song Kai-fei's operation was finished, they would start to evacuate. The failure of this recovery mission dealt a heavy blow to the Red Blood Cell team. Although the main responsibility does not lie with them. But as a soldier, the sense of honor in their hearts still makes them feel very guilty. How about we sneak into Scorpion's lair secretly and take him down? Take the satellite back. Wang Yanbing is a man with a hot temper. At this time, he was also very angry. I wish I could go straight to the Scorpion stronghold. Hearing this, He Ching-wang did not respond. As the commander of this operation, he must of course take the overall situation into consideration. The instructions from our superiors are to evacuate. We can't take this risk. Moreover, given their current state, launching another surprise attack would be like walking a sheep into a tiger's mouth. Wang Yanbing saw that He Ching-wang did not react. He stood up in a flash. He Ching-wang, please make a sound. We can't be the defeated general, right? I can't afford to lose this man. When have we Red Blood Cells ever been treated like this? He Ching-wang glanced at Wang Yanbing. In fact, he had the same idea in his mind. As long as we can recapture the satellite, we can make up for our mistake. Keep the reputation of Red Blood Cells. But when the words reached his throat, he swallowed them back. The more times like this happen, the more we need to stay calm and not act impulsively. He could no longer take risks alone with everyone. After hesitating for a moment, He Ching-wang finally whispered, let's follow the orders from our superiors. Old He, you're so spineless. Are you willing to go back in disgrace like this? Stop making trouble, kid. What else can you do if you're unwilling? Am I going to take you to your death? Death is better than this. It's so embarrassing. You. Before He Ching-wang could finish his words, a soldier in camouflage uniform ran in from outside with an anxious look on his face. Captain He, a convoy has arrived outside our camp. He said he wanted to see the person in charge of our camp. Who are the other party? How many people are there? He Ching-wang stood up. There was a flash of alertness in his eyes. A convoy is visiting at this time. Who could it be? They said they were from the United Mercenary Company. They looked like there were only about 7 or 8 of them. United Mercenary Company? Upon hearing this, Wang Yanbing and He Ching-wang looked at each other. They had heard of this organization. It is quite famous in the Golden Triangle. I just don't know why they suddenly came this time. However, since there were only 7 or 8 people from the other side, and they specifically asked to see the person in charge, it means that they should not have any malicious intentions. So He Ching-wang greeted everyone behind him. Let's go. Take our weapons and go out and take a look. Also, notify all soldiers in the camp to be on guard in case of any accidents. Yes. A moment later, He Ching-wang and others arrived at the camp gate. There were several pickup trucks parked outside the camp. There is a special simple gun logo painted on the car door. It should be the logo of the United Mercenary Company. At the end of the convoy, there was a truck covered with a tarpaulin. I don't know what's inside. He Ching-wang hasn't spoken yet. The Southeast Asian man in the lead, who was wearing a beret and had a dragon tattooed on his shoulder, began to talk a lot in the local language. He Wang looked at Wang Yanbing beside him with a puzzled look. None of them understood the local language. I don't understand what the other person is saying at all. Seeing that Wang didn't understand, the man thought for a while. Then he spoke in awkward Chinese. He spoke haltingly. In the car, satellite, yours. Give it back to you. Scorpion, dealt with. Satellite. Although it was just one word popping out. But Wang still understood the general idea. Return the satellite? What's happening? Wang Yanbing was nimble and quickly ran to the last truck covered with a waterproof sheet. All I saw in that carriage was the satellite that had crashed before, and the defense identification module is also inside. This? Wang couldn't turn around for a while. I don't know what to say. The satellite was sent back just like that? This is too magical. In the end, it was the man in the beret who spoke first. The satellite has been handed over to you. As the boss said, our mission has been completed. Goodbye. After saying this, he turned around and left with the people from the United Mercenary Company. As the roar of the engine sounded, all that was left was the truck carrying the satellite and the red blood cell and others who were scattered in the wind. Lao-he, am I dreaming? Wang Yanbing walked over stiffly and asked Wang with an expression of disbelief. Wang was also confused at this time. Is there such a good thing that falls from the sky? Those last few sentences. They seemed to hear that some boss asked them to send it back. Who is this boss? More than half a minute passed. Wang came to his senses and quickly ran back to the camp. Report the matter to superiors immediately. 6:30 p.m. In the conference room, Gao Shiwei and others are still waiting for news. According to the time given by Shin, it's almost time to get the news. But until now, there has been no movement. Gao Shiwei tapped the table with his fingers. It can be seen that he is still a little anxious. The others have also lost some patience. Because from the very beginning, they thought Shin was joking. Waiting here now is just a waste of time. It's better to think of other ways. In the entire conference room, only Shin looked calm and composed. He didn't even look at his watch. He drank the hot tea in front of him. General Gao, if you ask me, there's no need to wait any longer. Yes, we can't delay any longer. Let's prepare to implement the plan to replace all defense identification modules. Our original appointment time has arrived, but there is still no news. I'm afraid. At this time, everyone attending the meeting spoke. Gao Shiwei didn't say anything. He wasn't too hopeful at this point. After all, it is a bit too incredible to ask someone to send a satellite back. But he did not blame Shin plan. Whenever there is a plan, there is a possibility of failure. Shin is not a god, so it is normal for him to make mistakes in judgment. He is now ready to report the matter and implement the final plan to completely replace all defense identification modules. Although it would be costly, they had no other options. But, just then, the door to the conference room was flung open. Li Yin stumbled in. He shouted hurriedly without even catching his breath. Yes, there is news. Satellite. The satellite has been sent back. Chapter 83 stopped the investigation. A few hours later. It's already late at night. Outside a hangar at a certain base in the southwest, the lights were still on. Several middle-aged men in casual clothes seemed to be anxiously waiting for something. Just after 6 o'clock, they received the report from the red blood cell in the conference room. The satellite has been sent back and is being transported back now. When they received this news, everyone present was not only overjoyed, but also shocked by Shin abilities. They didn't expect that just a phone call from the other party would make Scorpion return the satellite obediently. Such extraordinary means are not only astonishing. The most shocked person was Gao Shiwei. He thought he knew Shin very well, but he didn't expect that this kid would create another miracle for him this time. On the airport runway at this time, Shin was wearing a black windbreaker and calmly lit a cigarette. Things went much more smoothly than he had imagined. Polar bears are still somewhat useful. The effort to rescue him from Devil's Island was not in vain. Not long. A military transport plane slowly landed. The rear hatch opens. A dark object was carried out. It was the crashed satellite. Immediately afterwards, 4 people from the red cell got off the plane. Wang walked straight up to Gao Shiwei, saluted him, and said, "Report, the satellite has been brought back. Please check it." Behind him, Li Erniu and the other 2 also saluted Gao Shiwei. Gao Shiwei looked at them and nodded with satisfaction. He then ordered the personnel from the military region's technical department behind him to come and inspect the satellite. More than a dozen people from the technical department carefully inspected the satellite from front to back. After confirming that there were no problems, he reported to Gao Shiwei. Report, inspection completed. The satellite is intact, and there are no issues. The defense identification module carried on it has not been damaged in any way. Good. After hearing this, Gao Shiwei finally felt relieved. The satellite was intact, and they finally gave an explanation to the higher-ups. Then, Gao Shiwei gave instructions to the technical department staff. Okay, take the satellite back quickly and store it first. The handover will be carried out later. Yes. Afterwards, the technical department staff immediately and carefully transported the satellite back. Seeing the satellite being brought back, Shin Xiao spoke directly to Gao Shiwei. General Gao, the work has been completed. There is nothing more for me to do. I will leave now. Gao Shiwei originally wanted to keep Shin Xiao, but thinking that it was already late and Shin Xiao's injury had not yet fully recovered. So he nodded and said, okay, go back and rest first. This matter is all thanks to you. Nothing, just a little help. After saying that, Shin Xiao turned around and left the military area. Looking at Shin Xiao's leaving back, He Ching Wang on the side couldn't help but ask curiously, Captain 2, you just said that it was thanks to him that we were able to retrieve the satellite? Yes, if Shin Xiao hadn't intervened this time, it's hard to say whether the satellite could be retrieved. Before Gao Shiwei could answer, an old officer over 50 years old began to speak with emotion. After hearing this, several generals nearby nodded in agreement. Isn't it? At first, Shin Xiao said it so easily that I thought he was joking. I didn't expect that he would get it back in just a few hours. Who says it's not true? Shin Xiao is indeed a man of ideas and abilities. He solved the problem with just one phone call. It's really thanks to Shin Xiao. Otherwise, if this satellite really fell into the hands of other forces, it would be a huge threat to our China. Yes, fortunately I got it back, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Gao Shiwei listened to their words and laughed slowly. No response was given. He just turned around and explained to everyone. Everyone has worked hard for this satellite recovery operation. I will then apply to my superiors to commend the participants of this mission. It's getting late. Everyone should go back and rest. Yes. Everyone responded immediately. Then, they each walked back. He Ching Wang looked at the direction where Shin Xiao left in the distance, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It turns out that the reason why Scorpion took the initiative to return the satellite was because of this young man. What is the other party's identity? There is such a powerful method. Can a character like Scorpion be made to spit out the meat from his mouth? It's really unbelievable. However, He Ching Wang did not ask any more questions. As a soldier, this was not his business. After everyone left, Gao Shiwei was the only one left outside the hangar. At this moment, Gao Shiwei's face showed not only relief at having retrieved the satellite, but also a hint of worry. He called Li Yin over. Then he whispered something. Li Yin responded and turned to leave. The next morning, Gao Shiwei was handling the matters at hand in the office with a relaxed look on his face. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. Boom, boom, boom. Report. Enter. Gao Shiwei said without raising his head. Then, his adjutant Li Yin strode in. Commander, this is the matter you instructed me to investigate. Please take a look. Li Yin handed a report directly to Gao Shiwei. Gao Shiwei looked up at him when he heard that, then reached out and took the document. I opened the report and quickly glanced through it. After roughly understanding the contents of the document, his eyes tightened slightly. This document contained intelligence information about the Alcatraz Island incident a few days ago. Looking at the back figure in the picture taken from the information, it seems familiar. Then, Li Yin, who was standing in front of his desk, spoke at the right time. The person taken from Alcatraz prison was a middle-aged man. According to our investigation, he should be the leader of the Golden Triangle United Mercenary Company. Is he the one who was taken away? Gao Shiwei murmured softly. He suddenly remembered that He Ching Wang had mentioned in his report that the reason why Scorpion took the initiative to return the satellite was because of this. I was forced there by a group of people. According to their investigation, that group of people were from the United Mercenary Company. Between the two, Gao Shiwei looked down at the picture in the report again, carefully looking at the back figure in it. Immediately afterwards, Gao Shiwei's expression suddenly changed, and he understood instantly. I see. After Gao Shiwei understood everything, he handed the report to Li Yin. He ordered in a deep voice, seal this document, and no one is allowed to view it from now on. Also, that's all for this matter in the report. No one in our military region is allowed to continue investigating. Do you understand? Li Yin looked at Gao Shiwei's stern expression and immediately responded seriously. Clear. Then, Li Yin immediately turned around and left the office. According to Gao Shiwei's instructions just now, this information should be sealed completely. After Li Yin left, Gao Shiwei sat alone in the office. Thinking back to the report just now and what happened yesterday when I was about to return to the satellite. Finally, he sighed slowly and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. This kid is really something. Chapter 84 Annexation. Yinjing City, a high-end residential area in the city center. This is a prime location in Yinjing City, with complete facilities, convenient transportation, and pleasant scenery. Similarly, the housing prices here are also very affordable. It can be said that every inch of land is worth a lot of money, which makes most people stay away from it. At this time, in a detached villa inside the community, a man in a black shirt was sitting on a large office chair in the study, staring at the computer screen with a leisurely expression. The cigarette at the fingertips flashed an orange-red flame. After a moment, the man put out the cigarette in his hand. Looking at the file contents displayed on the computer screen, he looked quite satisfied. It seems that it was indeed the right decision to spend so much effort to rescue the polar bear. Just over 10 minutes ago, Golden Triangle sent him the latest news. The polar bear was brought back to the Golden Triangle by several members of Task Force 141 a few days ago. So he went straight back to the United Mercenary Company and announced to everyone in the company that from now on the United Mercenary Company will be officially incorporated into the K2 organization. This move quickly triggered a chain reaction, instantly shaking the entire Golden Triangle region. They didn't expect that the polar bear had been missing for a year, and the first thing it did after appearing was to announce a merger. It is said to be a merger, but anyone who knows a little about the inside story will know that it was clearly acquired by K2. But no one knows what happened behind this. Through this annexation, K2 became the #1 underground force in the Golden Triangle region. This matter soon reached the CIA's intelligence department. They learned that polar bears had reappeared in the Golden Triangle. The CIA's top brass reacted quickly. They were fooled. From the previous incident on Devil's Island, to the kidnapping of the polar bear, to the United Mercenary Company forcing Scorpion to send the satellite back to China. All this was premeditated. The driving force behind the scenes is none other than the K2 organization. But now they are like dumb people eating bitter herbs, unable to express their pain. Before that, they tried to appease the people. Someone has been found to be a scapegoat. If we now declare that K2 is the culprit of the Alcatraz prison incident, it would be tantamount to slapping ourselves in the face. In desperation, the CIA's top brass had no choice but to make a decision. Just suppress this matter and pretend you know nothing about it. He silently took the loss. In the end, only some of the K2 organization's strongholds in the United States were secretly destroyed. It's a symbolic revenge. But because Shin had foresight, he transferred all the assets that could be transferred in advance. No losses were incurred. At this point, the battle for the satellite has finally come to an end. However, Shin was still worried about someone. That is, the Scorpion that snatched the satellite away. Although he was only doing it for money this time, Scorpion has been hostile to China for a long time. Although his power is not to be feared, it is still a sinister and cunning enemy. Shin always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. So Shin simply ordered people to kill the Scorpion to prevent future troubles. However, unexpectedly, the people he sent arrived at the Scorpion's nest. But he found that there was no trace of the Scorpion there. That guy probably learned that K2 had taken over the United Mercenary Company. Guessing that K2 would not let him go, he ran away first. When Shin heard that the Scorpion had escaped, he couldn't help but sneer. I have to say, this guy is quite perceptive. No wonder he has been able to stay in Golden Triangle for so many years. But he had already given the order to search for the Scorpion with all his might. As long as he is in the Golden Triangle, he will never escape from my control. Just as Shin was thinking this, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Shin took a look at the caller ID and found that it was his grandfather calling. So Shin immediately answered the phone. The old man and their family would not call him easily for fear of delaying his work. Shin was afraid that something urgent had happened at home. Hello, Grandpa. Shin how are you doing recently? Have you recovered? As soon as the phone was connected, the old man asked with concern. I've been doing well recently, and I've almost recovered. How about you? How are you doing lately? Is there anything wrong at home? Shin asked with some concern. On the other end of the phone, Mr. Shin smiled after hearing what Shin said and spoke in a kind tone. It's okay. I'm fine. Everything is fine at home. Nothing happened. That's good. After hearing this, Shin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as nothing happened, it was good. However, the next second, Mr. Shin's words made Shin worried again. However, I came to you this time because of something very urgent about you. About me? After hearing this, Shin frowned in confusion. What could he be so anxious about? On the other end of the phone, the old man paused, then asked in a serious tone. Shin are you still alone now? Shin Of course, Grandpa. I'm not a human. What else could I be? Mr. Shun. Is this kind of humor popular among young people nowadays? Well, I mean, you're still single and not in a relationship, right? Shin Xiao. Without. So this is what it meant. He didn't react for a moment and misunderstood it. But having said that, he has been undercover in K2 for the past 6 years. So where does he find time for a relationship? Why did their old man suddenly ask such a question? That's good. That's good. After hearing this, Mr. Shin smiled with satisfaction. Shin Xiao was speechless when he heard his grandfather's laughter. What's going on with the old man and their family? Is he smiling so happily when he hears that his grandson is single? Is being single a ridiculous thing these days? Grandpa, are you so happy to hear that I'm single? Shin Xiao pressed his eyebrows and couldn't help but ask. After hearing this, Mr. Shin quickly denied it and said to him with a smile, "No, Grandpa, I want to introduce you to someone." Chapter 85 Blind Date. What? Introducing someone? After hearing this, Shin Xiao's expression changed slightly, as if he suspected that he had heard it wrong. Yeah, you're not a kid anymore. You can't stay single forever. It just so happens that there's a girl who's about your age and has very good conditions. So, I thought I'd introduce you two to each other. Look, what do you think? I don't think it's very good. Shin Xiao thought silently in his heart after hearing this. But it's not easy to tell my grandfather so directly. Grandpa, don't worry so much. You really don't need to introduce me to anyone. I'm fine the way I am now. I don't want to go on a blind date. Shin Xiao declined politely. He always believed that matters of the heart should be left to nature. There is no need to go on blind dates to get to know someone deliberately. It's fine. You're already 25 years old. You're old enough to think about getting a girlfriend and having a relationship. When I was your age, your dad could already speak. The old man immediately disagreed. Even his voice became several degrees higher. Before this, Shin Xiao was young and had been wandering around. He couldn't worry about these things even if he wanted to. Now that he is back and is 25 years old, it is really time for him to get a girlfriend and consider the important things in his life. Otherwise, soldiers like him would have to carry out special missions from time to time. He will have to wait until the end of time before he can have a great-grandson. Grandpa, Shin Xiao sighed helplessly and was about to refuse. As a result, he was interrupted by the old man. What do you mean? I'm not forcing you to have a relationship. Just go and meet the girl. If you're compatible, then keep dating. If not, forget it. This girl is really good in all aspects, and she is also a soldier. You two have common topics. The old man kept talking to Shin Xiao. He looked as if he couldn't wait for the two of them to meet right now. Shin Xiao listened to his grandfather's eager look as he tried to act as a matchmaker. I suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. Okay, Shin Xiao, I'm just going to meet him. This girl is really good, and her family and ours are old friends. Besides, I'm serving in the army in Yanjing now, so it's convenient for you to meet. The old man persuaded earnestly. He looked as if he was afraid that his grandson wouldn't be able to find a partner. Grandpa, it's really not necessary. What do you mean by no need? Could it be that you have a girl you like? Before Shin Xiao could refuse, he was interrupted by the old man again. That's... Shin Xiao's lips moved, but a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in his mind. That's not the case, right? That's good. It's settled. I've already made an appointment with the girl's family for you. If you don't go, your grandfather, will lose face. Shin Xiao was speechless after hearing the old man's cheating words. It turned out that their old man was acting without authorization and had to report to him later. If I don't go, the relationship between the two families will become very ugly in the future. Being put under such pressure by the old man, Shin Xiao finally nodded slowly in agreement. Okay, I'll go, okay. It's just a formality anyway. Just meet up. When the old man heard Shin Xiao's agreement, he was immediately delighted and said with a smile, Okay, as long as you agree. I'll send you the meeting place and time later. This girl is really good. You better seize the opportunity. I know, Grandpa. I'll go. Shin Xiao pressed his brows helplessly. Anyway, he had only promised to go. As for the result, he couldn't guarantee it. Okay, then you should prepare well first. Mr. Shin said with a happy tone. Shin Xiao nodded and responded in a deep voice. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, he suddenly thought of an important question. So he slowly asked the old man, By the way, Grandpa, you haven't told me who my blind date is. Yes, I almost forgot the most important thing. On the other end of the phone, the old man patted his head and couldn't help laughing. The other party is the only female member of the Yanjing Military Region's Thunder Commando team. The name is Ran. The next morning, in a very uniquely decorated coffee shop on Tunghua Road, Yanjing City, a short-haired woman with a beautiful face sat by the window. Her slender white fingers used a spoon to stir the coffee in the cup in front of her from time to time. Whenever she heard someone coming in at the door, the girl would subconsciously turn her head to look over, obviously waiting for someone. The girl's name is Ran, and she is a Special Forces soldier. He is currently serving in the Special Operations Base of the Southwest Military Region. She is the only female soldier in the ACE Special Forces, the Thunder Commando. The reason why she appeared here today was to complete a special task assigned by her family. That is, blind date. When she first received this task yesterday, she was also confused. She never expected that her family would ask her to go on a blind date, although she has never had a boyfriend in more than 20 years. But it's far from the point where she can't get married, right? But I really couldn't resist the constant bombardment from my family. Moreover, it is said that her blind date is the child of a family friend of hers. He is excellent in appearance, ability, and quality. He comes from a very wealthy family and is a rich second generation. In short, her family praised the other person to the skies. Finally, Ran had no choice but to nod and agree. She was thinking that she would just go through the motions today, meet the other party, and deal with it. However, what she didn't expect was, more than half an hour had passed since the time they agreed upon. The other party hasn't come yet, and Ran became more and more impatient. My impression of this rich second-generation talent, whom I had never met before, instantly plummeted to the bottom. Nearly 10 minutes later, the coffee in Anran's cup was completely cold. At this point, Anran's patience was completely exhausted, and she was ready to get up and leave. But at this moment, a sudden sound of brakes came from outside the window. A black luxury car stopped at the door of the cafe. The driver got out of the driver's seat and respectfully opened the back door. A man in a dark denim jacket and casual trousers got out of the car. The man glanced at the cafe's door sign, and then his eyes met Ran's through the floor-to-ceiling window. He nodded slightly in greeting. Then, he walked straight to the cafe. The person who came was undoubtedly Shin. As he pushed open the door of the cafe, he raised his wrist to check the time. More than 40 minutes had passed since the time the old man had helped him agree on with the other party. Shin suddenly felt a little embarrassed. However, although he was reluctant to come to the blind date, he did not intentionally be late or stand her up. The truth is that he had been in the United States before and hadn't adjusted to the time difference yet. I had a conference call with Golden Triangle yesterday and was busy until 2 in the morning before I went to bed. When he opened his eyes, it was already noon. So he quickly got up, washed, and dressed without even shaving. He just put on some clothes and rushed here. However, he had no intention of dressing himself up properly. After all, his goal is to make the blind date fail. Sorry for the long wait. After Shin came in, he walked straight to Ran, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Then he waved to the waiter beside him. "Waiter, give me some pasta." He came here straight away as soon as he woke up, without even having breakfast. After seeing the waiter agree, Shin began to introduce himself to Ran. "Hello, Shin, I am half your colleague." Shin introduced in a casual tone. "After all, I am still an undercover agent, so what my colleague said is not wrong." Ran on the opposite side curled the corners of her mouth, smiled politely, and said, "Hello, my name is Ran, and I'm an active duty soldier." After saying this, Ran continued to look at the man in front of her calmly. Although the other party was dressed very casually, even a little unkempt. However, he has an innate sense of pressure and aura, especially those deep and sharp eyes, which seem to be able to see through everything, making people dare not look directly at them. Such a person is definitely not an ordinary person. As for the half-colleague he mentioned, could it be that he was also a soldier? However, Ran was not very sure in her heart, because she felt that this man did not have a serious military aura. Instead, it is more of a ruffian spirit and confidence in being in control of everything. After a brief introduction, the two of them fell into an awkward silence. Shin was not very enthusiastic about this blind date. "I came here just to deal with the people at home. So, I didn't take the initiative to find any topics." After the pasta he ordered arrived, he started eating it by himself. No matter that the person sitting opposite him is a rare beauty. For him, filling his own stomach was not as important. Ran on the opposite side had the same idea as Shin. What's more, she is also a smart woman. Seeing Shin attitude, I knew that he had no interest in me and was just doing the job. So, I didn't take the initiative to speak. The two of them just sat there quietly, waiting for the blind date to end. Chapter 86 True Identity. Ding-ling-ling. Just as the two of them were silent, Shin phone suddenly rang. Shin took a look at the incoming call, which had a black skull pattern on it. This is the sign of a ghost. After seeing this, Shin planned to answer the phone directly, and his finger just slid to the answer button. But after glancing at Ran standing beside him, he felt something was wrong. So he stopped immediately. He raised the phone in his hand to signal Ran, then turned and walked to the corner at the other end of the cafe. After confirming that Ran couldn't hear what was being said on the phone from this location, he answered the call. At this time, Ran sat in her seat, and looked around aimlessly. He picked up the coffee in front of him, which had already gone cold, and took a sip. His eyes inadvertently fell on Shun Xiao in the distance. As the only female member of the Thunder Commando, and Ran has outstanding abilities in all aspects. What's more, she was a scout. Since joining the army, he has received a lot of special training, including lip reading. Even if you can't hear any sound, as long as there is a change in population structure, you can interpret what the other person is saying. It can even be said that as long as it is within her sight, as long as anyone speaks out, there will be no secrets. And Ran accidentally caught a glimpse of Shin Xiao, and her eyes subconsciously stayed on him. It wasn't that she wanted to eavesdrop deliberately. It's just a professional habit that makes me subconsciously want to collect information about the other party. What's more, she was a little curious about what Shin Xiao had just mentioned as half a colleague. What exactly does this mean? But then, after seeing Shun Xiao's lip shape and deciphering what he said, and Rant's expression suddenly changed. His hand was unsteady and the coffee in the cup spilled out. Anren put down the cup, not bothering to clean the coffee stains on her hands. He stared at Shun Xiao intently, and for a moment he couldn't even believe his eyes. Because she figured out that Shun Xiao actually mentioned the U.S. military and underground terrorist organizations. This is definitely not a topic that an ordinary person would mention. Unless, how is the U.S. military doing now? I knew they would let this matter go. The Golden Triangle is expanding its influence according to the original plan. We will also cut off all arms trade there. From now on, we will take full control of the Golden Triangle's arms trade. Shin Xiao moved his lips as he explained the next steps to Ghost. Unexpectedly, and Ran in the distance understood everything through his lip movements. And Ran looked at Shun Xiao with an expression of surprise and disbelief. U.S. military, Golden Triangle, arms trade. These words usually only appear in movies and TV dramas. At this moment, it came out very naturally from the mouth of my blind date. This gave Ran a strong sense of unreality. The only people who can be associated with these words are terrorists abroad. Thinking of this, and Ran's heart beat faster. Could it be that this is what he meant by half of the same colleagues? Although Ran was shocked, she was a well-trained Special Forces soldier after all. He quickly forced himself to calm down. Thinking about the content of Shun Xiao's previous call and the indescribable pressure and aura he exuded, and Ran guessed that the other party was most likely a terrorist from abroad, or a member of a transnational criminal group. However, no matter which of the two identities he was, and Ran was very confused. The other party was clearly someone introduced by her family. It is also said that the elders of the two families have known each other for many years and know each other well. How could such a person be involved with these things? This doesn't make sense in any way, and Ran couldn't help but clench her hands and frown slightly. At the same time, a very scary idea suddenly popped up in her mind. That is, since she found out about the blind date yesterday. Apart from knowing that his name was Shin Xiao, I had never seen what he looked like. Her family said that they wanted to keep it secret and didn't even give her a photo. So, she had no idea what Shin Xiao looked like. The Shin Xiao in front of him is most likely an imposter. Thinking of this, and Ran calmly took out her cell phone from her coat pocket. Then he pretended to take a selfie and turned the camera to point at Shin Xiao in the distance. Afterwards, he turned on the micro-communicator he carried with him and contacted the Langius Special Operations Base. No matter what, she had to quickly find out the identity of the person in front of her. If it is really as I guessed, then not only the real Shin Xiao would be in danger, but their entire Yinjing city might also be in danger. And Ran silently observed Shin Xiao and made sure that he was not paying attention to her. He immediately adjusted the communicator in his hand to a specific channel. Then, he called out to the other end in a low voice. Calling the Wolf Fong Special Forces, this is Violet. Got it, please reply. A moment later, the voice of the on-duty liaison officer came from the other end of the communicator. This is the Wolf Fong Special Operations Base. Violet, please speak. Help me look up a person's information. His name is Shin Xiao, and he's a guy in his 20s. I suspect he is most likely a terrorist involved in underground arms trafficking. I have just sent the picture over. I must find it as soon as possible. And Ran said in a deep voice. There was a barely perceptible hint of nervousness in his tone. Receive. Also, notify the Thunder Commandos to enter combat readiness and be ready for action at any time. Yes. After hearing the contact person's reply, and Ran finally cut off the call. My uneasy heart suddenly felt much calmer. The intelligence information of their Langius Special Operations Base can be regarded as one of the most powerful special operations bases in the Huaxia military region. Their image and facial recognition system can be directly connected to the entire Chinese public security system, regardless of whether this person is Chinese or not. As long as he has lived here and set foot on the land of China, then they can quickly find all the information about each other from birth to the present. Before finding Shin Xiao's information, what Ran had to do was to delay the other party as much as possible. Once the Langya Special Operations Base confirms that there is something wrong with his identity, then she would immediately contact the Thunder Commando to take action and capture him. After Ran arranged everything, she looked in the direction of Shin Xiao again. But at first glance, there was no sign of Shin Xiao. Ran was suddenly shocked, because Shin Xiao was clearly standing there just now. But in the blink of an eye, there was no trace of him. Oops. Ran immediately thought that something was wrong. I just communicated with the Special Operations Base for only a few seconds. The other party actually disappeared. Could it be that he noticed my actions and left? Ran immediately stood up and ran to where Shin Xiao had just stood, pulled the waiter over, and asked anxiously, "Where's the person standing here just now? Who is it?" The waiter was suddenly pulled over, looking confused. "That's the man in the denim jacket who was sitting next to me just now." "Oh, you mean that person?" After this reminder, the waiter immediately remembered. Then he pointed in the direction of the door. He just paid the bill and left. Chapter 87 Citywide Manhunt. Gone. Ran's heart sank when she heard this answer. Then he immediately chased out the door. But after searching around, he couldn't find Shin Xiao. Ran frowned, feeling extremely annoyed. I didn't expect that the other party would leave quietly while I wasn't paying attention. It seems very likely that they discovered that I was contacting the military base. So it's better to leave first. However, in this way, Ran can basically conclude that there is definitely something wrong with Shin Xiao's identity. Otherwise, why would he leave suddenly for no reason? Isn't this just a guilty conscience? Just as Ran was thinking this, there was a swish sound. The communicator on her body suddenly rang. I guess there is news from the Langya Special Operations Base. Calling Violet. This is the Wolf Fong Special Operations Base. Copy please. Ran quickly answered the call. This is Violet. How's it going? Did you find anything? We compared the data based on the photos you just sent over. At that time, it was discovered that there was no information about him in the database. However, there are traces of data deletion, and we are currently recovering it. Data deleted? When Ran heard the result, she was stunned for a moment. The database of the Langya Special Operations Base is interconnected with the public security system. Ordinary people do not have the permission to delete or modify. But why can't we find Shin Xiao's identity information? This made Ran a little confused. But right now, she didn't have time to check the database. The only way now is to find Shin Xiao as soon as possible. If such a dangerous person stayed in Yinjing City, it would be a huge hidden danger. So, Ran immediately spoke in a hurry. Quick, let the Thunder Commandos take action immediately. Come to Tunghua Road to meet me and capture Shin Xiao with all our strength. Also, retrieve all surveillance footage near Tunghua Road to search for Shin Xiao. Clear. The liaison officer responded immediately and then mobilized manpower as Ran said. Let them rush to Tunghua Road immediately. Boom, boom, boom. Captain He, something happened. In an office in the administrative building of Langya Special Operations Base, a middle-aged man with a serious look and sharp features. He was working on the next military exercise plan for the military region. Suddenly, he heard his soldiers knocking on the door hurriedly to report, and his heart suddenly twisted. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? The man asked with a slightly dissatisfied tone. The soldier who came in to report froze for a moment, then immediately spoke. Captain He, something serious has happened. Foreign terrorists have infiltrated Yinjing City. What? Terrorists? The man's pupils suddenly shrank, and he spoke with a hint of disbelief in his tone. This man's name is He Jijun, and he is the captain of the Langya Special Operations Base. As a middle-level military official, he naturally knew better than anyone how terrible it would be if foreign terrorists entered Yinjing. However, all parts of China have always been heavily guarded, and Yinjing City is even more impenetrable. How could terrorists sneak in? Yes, the message came from Violet of the Thunder Commando. The other party is a young man named Shin Xiao. She discovered it by accident while she was out today. After hearing this, He Jijun lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. Ran has always been a steady person. Since she discovered it, it must be correct. So, He Jijun immediately gave the order in a deep voice. Quick, notify all teams at the base immediately and conduct a full-scale search. Yes. After receiving He Jijun's order, the soldiers immediately went to inform all teams in the base. Immediately set out from the military district and blockade the entire city of Yinjing. We must find Shin Xiao, just as all the Langya Special Operations Base was dispatched to start the search. The person involved, Shin Xiao, was still strolling leisurely outside. After he came out of the cafe just now, he walked aimlessly towards the intersection. Suddenly, I saw many military jeeps appearing in the streets and alleys. There were also groups of soldiers on board. Shin Xiao didn't take this situation to heart. Just treat it as a military exercise conducted by the military district troops. Besides, he doesn't have the energy to care about so many things now. He has been back from the United States for a few days and still hasn't adjusted to the time difference. I had another conference call with Golden Triangle last night. I didn't fall asleep until 2 in the morning, and now I'm so sleepy. So Shin Xiao called his driver, went straight back to the residence. At the same time, Ran was still in the coffee shop on Tunghua Road, feeling extremely anxious. But she didn't know which direction Shin Xiao went after he left. You can't just search around like a headless fly. So, he could only wait where he was and reunite with his teammates. Sizzle. Not long after, Ran suddenly heard the sound of emergency brakes. Then, a large military jeep stopped in front of her. Ran, get in the car. The driver's window rolled down, and a serious-looking man spoke directly to Ran. This person is none other than the captain of the Thunder Commando, Lei Zhan. Seeing this, Ran immediately opened the car door and got in. Inside the large jeep, all the members of their Thunder Commando team have arrived. As Ran got into the car, a man with a square face and a serious look sitting in the passenger seat turned around and handed the computer to Ran. This is the information just sent over by the base's information technology team. The man you are talking about has disappeared since leaving the cafe. Later, it wasn't until 10 minutes later that we spotted his silhouette at the easternmost end of Tunghua Road. This person is the chief of staff of the Thunder Commando, Hu Ziyuan, codenamed Old Fox. After hearing what he said, Ran reached out and took the computer he handed over. He quickly and carefully looked at the image on the computer screen. Although it was only a blurry silhouette, Ran recognized it at a glance. It's him. Chapter 88. It's Shin Xiao. The young man in the video was seen moving from east to west along Tunghua Road. Although there was no suspicious behavior, when watching the video frame by frame, it can be found that the other person's eyes would look around from time to time. As soon as the other party stepped into Tunghua Road, they already knew the location of the surveillance cameras on the entire street. As an investigator by profession, Ran naturally knew what this meant. Such superb anti-detection capabilities are definitely not something that ordinary people can possess. It's clear at first glance that Shin Xiao has exceptionally strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible that after he left the cafe, the surveillance footage along the entire road only captured his silhouette. And it's very blurry. Ran analyzed the surveillance video. At the same time, he became more and more certain that Shin Xiao's identity was definitely not simple. Ran is right. The most difficult thing now is that we have no idea which direction he went after leaving Tunghua Road. Yanjing City is not big, but it's not small either. Searching for someone aimlessly is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Captain Lei Zhan said in a deep voice. His brows were tightly knitted together. Ran looked at the two images captured by the surveillance camera, and her eyes suddenly flashed. The two places where Shin Xiao was photographed were the grocery store in the middle of the road and the convenience store at the eastern end of the road. Based on the time, Shin Xiao should have headed east after leaving the cafe. At the east end of Tunghua Road, on the right is the construction site of the new city sign, so he can only turn left. Yes, quickly check the surveillance on the road to the left of Tunghua Road. After hearing Ran's analysis, everyone immediately felt it made sense. Therefore, he quickly notified the technical team at the base and asked them to continue checking the surveillance of the next road. At the same time, other teams distributed around were ordered to immediately surround several surrounding road sections. In order to be able to surround Shin Xiao, let him have no way to escape. Immediately afterwards, several members of the Thunder Commando team drove their cars and hurriedly chased after them. At the same time, the Langia base also received the news. After all, the infiltration of terrorists is no small matter. So, after sending out the Thunder Commando, the Langia base sent out more than a dozen teams. Dozens of entrances and exits of Yanjing City, large and small, were blocked. At the same time, carpet searches were carried out in different areas across the city. Make every effort to search for Shin Xiao. It is imperative to bring the other party to justice. Inside the Langia base, He Jijun just received the report and the control has been completed. Now the entire Yanjing City has been blocked by them, and there is absolutely no way the other party can escape from their hands. After confirming that everything is ready, they just wait for Shin Xiao to appear and capture him. He Jijun picked up the phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected, and He Jijun immediately spoke. Everything has been arranged. Notify all units to fully cooperate with the Thunder Commando operation. Also, report this matter to the higher authorities. Such a big thing must be made known to General Gao. After receiving a positive answer from the other end of the phone, He Jijun hung up the phone. At this time, on the top floor of the administrative building, Gao Shiwei was in his office, looking down carefully at the documents that had just been submitted. Suddenly, there was a knock on his office door. Report. Gao Shiwei looked up and saw a young service officer. Today, Li Yin was sent out of town by him, so Li Yan's job was temporarily replaced by his subordinates. Come in. Gao Shiwei put down the documents in his hand and said to the person who came. He looked very anxious, so maybe something important happened. Report. Captain, he just sent a message. Thunderbolt Commando Violet has detected suspected terrorists infiltrating Yongqiang. What? Gao Shiwei's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Terrorists actually infiltrated. And it's in a hinterland like Yinjing. This matter is of no small importance. There might be a big mess. Yes. Now Violet and the Thunder Commandos have gone after each other. Captain, he has also dispatched personnel to conduct a citywide search. The orderly replied in a deep voice. After hearing this, Gao Shiwei nodded grimly. Indeed, emergencies like this must be dealt with as quickly as possible. Otherwise, who knows how much disaster will be caused. Well done. Pass on my order and continue to send more manpower. We must catch him as soon as possible. Gao Shiwei ordered in a deep voice. After receiving Gao Shiwei's order, the service officer immediately prepared to leave and pass on the matter. But before he could reach the door, Gao Shiwei suddenly called him. By the way, what kind of person is the other party? If there's an image to compare with the intelligence information system at the Wolfang base, we should be able to find it quickly. The officer who reported the news spoke immediately after hearing this. It is said that the other party's information in the database has been deleted, and it is still being restored. Delete the information in the database? Hear the news. Gao Shiwei felt a little unbelievable for a moment. He knew that this was theoretically impossible. The confidentiality level of their information database is very high, and even if a team of hackers comes, it is impossible to decipher it, not to mention deleting or modifying information at will. So he asked, do you have the other party's detailed information? The orderly shook his head. We are still investigating the details. For now, we only know that this person's name is Shen Xiao. What? Shen Xiao. Chapter 89. The person is missing. The center of Yinjing City. One military jeep after another sped past on the wide road, driving in all directions of the city. You can even see fully loaded military personnel carriers interspersed among them. Fully armed soldiers with guns also rushed out in full force, rushing to the various entrances and exits of Yinjing City. Such a large event created a tense atmosphere in the air of the entire city. At the same time, such a large-scale action naturally attracted the attention of Yinjing citizens. Many pedestrians couldn't help but stop and watch when they saw this. However, most of them just thought it was a military exercise. After all, there are many garrisons near Yinjing City, and military exercises are often conducted there. The citizens of Yinjing City have long been accustomed to this. At this time, on the main road leading from the center of Yinjing City to the west of the city, a military jeep was speeding by. After turning left from Manhwa Road, there are only 2 roads to go. Let's continue along the first path now. I've already notified the other teams to pursue along another route. Also, all the troops at the base have been dispatched to search the entire city. I believe it won't be long before we find Shin Xiao. Lei Zhan, the captain of the Thunder Commando, spoke in a deep voice to the team members in the car. And Ran nodded slowly after hearing this. He continued to stare at the computer in his hand with a tense expression, checking the real-time monitoring of the next route sent by the technical department. Now in her mind, Shin Xiao is an extremely dangerous person. As long as she couldn't catch him, she would never be at peace. And Ran stared at the screen intently, afraid that she would accidentally miss any trace of Shin Xiao. Then, Ran's eyes suddenly tightened, and she suddenly noticed a figure flashing across the screen. It's Shin Xiao. And Ran immediately raised her voice and spoke to the team members. Hurry, turn right at the next intersection. The surveillance camera of the chess and card room ahead captured Shin Xiao's figure. Good. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhan immediately changed direction and turned into the intersection on the right. During this period, Ran kept a close eye on the real-time surveillance footage. Then he saw Shin Xiao walk into the chess and card room with his own eyes. Shin Xiao entered the chess and card room in the center of the road. Quick, let's get out of the car and capture Shin Xiao directly. Ran said in a deep voice. Shin Xiao is now a time bomb for Ran. She must catch him quickly to ensure the safety of the entire Yinjing. Immediately afterwards, Ran notified several nearby troops. Order them to block off the entire street. This chess and card room in particular was completely surrounded by people. Not to mention a living person, even a fly would find it difficult to escape from it. After blocking off the surroundings, Ran and the Thunder Commandos immediately entered the chess and card room. Since it was still morning, the business in the chess and card room was very quiet. There are only 3 people in the entire chess and card room, including the boss. Boss, a young man just came in. Where did he go? After Lei Zhan entered the room, he asked directly to the owner of the chess and card room. The boss was stunned for a moment when he saw how they were doing. Only after Lei Zhan asked again impatiently did he react. He went to the box on the second floor. After the boss finished speaking, and several members of the Thunder Commando team ran upstairs swiftly. This chess and card room is not very big. There are only 4 private rooms on the second floor. You can see it clearly as soon as you go up the stairs. At this time, the doors of 3 of the private rooms were open. You can see at a glance that there is no one inside. Only the door of the private room, facing the stairs, was closed. Almost in an instant, Ran and others were sure that Shun Xiao must be in this private room. Ran, Lei Zhan, and others exchanged glances. Afterwards, the group walked lightly and slowly approached the door of the private room. Ran walked in the front, and when she got close to the door, she held her breath and remained calm. Then he exchanged glances with Lei Zhan. After Lei Zhan nodded, Ran kicked open the door of the private room. Bang! After a sharp sound, the door of the private room was kicked open. The Thunder Commandos instantly rushed in with guns raised. But when they saw the situation in the box clearly, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? No one. There was no one in the private room, and Shin Xiao was not there at all. Impossible. I saw him come in here with my own eyes. Ran was filled with disbelief and immediately contacted the surrounding team. Asked them if they saw anyone leave. But the answers I got were all negative. They had been cordoning off the perimeter as instructed and had not seen anyone come out. After hearing this, the members of the Thunder Commando looked at each other in confusion. There was disbelief in his eyes. Then they searched the chess and card room inside and out. However, there was still no trace of Shin Xiao. That Shin Xiao actually disappeared out of thin air right under their noses. Chapter 90, Misunderstanding. This is impossible. How could a living person just disappear out of thin air? Everyone present felt incredible. Ever since Shin Xiao was seen entering this chess and card room on the surveillance footage, they ordered nearby troops to completely blockade the area. And their Thunder Commando team has been paying attention to all the movements in the chess and card room. However, no one expected such a comprehensive search. The man named Shin Xiao actually managed to escape right under their noses. Could it be that this person really has grown wings and flown away? The Thunder Commandos searched without success and stayed here for the time being. At the same time, he ordered the technical team to immediately launch an investigation and continue to intensify the search for Shin Xiao. In the car, Ran looked out the window with a frown on her face. For some reason, she always felt that Shin Xiao was too strange. Moreover, what kind of extraordinary ability does he have that he can disappear without a trace in front of everyone? Ran looked at the chess and card room beside her, her heart full of doubts. What she didn't know was that at this moment, behind a window on the second floor of a street-facing shop, a pair of eyes had been silently watching them. This person was none other than Shin Xiao, whom they had just been looking for. Just now Shin Xiao was about to call the driver to pick him up. As a result, I suddenly realized that something was wrong. If the troops wanted to conduct a military exercise, they would not choose the location in the city center. And he had just clearly noticed that several troops were gathering towards the city center. Moreover, it seemed that he was heading towards the cafe where he had just been. Shin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little confused, so he observed secretly. Unexpectedly, the melon ended up being eaten by himself. This group of people are clearly coming for me. Shin Xiao was very puzzled by this. Aren't you just here for a blind date? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? He obviously didn't do anything. Shin Xiao was puzzled. After seeing the Thunder Commando leave, Shin Xiao called Gao Shiwei. Hey Shin Xiao. The phone was connected after only 2 rings. After hearing this, Shin Xiao asked directly to the point. General Gao, I just saw someone from the Special Operations Base looking for me. Did something happen? On the other end of the phone, Gao Shiwei laughed and hurriedly explained to Shin Xiao. I was just about to tell you this. Afterwards, Gao Shiwei told Shin Xiao the whole story. Shin Xiao. After hearing this, Shin Xiao was speechless. He never expected that he would be mistaken for a terrorist and be hunted down the entire time just because he came out for a blind date. This is outrageous. I was wondering why there was such a big fuss, but I don't look like a dangerous person at all. Shin Xiao said in a very speechless tone. Gao Shiwei smiled on the other end of the phone, then comforted Shin Xiao. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Do what you have to do. Good. After getting Gao Shiwei's assurance, Shin Xiao hung up the phone. Looking at the black screen, Shin Xiao couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. I came out for a blind date and was actually mistaken for a terrorist. It's really amazing. He ordered the team to take it back and not to continue investigating. And Ran was about to ask why, but Gao Shiwei said to execute the order directly. And Ran had no choice but to do it. At the same time, the Thunder Commando team is also preparing to continue searching for Shun Xiao's whereabouts. But at this moment, the communicator on Captain Lei Zhan suddenly rang. Lei Zhan answered the call without thinking. Then, a familiar and majestic voice sounded in the headset. Lei Zhan's expression suddenly changed after hearing what the other party said. And Ran and others saw Lei Zhan's expression suddenly change and immediately looked at him in confusion. Then Lei Zhan turned his head and looked at Ran. He spoke hesitantly. Ran, we just received an order to stop the search for Shin Xiao. What? Stop the search? How can this be allowed? Shin Xiao is a terrorist. And Ran said in disbelief. Let such a dangerous person remain in Yinjing City without doing anything. Isn't this disregarding the safety of everyone in Yinjing City? This is an order personally issued by Commander Gao. Captain Gao, how could this happen? And Ran asked with a confused look on her face. Lei Zhan shook his head. He was extremely confused and didn't understand why Gao Shiwei called off the search. The next second, Gao Shiwei's voice came from the headset again. After hearing this, Lei Zhan took off the headset and handed it to Ran. Ran, the superior wants to speak to you personally. Tell me something. Upon hearing this, Ran immediately reached out and took the headset. Then he spoke directly to Gao Shiwei on the other end of the communicator. Commander, you're looking for me. Ran, this is all a misunderstanding. Stop the search immediately. What? Ran couldn't understand what Gao Shiwei meant. Are we really going to allow such a dangerous person to stay in China? So, Ran spoke immediately. But, Shin Xiao. Ran, this is an order. Before Ran could open her mouth to explain, Gao Shiwei interrupted her without any explanation. But General Gao, why is this happening? Ran was stunned for a moment, not being able to understand. Why did Gao Shiwei allow such a dangerous person to stay in China without hunting him down? It's really unbelievable. You don't need to know why, just follow the order. Gao Shiwei said in a deep voice. Shin Xiao's identity is kept confidential, and only he and a few senior executives know it. Therefore, it was not convenient for Gao Shiwei to tell Ran directly. After listening to Gao Shiwei's order, Ran was silent for a moment, and finally could only nod in response. Yes, I understand. Then the two of them cut off the call. Ran's expression was still solemn. She really couldn't understand why Gao Shiwei ordered to stop the search for Shin Xiao. Lei Zhan turned the car around at an intersection, looked at Ran, and began to persuade her. Okay, Ran, don't think too much. Since the superior personally issued the order, there must be a reason for it. We just follow orders. Ran naturally knew that what Lei Zhan said made sense. However, when she thought of Shin Xiao's innate aura and sharp eyes, I always feel that this person must not be an ordinary person. To put it simply, he has never been involved in any underground business and has never taken many lives. It is absolutely impossible to have the aura like Shin Xiao. However, now the superiors have ordered all teams to withdraw. They couldn't just disobey orders. So Ran had no choice but to nod and rushed back to the base with the Thunder Commandos. However, Shin Xiao always left a shadow of doubt in her heart. Chapter 91. Come back to me quickly. A few hours later, Langya's Special Operations Base. Ran returned to her dormitory with a heart full of doubts. The doubt in her heart still remained. And the more I think about it, the more something seems wrong. Who exactly is Shin Xiao? Why did his superiors suddenly stop the search for him? It's really too confusing. Ran thought about it for a long time, but really couldn't figure out what was going on. Just when Ran was puzzled, the ringing of the phone suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Ding-ling-ling. Ran picked up the phone and saw that it was her home number, so she answered it directly. Ran, how was your blind date today? That young man from the Shin family is pretty good, right? As soon as Ran answered the phone, she heard her mother's enthusiastic inquiries from the other end. What's good? When Ran heard her mother's excited tone, she immediately remembered the scene when she met Shin Xiao. For a moment, I couldn't help but complain. The two of them greeted each other awkwardly. Anyway, she just wanted to go through the motions of this blind date. But it would be fine if the other party ignored her, but he was most likely a terrorist. She is still worried about this. What's wrong? Aren't the children of the Shin family good? On the other end of the phone, Ran's mother asked in confusion. Ran sighed and spoke directly. Mom, where on earth did you find such a person? Are you sure our family and theirs are old friends? How can you talk like that, kid? The Shin family is a century-old family in Liqing, with an excellent reputation and a high reputation. Our family was fortunate enough to have met their old man more than 10 years ago. I've also met several of their children. Their upbringing and character are impeccable. I think Shin Xiao won't be bad either. Ran's mother had never met Shin Xiao. But just because he was a child of the Shin family, I had a very good impression of him. But Anrin was speechless after hearing this. The fruits on a tree can be good or bad. How could her mother conclude that he was a good person just because his last name was Shun? So Anran asked directly, Mom, do you know what Shin Xiao does? This? I really don't know. And Rant's mother hesitated when she heard this. She really hasn't inquired about it carefully. I only know that he is working hard out there on his own, so I think it shouldn't be too bad. Besides, even if you don't do well, there are still billions of assets waiting to be inherited. So she didn't ask much at that time. Now, after hearing Rant's words, it seemed that she was not very satisfied with the other person's work. And Rand complained to her mother for a few words and then hung up the phone. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel speechless. She didn't even know what the other person did, but her mother wanted her to go on a blind date with him. This is too ambitious. However, she would not let this matter end like this. She will definitely find an opportunity to find out Shun Xiao's identity in the future. If he is really a terrorist, I will never let him go. At this time, in a high-end villa in the center of Yinjing City, Shin Xiao just came back from outside. For him, today is a very special day. First, he was inexplicably arranged by his grandfather to go on a blind date. As a result, he was mistakenly regarded as a terrorist by his blind date and was wanted by the whole city. It's such a sudden disaster. It seems that today is a bad day for me. I forgot to check the almanac before going out. Or maybe he and that little girl named Anrin were just not compatible. Fortunately, the two will probably never meet again in the future. This is the end of the matter. Just as Shin Xiao was thinking this, his phone suddenly rang. Shin Xiao took out his cell phone and saw that the caller ID showed that it was their old man. Looking at the flashing screen of his mobile phone, Shin Xiao subconsciously pressed his eyebrows. It seems that I spoke too early. The old man and their family probably called to ask about the results of my blind date. It seems that I have to make up a reason to fool their old man. After a while, Shin Xiao finally answered the phone. Hey, Grandpa, are you looking for? Shin Xiao, you little bastard, come back here right now. As soon as the call was connected, Shin Xiao hadn't even finished his sentence. The old man yelled at him angrily. When Shin Xiao heard this, he quickly moved the phone away from his ear. Judging from what the old man said, he probably knew about his failed blind date. So, Shin Xiao smiled and planned to fool him. No, to explain it clearly. Grandpa, if you have anything to say, let's talk it out. No need for me, my. You kid, come back here right away. The old man interrupted Shin Xiao without saying anything. Then he hung up the phone. Shin Xiao listened to the busy tone on the phone, and a trace of helplessness suddenly flashed in his eyes. Hearing the old man's angry tone, I guess he was very angry that his blind date failed. It seems that I really have to go back and explain it to him. After all, the old man hung up all his calls. If I don't go back, I won't be able to explain to him. The old man would be so angry that he would die. So, Shin Xiao no longer suffered from jet lag. He contacted Century Group directly to arrange a flight for him and returned to Liqing immediately. At this time, in the Shun family manor in Liqing, Mr. Shun sat uprightly on the sofa in the living room. I wish I could run directly to Yanjing to bring Shin Xiao back. He finally managed to convince Shin Xiao to go on a blind date. I thought that even if he and the girl didn't like each other today, that would be the worst that could happen. But he never expected that Shin Xiao would make the girl so angry. Just call home and complain. This time, not only did the marriage completely fall through, he has no place to put his old face. Old Master Shin sat in the living room with a grim face waiting for Shin Xiao to come back. During this time, Shin Yuning couldn't help but step forward and say a few words of advice. But the old man was in a rage and couldn't bear to listen. Therefore, until the afternoon, the Shin family was in a low mood. It was not until 2 o'clock that Butler Zhou ran in with an excited look on his face. He reported to Mr. Shun with a smile. Master, the young master is back. When Mr. Shun heard that Shin Xiao had returned, the corners of his mouth subconsciously rose. But then he thought of the stupid things he had done today, and his face immediately turned stern again. He snorted coldly and said, You still remember to come back. Bring him in quickly. I must teach him a lesson today. Chapter 92 What did you do to others? Grandpa, I'm back. Shin Xiao walked into the hall and spoke loudly to the old man who looked unhappy. The old man glanced at him indifferently when he heard this. Then, he snorted coldly and turned his head away without looking at him. Well, he is worthy of being his grandfather, quite arrogant. Shin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. When the old man heard the sound, he immediately turned around and glared at him. Then, he looked at him angrily and said, You still have the nerve to smile at me, kid. You know, I almost lost face today. After saying this, the old man sighed unhappily, obviously very angry. In the living room, Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongqi didn't know what to say when they saw this. I could only sit aside awkwardly. Seeing this, Shin Yuning quickly stood up and walked to Shin Xiao and whispered to him, "Brother, you're back. Grandpa is really angry today. It is said that Ran was particularly unhappy after her blind date with you. And Ran's family called and directly rejected your idea of continuing the blind date. Grandpa was so directly rejected that he couldn't stand it anymore. Hurry up and explain it to Grandpa." After saying that, Shin Yuning tugged at Shin Xiao's sleeve. Let him go over and explain to the old man. Shin Yuning felt that her brother would not be so ungrateful to the girl, even if it meant that the two families knew each other. However, the woman was so unhappy. There must have been some misunderstanding. Shin Xiao looked at his sister's anxious expression and slowly nodded at her. "Don't worry, I know." After saying that, Shin Xiao walked straight up to Mr. Shin. Mr. Shin glanced at him unhappily. "Tell me quickly, what did you say to that girl?" He only knew that Ran was unhappy after meeting Shin Xiao. He just thought that his grandson was unwilling to go on a blind date and said something unpleasant to the girl. That's why it made people so angry. When Shin Xiao heard what the old man said, he guessed that the old man probably didn't know that Ran regarded him as a terrorist. The whole city was arresting me for this matter. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking myself this question now. However, these matters are confidential. He couldn't tell the old man directly either. So Shin Xiao thought for a moment and slowly explained to the old man. "Grandpa, I really didn't do anything excessive. You told me that our two families are old friends. No matter what, I can't ignore your face. I really just don't have the same personality as that girl, so there was some unpleasantness during our chat. This meeting ended on bad terms. Mr. Shan was just about to say a few more words. As a result, he saw a helpless look on his eldest grandson's face. The words I wanted to scold him with suddenly stopped coming out. He loved Shin Xiao the most, and this time he was worried about his lifelong event, so he insisted that he go on a blind date. Although Shin Xiao was not happy, he went as he requested. But when it comes to personality, if two people are incompatible, they are just incompatible. He couldn't force the two of them together. So, Mr. Shin finally sighed and couldn't bear to get angry with Shin Xiao anymore. Shin Yuning, who was standing by, knew at a glance that the old man had softened his heart. So, she immediately walked over to the old man and sat down, taking his arm and acting coquettishly. "Grandpa, it is said that Ran has good conditions. But since your personality doesn't match your brother's, you can't force the two of you to be together. This is a matter of great importance to my brother's life, so we can't just make do with it. What's more, my brother has such good conditions. There are many girls who like him. Are you still worried about not being able to find a granddaughter-in-law?" "That's right, Yuning is right. Our Shin Xiao is so well off. There are many girls who like him." "That's right, Dad. You don't have to worry so much." Seeing this, Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongqi quickly agreed. After hearing this, the old man slowly nodded. "I no longer blame Shin Xiao in my heart." Shin Xiao saw that the old man's expression had eased, so he quickly smiled and spoke. "Yes, Grandpa, I'm not in a hurry, but Yuning is. She's not young anymore. You might as well help her find someone." After hearing this, Shin Yuning's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean I'm not young anymore? I'm only 22, okay?" Shin Yuning was tricked by her own brother and immediately retorted unconvincedly. Unexpectedly, when she helped her brother out of trouble, her brother actually used her as a shield. "Are you sure this is your brother?" Mr. Shin saw his granddaughter glaring at his grandson angrily. I couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, you two. I can't control either of you. You two should just hold on tight. If you meet a good match, look around." "I understand, Grandpa." Shin Xiao immediately nodded in response, looking very filial and obedient. Shin Yuning glared at him angrily, then turned her face away and refused to pay any attention to him. Shin Xiao, Old Man Shin, and others all laughed when they saw her like this. Chapter 93: The Traitor. And at the same time, in a detached villa somewhere in Yanjing City, a middle-aged man with a big belly, sitting across the table from a man in his 50s wearing a gray tang suit. "What's the matter with calling me here this time?" The man in the gray tang suit lit the cigarette in his hand, took a puff, and spoke slowly. "I'll ask you to help me deal with someone, and I'll give you a high price. You're an old hand at this kind of thing. I don't trust others." The pot-bellied middle-aged man nodded without hesitation. A hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. This man's surname is Liu, and people on the street call him Boss Liu. On the surface, he is the boss of Yuding Group in Yanjing City. But in fact, they have been conducting white goods business in secret. But just a while ago, a batch of goods in his hands was ordered by someone. As soon as their truck convoy entered the country, it was intercepted by the military. The criminal was caught red-handed. Not only were tens of millions of dollars worth of goods seized, but a lot of manpower was also lost. It's a heavy loss. After many investigations, he finally determined that it was the work of an insider. The military planted an insider codenamed Violet in the Yuding group. She pretended to apply for a job at their Yuding group and later became his secretary because of her outstanding abilities. And through various means, we learned about their transaction information. A tight net was laid in advance. If he hadn't been cautious, he would have left himself a way out. I'm afraid he would have been arrested and imprisoned by now. During this period of time, he was hiding from place to place, and his life was full of fear. It was not until the storm had passed recently that he dared to show his face again. The loss of manpower and goods this time is incalculable, equivalent to losing half of one's family fortune in one go. Boss Lu naturally couldn't swallow this easily, so he decided to find someone to get rid of the hateful traitor. At this moment, the person sitting opposite him was the leader of an underground gang from the Golden Triangle, codenamed Eagle. After hearing what Boss Lu said, Old Eagle slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Then he said, "There's no reason not to do business like yours that comes right to your door. But the situation in the Golden Triangle is different now. K2 has absorbed the United Mercenary Company and now controls the entire Golden Triangle, and strictly order all underground forces within the jurisdiction not to accept any business related to China. Even the previous channels for selling white goods have all been shut down. If I take your business, I'll be going against K2. You are well aware of the K2 organization's methods. I dare not joke with my own life." When Boss Lu heard this, his face suddenly froze. What Eagle meant was that he wanted to reject his business. But Boss Lu is not a greenhorn either. He knew there was still room for maneuver in this matter. This guy in front of me is just trying to raise the price. If you really don't want to take the order, you won't be sitting here. As he spoke, Boss Lu took out a check from his pocket, placed it on the table, and slowly pushed it in front of Eagle. This is a deposit. After the matter is done, there is still the other half. Boss Lu looked at Eagle and said in a deep voice. Eagle lowered his eyes, glanced at the amount on the check, and remained silent. Apparently, there was some dissatisfaction with the amount on the check. "Eagle, this is already a lot of money. We have known each other for many years. Don't ask for an exorbitant price. Things are different now. The market price has gone up. If you think it's too expensive, I'll take my leave." As he spoke, the Eagle was about to get up and leave. Seeing this, Boss Lu quickly stopped him. After thinking for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I can give you some more. After the deal is done, in addition to what we just agreed on, I'll give you another 30%. But you have to bring Violet to me. I want her to know what happens to the traitor." After hearing this, Eagle raised his eyes and looked at Boss Lu again. After a moment, he chuckled slowly. He reached out and took the check from the table. "Okay, deal." Boss Lu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He knew that in this world, people die for money and birds die for food. Faced with sufficient benefits, there are still people willing to take risks. Eagle put the check in his pocket and then asked, "Where's the target's information?" "Here." Boss Lu took out a brown paper bag. Eagle took the paper bag and untied the string. A photo was taken out from it. The photo shows a pure and lovely girl who looks to be in her 20s. It was the undercover agent that Boss Lu mentioned before, Violet. She's still a beautiful lady, as pretty as a flower. TSK, TSK, TSK. Eagle took a few glances, not hiding the fierceness in his eyes at all. He held the photo in front of him. Click. He ignited the kerosene lighter in his hand, then set the photo on fire. After the photo was completely burned, he stood up and said, "In 3 days, I will bring the person here to you. Don't forget to prepare the balance when the time comes." After saying that, he turned and left the cabin. Chapter 94 Intelligence News. After Shin Xiao was called back to Liqing by Mr. Shun for questioning, I found out that he and Ran were indeed not suitable. So, I no longer bothered to bring them together. However, not trying to match him up with Ran doesn't mean that the old man will stop worrying about Shin Xiao's lifelong affairs. During the few days that Shin Xiao stayed at home, he was often criticized by the old man. At lunch, as soon as Shin Xiao sat down, the old man gave him an indifferent look. Then he sighed softly. "Alas, it's noon. Your sister, your second uncle, and your third uncle are all working at the company. It's really lonely for us, the grandparents and the grandchildren, to have dinner at home. It would be nice if there were more people." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Shin Xiao immediately understood what he meant. But on the surface he still pretended not to understand. "You think there aren't enough people? How about I call Yu Ning and ask them to come back and eat together?" "Old man, eat your meal." The old man looked at Shin Xiao's stupid look and wanted to roll his eyes at him. I picked up my chopsticks angrily and started eating, too lazy to continue the topic. Seeing this, Shin Xiao pursed his lips and chuckled, continuing to pretend that he didn't understand. The grandfather and grandson finished their meal in this way. Ding ling ling. Shin Xiao had just finished his meal and put down his chopsticks when the phone on the table rang. Shin Xiao picked up the phone and glanced at the screen and found that it was Chunwan calling. His expression changed slightly. Chunwan suddenly called me. Could something have happened again? Then Shin Xiao stood up and said to the old man, Grandpa, I'm done eating. I'm going to answer a phone call first. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately put down his chopsticks and asked with a gossipy look on his face. Answer the phone? A man or a woman? Shin Xiao. Female. Then go pick it up quickly. When the old man heard that it was a girl calling, he immediately urged her with a smile. Shin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Then he walked out while answering the phone. Hello, what's up? Hey boss, we just got some news. A group from the Golden Triangle has secretly infiltrated your city. It seems they are going to take action against an undercover investigator codenamed. After the call was connected, Chunwan's voice was heard. Oh, Shin Xiao's face turned cold instantly after hearing this. The entire Golden Triangle area is now basically under the control of the K2 organization. He had already made it clear that China must not be invaded. These people are really tired of living. Although Shin Xiao didn't know who the violet they were hunting was. But since he is a military man, he naturally cannot stand idly by. So, Shin Xiao thought for a moment and then said in a deep voice, Have you found out where that group of people are now? In Yanjing, just arrived today. Chunwan responded immediately. The K2 organization's intelligence gathering and control capabilities are both unique. When it was discovered that someone had sneaked into China and was going to take action against China's undercover investigators, he immediately began to track the whereabouts of that group of people. Now, the movements of that group of people are all under the control of their K2. Good. Shin Xiao responded in a low voice, naturally knowing K2's intelligence capabilities very well. At the same time, he had already made up his mind to go back to Yanjing to deal with this matter in person. Moreover, he also wanted to see who had such courage. After saying that, Shin Xiao wanted to hang up the phone. But in the next second, Chunwan hurriedly called him. Boss, wait a minute. What's wrong? Shin Xiao asked in a low voice. On the other end of the phone, Chunwan pursed her red lips. He said it with a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Nothing. I just want to ask, how is your injury recovering recently? After hearing this, Shin Xiao laughed slowly. So that's what you wanted to ask. It's nothing. I've almost recovered. That's good. After hearing this, Chunwan felt relieved immediately, and even a hint of smile appeared in his voice. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Shin Xiao knew that Chunwan had always been very worried about him. My injury was no longer dangerous, and the system was constantly repairing it. It's hard for Chunwan to keep thinking about it. I'm glad you're okay, Chunwan said in a brisk tone. Then he thought of something and asked again. Boss, the recent things at Golden Triangle are almost done. After everything is settled, can I come back to China to see you? After saying this, Chunwan quietly waited for Shin Xiao's reply. I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Of course, there's nothing wrong with that. Shin Xiao smiled and said. Speaking of which, the two haven't seen each other for a while. Now that things at the headquarters have been almost dealt with, Chunwan wants to come to China. On the other end of the phone, Chunwan was delighted when he heard Shin Xiao agree. He said with an unconcealed joy in his tone. Okay, then I'll come find you in China after I'm done with this. Good. Shin Xiao responded in a low voice and then hung up the phone. Looking at the call that has been disconnected, Shin Xiao's eyes, which originally had a hint of smile in them, suddenly turned cold. There are actually people from the Golden Triangle who dare to run wild on Chinese territory. They must be fed up with living. Afterwards, Shin Xiao turned around and went to find the old man and told him that he had an urgent matter. Immediately afterwards, he set off back to Yanjing. At this time, thousands of miles away, in Yanjing City. Today happens to be Anren's day off. She had nothing to do at the base. So he simply changed into casual clothes, left the base, and went to a nearby shopping mall alone. She is always busy with work and has to go on missions from time to time. It's been a long time since I've been able to go out for a good stroll. Anren wandered aimlessly in the mall. At the same time, I was using my phone to chat with friends on WeChat. The other party knew that she was forced by her family to go on a blind date a few days ago. So out of curiosity, I gossiped a little and asked her about what happened that day. And Ran recalled the scene when she met Shin Xiao. And for a moment, she didn't know where to start. It's hard to put it into words. It's hard to put it into words? What? Is the other person ugly? When the friend saw in Rand's message, he immediately asked curiously. Not really, he's still quite handsome. And Rand recalled Shin Xiao's appearance and replied directly. Although the situation that day was rather complicated, and she and Shin Xiao had no feelings for each other. However, to be honest, there is really nothing impeccable about Shin Xiao's appearance. Not to mention among ordinary people. Even in the entertainment industry full of handsome men, Shun Xiao's appearance is definitely not inferior. When the friend heard that the other person was handsome, he immediately replied, "He's just handsome, that's all. What else is there to choose from? Is it enough to just be handsome?" Yes, in this age where looks are everything, being handsome is king. You can meet a handsome guy on a blind date, so make the most of it. Haha, nonsense, I don't want to bother with you. And Ran was speechless after listening to her friend's illogical words. Then I was too lazy to say more to her. I put away my phone and wandered around the mall. And Ran walked around the mall. For some reason, she felt like someone was always watching her in the dark. Chapter 95. It's you. As a well-trained investigator, and Rand's investigative abilities have always been impressive, she knew that this was definitely not her illusion. So, he continued strolling with a normal expression, but his mind was thinking rapidly. She could feel that the other party was coming towards her. Moreover, the person who can follow me without making any noise must be no ordinary person. There is too much traffic in shopping malls now. If a fight breaks out here, innocent people will definitely be hurt. So, Anrin tried her best to maintain a normal pace and slowly came to the first floor of the mall. Then, walk straight to the back door of the mall where there is the least traffic. As we get closer to the back door, and Rand could hear more and more clearly the footsteps following closely behind her. And Rand tried her best to remain calm while reaching into her pocket. Use the communicator you carry with you to prepare to contact the Langia Special Operations Base. But just as she walked out of the back door of the mall, she suddenly heard the footsteps approaching her rapidly. Once you exit the back door of the mall, you will find yourself in a very remote alley. As Anrin went out, she saw that the box was empty. While I breathed a sigh of relief, I also felt something was wrong. It seems that the other party wants to seize this opportunity to attack me. Immediately afterwards, and Rand heard the footsteps just inches away from her. He suddenly turned around and attacked the other party first. Hiss. The other party didn't seem to expect that Rand had already noticed them a long time ago. Faced with Rand's sudden attack, the tall man walking in the front had no time to react. And Rand punched him directly, and he cried out in pain, covering his swollen cheek. "Who are you and why are you following me?" And Rand looked coldly at the people who had been following her. After seeing their appearance clearly, and Rand became more certain that her guess was correct. Not only do these guys look fierce, there was a hint of fierce murderous intent between his eyebrows. It's definitely not something that ordinary people can have. Instead, it's like a group of professional killers. After hearing Rand's words, the leader touched the blood at the corner of his mouth with a sinister look. The scar at the corner of his eye is extremely hideous. Then, he spoke to him in a bad tone. Of course, it's taking money from people to help them get rid of disasters. You offended someone before, and someone paid us to kill you. After saying that, Scarface made a gesture to his companion. In an instant, 6 people rushed up together, ready to deal with Rand on the spot. And Rand's eyes suddenly tightened when she saw this, and she had no time to think about so much. He immediately dodged the opponent's attack. Then, he started to wrestle with the 6 of them. And Rand has been through many battles, so his skills are naturally quite good. Although she is a girl, when it comes to skills, ordinary people are no match for her. But even so, it was still a bit difficult for her to face 6 tall men alone. What's more, these 6 people are all killers who have undergone special training. And Rand gradually lost. Then, he was not paying attention and was punched in the abdomen by the opponent. He immediately fell to the ground with a pale face. And Rand covered her abdomen and tried to get up with difficulty. However, the opponent's punch just now was too powerful. As soon as she moved, she was struck by a sharp pain. At this moment, the people on the opposite side saw that Rand was injured and knew that she had no ability to fight back. So, he stopped and looked at her coldly. As expected of an undercover investigator, his skills are quite good. Today, you are unlucky. You ended up in our hands. But we are, after all, a well-known assassin organization in the Golden Triangle. You didn't deserve to die at the hands of us. Scarface looked at Rand and spoke slowly. Then, he took out the dagger from his waist and walked towards Rand step by step. And Rand looked at the other person with a pale face. She had just sent a message to the base. However, it takes at least 20 minutes to get here from the base. My own team members can't make it in time now. It seems that I am really going to die here today. And Rand was instantly filled with despair. Looking at the shining blade in the opponent's hand, there was nothing he could do. Immediately afterwards, and Rand saw the other party walk up to her, and with the force of his arm, he stabbed her with the knife. The sharp blade in his hand reflected a dazzling light. Anrin subconsciously closed her eyes. However, the next moment, she did not feel any pain as she expected. Instead, there was the sound of a dagger being knocked to the ground and a sharp sound of breaks. And Rand was confused for a moment and opened her eyes instantly. After seeing the situation in front of him, he opened his eyes wide in disbelief. I saw Scarface covering his right hand with a look of pain on his face. The dagger he had just held in his hand had been knocked to the ground. His right hand was hit by a hidden weapon and blood was dripping from it. Scarface gritted his teeth and looked at several luxury cars that suddenly appeared nearby with a ferocious expression. Just when he was about to stab and ran, these luxury cars suddenly came speeding from the intersection. Immediately afterwards, his right hand was hit by a hidden weapon. Although Scarface didn't see clearly how the other party attacked, he was sure that it was the people in these cars who did it. The next moment, the doors of several luxury cars were opened. A dozen men wearing sunglasses and black uniforms moved swiftly down one after another. Seeing this, Scarface and others knew that the other party had ill intentions and immediately wanted to attack them. However, unexpectedly, the opponent's attack speed was shockingly fast. In just a few seconds, they were all under control. He pressed them directly to their knees on the ground. "Who are you? How dare you attack us? Do you know who we are?" Scarface roared with a sinister look on his face. "A nobody like you deserves to let me know your name." At this moment, a young man slowly got out of the car. The man walked slowly up to Scarface and looked at him with contempt. "Who are you?" Scarface looked up at the person who came and asked, his tone no longer as arrogant as before. Although the man in front of him looks very young, but he could clearly feel the innate aura and pressure from him. Especially the look in his eyes when he spoke just now was simply chilling. After hearing what he said, the man sneered and spoke slowly. "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that you have offended K2's 7 killers." As soon as the man finished speaking, Scarface and the 5 people behind him widened their eyes in disbelief. Pupil looked at him in shock. 7 killings. The Chi Sha who now controls the entire Golden Triangle and is feared by all underground forces? Could it be that he dragged them away? The man was too lazy to waste words with these people and directly gave orders to his subordinates. The men immediately took orders and dragged these people away to deal with them. Then the man turned and walked over to Violet, who was lying injured on the ground. "Are you okay? Are you?" After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, the man was stunned. And Ran, who was sitting opposite him, was also stunned after seeing his appearance clearly. She never thought that the person who saved her would be Shin Xiao. Chapter 96. A Hero Saves a Beauty. And Ran covered her abdomen with both hands and stared at the person who saved her in disbelief. It turned out to be Shin Xiao, the man who went on a blind date with her 2 days ago and was hunted by her all over the city. And Ran recalled the appearance of that group of people when they attacked just now and their respectful attitude towards Shin Xiao. In an instant, he became even more confused about Shin Xiao's identity. Who exactly is Shin Xiao? Why does he have such a group of skilled subordinates under his command? It seems that his identity is even more complicated than she imagined. "Shin Xiao, who are you?" And Ran looked at Shin Xiao and asked directly. Shin Xiao stood opposite her, looking at Ran's alert and puzzled expression without expressing much. He was a little surprised just now. He didn't expect that the Violet that the killers were chasing was actually in Ran. This is such a coincidence. After a moment, Shin Xiao simply ignored Ran's question and slowly spoke to his men. "She looks seriously injured, so you guys should take her back." "No, I can go back by myself." And Ran said without thinking. She doesn't know the true identity of this group of people yet, and she can't let them send her back to the military area. What's more, she had already contacted the Thunder Commando. It should be here in a short while. When Shin Xiao heard Ran's refusal, he didn't say much. He nodded and turned around to leave. "By the way, those killers took one of their tongues, and I have a use for it. The rest of them will be handed over to the military. Also, thoroughly investigate the masterminds behind them." Shin Xiao stopped and gave instructions to his men. The dozen or so men in black under his command immediately received the order. Shin Xiao then got into the car and left. And Ran just stood there, watching the car gradually disappear, and her doubts grew even more. Not long after, the Thunder Commandos arrived in a hurry. "And Ran, how are you? Where are those people who are chasing you?" Lei Zhan rushed over and looked at Ran, who was standing there with a slightly pale face, and asked nervously. And Ran shook her head. "I'm fine." "That's good. Tell me quickly, what happened just now?" Lei Zhan couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw that Ran was safe and sound. Then, he quickly asked about the specific situation. "I just met Shin Xiao." And Ran answered truthfully. But before she could explain in detail, Lei Zhan's face darkened and he asked in an incredulous tone. "What did you say? Shin Xiao? Did Shin Xiao attack you?" After Lei Zhan finished speaking, he was immediately furious. My mind instantly imagined a bloody plot in which a man named Shun had a blind date that ended in failure and deliberately took revenge. He was so angry that he wanted to challenge Shin Xiao to a duel right away. Safely. And Ran looked at Lei Zhan speechlessly and quickly began to explain. No, it was Shun Xiao who saved me. Then he pointed to the corner and said, as for that group of people, where are they? Several members of the Thunder Commando team looked in the direction and Rand pointed and discovered it. There were several people lying there, tied up and lying all over the place. Moreover, everyone had serious injuries on their bodies, and it looked like they had been severely beaten. And Rand, this was you hit me? No, it's also Shun Xiao. Lejean nodded immediately after hearing this. That's right. How could Rand be a match for so many people alone? Okay, let's stop talking about this and go back to the base. Let the comrades in the intelligence department thoroughly investigate their origins. Okay, let's go back quickly. After saying that, Rand returned to the base with the Thunder Commandos, just as Rand and others returned to the base. At this moment, Old Eagle, who was also in Yinjing City, received news from his subordinates. The men he sent out to hunt down Violet were caught on the spot. Now he has been escorted to the Huaxia military region. Upon hearing the news, Eagle immediately realized that the situation was not good. So he immediately ordered his men to pack up and flee to the port. At this point, we must leave China as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it falls into the hands of China, the consequences will be unimaginable. Not long after, Eagle and his group appeared at the port in the east of Yinjing City. After Eagle arrived at the port, he suddenly felt relieved. As long as he could leave China smoothly, the rest would be easy. No matter how powerful China is, it is still inconvenient to be abroad. Thinking of this, Eagle immediately wanted to board the ship they had contacted early in the morning. However, in the next second, a group of men in black suddenly walked down from the boat. When the Eagle saw this, he felt something was wrong. No, hurry up and leave. Eagle immediately whispered to his men. Then he immediately turned around and prepared to leave. But the next second when he turned around, he saw a group of men in black suddenly appear from behind them. A group of people attacked them from the front and back and instantly controlled Eagle and his men. Who are you? Eagle looked at the group of men in black and asked nervously. Judging from the appearance of this group of people, they don't look like people from the Chinese military. But I haven't offended anyone in China, so why do they want to stop me? Just when Eagle was puzzled, the leading man in black slowly spoke. Our boss has already said that from now on, no one in the Golden Triangle is allowed to attack China. How dare you have your men openly hunt down Chinese undercover investigators? Isn't this clearly a move against us, K2? What? K2. When the Eagle heard what the other party said, he was stunned with fear. He never thought that the people on the other side were actually from K2. The boss the other party was talking about should be Qi Xia. After figuring this out, Eagle's face suddenly turned pale. If you offend Qi Xia, the consequences will be 100 times more tragic than falling into the hands of Huaxia. The leading man in black slowly walked in front of Eagle. I'll give you one chance. Quickly tell me who hired you, otherwise. Although he didn't finish his words, Eagle already understood his implication. All underground forces are aware of K2's methods. No one could survive their torture. Seeing this, the Eagle shouted loudly. I tell you, I'm just taking money from people to help them get rid of disasters. It was that boss Lu who paid me to help him kill someone. I was just doing it for the money. I didn't mean to go against K2. Liang quickly pushed all the responsibility onto boss Lu, acting as if he was completely innocent. After hearing this, the leading man in black kept his expression unchanged, as if he had guessed this would happen. Then, he gave his men direct orders. Take them all away. Yes. Afterwards, Eagle and his group were all taken away by the group of men in black. An hour later, in a villa in the suburbs of Yinjing. This villa looks quite old and a bit dilapidated. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly was leisurely lying on a lounge chair on the balcony, basking in the sun. At this moment, his subordinates suddenly came running to report. Boss Lu, someone is here to see you. It's from Eagle. Eagle? Could it be that he has already succeeded? Boss Lu immediately sat up from the recliner, a glint of joy in his eyes. He took the risk of returning to China just to be the first to know the news that Ran had been successfully killed. So, Boss Lu stood up immediately. Where are the people? Bring them here quickly. Yes. Immediately afterwards, his men turned around and went out to bring the people outside in. Boss Lu stood there, his face full of joy. He was expecting the Eagle's men to come and report the good news of their success to him. Just when Boss Lu was full of anticipation, his subordinate Subu walked in with a man wearing a black shirt. Behind him was a group of men in black suits. Boss Lu paused slightly when he saw this. He had never seen these people before, and why didn't they look like eagles? Especially the man in the lead. The aura and pressure he exudes are not something that ordinary people can possess. Boss Lu narrowed his eyes and asked the person who came, "Are you from Eagle?" "No." The leading man sat down directly on the chair, looking calm and composed. It looked as if this was his territory. Boss Lu was stunned when he saw this. Looking at the young man in front of him, he was suddenly filled with confusion. Not an eagle? He actually admitted it so bluntly? And he sat down so calmly. What was he trying to do? Who are you? What are you doing here? Boss Lu looked at them warily. The young man opposite smiled calmly and then made a gesture to the person next to him. The subordinate immediately understood what was going on and quickly handed a cigarette to the man. Then he lit it respectfully for his demeanor. Have you heard of K2? The man took a puff of his cigarette and spoke slowly. K2? Boss Lu took a deep breath. If it was a few days ago, he naturally wouldn't have heard of it. But before that, when he saw the eagles so frightened, he also asked the people around him. In short, K2 is an organization that people like him absolutely cannot afford to offend. If you provoke them, even if you have 100 lives, it will not be enough to die. Boss Lu was immediately confused. Why did the person in front of him ask him this question? Could it be that? Boss Lu's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a terrible guess came to his mind. Could this man in front of me be from K2? Seeing the fear on Boss Lu's face, the young man, Shin Xiao, smiled indifferently. Then he waved his hand and said to his men, "Go, bring the person in." Following Shin Xiao's order, his men immediately obeyed and brought the people outside the door in. With a thump, a middle-aged man was thrown in, tied up. Boss Lu took a closer look and saw that it was an eagle. "Eagle, why are you like this?" Boss Lu looked at Eagle with some surprise and asked. Unexpectedly, the eagle ignored him. He immediately struggled to get up from the ground, turned around, and knelt in front of Shin Xiao. "Shisha, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let me go this time." "Yes, this is all Boss Lu's idea. I was just possessed by a ghost for a moment. Please forgive me." Liaoing knelt in front of Shin Xiao and begged for mercy with tears in his eyes. After hearing what he said, Boss Lu's face turned pale. 7 killings? The legendary Qi Sha who is feared by the entire Golden Triangle? Did I actually offend him? A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on Boss Lu's back. Shin Xiao listened to Lao Ying's plea for mercy indifferently and slowly put out the cigarette in his hand. "I remember I said that from now on, no one from the Golden Triangle is allowed to attack China. You knowingly committed a crime and still expect me to forgive you?" Shin Xiao sneered and then spoke to his men. "This eagle is in your hands. Follow our K2 rules." "Yes." The men immediately understood, and several of them stepped forward and lifted up the eagle. No, Qi Sha, please, spare my life." The eagle roared madly. He knew K2's methods very well. "Your end will definitely be more horrible than death." At this moment, the eagle struggled desperately and felt extremely regretful that he had agreed to Boss Lu in a moment of confusion. But Shin Xiao ignored his pleas for mercy and coldly ordered his men to drag him out quickly. As the eagle's shrill cries gradually faded away, Boss Lu's face became paler and paler. He was terrified at the moment and couldn't imagine what would happen to him. The next moment, Shin Xiao slowly turned his gaze towards him. After meeting Shin Xiao's cold gaze, Boss Lu was suddenly shocked. Then, his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. His intuition told him that his end would probably be more horrific than anything he could imagine. Qi Sha, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Boss Lu knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Shin Xiao frantically for mercy. Shin Xiao looked at him and sneered. "It is naturally impossible to forgive the culprit, Boss Lu. But to deal with him, I have a way to make him more afraid." Langya's Special Operations Base in Yinjing City. Since An Ran returned to the base, she has become even more suspicious of Shin Xiao. So, he began to secretly investigate Shin Xiao. She felt that Shin Xiao must be no ordinary person. He is definitely not an ordinary person, and there must be many unknown secrets behind him. After 2 hours of investigation, An Ran actually found some clues. She discovered that Shin Xiao had served in the army before, but was expelled from the army shortly afterwards. But the strangest thing is that after this, all the information about Shin Xiao was destroyed. No matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find any clues. After seeing this, An Ran suddenly realized Shin Xiao is very likely an undercover agent. Because she herself was an undercover investigator, she knew all of this very well. But she couldn't find any information about Shin Xiao now, which only proved that Shin Xiao's undercover level might be higher than hers. Thinking of the previous citywide arrest, General Gao urgently called a halt, and Ran suddenly felt that this possibility was even more likely. At the same time, he secretly regretted that he was too inconsiderate at that time. Just as An Ran was feeling regretful, there was a knock on her office door. The person who came was Hu Ziyuan, the staff officer of their Thunder Commando. An Ran, Boss Lu is here. "Boss Lu? What Boss Lu?" An Ran asked with a puzzled look on her face. That's the boss Lu you were undercover with before. When Ran heard this, she immediately walked to Hu Ziyuan and asked in surprise, "Did your men catch him?" "No. He came here on his own to turn himself in," Hu Ziyuan said excitedly. "Turn yourself in?" And Ran was stunned on the spot. Chapter 97. Only he can do it. And ran to the gate of the base with Hu Ziyuan, looking confused. At the door, a middle-aged man was being held in place by military personnel. He was fat, with a face full of flesh and a pale complexion. This person was none other than Boss Lu, who had escaped from Ran not long ago. Anren looked at him with a confused expression. It's actually Boss Lu? But why would he come here on his own initiative? Moreover, according to what Hu Ziyuan said just now, he came here to surrender on his own initiative. Look, I didn't lie to you. He really came and turned himself in on his own initiative. Hu Ziyuan looked at Ran's confused expression and whispered in her ear. And Ran glanced at him, her eyes still filled with shock. Just now she even suspected that she was hallucinating. But now the facts were before her, and she had to believe it. But this matter is really too weird. And Ran had no way of understanding it. At this time, Boss Lu, who had been controlled, noticed Ran coming. So, he immediately struggled to run to Anren. Seeing this, the people on the side thought he was going to do something bad to Ran. After all, if it weren't for Ran, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Ran was slightly startled when she saw this, and subconsciously took half a step back. But unexpectedly, in the next second, Boss Lu actually spoke to Ran with a look of regret on his face. "Ms. Ran, I'm possessed by the devil. I'm so audacious. How dare you hire someone to attack you and China? It's all my fault. Please forgive me." Boss Lu looked at Ran wailing with tears in his eyes. He looked so regretful that he wished he could die on the spot to apologize to Ran. Seeing this scene, everyone was immediately stunned. Their eyes suddenly widened, and they looked at each other. Did I hear correctly? This Lu guy is actually apologizing to Ran. Oh my god, what's going on? Boss Lu actually admitted his mistake to Ran. Is it raining red from the sky? A criminal actually apologized to an undercover investigator. I thought he was here to assassinate Ran, but I didn't expect him to come here to kowtow and admit his mistake. It's really bizarre. Who said it wasn't? I thought he was going to pull out a knife when I saw his posture just now, but he pulled out his head instead. Did Boss Lu get upset while on the run? Otherwise, why would he do something like this? I guess so too. A normal person would never do such a thing. At this moment, everyone present was confused by Boss Lu's words. And Ran was even more confused and could not believe what had just happened. Boss Lu actually apologized to me just now and looked very remorseful. What is going on? Logically speaking, I have seized evidence of his crime and made him wanted. It would be normal for Boss Lu to come over and stab me. But he actually said that he was wrong, came to surrender himself, and apologized to me. This is really against common sense. It was Hu Ziyuan who bumped into her arm that brought her back to her senses. And Ran, was this Boss Lu frightened silly while fleeing? Otherwise, why would he apologize and turn himself in now? It's a bit weird and scary. Hu Ziyuan stared blankly at Boss Lu, who was looking regretful, with shock still in his eyes. And Ran looked at Boss Lu and suddenly thought of what he had just said. You just said you were going to hire someone to attack me? So, you were the one who found the group of people who were chasing me today? It was me, but I was blinded by greed for a moment. I swear I will never do it again. Please forgive me this time. Boss Lu confessed his crimes and kept begging Anren for forgiveness. After hearing Boss Lu's admission, Ran suddenly had the image of Shin Shao flash through her mind for some reason. Before that, Shin Shao suddenly came to his rescue. Now, the mastermind behind this, Boss Lu, suddenly came forward to confess his crime and turn himself in. And Ran always felt that this matter was related to Shin Shao. And Ran, it turns out he sent people to hunt you down. What should we do next? Hu Ziyuan looked at Ran and asked. And Ran looked at Boss Lu, who kept apologizing to her, and thought for a moment. Then he slowly spoke. Although this matter is indeed very strange, the other party has already surrendered himself. Then, lock him up first and report this matter to the superiors. Let the higher-ups handle it. Good. Hu Ziyuan nodded in response. Afterwards, he immediately ordered the people around him to arrest Boss Lu and prepare to await the decision of his superiors. However, when Boss Lu heard that Ran was going to lock him up, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was taken into custody by the Chinese, even if he ended up being shot. That's much better than falling into the hands of Qi Sha. After all, Qi Sha just had his men teach him a lesson, and it made him feel like life was worse than death. Being detained by China is already a blessing for him. And Ran was still surprised as she watched Boss Lu being taken away. She never thought that she would catch Boss Lu in this way. Moreover, she always felt that this matter must be Shin Shao's work. However, his methods are too incredible. As Ran thought about this, she became more and more curious about Shin Xiao. At the same time, after Boss Lu was taken into custody, Gao Shiwei also received reports from his subordinates. What? That Lu guy just came over here and turned himself in. As soon as Gao Shiwei heard the news, he asked in disbelief. Yes, it is said that he even apologized to Ran with tears in his eyes. You didn't see it just now. Everyone present was shocked. Li Yin repeated to Gao Shiwei in detail what had just happened. This incident can definitely be listed as one of the top 10 strange events in their base. I just don't know why Boss Lu suddenly came to surrender himself. It can't be that he has come to his senses, right? Could there be some conspiracy? Should we hire someone to investigate? Li Yin also expressed his great incomprehension of this. After hearing this, Gao Shiwei couldn't help but frown and think deeply. This is indeed a puzzling thing. However, he remembered that he had just received news that it was Shin Xiao who rescued Violet when she was being chased today. So, Gao Shiwei understood the reason instantly after thinking about it. Then he laughed out loud. Only Shin Xiao could do such a thing. So Gao Shiwei smiled and waved at Li Yin. No need to check. I know who did it. As for Boss Lu, we'll do what needs to be done. His crimes will be dealt with and punished according to relevant regulations. Yes. Although Li Yin was still confused, he always obeyed Gao Shiwei's orders 100%. So, he immediately took the order and went to convey Gao Shiwei's order. Gao Shiwei watched Li Yin leave and thought of the scene he had just mentioned where Boss Lu came to confess his guilt. I couldn't help but smile and shook my head. This Shin Xiao really has his own thing. Chapter 98. It's you. After Boss Lu surrendered himself, he confessed a lot of things under interrogation by professionals. This also includes many drug lords at home and abroad who have conducted white goods transactions with him. After obtaining this information, all parties in China took action together. Many dens were wiped out in one fell swoop, which was a great harvest. There were even follow-up reports on the incident on TV news for several days. Even Shin Xiao, who has been idle at home recently, is flooded with related news every day. According to the latest news, under the protection of the drug lord surnamed Lu, relevant Chinese authorities have once again eliminated a den at the border, seizing 50 kilograms of illegal goods. More than 30 people were arrested. Shin Xiao had nothing to do, so when he turned on the TV, he saw a news report about the crackdown on a smuggling operation. Shin Xiao roughly calculated that this was the 6th den they had taken down in recent days. I have to say that Boss Lu has indeed made a great contribution. Then, Shin Xiao took out his mobile phone and took a look at the latest hot news. As expected, the top trending searches are now all news related to this incident. Hashtag another illegal trading den was wiped out today. Hashtag increase the efforts to seize the fake goods in all directions. Hashtag strengthen the public's awareness of banning illegal goods and build a harmonious and beautiful society together. Under this series of hot search terms, netizens are also constantly discussing various issues. It's so satisfying. These people should all be arrested. That's right, the death penalty isn't enough for such a heinous crime. I don't know how many families have been destroyed by these things. These people are so crazy for their own benefit. Who says they aren't? They're just a bunch of conscienceless bastards. I implore all Chinese departments to continue to increase their efforts and strive to destroy all their dens. I heard that the several dens busted recently were all revealed by a captured drug lord. Haha, this is the legendary dog-bite-dog situation. Then please ask that drug lord to reveal more. There is also heated discussion about this matter on the internet. After all, cheap goods are something that can arouse public outrage in China. This thing has caused great harm to China before. Over the years, it has also secretly eroded many once happy families. Therefore, basically every Chinese person hates this kind of thing. Over the past few days, relevant Chinese departments have destroyed one illegal drug den after another. Chinese netizens are so happy. Shin Xiao looked at the discussions on the internet and couldn't help but smile indifferently. I can be considered to have done a good thing for China. Just as Shin Xiao was thinking this, a phone call suddenly came in. When they saw the caller, it turned out to be their old man. Shin Xiao couldn't help but wonder why his old man was looking for him again for no reason. Shin Xiao didn't have time to think about it and answered the phone directly. Hello, Grandpa. Are you looking for me? Shin Xiao, you are really good. Grandpa really underestimated you a few days ago. You are truly worthy of being my grandson. You did a great job. As soon as the call was connected, Shin Xiao heard the old man praising him. This time Shin Xiao was completely at a loss. Why did you underestimate yourself? What did you do beautifully? Shin Xiao was suddenly confused. He hadn't done anything recently except punishing Boss Lu. But there is no way that the old man could know about this, right? So, after Shin Xiao thought for a while without any result, He asked the old man directly. Grandpa, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What else can I say? Anren, the girl you went on a blind date with. The old man said to Shin Xiao with a tone that could not hide his joy. Shin Xiao. Safely. Yes, it's Anren. The girl has come to our house. He also said he wanted to see you again. He looked like he had a good impression of you. Shin Xiao. After Shin Xiao heard what the old man said, he even wondered for a moment if he had heard it wrong. And Ran actually ran to their house and said she wanted to see him again? What is going on? Wasn't the last meeting quite unpleasant, and she has no interest in me at all? How could it suddenly? Besides, they were both in Yinjing, so why did she come to Liqing to find him for no reason? So weird. Just when Shin Xiao was full of doubts, the old man on the other end of the phone was still talking excitedly. You are indeed worthy of being my eldest grandson. You really have the demeanor of your grandfather back then. The girl said she doesn't have your contact information and doesn't know how to ask you out. It just so happened that she recently returned to Liqing on vacation, so she came directly to our house to visit and meet you. Come back here right now, boy, and make another date with that girl. The old man was already very satisfied with Anren's career and family. Now that I have met Anren in person, I feel that she is even better. I wanted more and more to match her up with Shin Xiao. Unexpectedly, after hearing what he said, Shin Xiao refused directly. No, I don't have time lately. What? Say it to me again, kid. When the old man heard what Shin Xiao said, he immediately became anxious and spoke to Shin Xiao in a rage. What do you mean by no time? You don't have to make excuses for me. Anren is such a good girl. Where can I find her again if I miss her? I think you've grown too independent and won't even listen to Grandpa. Why? Do I have to personally bring people to Yinjing to find you and ask you to take a look? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Shin Xiao sighed helplessly. Then come back quickly and meet the girl again. Hurry up, or I'll go to Yinjing to find you myself. The old man said this with threats and inducements on the other end of the phone. After hearing this, Shin Xiao pressed his eyebrows helplessly. I imagine myself to be powerful and fearless when I am out there, but they are helpless against the old man's cheating and unreasonable behavior. So, Shin Xiao sighed and finally had no choice but to compromise. Okay, Grandpa, can I go back? I'll go back to Liqing now. That's better. Come back quickly. I'll have the girl wait for you at our house. After saying that, the old man hung up the phone happily. Shin Xiao looked at the call that had been cut off and was speechless. Why did Anren go to their house for no reason? This made their old man start to think too much again. Forget it. No matter what, I'll go back and meet him and deal with the old man first. Anyway, Shin Xiao felt in his heart that Anren might not be interested in him. This visit to their house might be to express gratitude for the help he provided last time. After figuring this out, Shin Xiao directly arranged a flight back to Liqing and returned to Liqing. Chapter 99 Shin Xiao's Identity. A few hours later, Liqing, China. Shin Xiao rushed back on Century Group's plane. As soon as he entered the hall, Shin Xiao heard the hearty laughter of his old man. Yes, I was a soldier before, but I retired to inherit the family business. However, even though I retired from the army and went into business, I have never forgotten my time as a soldier. In the hall, the old man smiled and told Anren about his time as a soldier. Anren listened quietly on the side, keeping a polite smile on her face. Looking at the scene of kind grandfather and filial grandson, Shin Xiao couldn't help but feel that he was the outsider. So, he cleared his throat and walked in. Grandpa, I'm back. When Mr. Shun and Anren in the hall heard Shin Xiao's voice, they immediately turned around and looked over. Shin Xiao, you're finally back. Anren, no, Grandpa has been waiting for you for a long time. When Mr. Shin saw Shin Xiao coming back, he smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into a line. He chatted with Anren for a while and liked this soldier girl more and more. He wished he could pair her up with Shin Xiao right away. At this time, seeing Shin Xiao coming back, he was even more excited and kept winking at Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao watched as their old man kept pointing to him in the direction of Anren. I had no choice but to nod at Anren. Miss Anren, we meet again. Yeah, it's been several days since we last met. When Anren saw Shin Xiao appear, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated for some reason. Anren subconsciously reached out and covered her chest. I couldn't help but wonder secretly, because I didn't have this strange feeling when I met Shin Xiao before. What happened today? Just when Anren was puzzled by the strange emotions in her heart. Then Mr. Shun beside him suddenly spoke. Well, it's getting late. I just finished lunch and I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to go back and take a nap. If you two have anything to say, feel free to chat. By the way, Shin Xiao, you are the host after all. Take Anren out and find a nice restaurant for lunch. Go quickly. As the old man spoke, he winked at Shin Xiao, signaling him to seize the opportunity and keep Anren. Shin Xiao watched their old man winking at him. He said it very uncooperatively. Didn't you say we just finished dinner? Why are you asking me to take people out for dinner again? Who eats 2 lunches a day? Mr. Shun. I'm just speechless. Your grandpa is creating opportunities for you. Lunch is just an excuse, okay? Mr. Shun immediately glared at Shun Xiao with a look of disappointment. Then he smiled embarrassedly at Ran and said, well, look at my memory. People tend to forget things when they get older. Since we've had lunch, let Shin Xiao take you out for some coffee or afternoon tea. Don't you young people like these? And Ran naturally knew that Mr. Shun was intentionally trying to create some time for herself and Shun Xiao to be alone together. So, he subconsciously glanced at Shun Xiao standing beside him. At the same time, a hint of anticipation secretly emerged in my heart. Afterwards, and Ran saw Shun Xiao sighing helplessly towards old man Shun. Okay, I get it. If you're sleepy, go upstairs and rest. Shin Xiao said with a hint of helplessness in his tone. How could he not be aware of his grandfather's little thoughts? When the old man heard Shin Xiao agree, he was immediately overjoyed. Okay, then take me out quickly. Hurry up. Faced with the old man's urging, Shin Xiao slowly nodded. He turned around and said to Ran who was standing beside him. Then let's go. And Ran nodded immediately after hearing this and said to Mr. Shun with a smile. Grandpa Shun, I'll go out with Shun Xiao first. I'll come to see you again when I have the chance. Okay, come visit us often if you have the chance. It would be best if you could come back together. The old man said to Anren with a smile. Shin Xiao looked at their old man with a headache. Then he turned and walked out the door. Seeing this, Ran immediately followed and silently followed behind Shin Xiao. Old Master Shin looked at the two people's backs as they left and felt that they were a perfect match no matter how he looked at them. I suddenly felt that my decision to arrange for Ran to meet Shin Xiao was extremely correct. At this time, Ran followed Shin Xiao and slowly walked out of the manor. Looking at Shin Xiao's broad and tall back, he suddenly thought of how he had rescued him before. For a moment, Ran felt her heart skip a beat. This feeling is something I have never experienced in the past 20 years. What on earth is going on with me? Just when Ran was lost in thought, Shin Xiao suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Would you like to have coffee or tea? Shin Xiao stopped and looked at Ran and asked directly. Oh. Ran suddenly heard Shin Xiao's voice, subconsciously stopped, and looked at Shin Xiao with a dazed expression. After a moment, he came to his senses and spoke to Shin Xiao. I'm fine with either. It's up to you to decide. Shin Xiao looked at Ran's strange expression and couldn't help but frown slightly. Strange? Why doesn't Ran feel so strange today? However, Shin Xiao didn't dwell on this matter too much and spoke directly. Since you don't have any requests, let's go to the tea house at the intersection ahead. Good. Since the distance was relatively close, Shin Xiao did not drive. He took Ran and walked directly to the tea house. In just 5 minutes, the two arrived at the entrance of the tea house. This tea house is mainly designed with wood, which is simple and elegant, and has a sense of ancient charm. As you enter the tea house, the elegant fragrance of tea hits you. On the table in the tea room, delicate and elegant incense sticks emitted wisps of white smoke. The light and soft sandalwood and tea fragrance blend together, which is particularly refreshing. After Shin Xiao and Ran entered the room, they went directly to the private room on the second floor. Sitting by the window, you can see the street scene with colorful flowers outside. The private rooms are surrounded by classical and exquisite screens, which perfectly protect privacy. After the waiter brought the tea and snacks they ordered, Shin Xiao picked up the teacup and took a sip. Finally, he looked at Ran and asked straight to the point. I wonder why Miss Ran suddenly came to the Shun family to look for me. Shin Xiao didn't believe that she had changed her mind and wanted to continue the blind date with him, so she came to his house specially. I just wanted to thank you. Last time in Yanjing, thanks to your help, otherwise I probably wouldn't be able to sit here and talk to you now. And Ran looked at Shin Xiao and said sincerely. She had misunderstood Shin Xiao before, thinking he was a dangerous person, and searched the whole city for him. This matter has caused such a big stir, and Shin Xiao even deliberately avoided them, so he must have known about it. But he was still able to put aside the past and save himself. For his kindness and magnanimity, I must thank him in person no matter what. After hearing this, Shin Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at her without comment. Really? It's just a piece of cake. Why would you have to come all the way back to Liqing? It's just a piece of cake for you, but it's a life-saving grace for me. And Ran looked at Shin Xiao and said seriously, as the saying goes, if someone saves your life, you should repay them with your own life. I just said thank you in person. What's the big deal? No, what do you mean by pledge your love to me? What am I thinking? And Ran's face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Shin Xiao opposite her looked at her slightly red face and frowned in confusion. Why are you blushing suddenly for no reason? Shin Xiao coughed lightly and said with a smile. We all know each other, so you don't have to take it too seriously. I'm not the kind of person who would ask for favors in return. And Ran listened to Shin Xiao's words, pursed her red lips, and nodded slowly. For a moment, I didn't know what to say next. So, the two of them fell into silence, just like the day of their blind date. However, Anran's heart was not as calm as it was that day. Instead, there is an inexplicable feeling at work. After a moment, Shin Xiao saw that Anran seemed to have nothing to say, so he just spoke directly. Now that I have said everything I need to say, I will go back first. Having said that, Shin Xiao wanted to get up and leave. After all, he really didn't want to experience such an awkward situation where the two of them were speechless again. However, just as he was about to get up, Anran suddenly called out to him. Wait a minute, I have something else to ask you. When Anran saw Shin Xiao was about to leave, she immediately spoke anxiously, staring at Shin Xiao without blinking, as if afraid he would leave. Seeing this, Shin Xiao couldn't help but look at her in confusion. If you have anything else, just ask. Actually, I have another main purpose for coming here this time. I just want to verify your true identity with you. And Ran stared at Shin Xiao intently. Then, he bit his lip and continued speaking. Earlier, I heard you talking on the phone about arms and trade, and I felt you were definitely not an ordinary person. At first, I almost thought you were dangerous. But later, after a series of events, I became even more confused and curious about your identity. So, you came here this time to ask me who I am? After hearing her words, Shin Xiao immediately understood. So that's why? That's right. And Ran nodded, staring at Shin Xiao intently, waiting for his answer. Shin Xiao looked at her and couldn't help but chuckle. Then he spoke slowly. Don't ask around. We are the same people. You should know the rules. After saying that, Shin Xiao got up and left without further explanation. Shun. And Ran looked at Shin Xiao's departing figure, and then recalled what he had just said. Everything became clear in an instant. It turned out that he was just as he had guessed. Chapter 100 Inseparable Connection. After Shin Xiao left the tea house and returned home, he found that the old man had gone back to his bedroom to rest. He originally thought that the old man was just looking for an excuse to let him and Ran be alone. I didn't expect that the old man actually fell asleep. Although the old man was not there, Shin Yuning from their family ran back. Brother, are you back from your date? Butler Zhou said you were only out for half an hour. How come you're back so soon? When Shin Yuning saw Shin Xiao coming back, she immediately ran over excitedly and took his arm. She received a message from the old man while she was at work today. It was said that her brother's blind date was very satisfied with her brother and came to see Shin Xiao. After hearing this, she wanted to come back and see what her brother's blind date looked like. But unfortunately, the company still has many important things to deal with. When she came back after she finished dealing with it, she found that her brother had gone out on a date alone with someone else. Shin Xiao looked at his sister's curious expression and pinched her face with a smile. We just went out for tea and exchanged a few words, that's all. What kind of date is that? How come a man and a woman going out isn't considered a date? Why? Are you not satisfied with the girl? I see that Grandpa is quite pleased with her and can't wait for you two to get married right away. Shin Yuning said, while looking at Shin Xiao with a smile. After hearing this, Shin Xiao sighed helplessly. Grandpa saw that I've been single for a long time, so he'd be satisfied with any woman. You know you've been single for a long time. Brother, you haven't met a girl you like in all these years out there? Shin Yuning winked at Shin Xiao mischievously and asked with a gossipy look on her face. After hearing Shin Yuning's words, a figure subconsciously appeared in Shin Xiao's mind. But seeing Shin Yuning being so gossipy, he immediately came to his senses. He raised his hand and poked her forehead and said, Why would a kid ask so many questions? After he finished speaking, Shin Xiao's phone vibrated. Shin Xiao took a look and found that it was a message from Century Group. There is an important document that he needs to deal with. So Shin Xiao turned around and walked directly to the study upstairs. Shin Yuning couldn't suppress her curiosity, so she took his arm and followed him into the study. Facing Shin Yuning, Shin Xiao did not hide anything and directly turned on the computer to start processing files. Shin Yuning sat aside, curiously asking about Shin Xiao's love history over the years. Shin Xiao really couldn't stand the childish and gossipy appearance of their family. So, he pretended to cough twice. Ahem, my throat feels a bit uncomfortable. Go get my brother a cup of tea. Oh, okay, I'll go right away. When Shin Yuning heard that Shin Xiao had a sore throat, she immediately went to pour him a cup of hot tea. Give. Shin Yuning walked to Shin Xiao with a teacup and placed the cup next to his hand. Then he planned to turn around and leave. But at this moment, Shin Yuning inadvertently caught a glimpse of the Cinder's logo on Shin Xiao's computer email. That is clearly the logo of Century Group. Shin Yuning subconsciously stopped looking. Immediately afterwards, I saw the words, "Please ask Mr. Shun for instructions" on the email. Shin Yuning was stunned on the spot, looking at Shun Xiao in disbelief. Brother, how did you receive an email from Century Group? And it also says that it needs Mr. Shin's approval. Is that you? Shin Yuning looked at Shun Xiao and asked with great confusion. Ever since the last auction, Shun's and Century Group have been cooperating with each other. Of course, she couldn't make a mistake with the Century Group's logo. But why were they so respectful to their brother and even asked him to approve the company's documents? Shin Yuning once again thought of the Century Group's sudden change in attitude towards them, the Shin family. A bold guess suddenly emerged in my mind. After hearing what Shin Yuning said, Shin Xiao slowly replied to the email and then turned off the computer. Then he spoke calmly. Nothing, just some cooperation with Century Group recently. But why is Century Group so respectful to you? What else can we do? Can we still act bossy towards our partners? Could it be that our Mr. Shun has always treated Shin's partners like this? Shin Xiao looked at Shin Yuning and said jokingly. After hearing this, Shin Yuning quickly shook her head and said, "Of course not. When dealing with partners, we should be polite and friendly. That's it." But Shin Yuning wanted to say something else, but unexpectedly was interrupted by Shin Xiao. "Okay, there are so many buts. Come with me to the living room. Grandpa should probably get up from his nap." Shin Xiao directly put his arm around Shin Yuning's shoulders and took her out without saying anything. Shin Yuning could only suppress the questions that she had not asked for the time being. But her intuition told her that Century Group was definitely closely related to her brother. Chapter 101. Go somewhere with me. After Shun Xiao met and ran. Anyway, there is nothing important happening in Yinjing right now. So I just stayed in Liqing. What's more, as far as he knew, and Ran seemed to have returned to Yinjing. If I go back, the old man might arrange for them to meet again. Now I stay at home with the old man, and the old man can't find any fault with me. Kill two birds with one stone, why not do it? During the time he stayed at home, Shin Xiao also had a good time to recuperate. Sign into the system on time at home every day. Now, after accumulating over this period of time, Shin Xiao has accumulated quite a few points. Most of his injuries have recovered. However, although his injuries recovered, those hideous scars remained on his body. Shin Xiao looked at the scars all over his body, but didn't care too much. If it stays in your body and cannot be removed, then it cannot be removed. As a grown man, it's no big deal to have a few scars on my body. What's more, these scars left on the body can be regarded as a kind of souvenir, to commemorate those comrades who fought side by side with us and sacrificed their lives. Although it is a scar, it is also a medal of honor for me. Shin Xiao thought so, and then opened the system panel. The translucent system panel instantly appeared in his mind. It clearly shows Shin Xiao's anatomy diagram. At this time, Shin Xiao's body had basically recovered, with only some minor injuries left. There is no need to even repair the system. They will recover on their own after a period of time. So Shin Xiao simply turned off his human body structure diagram. Start counting the points accumulated in the system. If you sign in every day during this period, there will be a reward for accumulating a specific period of continuous sign-in. Shin Xiao has accumulated more than 15,000 points. Apart from the 5,000 points used to recover from injuries, there are still more than 10,000 points left. In addition to being able to exchange for injury treatment, there are many other things that can be exchanged in his system store. As mentioned in the previous system introduction, points can be exchanged for everything in the system store, even lifespan and certain abilities that transcend the mundane world. Shin Xiao took a quick look at the system store. The things inside are really diverse and dazzling. However, Shin Xiao didn't need anything for the time being. So after taking a quick look around, Shin Xiao closed the system interface. Anyway, these things are in the system and there is no question of taking them off the shelves. Just redeem it when you need it. As Shin Xiao was thinking this, the system interface just disappeared from his mind. There was a knock on the door of his room. Boom, boom, boom. Shin Xiao stood up, walked straight to the door, and opened it. As soon as the door opened, he saw Shin Yuning standing at the door and gave him a flattering smile. "Why are you here?" Shin Xiao leaned one hand on the door frame, looked at Shin Yuning, and asked in a relaxed tone. Shin Yuning winked at Shin Xiao mischievously and spoke with a smile. "Of course I have something to ask of you, my brother." "Hey, you need me for something?" "Miss Shun, do you want to continue asking about my love history, or are you here to check my household registration again?" Shin Xiao said deliberately jokingly. Ever since this little girl caught Century Group sending her an email last time, she would come over from time to time to test her opinion. He asked me in various indirect ways about my relationship with Century Group. He is just like a curious little kid who loves to check household registration. Hearing Shin Xiao's teasing words, Shin Yuning pouted at him coquettishly. "Hey, brother, I was just curious. That's why I asked you a few more questions. However, this time I'm not here to check your household registration, nor am I here to inquire about your love history. So what are you doing here? Shin Xiao chuckled and asked curiously. The Double Ninth Festival is coming up in 2 days. As you know, Liqing is an old city with a long history, and we attach great importance to this kind of festival. I heard that Rui Garden has been very lively these past 2 days and has even held an event for this occasion. Brother, please go there with me. After Shin Yuning finished speaking, she looked at Shun Xiao expectantly. Rui Garden? Isn't that a place where antiques and curios are sold? Since when have you liked these things? Shun Xiao remembered that Rui Garden was a second-hand goods market located in the old city of Liqing. In addition to selling some old and second-hand items, there are more antiques and curios. For example, ancient calligraphy and paintings, porcelain and pottery, bamboo carvings, furniture, etc., can be said to have everything. When he was a child, he would secretly run away with his childish friends to play. But at that time, Shin Yuning simply thought it was fun. When she grew up, she had no interest in those things and stopped going there over time. I don't know what happened today, but he actually took the initiative to suggest going to Rui Garden. Why can't I like these things? Besides, who was it that always secretly took me there when I was a kid? Later, my grandfather found out and put all the blame on me, saying that I was the one who cried and begged you to take me there. Shin Yuning recalled the time when her brother pushed her out to take the blame when she was a child. He immediately glared at Shun Xiao angrily. Shin Xiao couldn't help laughing. What do you mean I'm putting all the blame on you? Isn't it true that you cried and pestered me to take you to Rui Garden? I just told Grandpa the truth at that time. How can I say I took the blame for you? Shin Yuning thought about it carefully, and it seemed that this was indeed the case back then. As a result, the whole person's arrogance suddenly weakened a lot. However, looking at Shin Xiao's playful eyes, he still stiffened his neck and spoke. It was so long ago that I don't remember it. You are old and remember a lot, so whatever you say is what it is. Shin Xiao, I'm old. Yes, I am old. In that case, I won't go shopping with you, young man. You can go by yourself. Shin Xiao was almost amused by their childish kid. So he reached out and tried to close the door. Hey, don't. Brother, I was wrong. I just spoke hastily and didn't mean to say you were old. Just go with me. I swear, as long as you go out with me, I will never bother you again and never ask you about your love history. Please. As she spoke, Shin Yuning clasped her hands together and looked at Shun Xiao with a pitiful look. Shin Xiao looked at her sincere attitude and her assurance. He deliberately pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded in agreement. Okay, since you said that, I'll go for a walk with you today. The only way to prevent this annoying guy from bothering me in the future is to go to the antique market, right? Why not? When Shin Yuning heard Shin Xiao's agreement, she immediately smiled. Then let's go now. After saying that, Shin Yuning immediately took Shin Xiao's arm. Pull him downstairs. Shin Xiao looked at her happy expression and couldn't help laughing. Let Shin Yuning pull him out the door. Chapter 102, Real and Fake Antiques. Shin Xiao brought Shun Yuning to Rui Garden in the south of the city. When he was still young, Shin Yuning often begged him to take her out to play. At that time, he was very interested in antiques and second-hand goods. So, he often took Shin Yuning to Rui Garden for fun. At that time, the two of them often stayed there for most of the day. There were several times when the old man couldn't find the people and thought they were missing. He was so scared that he sent the whole family to look for them. In the end, the two returned home safely. But the old man was still very worried and repeatedly ordered the two not to come here again. Later, Shin Xiao grew up and shouldered the heavy burden of being the heir to the Shin family. There was no time to take Shin Yuning out for a stroll. Later he joined the army and became a soldier. Not only did he not come here, he even failed to return to Liqing. I didn't expect that after so many years, I was dragged here by their childish ghost again. Let's go in and take a look. Shin Xiao looked at the tall plaque at the entrance of the flea market and spoke slowly. After years of wind and sun, the plaque has become very old. Even the big words Rui Garden on it are already damaged. However, even so, looking inside, the Rui Garden is still crowded with people as before, and it is very lively. Shin Yuning, who was standing by, hadn't been here for a long time. Looking at the lively scene inside, I suddenly became curious. Well, I haven't been here for a long time. I don't know what it looks like inside now. As she spoke, Shin Yuning reached out and took Shin Xiao's arm, pulling him inside. Rui Garden, although called a garden, is actually an antique street in essence. The several hundred-meter-long street is lined with various stalls and shops. There are calligraphy and paintings, porcelain, jade, guqin, and some small gadgets that I can't name. Coupled with the huge crowds, this place is filled with a unique atmosphere of fireworks. Ever since Shin Yuning came in, She has been attracted by all kinds of strange little gadgets on the road. He looked around here and there, just like a curious baby. When I see something interesting, I run over excitedly. In the end, he simply let go of Shun Xiao and ran ahead alone. Shun Xiao walked slowly behind. Seeing my sister so excited, I couldn't help but find it a little funny. When he came back this time, he kept hearing others say that his sister was decisive and daring in the company. She looks like a strong woman in the workplace. But he didn't feel it at all, because whenever Shin Yuning is in front of him, she is always like a child who never grows up. She always acts like a spoiled brat towards him, just like when she was a child. Even now, when I go shopping, I am curious just like when I was a child. Thinking of this, a smile appeared in Shun Xiao's eyes. Then, he walked forward slowly, but his eyes were always on Shun Yuning's figure. A moment later, Shun Xiao saw Shin Yuning stopped in front of a stall selling calligraphy and paintings. He was looking at a painting carefully, seeming to be very interested in it. Seeing this, Shin Xiao walked straight towards her. "Why do you like this painting?" Shin Xiao took a look at the painting in Shun Yuning's hand. It is a landscape painting. The scroll looks a bit old, but the brushwork is excellent and the artistic conception is profound. At first glance, it does look like a work of a famous artist. Shin Yuning looked back at him and raised her chin to indicate the painting in her hand. "Brother, what do you think?" "I think it looks pretty real." Shun Xiao looked at her with amusement. "I don't usually collect antiques, so how would I know whether this painting is real or fake?" However, the stall owner was right in front of them, so Shun Xiao couldn't say this directly. Otherwise, wouldn't this be telling the stall owner, "We don't know what's good, come and rip us off"? He's not that stupid. So Shin Xiao changed the subject and asked, "Why do you want to buy a painting for no reason? Grandpa's birthday is coming up soon. Doesn't he always like these things? I was thinking of buying him a pair as a birthday present. What do you think?" Shin Yuning asked Shin Xiao with sparkling eyes. "Okay, then you can choose carefully." He also knew that his old man liked antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. If I give him a painting or calligraphy on his birthday, I'm sure the old man will be happy. So, Shin Xiao stood next to Shin Yuning and watched her quietly as she picked things from the stall. The little girl nodded and shook her head from time to time, pretending to be very knowledgeable. Shin Xiao watched from the side and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Finally, Shin Yuning picked up a piece of calligraphy and looked at it seriously. Then, he whispered to Shin Xiao, "Brother, look at this calligraphy. The horizontal strokes are light, and the vertical strokes are heavy. The brush strokes are powerful and vigorous. It really looks like the work of a famous artist. Also, look at his last signature. It was created in the 22nd year of the Kaiyuan era. Could this really be an antique from the Tang dynasty?" After Shin Yuning finished speaking, Shin Xiao hadn't waited for her to respond. The stall owner standing opposite just smiled and spoke. "Little girl, you have really good eyesight. This calligraphy is the work of a famous calligrapher from the Tang dynasty. It has a history of thousands of years and has been passed down from generation to generation in our family." Yeah, Shin Yuning knew nothing about antiques. However, she has learned calligraphy, and this piece of calligraphy is indeed well written. The font is upright, broad, vigorous, and dignified, and it really looks like a masterpiece. In addition, Shin Yuning heard that the stall owner spoke in a very sincere tone. I immediately believed it most of the time. So he asked directly, "Boss, how much is this calligraphy?" After hearing this, a barely perceptible gleam flashed across the stall owner's narrow eyes. He took a quick look at Shin Yuning's clothes. "I just felt that this girl was wearing all branded clothes and must be worth a lot of money." So, he spoke to Shin Yuning with a smile. "This calligraphy is an heirloom in our family. It's also an authentic work by a famous artist, so the price is really quite high. However, I see that you are also an experienced person. The fact that you like this calligraphy proves that we are destined to be together. Well, I won't charge you more. This calligraphy is 50,000 yuan. Take it." 50,000 yuan is not a small amount of money for ordinary people. But Shin Yuning is the eldest daughter of the Shin family. Although the Shin family has never encouraged extravagance and waste among the younger generations. But 50,000 yuan is just a small amount of money for her. On weekdays, she would spend more than this money to buy bags and jewelry when she goes shopping. Therefore, Shin Yuning didn't think that 50,000 yuan was a lot of money. "Then prepare to pay." Shin Xiao watched his sister about to pay the money and felt that it was very unreliable. There are so many people coming and going in Rui Garden every day, and some of them are even knowledgeable. How did they get such good luck that they could get such a bargain so easily? Shin Xiao always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't understand this business. I dare not hastily conclude that this calligraphy is fake. But he couldn't just stand by and watch his sister get cheated like this. Shin Xiao frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on the painting in Shun Yuning's hand. After a moment, Shin Xiao's eyes suddenly focused, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. Chapter 103 System Exchange. Shin Xiao suddenly remembered that when he was checking the system store today, I once saw something called golden eyes that could be exchanged in the system store. Shin Xiao took a quick glance at it at that time. He remembered that it was written that the golden eyes could identify the history of the objects they saw. When Shin Xiao thought of this, he immediately opened the system interface. Immediately afterwards, a translucent system panel appeared in his mind. Shin Xiao entered the system store and quickly found the golden pupil. Golden eyes identify the origin, internal structure, and past owner of an object. A slight smile appeared in Shin Xiao's eyes. My memory was indeed correct. This golden eye is indeed a skill that can identify antiques. And the redemption points are not many. Only 3,000 points are needed. So, Shin Xiao did not hesitate and directly used 3,000 points to exchange for the golden eye skill. The next moment, the system shows that the exchange is successful. Shin Xiao immediately felt a slight stinging pain in his eyes. A strange feeling quickly spread in his eyes. Shin Xiao closed his eyes subconsciously. However, this feeling was fleeting. When Shin Xiao opened his eyes again, the stinging sensation had completely disappeared. Moreover, Shin Xiao clearly felt that what he saw in front of his eyes was much clearer and brighter than before. At this moment, Shin Xiao could clearly see the subtle lines on the opposite wall. And the most amazing thing is, as he looked at the items on the stall, a few lines of translucent small words even appeared next to them. For example, the inkstone right in front of him. Shin Xiao watched for a moment, and a few lines of simple and clear introduction appeared on the side. Product name: Original Stoned Inkstone. Condition: Ordinary. Production time: half a year ago. Production location: Leaching Raw Stone Processing Workshop. Seeing this, Shin Xiao's mouth suddenly showed a barely perceptible smile. This is the identification function of the golden eyes, which is truly extraordinary. Then, Shin Xiao shifted his gaze to the calligraphy in Shun Yuning's hand. Shin Xiao gazed at it for a moment, and the relevant introduction immediately appeared. Name: Imitation Tang Dynasty Regular Script. Condition: Good. Production time: 1 year ago. Production location: Room 401, Unit 1, Building 27, Yushui Community, Jiangcheng. Shin Xiao took a quick look. Not to mention anything else, just seeing the word imitation. Shin Xiao immediately realized that the calligraphy was a fake. Not to mention that it was later introduced that this word was just written a year ago. At this time, Shin Yuning enthusiastically stuffed the calligraphy and painting into Shin Xiao's hand, ready to pay. Shin Xiao looked at her and saw that she couldn't wait to give money to others. He quickly reached out to stop her. Don't buy it. This calligraphy is not worth the money. Shin Xiao directly put the words that Shin Yuning stuffed into his hand back on the stall. Having said that, he prepared to pull Shin Yuning away. Although Shin Yuning didn't understand the situation, she always listened to Shin Xiao. So, I didn't say much. The stall owner opposite saw the duck about to fly away, so he quickly called out to the two of them. Hey, little brother, we don't do things like this. A girl has taken a fancy to my calligraphy and wants to buy it. How could you possibly sabotage it? It's against the rules for you to do this. The stall owner looked at Shin Xiao with an unexpected expression and said, he only opens a few stores here a year. Today I finally met a girl who has a lot of money and is easy to cheat, but doesn't know what's good. I'm going to give her a good meal. Otherwise, he really won't be able to survive the second half of the year. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiao turned around and looked at him calmly. Then, he spoke in a calm tone. This is my sister. I can't just watch her get cheated. What are you talking about? This is the real thing. Young man, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand the business. The stall owner saw that although Shin Xiao looked dignified, he was only in his early 20s. Someone so young definitely doesn't know how to identify. I guess they just think 50,000 yuan is too much, so they are unwilling to pay. Thinking of this, the stall owner spoke again. Young man, this is an antique passed down from my ancestors. If I didn't think this girl was right for me, I would never have spent 50,000 yuan on her. After hearing what he said, Shin Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Antiques passed down from ancestors? This was the first time he heard of someone whose ancestors had only lived for 1 year. Their family's inheritance time is really short. Just looking at this calligraphy, your scroll, and the paper are clearly post-processed using an aging process. As for the calligraphy above, you said it was from a famous Tang Dynasty artist? The only calligrapher in the Tang Dynasty who was famous for his regular script was Zhang Su. Was this calligraphy written by him? Shin Xiao asked deliberately. The stall owner paused, then nodded in response. Yes, it was written by Zhang Su. This calligraphy is indeed his original work. So, the 50,000 yuan I asked for from you is really not too much. Yeah. Shin Xiao smiled calmly, then spoke slowly. However, Zhang Su passed away in the 22nd year of the Kaiyuan era. How could he have written this calligraphy? Shin Xiao looked at the stall owner with sharp eyes, which immediately made him feel guilty. Well, I remembered it wrongly. It wasn't written by Zhang Su. It was written by that calligrapher named Yan. Yes, the surname is Yan Jinxing, a great man from the Tang dynasty. The stall owner said calmly, but his expression already showed panic. Yan Jinxing? Are you sure? I remember he was gone by the 22nd year of the Kaiyuan era. How could he have written it? Shin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, as if he was looking at a clown. This. The stall owner suddenly stuttered. Although he was in the calligraphy and painting business, he had only been doing it for less than 2 years. On weekdays, he just makes a little money by occasionally deceiving a few gullible people. I only know the names of a few famous calligraphers. As for their birth years and specific works, he had no idea. I didn't expect to meet someone who knows what I'm doing today. He overturned the car in an instant. Shin Yuning, who was standing by, immediately realized that the stall owner was trying to trick her. So he spoke directly to Shin Xiao. Brother, the calligraphy and paintings here are probably all fakes. Let's go. Good. Shin Xiao responded in a low voice. Before leaving, he glanced at the stall owner and said to him, as if he suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I suddenly remembered. Zhang Su and Yan Jinxing were both still alive and well in the 22nd year of the Kaiyuan reign. So, it's not impossible that they wrote this calligraphy. However, Zhang Su is good at cursive script, not regular script. After saying that, Shin Xiao turned around and left the calligraphy and painting stall. The stall owner was left standing there with a dark face. Damn it! The stall owner gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. After all this time, it turned out that the young man was deliberately deceiving him. I just want to do business and make some money. I didn't expect that my source of income would be cut off like this. At this moment, many people around noticed what had just happened and started pointing at him. As a result, his future business will probably be even more difficult. The stall owner looked at the departing figures of Shin Xiao and the others, and a hint of hatred suddenly flashed across his slender eyes. Chapter 104 Special Value. Brother, thank you so much. Otherwise I would have been cheated. After leaving the calligraphy and painting stall, Shin Yuning said to Shin Xiao with relief. Shin Xiao glanced at her and spoke with a somewhat amused expression. Let me correct you. I'm not afraid. I've been deceived. If he hadn't stopped her just now, their silly sister would have paid the money directly. Shin Yuning was speechless. However, what her brother said was indeed the truth. I was just about to scan the QR code to pay. Shin Xiao looked at her frustrated expression and couldn't help laughing out loud. Okay, don't we still need to pick out a gift for Grandpa? Let's go now. No, I don't know the goods. What if I get cheated again? Shin Yuning shook her head, looking as if she was afraid of being deceived again. No, don't you still have me, your brother? I will never let you be deceived again. Shin Xiao smiled and pinched Shin Yuning's fair and tender face. Then, the brother and sister continued to stroll in the garden. Brother, what do you think of this vase? Not very good. It's the quality of a Taobao store with free shipping for 9.9 yuan, and you're lucky you can pick it out. What about this inkstone? It seems to have a good texture. I could make something better from a random piece of stone I chiseled from the side of the road. Shin Yuning. After being hit several times in a row by Shin Xiao, Shin Yuning was very frustrated at one point. Is my taste so bad that I didn't even pick up a single good thing? What about this jade pendant? This shouldn't be wholesale from Taobao, right? Shin Yuning picked out a jade pendant that looked relatively transparent and asked Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao glanced at the jade pendant in his sister's hand. He looked at her expectant face again. Finally, he smiled and nodded. Grandpa would be very happy if you gave him this jade pendant. After all, the value of this jade pendant is quite extraordinary. Really? So I got lucky. When Shin Yuning heard what Shin Xiao said, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. He looked at Shin Xiao with bright eyes, full of anticipation. Shin Xiao pulled the corner of his mouth at her and smiled perfunctorily. I don't mean what you understand by unusual. I mean, Grandpa is 80 years old today, so this jade pendant is probably worth 80 yuan. This number is quite suitable for Grandpa's birthday. Shin Yuning. I'm just speechless. I didn't expect that the extraordinary value her brother was talking about was actually this extraordinary method. A jade pendant that costs 80 yuan. Isn't it the same as the one you buy wholesale on Taobao? Why don't you just tell me it's a low-quality product? You've made me so happy for nothing. Shin Yuning put the jade pendant back and snorted at Shin Xiao angrily. Her brother hasn't changed at all over the years, always taking pleasure in teasing her. Shin Xiao looked at his childish boy, who looked like he was about to get angry. He quickly reached out and touched her head with a smile. Okay, brother is just joking with you. This Rui garden has been open for so many years. How could there be so many bargains for you to pick up? We might as well go to an auction or a collector's shop and take a look. Humph. You're clearly teasing me on purpose. Shin Yuning curled her lips, pretending to be angry. Okay, I'm wrong. How about this? When you pick out a birthday present for Grandpa, you just buy it, and I'll pay for it, okay? Shin Xiao smiled helplessly and said compromisingly. That's more like it. After hearing this, Shin Yuning thought for a moment and then said it proudly. Since her brother paid for the meal and let her have a good time, she reluctantly agreed. Anyway, she has always suspected that her brother is the boss behind Century Group. This amount of money is just a piece of cake for him. So, Shin Yuning prepared to go home with Shin Xiao. Just like her brother said, it is extremely difficult to find a bargain in Rui Garden. She might as well go to the auction and see. So the brother and sister turned around and went back, ready to leave. Let's go home. Shin Xiao took Shin Yuning through the bustling and crowded crowd. The two of them had just taken a walk around and were no longer curious about the things here. I just want to leave here and go back to pick a good birthday present for the old man. Unexpectedly, when the two of them just reached the street corner at the exit of the garden, suddenly, a group of people blocked the way. Don't leave in such a hurry. We brothers still have something to talk to you about. 5 or 6 young men who looked to be around 20 years old stood in front of Shin Xiao and the other two. Among them, the leader, a man with dyed yellow hair, spoke directly to the two of them. While speaking, he was chewing gum in his mouth, looking like a gangster. The people behind him were all dressed in outdated shamat style. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiao looked at them indifferently. Just by looking at their appearance, I was instantly certain that these were the local thugs. So, he subconsciously reached out and protected Shin Yuning behind him. We don't know each other. What can we talk about? Brother, we don't want to make things difficult for you. But who made you offend anyone in this garden? We brothers accepted favors from others, so we can only find fault with you and teach you a lesson. The yellow-haired leader said in a gangster tone. Then, Huang Mao gave a look to the younger brothers behind him. The others immediately understood and rushed towards Shin Xiao and the others, shaking their fists. Shin Xiao's eyes flashed, and he pulled Shin Yuning aside with a little force. Then, he immediately stepped forward and caught the fist of one of the thugs. Then he exerted force with his hand and flipped the gangster's wrist over. The other party screamed, and his face turned pale in an instant. At the same time, he dodged the attacks of several other people by moving sideways. He raised his leg and kicked the thug closest to him to the ground. The force was so strong that the gangster curled up in pain on the ground and couldn't get up at all. The others were frightened upon seeing this and looked at each other. But no one dared to come forward again. The yellow-haired leader was just dumbfounded. He just wanted to teach these two people a lesson because he benefited from others. But I never expected that the other party was actually a martial artist. His skills are so amazing. If that kick just now had hit him, he would probably have to go to the hospital now. No, he felt that his brother who had fallen to the ground was going to the hospital. Huang Mao saw that the situation was not good, so he immediately decided to run away as the best strategy. He turned around and ran away as if he was escaping. He doesn't care about the life or death of his younger brothers. Seeing this, the other few people quickly picked up the gangster who was lying on the ground and ran away in a hurry. However, it was a pity for the gangster whose wrist was grabbed by Shin Xiao, as he was unable to escape. Brother, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. We also accepted benefits from others. It was really not intentional. The gangster who was detained by Shin Xiao had a pale face and begged for mercy from Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao's eyes turned slightly cold when he heard this. Then she let him go as if in disgust. Get lost. Chapter 105 Law-Abiding Citizens. When the gangster heard Shin Xiao say get out, he felt as if he had been pardoned. He didn't care about the pain in his wrist and ran out immediately. Shin Xiao looked at how scared they were and couldn't help but sneer. My body has basically recovered completely now. With his skills, he couldn't even handle a group of weak thugs. Even dealing with a group of well-trained killers is a piece of cake. It's their bad luck that they got into trouble. However, these little hooligans are a group of people who are not presentable. There was no need for him to argue with them. Brother, what's going on? Shin Yuning walked up to Shin Xiao and asked him with a confused look on her face. She had been stunned since those hooligans suddenly appeared. Later, she watched her brother scare the group of thugs away in just a few moves. She was still in a daze. After all, Shin Yuning has been very well protected by her family since she was a child. I've never encountered such a scene before. Shin Xiao looked at his sister's confused look and raised his hand to touch her head. Nothing. It must be the work of the calligraphy and painting stall owner. What? That stall owner? What? I guess he's holding a grudge against me for preventing a fool like you from being cheated and ruining his business. Shin Xiao analyzed slowly. It is not difficult to tell from what those hooligans said just now that they must have been commissioned by someone in the garden. But he and Shin Yuning just took a walk in the garden. If I really offend someone, it would only be the stall owner just now. No way, it was obviously him who tricked me first. You just exposed him, and he's going to take revenge on us. Should I be deceived by him? Shin Yuning said angrily. If you expose his lies and don't buy his things, he will retaliate against you. How can there be such a thing in the world? The more Shin Yuning thought about it, the angrier she became, and she spoke to Shun Xiao angrily. That's too much, brother. Let's go back and find him. Shin Xiao looked at Shun Yu and clenched his fists with anger. I had no choice but to nod in cooperation. While returning to the calligraphy and painting stall with her, he took out his cell phone and made a call. In just a few minutes, the two returned to the calligraphy and painting stall. As luck would have it, I happened to see the stall owner packing up his things and preparing to leave. Seeing this, Shun Xiao stepped forward and blocked the stall entrance. Boss, where are you going? The stall owner turned pale with fright when he saw Shin Xiao. Just now, when he hired that group of thugs to teach Shin Xiao a lesson, he hid aside and prepared to watch the fun. I didn't expect to miss the fun. Instead, he saw Shun Xiao knocking down those thugs directly. The stall owner knew at first glance that Shin Xiao's skills were definitely extraordinary. So, he hurried back to pack up his things and wanted to run away. Unexpectedly, he was still blocked by Shin Xiao. Seeing that the situation was not good, the stall owner immediately turned around and prepared to run away. Shin Xiao reached out and grabbed his collar. Then he exerted force and pressed the person directly onto the table of the stall. Why? You did something wrong and you want to run away. Shun Xiao used a little force to press him down so that he couldn't move, with a cold look in his eyes. Let me tell you, this is Mr. Yuba's place. If you dare to cause trouble here, you'll be in big trouble. The stall owner knew that he was definitely no match for Shin Xiao. But his stall is under the jurisdiction of Mr. Ba. So, thinking about it this way, I instantly felt more confident. The commotion here instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding vendors and passers-by. Everyone stopped and gathered around the calligraphy and painting stall, whispering and discussing. Didn't this stall owner just want to cheat people? Why is he still so arrogant? Didn't you hear him say that his stall belongs to Mr. Yuba? How could he not be arrogant? Master Yu? Who is he? I've never heard of him. You haven't even heard of Master Yu, brother. You probably don't come here very often, do you? Most of the betting in Rui Garden is under the control of Master Ba. That's right. Master Yu Ba has been involved in the antique business since his early years and has a wide network of contacts. He knows everyone from high-ranking officials to ordinary people. Most people don't dare to offend him easily. If anyone offends him, he will suffer the consequences. Isn't this the so-called local tyrant? If this young man offends him, he will be in big trouble. Who says it isn't? The young man probably doesn't understand the interests involved. These people's guess was correct. Shin Xiao really didn't know who the Yu Ba Yi they were talking about was. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. Master Yu Ba? I don't care if he's Yu Ba or Wang Ba. If you're going to be in trouble, you should worry about yourself first. After Shin Xiao finished speaking, there was suddenly a commotion in the crowd. Everyone immediately looked back in the direction of the sound. I saw a group of people in uniform walking towards me quickly. Then, he walked straight to the calligraphy and painting stall. We are from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. We just received a report from a concerned citizen that you are selling counterfeit goods here. Who among you is the stall owner? When the law enforcement officers saw Shin Xiao and the person he detained, they couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiao immediately let go of the stall owner. It's him. The stall owner had just escaped from Shin Xiao's claws. The result was that I was met with the sharp and upright gaze of the law enforcement officers. In an instant, the whole person suddenly felt unwell again. It's unfair, boss. I'm just running a small business, selling some decorative calligraphy and paintings. How could they possibly be selling fake goods? The stall owner immediately said with a flattering look on his face. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a clear female voice rang out. What decorative calligraphy and painting? That's not what you said just now. Shin Yuning glared at the stall owner angrily. Then, he pointed directly at him and spoke to the law enforcement officers. Just now he lied to me and said that what he was selling were authentic works by famous Tang Dynasty artists. But my brother found out and threatened us. Law enforcement officers have a general idea of the situation in Rui Garden. There are always all kinds of vendors mixed together, and there are many who take advantage of the situation and sell fake goods. However, there were too many stalls in the garden and they were unable to check them all one by one. However, now that we have received reports from concerned citizens. In addition, Shin Yuning looks like a well-behaved and simple girl. I immediately believed her words. So, the leading law enforcement officer spoke directly to the stall owner. We will naturally investigate the truth. As for you, you should come with us first. After saying that, Several people immediately stepped forward, lifted up the stall owner, and took him away. Watching the stall owner being taken away by the industrial and commercial people, Shin Yuning immediately snorted with a smile. Well, you deserve it. Then he turned around, looked at Shin Xiao, and asked, But, brother, these people arrived just in time, didn't they? Could it be you, the enthusiastic citizen who reported it? Shin Yuning remembered when her brother fought off that group of thugs. Her brother seemed to have made a call with his cell phone. Besides, why would anyone else want to punish the stall owner except them? Concerned citizen Shin Xiao nodded calmly. Shouldn't this kind of person be handed over to the relevant departments? We are law-abiding citizens. We can't just drag him out and beat him up. Chapter 106 Dare to Touch My People? After the calligraphy and painting stall owner was taken away, Shin Xiao also took Shin Yuning away from Rui Garden. The onlookers around couldn't help but whisper when they saw the two people leave. Oh no, these two young men might be in trouble. Master Yu is a vindictive person. Who says it's not true? Alas, after all, I'm too young. Master Yuba's methods are extremely powerful. I'm afraid these two young men will suffer in the future. That's right. With Mr. Yuba's personality, he will definitely find a way to take revenge on them both. These two young people don't look like they come from a wealthy family. I'm afraid they'll be badly treated by Master Yu. Alas, the young couple are full of youthful vigor and have actually offended Master Yuba. All right, everyone has their own destiny. Let's disperse quickly, or we might get into trouble. After a few whispers in the crowd, they gradually dispersed. After all, several parties involved have already left. There was nothing interesting to see for them gathered here. After the commotion, Rui Garden returned to its former prosperity. Everything that happened just now seemed like an insignificant episode. At the same time, in the eastern alley 3 streets away from Rui Pavilion, this place is located in the old city of Liqing. Although the houses in the alleys are somewhat old, they carry the cultural heritage of Liqing's development over the years. The houses here are so expensive that they are out of stock. It is even more expensive than high-end villas in the city center where land is extremely expensive. In addition to the old residents, some wealthy people from Liqing also live here. The most eye-catching one is an old house with 3 courtyards located in the deepest part of the alley. This house is very old and is said to have been built by a businessman during the Republic of China period. After several years, it changed hands many times. Now it is in the hands of a very famous antique dealer in Liqing. The gate of this house is tall, and the old and heavy wooden door has been stained with traces of time. The entrance to the house is a green stone road. Only after walking along the stone path and passing the screen wall can you truly enter the house. The 3-story house is entered through the door facing the screen wall, which is the room where the owner of the house meets guests on a daily basis. At this moment, 2 people were sitting opposite each other on the Arhut bed in the reception hall. One of them was a foreign man with blue eyes and brown hair. He looks to be in his 30s or 40s. Perhaps because he was not used to traditional Eastern objects, he was sitting on the Luohan bed in a strange posture. Then, he picked up the teacup on the Kong table and took a sip, then slowly spoke to the person opposite him. I came here specially this time because I want your help with something important. The foreigner spoke Chinese, although not very fluently, but it's barely understandable. The middle-aged man sitting opposite him did not respond to him in a hurry after hearing this. Instead, he slowly picked up the purple clay teapot on the table, pointed it directly at the mouth of the teapot, and took a sip of tea. Then he slowly put the purple clay teapot back to a distance. He raised his hand and twirled his 50-year-old mustache. In Liqing, countless people come to me for help every day. But since you found your way here, you should know that I won't act rashly. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. There was not much expression on his thin, wrinkled face. There was only a pair of cloudy eyes, sharp and cold, which made people feel uneasy. The foreign man smiled after hearing this. Of course I know your name and rules, Master Yuba. Don't worry, the price is negotiable. After hearing this, the middle-aged man opposite immediately raised a smile. As a result, his 2 mustaches also curled up. This person is none other than the legendary local tyrant who controls most of the Rui Garden's businesses, Mr. Yuba. When the foreign man saw the smile on Mr. Yu's lips, he immediately understood that he had agreed. So he spoke immediately. Well, I've got my eye on that Tianmu bowl in your Liqing museum. But you also know that the museum is heavily guarded and there are surveillance cameras on guard at all times. It's not easy to get things out. So, I hope that Master Yuba can help me think of a solution. A Tianmu bowl in a museum? Mr. Yu twirled his beard and kept turning the walnut in his hand. This Tianmu bowl is of extraordinary value and can be called a national treasure of our China. Pete, you have quite an appetite. Mr. Yuba looked directly at the person opposite him, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. If it were an easy matter, I wouldn't have asked anyone to act as a matchmaker and come to you, master you, for help. The foreign man called Bay Pete said with a smile. He knew that this matter was extremely difficult, so he secretly contacted many people. However, no one dared to take on this matter later. Finally, he was also introduced by someone. It is said that Mr. Yuba in the old city has great powers. It can even be said that he has a holistic view of the entire leeching antique industry. If there is anyone in leeching who can do this, it is only Mr. Yuba. After hearing this, Mr. Yuba smiled and then asked, "Since you know it's not easy, then the price can't be based on ordinary items." I just said it. Money is not a problem. But, Master Yu, are you sure you have the ability to do this? I don't want to end up losing both the wife and the army, as the old Chinese saying goes. I gave you the money, but you didn't help me get anything done. Pete looked directly into Mr. Yuba's eyes and spoke slowly. After hearing what he said, Mr. Yuba looked at him quietly. After a moment, he couldn't help but sneer. If there is one person in this world who can do this, then this person can only be me, Master Yuba. Mr. Yuba is the #1 figure in the antique world of leeching. If he can't do it, then no one in this world can do it. When Pete heard this, he immediately smiled and spoke. Okay, I feel relieved with your words. As long as you can help me get the real thing, I will give you this amount. As he spoke, Pete gestured a number towards Mr. Yu. After seeing this number, Mr. Yuba was quite satisfied. He slowly picked up the purple clay teapot, took a sip of tea, and answered loudly. Okay, it's a deal. Upon hearing this, Pete smiled and raised the teacup to Mr. Yuba. The two reached a preliminary agreement on the matter. At this moment, one of Yubei's men suddenly ran in from outside. Master Ba, something happened. The young servant looked at Master Yuba with a serious expression, then whispered something into his ear. After hearing this, Mr. Yuba frowned. His expression changed instantly, and he turned to look at his men and asked sternly, "Are you telling the truth?" "It's absolutely true. Our people just saw it with their own eyes in Rui Garden." Mr. Yuba suddenly slammed the table with an unhappy look on his face. "How dare you touch my hand?" Chapter 107, Please Take a Walk. Master Yu. Looking at Mr. Yuba's ugly face, Pete couldn't help but worry about what might happen to their deal. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yuba turned to look at him, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, leave this matter to me. It's just that I still have some things to deal with now. Come back to me in 3 days." Hearing what Mr. Yuba said, Pete felt relieved instantly. Then he nodded and smiled at Mr. Yuba. "Okay, I'll come back another day." After saying that, Pete got up and left. Watching Pete leave, Mr. Yuba's face became increasingly gloomy. Where are the two young men who caused the trouble now? If anyone dares to cause trouble in his place, Mr. Yu will never let them go easily. As soon as the subordinates saw Mr. Yuba's expression, they understood what he was thinking. So he spoke immediately. "Those two young men are still hanging out in the antique shops near Rui Garden. I didn't leave." "Oh, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Mr. Yuba couldn't help but sneer. Something happened in his territory, but instead of leaving quickly, he stayed around. Do you really not take Mr. Yuba seriously? Or you have no idea how powerful Mr. Yuba is? Mr. Yuba's eyes turned slightly cold. Then he took a sip of tea and gave instructions to his men. "Take someone and bring these two young men to Ju Mingxian. Just say, I'll treat them to a cup of tea." "Yes. By the way, let's investigate the background of these two young men." Mr. Yuba gave another instruction. The reason why he has been able to stay in leeching for so many years is that he is naturally very cautious in his daily actions. If these two young men were the descendants of some noble family, it's not good to offend someone for no reason. Once he has found out their background, he will be able to control the degree of their meeting later. After the subordinates listened to Mr. Yuba's instructions, he immediately turned around and left the main room and started to act. Mr. Yu raised his hand and refilled his purple clay teapot with tea. He waited calmly for his men to bring the person back. At this time, Shin Xiao was taking Shen Yuning to stroll around the antique shops around Rui Garden. Most of the trading of leeching antiques, jade, and other items takes place in this area. However, after the brother and sister walked around for a long time, Shin Xiao still couldn't find anything that suited his taste. After all, antiques are not everywhere. Moreover, this kind of thing will become less and less as time goes by. So it is not easy to find a real antique. "Brother, we've been out for almost a day. In the end, I didn't buy anything." After Shin Yuning followed Shin Xiao out of an antique shop empty-handed. He couldn't help but sigh and said a little discouraged. Shin Xiao looked at her dejected look. He smiled and raised his hand to rub her head. "Well, just because you can't find it here doesn't mean you can't find it anywhere else. I'll contact someone after I get back and ask them to collect 2 antiques. When the time comes, on Grandpa's birthday, You can just give it to him. When Shin Yuning heard this, her eyes lit up instantly. Is this true, brother? Can you get it? It's not that Shin Yuning doesn't trust her brother. It's just that antiques are priceless. It's not that easy to find. It's just an antique. It's not a big deal. Don't worry, I'll definitely buy it for you within 3 days. How can I, your brother, lie to you? Shin Xiao said with a firm tone. Shin Yuning was instantly delighted after hearing this, as she had always known Shin Xiao. Her brother is not a man who brags nonsense. Since he said it can be bought, then it must be possible. So, Shin Yuning immediately took Shin Xiao's arm and spoke to him in a well-behaved tone. Yes, yes, my brother is the best. I trust you the most. If you say you can do it, you can definitely do it. After saying that, Shin Yuning winked at Shin Xiao mischievously. A mischievous look. Shin Xiao looked at her mischievous appearance and couldn't help laughing. This little girl is exactly the same as when she was a child. Whenever she begs him, she acts coquettishly and cutely, like a good girl. Oh, now is the only time you know how to act cute in front of me. As Shin Xiao spoke, he reached out and twisted Shin Yuning's delicate nose. Shin Yuning suddenly cried out in pain, covering her nose exaggeratedly and looking at Shin Xiao accusingly. Brother, I am your biological sister. You can't be gentle with me. You almost twisted my nose off. Cannot, Shin Xiao said firmly. Then he directly dragged Shin Yuning home. Oh, if you keep doing this, I'll go home and complain to Grandpa, and then, you two please stay. Just as the brother and sister were arguing, a deep male voice suddenly interrupted them. After hearing this, Shin Xiao and Shin Yuning subconsciously turned their heads to look. I saw a man in a black Chinese-style short jacket with a round collar and several people blocking the intersection. The man in the lead looked to be around 30 years old. He doesn't look like an ordinary street thug. Who are you and why are you stopping us? As soon as Shin Yuning saw this group of people, she felt that they had bad intentions. He immediately looked at them warily. Shin Xiao reached out and patted her back gently, signaling her not to be afraid. Shin Yuning glanced at her brother and immediately felt much more at ease. Across from them, the leading man smiled calmly at the two of them. Don't be nervous, you two. I'm here on behalf of my boss. Please come to Juming Xian for a chat. Who is your boss? Shin Xiao asked directly and straight to the point. You'll know when you two get there. The leading man looked at the two of them and spoke in a very polite tone. Elder brother. Shin Yuning tugged at Shin Xiao's sleeve and shook her head gently at him. Although this group of people spoke politely, they were not good people at first glance. Shin Yuning was worried about what the consequences would be if the two of them went. Shin Xiao patted her hand soothingly, then turned and spoke to the person opposite. In that case, please lead the way. Elder brother. Shin Yuning suddenly let out a low cry, not understanding why her brother agreed. Shin Xiao smiled at her and whispered in her ear. Don't worry. I'm here, nothing will happen. Shin Xiao just thought the other party's actions were quite interesting. Not like ordinary street thugs or gangsters. So, I couldn't help but feel curious about who the boss the other party was talking about. So, I decided to go and take a look. Moreover, with him around, he and Shin Yuning could naturally be guaranteed to be safe. Shin Yuning heard her brother's promise. Looking at his calm expression, I felt a lot more at ease. Shin Xiao smiled at her and spoke directly to the person opposite. Come on, lead the way. This way, please. The people on the opposite side saw how Shin and Xiao cooperated with each other. Although he was a little surprised, he still politely led the way for the two of them. He led the two of them around the intersection and into the alley on the side. Shin Xiao and Shin Yuning followed calmly. Both of them were a little curious about the person who invited them. Chapter 108 My Rules Are Rules. Shin Xiao and Shin Yuning followed the group to Juming Xian. Juming Xian is a tea house located in the old city of Liqing. It has been established for more than 10 years. However, this tea house has never received outsiders. They only entertain their boss's friends and some familiar dignitaries. Ordinary people can't even get in the door. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark. The lights in the tea house have been lit. The tea house, which is already quaint, is now illuminated by dim lights. It adds a bit of ancient and simple charm. When Shin Xiao and Shin Yuning walked into the tea house, they saw a small artificial ornamental pond. Several four-colored lotus flowers are floating in the clear pond. Shin Xiao recognized the variety of lotus at a glance. It is a precious variety of lotus, Cui Gai Hua Zhang. This kind of lotus combines the four colors of red, white, yellow, and green in one plant. The petals are white with a hint of yellow, and the edges of the outer petals are slightly stained red with a layer of green. This kind of lotus is very difficult to cultivate. It can be seen that the owner of this tea house is a very elegant person. My boss is on the second floor, please follow me. The man in the black cloth gown whispered to the two of them. Then, he took the two of them around the pond and went straight to the second floor. Shin Shao climbed up the stairs, observing the surrounding furnishings as he walked. Along the way, I saw that all the furnishings and utensils in this tea house were extraordinary. The rosewood table, the cloisonne vase, and the ancient paintings hanging on the wall are all authentic. Even the incense burner on the wooden table on the second floor is an antique from the Ming dynasty. Shin Shao guessed that the person who invited them here must be someone who likes to collect antiques. Just as Shin Shao was silently guessing in his heart, the man in the cloth gown brought the two of them to the door of a private room. "Our boss is right here. Please wait a moment." As he spoke, the man pushed open the partition door of the private room and spoke respectfully to the inside of the room. "Master Ba, I've brought you the person you requested." Hearing the man's words, Shin Shao's eyes moved slightly. "Eighth Master?" He remembered when he detained the owner of the calligraphy and painting stall in Rui Garden today. He seemed to have said that his betting site was managed by a man named Yu Bei. Could it be that the person who invited them here was Mr. Yu Ba? Thinking of this, Shin Shao subconsciously glanced into the private room. The furnishings in the private room are not complicated. Behind the partition door is an ebony table on which stands a copper incense burner emitting curling smoke. The rich and delicate sandalwood has a long-lasting meaning. Looking further inside, there are several mahogany chairs and a golden Namu Luohan bed. A Kong table was placed on the bed, dividing the Luohan bed into two sides. On one side, a middle-aged man with a mustache was sitting leisurely. Hearing the sound, he raised his eyes and glanced at the door. Then he straightened up and spoke in their direction. "Please come in, both of you." After the man called Eighth Master finished speaking, the man in the black cloth coat gestured to them. "You too, please." Shin Shao and Shin Yuning looked at each other and then walked into the private room. The man in the cloth coat did not follow in. Instead, he waited respectfully outside the door and reached out to close the partition door of the private room. After Shin Shao walked into the private room, he carefully looked at the items placed in the room with his peripheral vision. Because he discovered that not only the furnishings in the tea house were unusual, everything in this private room is of extraordinary value. Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls of the private room. This is truly a genuine work of Yin Jinqing, a priceless treasure. I didn't expect that such an authentic antique would appear in this tea house. It's really strange. Please take a seat, both of you. When Mr. Yu Ba saw Shin Shao and the other man walk in, he raised his hand and pointed at a chair beside him to signal them. Shin Shao didn't bother to be polite and took Shin Yuning to sit down directly. Then, he looked at the man sitting on the Arhut bed and asked, "Mr. Yu Ba asked us to come here. Could it be because of what happened at the calligraphy and painting stall today?" Shin Shao looked at Mr. Yu Ba with a calm and cold gaze. He specifically asked his men to bring them here, and it was definitely not just for tea. "I guess it must be because of what happened in Rui Garden today." Mr. Yu Ba slowly picked up the purple clay teapot and took a sip of tea. Then he looked at Shin Shao and spoke slowly. "I just asked someone to investigate, and you two are descendants of the Shin family. Come to think of it, I had some friendship with your old man Shin in the early years. You two young men don't understand the rules of Rui Garden. You caused trouble on my betting platform in broad daylight. Logically speaking, you hit me in the face, and according to the rules, I should punish you two juniors." Having said that, Mr. Yu paused, then smiled slowly. "However, for the sake of your Shin family and Shin Boli, I won't bother with you two juniors for now. But, let me be frank, this is the only time this has happened. If you dare to cause trouble at my betting site again, then..." Although Mr. Yu Ba didn't finish his words, but he knew that the younger generation of the Shin family must understand the so-called social customs. They would understand this point without him saying anything. Originally, if someone else caused trouble at his betting site, it would have lost his face. Given Mr. Yu Ba's vengeful character, he must teach them a lesson. However, before taking action, he specifically asked someone to investigate their background, knowing that they are both from the Shin family. The Shin family is a century-old family in Liqing and holds a very important position. Although he was not afraid of the Shin family, if he were to attack the Shin family, he would have a hard time explaining himself, based on the principle that less is worse than more. Mr. Yu Ba thought it was just a verbal warning. As long as these two youngsters are sensible, this matter will be written off. But just because Mr. Yu Ba thinks so doesn't mean Shin Shao thinks so too. After Shin Shao heard what Mr. Yu Ba said, suddenly, he couldn't help but sneer. "Just because you don't bother me about this matter doesn't mean I won't bother you. Since you said that was your handicap, your people have offended me. Then shouldn't you, the manager, apologize to me? What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Yu Ba's face suddenly darkened and he looked at Shin Shao with anger. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his sharp eyes. "Why, Master Yu Ba didn't hear clearly? Since you said you want to follow the rules, Then I will explain the rules to you. Your people cheated and deceived me, and they offended me. As the manager, shouldn't Master Yu take good care of his subordinates? Shin Shao looked straight at Mr. Yu Ba with a calm expression. There was no trace of dignity in his words. Well, your Shin family is really a formidable young family. A young junior is so fearless and arrogant. It's just that being young and reckless is bound to lead to losses. We'll have plenty of opportunities to meet each other in Liching in the future. Mr. Yu laughed in anger, his eyes cold. It seemed that he had never expected Shin Shao to be so ruthless to him. Then from now on, don't blame him for tripping him up. After hearing what he said, Shin Shao smiled indifferently. Really? Then we'll have to wait and see. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave with Shin Yuning. It was obvious that he didn't care at all about the threat in Mr. Yu Ba's words just now. When he was about to reach the door of the private room, Shin Shao suddenly turned his head and glanced at Mr. Yu Ba. Remember these two words, Shin Shao. Maybe you will hear this name often in the future. Chapter 109, Secret Revenge. Bang! After Shin Shao and the other man left, Mr. Yu Ba threw the teacup in his hand away in anger. The men rushed in immediately after hearing the noise. Looking at the broken teacup on the ground, he asked with concern, Master Ba, what happened? This young master of the Shin family is really crazy. How dare you slap me in the face? How arrogant. Master Yu Ba said with gritted teeth. His cloudy and sharp eyes were now filled with anger. He has been in Liching for so many years and has been active in both fields. No one has ever dared to be so ruthless to him. The subordinate looked at Mr. Yu Ba's furious expression and immediately asked tentatively, Master Ba, do you want me to take my brothers to teach him a lesson? They shouldn't have gone far by now. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yu Ba suppressed his anger and raised his hand to stop his men. Wait. He is from the Shin family. If we touch him so blatantly, the Shin family will not let us go. Mr. Yu Ba is well aware of the Shin family's influence and foundation in Liching. If he ordered someone to teach Shin Shao a lesson today, the Shin family would definitely become his enemy. With his influence in Liching, he doesn't need to be too wary of the Shin family. But if we really break off relations with the Shin family, we won't gain anything. But are we just going to let them go like this? The subordinate asked unwillingly. After all, in the entire Liching, no one has ever dared to disrespect Master Yu Ba like this. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yu Ba sneered. Let them go. How is it possible? It's just that we have more important things to do these 2 days. Go and have someone pay close attention to the recent movements of the young master of the Shin family. After I help Pete switch the bag and get what he wants, I will find an opportunity to teach him a lesson later. After saying this, a cold light suddenly flashed in Mr. Yu Ba's eyes. The veins on his clenched fists were clearly visible, which was enough to show his anger towards Shin Shao. At the same time, Shin Shao, who was bent on revenge against Mr. Yu Ba, had already left the tea house with Shin Yuning. The brother and sister crossed the alley and walked straight out. Brother, that Master Yu Ba is not someone you can easily mess with. You slapped him in the face so mercilessly just now. Will he retaliate against us? Shin Yuning turned to look at Shin Shao and asked worriedly. It's obvious that Mr. Yu Ba is a narrow-minded person who will take revenge if he has any. What her brother said in the tea house just now was undoubtedly a direct insult to him. She felt that Mr. Yu Ba would never give up. Shin Shao looked at Shin Yuning's worried expression and couldn't help but smile faintly. He patted her shoulder and said nonchalantly, Don't worry, I don't even take a small character like him seriously. Judging from Mr. Yu Ba's behavior and demeanor, he is indeed not someone to be trifled with. Maybe he has some underground connections on his hands. However, no matter how powerful he was, Shin Shao didn't take him seriously at all. After all, Shin Shao himself is the boss of the world's largest underground force. No matter how powerful the opponent is, can he be more powerful than him? In short, this kind of small person is not even in Shin Shao's eyes. But I'm worried he might do something shady behind my back. Shin Yuning was still a little worried. She was worried that Mr. Yu Ba would do something secretly. Wouldn't that be impossible to guard against? Shin Shao smiled calmly and said soothingly, Don't worry, it's really okay, don't think too much about it. Besides, you know the status of our Shin family in Liching. How many people dare to take advantage of the Shin family? After hearing this, Shin Yuning nodded slowly. That's true. Now that the Jang family is gone, few people dare to challenge our Shin family. It's just that I think Mr. Yu Ba is quite impressive today. And the things in his tea house don't look like fakes. Shin Shao looked at Shin Yuning's serious expression and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Unexpectedly, one day later, her sister finally opened her eyes. A genuine product is a genuine product after all, and even an outsider like this can see that it is extraordinary. Shin Shao really didn't take Mr. Yu Ba seriously. However, to be honest, The things in the tea house just now caught Shin Xiao's attention. Shin Xiao noticed it as soon as he entered the tea house. The various furnishings in this small tea house are not ordinary items. Basically, all of them are worth a lot of money, and some of them are even authentic antiques. Especially the items in the private room where Mr. Yuba was. From the incense burner to the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall. Even the small gadgets placed in the Duobao pavilion are authentic antiques worth a fortune. There are even 2 pieces among them that are antiques at the cultural relic level. Shin Xiao had used his golden eyes to identify it at that time. Things like that should be kept in museums or places like the Cultural Relics Administration Bureau. In short, it would definitely not appear in a small tea house. Therefore, Shin Xiao suspected that Mr. Yu might be secretly stealing cultural relics. In fact, stealing and reselling cultural relics is not within his scope of responsibility. But since Mr. Yuba came to him himself, he didn't mind investigating. Anyway, he didn't have anything to do recently, so he just thought of it as finding something to entertain himself. So, Shin Xiao spoke directly to Shin Yuning. Okay, stop thinking about it and go home. It's getting late now. Grandpa will be worried if you don't go back. Oh, yes, Grandpa is probably still waiting for us to go back for dinner. Let's go back quickly. As soon as Shin Yuning heard the old man, she spoke immediately. Then he raised his hand and held Shin Xiao's arm, pulling him to quicken his pace. The brother and sister left the alley and then took a taxi back to Shin's house. After arriving home, just as Shin Yuning said, the old man was waiting for them to have dinner. Seeing that the 2 of them came back so late, the old man couldn't help but mutter a few words. The brother and sister did not dare to refute the old man and could only listen silently. They looked like 2 elementary school kids who had done something wrong. After all, no matter how arrogant the 2 of them are outside, they still have to listen to the old man when they get home. I finally finished dinner under the old man's nagging. The 2 of them accompanied the old man in the hall to watch some melodramatic drama about family matters for a while. It was not until the old man felt sleepy that the 2 of them returned to their respective rooms as if they had been pardoned. After Shin Xiao returned to his room, he called his subordinates. Let them investigate this Mr. Yu thoroughly. In particular, we focused on investigating the origins of his cultural relics. If he really was secretly reselling cultural relics, then he would be in trouble today. Shin Xiao hung up the phone and looked at the night scene outside the window with interest. It just so happens that he is bored during this period, so he might as well have some fun with Mr. Yuba, who came to him on his own initiative. Chapter 110. A good show. 3 days later, at Shin's manor, Shin Yuning had just finished breakfast and was about to leave for the company. But before she left the restaurant, then I saw Shin Xiao walking down from upstairs in a formal suit. Brother, why are you dressed so formally today? Is there something wrong? Shin Yuning looked at Shin Xiao and asked curiously. Shin Xiao walked up to her and said with a smile, It's nothing serious. I just want to go and watch the fun. Watching the fun? Shin Yuning was slightly stunned and looked at Shin Xiao with a puzzled expression. Is there anything important that needs to be dealt with at the company today? Shin Xiao did not answer Shin Yuning's question, but instead asked her an irrelevant question. Shin Yuning was stunned at first, but then she answered. Nothing serious, just some daily work. Then don't go to the company today. Brother will take you to see a good show. Shin Xiao gave Shin Yuning a faint smile. For some reason, Shin Yuning always felt that there must be some big trick behind her brother's smile. In short, it feels like things are not simple. Why, you don't want to go? Then I'll go by myself. Seeing Shin Yuning's hesitation, Shin Xiao wanted to turn around and leave. Seeing this, Shin Yuning quickly grabbed Shin Xiao's arm. No, wait a moment, I'll go with you. Just kidding. How could she miss such a good show? What's more, judging by her brother's appearance, it seems that things must be very interesting. Shin Xiao looked at Shin Yuning's gossipy face and couldn't help but smile. Then he took her out. At the same time, the museum in the southern part of Liqing just opened today. The Liqing Museum has a history of several decades. Stored in it are the famous historical relics of Liqing. Not long ago, the museum was closed for a while due to internal renovations. Now, the restoration is complete and the museum is open to the public again. Many tourists from other places and local people from Liqing with their children were waiting at the museum entrance early. Outside the museum, visitors came in groups and it was bustling. The museum, which had not yet opened, was very deserted. The interior of the museum is already quiet and deserted, and now that it is not yet open to the public, it is even more solemn to the extreme. All kinds of collections and cultural relics are sealed and preserved in precise and sturdy glass covers. Inside the museum, there was only one security team patrolling. You guys, check out Area A. The rest of the people will check out Area C. The museum will open soon, so we must check it thoroughly and not miss anything. The captain of the security team ordered his security personnel to check other areas of the museum separately. After hearing his instructions, the security personnel immediately split into two teams. Go to Area A and Area C of the museum for inspection respectively. Be extremely careful and don't dare to be careless at all. After sending them away, the security captain quickly went to the monitoring room at the back. The museum's exhibition hall is divided into three areas. Area A is filled with various historical paintings, calligraphy, and books. Area C displays various bronze artifacts and ancient weapons. As for Area B, various cultural relics, such as porcelain and jade, are preserved and displayed. After the security captain arrived at the monitoring room, he took a look at the surveillance footage. Then, he quickly operated the console. A moment later, all the surveillance footage in Area B of the museum disappeared instantly. Then, the security captain immediately took out his mobile phone, edited a message, and sent it out. For safety reasons, the security captain deleted the message immediately after sending it. Afterwards, he paid close attention to the surveillance footage of the other two areas to ensure that other members of the security team do not go to Area B. Not long after the security captain sent the message, several people in ordinary clothes quietly entered the museum, sneaked directly into Area B from the back door. Several people walked quickly with calm expressions because they knew all surveillance from here to Area B has been shut down at this time. At this moment, no one will discover their whereabouts. So, they arrived at the museum exhibition hall without any obstruction. Brotherly, the thing that Master Ba wants us to take is in the display case in front. A young man with a square face whispered to the leader. The leader was Yu Bei's right-hand man, named Li Xiang. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang quickly walked towards the display case in front of him. I saw that the black glazed tea bowls placed in the display cabinet were spotted with sparkles. Under the light, it glows with a mixture of blue, purple, and yellow. This was exactly the Yohan Timika bowl he was looking for this time. This Yaobian Tianmu bowl is a unique piece from the Southern Song dynasty and is extremely difficult to fire. Moreover, Yohan is an extremely accidental phenomenon. Being able to create a kiln-fired tea bowl as gorgeous as the vast universe depends entirely on fate. Therefore, there is only one such god-level black-glazed tea bowl in the whole of China. It is now collected in the Museum of Liqing and is regarded as a national treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted Pete's attention. After Li Xiang confirmed it, he immediately whispered to the two people behind him. Time is running out. Hurry up. Yes. The two unremarkable-looking men behind him immediately nodded in response. Then he took out a small laptop from the backpack he was carrying. Then, the two of them quickly connected the data cable to the electronic lock at the bottom of the display cabinet. The museum is doing this to ensure the safety of its exhibits. Therefore, the materials used to store exhibits in display cabinets are the strongest. It is simply impossible to break it with brute force. Moreover, these glass display cabinets are equipped with extremely difficult-to-crack electronic combination locks. If you want to crack the lock, the alarm will be triggered if you are not careful. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to steal things from a museum. However, Mr. Yu has been doing this kind of business for many years, so he naturally has his own tricks. The two people Li Xiang brought this time were masters who had been trained by Mr. Yu Bei for many years. Specializes in cracking various electronic codes. Over the years, I have never failed. This time, the two did not disappoint. After a few minutes of rapid finger operations on the computer, he cracked the password lock of the booth. With a click, the words, "Unlock Success," appeared on the computer screen instantly. Brotherly, it worked. Then, the two of them immediately and carefully opened one side of the glass display case. Seeing this, Li Xiang's face instantly showed a hint of joy. Okay, quick, replace the fake one and take the real one away. Before they took action, Mr. Yu Ba ordered people to prepare a fake. Anyway, no one can tell whether it is real or fake through the display case. Using a fake item to pass off as genuine is just enough to keep their actions undetected. So, the square-faced man immediately took out a wooden box wrapped in layers from the backpack he was carrying. After opening the wooden box, inside was a black glazed tea bowl shaped like a Tianmu bowl. However, the color and craftsmanship are ultimately not as perfect and gorgeous as the original ones. However, placing it in a display cabinet is enough to deceive those who don't know much about it. Li Xiang carefully took out the authentic Yohan Temika bowl. Then, he carefully placed it in a wooden box. The fake was placed in the display case. The moment he put down the fake, Li Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Now I finally got the things. They just waited for the next opening time to arrive and blend into the crowd. Then pretend to be a tourist and leave the museum calmly, and you will be completely done. However, in the next moment, Li Xiang suddenly heard a sharp click sound coming from the side. Chapter 111. Catching the man red-handed. Crack. In the silent museum, this sound was particularly abrupt. It's also particularly harsh. It instantly caught the attention of Li Xiang and the other three. Li Xiang was startled and immediately turned to look in the direction of the sound. After seeing who was coming, he immediately showed a look of disbelief. Shen Xiao? Why are you here? It was Li Xiang who invited Shen Xiao to Zhu Shin 2 days ago, so he naturally recognized Shen Xiao. But what he couldn't understand was why Shen Xiao appeared here. Li Xiang watched Shen Xiao leisurely playing with the lighter in his hand. After hearing his words, there was no reaction. He just slowly picked up a cigarette from the box and prepared to put it to his mouth. I had no intention of paying any attention to him at all. But in the next second, Shin Yuning suddenly reached out and snatched the cigarette box from Shen Xiao's hand. Smoking is harmful to your health. Brother, you are not allowed to smoke. Shin Yuning looked at Shen Xiao fiercely and said. Shen Xiao looked at her helplessly. How come you care more than Grandpa? I'm doing this for your health. Besides, there's a rule in the museum that smoking is not allowed. Shin Yuning said with reason and evidence. Shen Xiao sighed helplessly. Forget it, whatever you say is what it is. Li Xiang on the opposite side watched the brother and sister interacting with each other. It seemed as if he was not taken seriously at all, and he suddenly became angry. Shen Xiao, what exactly do you want to do by appearing here? Li Xiang felt that the other party had ill intentions. It felt like they were specifically there to block them. Do what? Isn't it obvious? You are so bold that you dare to steal cultural relics. Could it be that you're tired of the free days outside and want to go inside and work on the sewing machine? Shen Xiao looked at Li Xiang and others and sneered. He felt that something was wrong with Mr. Yuba that day, so he secretly asked someone to investigate him. Unexpectedly, he not only bought and sold antiques and cultural relics privately, he was so bold as to order his men to come directly to the museum to steal national treasures. He must have had enough of his peaceful life. After hearing what Shen Xiao said, Li Xiang couldn't help but clench his fists nervously. However, he had been with Mr. Yuba through thick and thin for many years and had experienced many ups and downs. But it only took a moment to calm himself down. Then he spoke to Shen Xiao with a cold expression. Stealing cultural relics? Who saw it? You. Of course, now that we've caught the perpetrator red-handed. What else do you have to say? Shen Yuning snorted coldly and spoke directly to Li Xiang. When her brother brought her into the museum through the back door just now, she was full of doubts. After all, a museum is not an ordinary place. It is illegal to enter without permission. Later, Shen Xiao saw that she looked panicked, so he told her what happened. Otherwise, Shin Yuning would never have believed that Mr. Yuba was so bold. They even dare to steal cultural relics in museums. However, this time his men were caught red-handed by them, so he was unlucky. Oh, caught red-handed. You two said you saw me stealing cultural relics. Do you have any evidence? Everyone can talk nonsense. I can also say that I saw you steal this cultural relic. Li Xiang said without fear. The surveillance here had been turned off a long time ago, and what happened just now would not have been captured on camera. What's more, he and the other few people wore gloves when they were moving. It won't leave any trace at all. Well, since there are only two of them here, he could completely put all the blame on Shen Xiao. Therefore, Li Xiang is now completely fearless. He didn't care at all about being caught by Shen Xiao. When Shen Xiao heard Yu Bei's men turning the tables, he smiled indifferently without much reaction. It seemed as if they had already expected that they would bite others in a desperate situation. However, Shin Yuning, who was standing by, was shocked by Li Xiang's shamelessness. You are simply slandering others and accusing them of something unbelievable. Shin Yuning has never seen such a person who confuses right and wrong in her life. How dare you throw dirty water on them? It's so shameless. Li Xiang gave the other three a wink, asking them to put away all the tools used in the crime. Then he spoke slowly. So what? You have no evidence. Miss Shen, you should worry about whether you and your brother will be arrested. After saying that, Li Xiang took out his cell phone and made a call. Come over here quickly. There's something going on at the scene. After saying that, Li Xiang hung up the phone. Shin Yuning frowned in confusion when she heard this. What the hell is this person doing? After just a few seconds, Shin Yuning knew Li Xiang's purpose. I saw a man in his 30s wearing a security uniform running over quickly. What happened? The security captain asked Li Xiang and others anxiously. Then, he suddenly noticed Shen Xiao and Shin Yuning standing beside him, and his face turned pale instantly. He immediately turned to look at Li Xiang, asking him with his eyes why these two people appeared at the scene. Li Xiang winked at the security captain and said in a deep voice, I caught these two people stealing cultural relics. Now that we've caught the perpetrator red-handed, Captain, do you know what to do? The security captain was also Mr. Yuba's man, and he immediately understood what Li Xiang said after hearing it. So, he nodded at him, then turned to look at Shen Xiao and the others. You two are so bold. You actually dared to steal cultural relics. You must be tired of living. The security captain denounced righteously. If someone who didn't know him saw him, they would really think he was a conscientious security guard. When Shin Yuning saw the performance of the security captain, she immediately realized that he was Mr. Yuba's man. This was really beyond her expectations. But the current situation is very unfavorable for the two brothers and sisters. So, Shin Yuning couldn't help but look at Shin Xiao at a loss. Shin Xiao still looked calm and gave Shin Yuning a soothing look. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Although Shin Yuning didn't know what her brother was up to. However, she always believed in Shin Xiao's words unconditionally. So, Shin Yuning nodded slowly, and her heart suddenly felt much calmer. However, Li Xiang looked at Shin Xiao, who was still calm and couldn't help but smile, and said, "Why, Master Shin, are you feeling guilty? But if we had known this would happen, why did we do it in the first place? Captain, call the police immediately." Li Xiang just thought that Shin Xiao was frightened by the current situation. That's why there is no reaction at all. So, he became more and more arrogant. Anyway, the surveillance here is turned off, so there is no evidence at all. The museum's security captain is here again, and he is the one accusing Shin Xiao. Plus these witnesses. When the police arrive, Shin Xiao will have no way to defend himself. This is also a good opportunity to teach these two younger generations of the Shun family a lesson. Why were they so arrogant a few days ago and dared to disrespect Master Ba? Li Xiang had a clear plan in mind. After the security captain received his instructions, all security personnel were immediately dispatched to this place to block Shin Xiao's way out. Chapter 112, Reversal of Events. The security personnel who received the order from the security captain immediately came over. They surrounded Shin Xiao and the others from outside. Upon seeing this, the security captain immediately gave them instructions in a deep voice. These two people just tried to steal cultural relics. They were caught on the spot by me and a few passers-by who had noticed something was amiss and followed them. You've surrounded this place. The police will be here soon. We can't let them get away. Yes. The security guard immediately responded in a deep voice. They all stared at Shin Xiao and the other two. They really didn't expect that there would be someone so bold as to come to the museum to steal cultural relics. And they are two handsome young men. You can't judge a book by its cover. Shin Yuning looked at the situation in front of her, feeling a little unsure. However, looking at her brother's calm expression throughout the whole process, Shin Yuning knew that he must have an idea in his mind. All I have to do is wait and see what happens. So, Shin Yuning followed Shin Xiao quietly without saying anything more. Anyway, there is nothing much to say to these villains. Seeing that the brother and sister remained silent, Li Xiang thought they were frightened. Then he sneered at the two of them. Why are you two scared? Haha, but it's too late. You two should wait until we get in and have a proper explanation. Shin Yuning looked at the sarcastic smile on Li Xiang's face and suddenly became angry. However, before she could speak, she suddenly heard a noisy sound of footsteps outside. Captain, here we come, here we come. The security guard guarding outside shouted immediately. Immediately afterwards, a group of uniformed police officers rushed in with quick and agile steps. Li Xiang was stunned when he saw this, and then a slight smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that the person would show up just a few minutes after I made the call. This speed is really fast. But I came at the right time, just in time to teach Shin Xiao a good lesson. Hello, comrade. These are the two people who want to steal artifacts from our museum. The security captain spoke loudly to the leader. The leader was a handsome young man with a straight face, who looked to be about 26 or 27 years old. Li Xiang and others on the side also looked at Shin Xiao with pride, waiting to see their reaction when they are arrested. However, unexpectedly, the next second, the young man in the lead made a gesture to the people behind him. Take them all away. Immediately afterwards, the people behind him stepped forward and took control of Li Xiang and his companions. Including the security captain was handcuffed. Comrade, you must have made a mistake. They are the ones who stole the cultural relics. I'm the security captain here, and these people are witnesses just like me. The security captain was completely stunned the moment the handcuffs were put on him. He immediately began to struggle frantically. Li Xiang, who was standing by, was also stunned and quickly started to argue. Comrade, I'm a witness. I came in with these two men. They are the ones who stole the cultural relics. How can you arrest me? Even the experienced Li Xiang was confused by the situation. He really didn't understand. They were clearly calling the police to arrest Shin Xiao. Why were they arrested instead? The leading young man looked at Li Xiang and others with a cold expression. What exactly happened? You should stay and tell us when you get back. Take them away. Yes. Following an order, Li Xiang and others were escorted out of the museum. Li Xiang struggled to escape with an angry look on his face, but it was of no avail. He was in great disbelief at the moment and didn't understand how things could turn out like this. Brother, what's going on? Shin Yuning looked at everything happening in front of her and was also extremely confused. Logically speaking, it should be just as what Mr. Yuba's men said just now. There is absolutely no evidence to prove that the cultural relics were stolen by them. And if they insist that she and Shin Xiao are the thieves, they will have no way to defend themselves. But why did the police see through the other party's trick without asking any questions? Shin Xiao looked at Shin Yuning's puzzled expression and was about to explain to her. But before they could open their mouths, they saw the young man leading the group walking straight towards them. Shin Xiao, long time no see. How have you been lately? The young man raised his hand and patted Shin Xiao on the shoulder, then said to him with a smile. Shin Xiao laughed when he heard this. It's been a long time, about 6 years. Hearing the two people's familiar tone, Shin Yuning couldn't help but blink in confusion. After looking back and forth between the two of them, he couldn't help but ask, "You two know each other?" Shin Xiao nodded and introduced to Shin Yuning. "Yes, this is Qin's son, my old comrade, who later retired to the police system. We just got in touch a few days ago." Shin Yuning nodded in understanding when she heard this. It turned out that he was her brother's friend. No wonder. Qin's son looked at Shin Xiao and Shin Yuning, who were very close. He couldn't help but put his hand on Shin Xiao's shoulder and asked with a smile, "It's been so long since we last met. You're really good, finding such a beautiful girlfriend. Alas, we agreed to be single together as good brothers, but you ended up being the first to get rid of singleness." After hearing this, Shin Xiao raised his hand and punched him. "What nonsense are you talking about? This is my own sister. You only think about your girlfriend all day long." "Huh? This is your sister? I thought." Qin's son immediately smiled embarrassedly and said apologetically to Shin Yuning, "I'm sorry, sister, I misunderstood. Why are you yelling? This is my sister, not yours." Shin Xiao punched him again without any hesitation. Qin's son covered his chest with an exaggerated expression and wailed, "Shin Xiao, you're committing a serious crime, you know? Get lost." Shin Xiao rolled his eyes at him, a faint smile playing on the corner of his mouth. Shin Yuning watched the interaction between the two and couldn't help but chuckle. Then he looked at Qin's son and spoke slowly. "It doesn't matter. Ignorance is not a crime, right? But, did you two talk it over early in the morning?" By this time, Shin Yuning had almost figured it out. Her brother said early this morning that he would bring her here to watch a show. Then he must have known that Yubei's men were going to come here to steal the cultural relics. Qin's son and Shun Xiao are old friends, and they responded to the call so quickly. I guess he must have known the situation here early on. Otherwise, they would not have been taken away without asking any questions. Qin's son restrained his eccentric look upon hearing this and nodded slightly in response. "That's right. Shen Xiao informed us early in the morning that someone was trying to steal the national treasure. So, I brought people to wait outside the museum early. Just wait for those guys to make their move and catch them red-handed." Qinsen paused, then asked Shen Xiao in a low voice. "But, speaking of which, Shen Xiao, how did you know that this group of people were going to steal?" Chapter 113, New and Old Grudges. Qinsen has been very puzzled ever since he received the news from Shen Xiao. It stands to reason that things like stealing cultural relics are not possible. Those who steal will certainly be very cautious and secretive. How did Shen Xiao know this? Moreover, we can know the time and place of their actions so accurately. Even the method of committing the crime is known. Qinsen was full of doubts about this. Shen Xiao smiled and said nothing when he heard this. He naturally learned about it through K2's informant on the street. Previously, when he asked someone to investigate Mr. Yubei, he learned that he was doing business with a foreigner. We must act today to steal the national treasures in the museum. So, Shen Xiao planned to come directly here today to stop their actions. Moreover, Shen Xiao has been undercover for 6 years and often comes into contact with all kinds of people. Their methods are very clear. These people are not only insidious and vicious, but also cunning and treacherous. If I go alone, there is a high possibility that they will bite me back. So, Shen Xiao contacted Qinsen directly, set up an ambush in advance, and captured him in one fell swoop. "I'm asking you a question, why don't you tell me?" Qinsen looked at Shen Xiao, who was smiling but not saying anything, and couldn't help but ask curiously, how on earth did his old comrade know about such a secret matter? Shen Xiao glanced at Qinsen's eager look and laughed. "Nothing, I just found out by accident." "Okay, you better go and take care of your business. It's getting late, and I still have to take my sister to breakfast." "I've eaten, bro." Shin Yuning couldn't help but interject weakly. She had already eaten breakfast before her brother took her out. "Shin Xiao, I didn't eat it." "Oh, I forgot." Shin Yuning smiled awkwardly, having almost forgotten about it. Her brother was so busy bringing her to watch the fun that he took her out directly after going downstairs. There was no time to eat breakfast at all. Shin couldn't help but smile as he watched the brother and sister joking and bickering. Okay, then I'll go take care of my business first, and we'll contact each other later. Okay, see you later. After saying that, Shin's son left the museum directly. Together with the other police officers, they took the man back. Let's go too. Shin Xiao turned and said to Shin Yuning. Shin Yuning naturally had no objection. Now that Yu Bei's men have been arrested, the show is over. Then there is naturally no need for them to stay here any longer. So the brother and sister also left here. On the other side, Shin's son brought Li Xiang and others back to the bureau. They took the people to the interrogation room according to the procedure. He and his subordinates interrogated him separately. But what I didn't expect was, Li Xiang and several others all insisted that the matter had nothing to do with them. Li Xiang has been in the underworld with Mr. Yuba for many years and has seen all kinds of storms. He has done this more than once or twice. He had experienced failure in the early years, but was eventually rescued by Mr. Yu. He thought it would be the same this time. What's more, this time he prepared very carefully and meticulously. The surveillance was turned off and their fingerprints were not left at the scene. Therefore, the police have no direct evidence to prove that they stole cultural relics. So, Li Xiang insisted that he had nothing to do with the matter and refused to admit it. It is even more impossible to give out the master Yuba, who is behind the scenes. Shin's son was very troubled by this. After interrogating them for several days, he still couldn't get them to tell the truth. They could only detain this group of people temporarily, but they were unable to find out the person behind it. After Li Xiang and others were detained for a few days. In Zhumingxian in the south of the city. How can this be possible? This Shen Xiao is deliberately going against me. How dare you ruin my good deeds? You really don't want to live. Yu Bei said angrily. This time Shen Xiao disrupted his plan, preventing him from getting the Tianmu Bowl. Moreover, in recent days, Mr. Yu Bei has been trying to find a way to bail out Li Xiang and others. After all, Li Xiang has followed him for so many years and knows a lot of his secrets. If he lets the cat out of the bag, he'll be in big trouble. But what Mr. Ba didn't expect was that the higher-ups seemed to attach great importance to this matter. They don't even allow visits, let alone rescue people. No matter how he used his connections, it was of no avail. Instead, I was met with a cold shoulder. Mr. Yuba was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, so he smashed the cup on the table, looking at the shattered teacup on the ground. Only then did Mr. Yuba feel that his anger had dissipated a little. Eighth Master, calm down and don't let yourself get sick from anger. Xiangzi, a subordinate beside Mr. Yuba, quickly spoke to comfort him. There was a flattering look on his face. He also knew that Mr. Yuba had been very worried these days because of his failure to steal the Tianmu Bowl. Now the whole person looks like he is full of the aura of keep away from strangers. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yuba snorted coldly, his eyes filled with gloom. Calm down? How can I calm down? That Shin Xiao ruined my plan, causing me to not be able to get the Tianmu Bowl, and the deal is also ruined. Mr. Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness instantly appeared in his eyes. He failed to get the Tianmu Bowl, and his deal with Pete fell through. As a result, he not only lost a large sum of money, it also ruined his reputation in the underworld that he had built up over the years. His reputation as Mr. Yuba has now been tarnished. Eighth Master, do you want me to take some people to teach Shun Xiao a lesson? Seeing Mr. Yuba's expression, Xiangzi asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yuba sneered. Just teaching him a lesson is too easy for him. At the beginning, Mr. Yuba originally planned to steal the cultural relics and complete the transaction with Pete. Then I can free up my hands to teach Shun Xiao a lesson. Originally, he didn't intend to kill Shin Xiao. After all, the Shin family status in leeching is there. But I didn't expect that Shin Xiao would be so ignorant of his own life. He actually dared to ruin his plan, causing him to suffer heavy losses. Now, new and old grudges are added together. He will definitely make Shin Xiao pay for it this time. Since he's looking for death, I'll give him a ride. Give me my phone. Master Yuba ordered in a cold voice, a cold glint in his eyes. Yes. The subordinate immediately took the order and hurriedly delivered Mr. Yu Bei's cell phone to him. Mr. Yu picked up his cell phone and made a call directly. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang several times before the other end picked up. However, Mr. Yuba didn't care and spoke directly to the person on the other end of the phone. Master Biao, where have you made your fortune recently? Oh, nothing. It's just that we haven't seen each other for a long time, and I wanted to invite you to come over and sit down with me and catch up. This man called Mr. Biao is a well-known figure in Leeching Road. It is called the Golden-Eyed Leopard. Not only does he have a wide network of contacts, he is also extremely resourceful and has known Mr. Yu for many years. Before, whenever Mr. Yuba asked, Jin and Biao would definitely help him. Just when Mr. Yuba was full of confidence, The golden-eyed Biao on the other end of the phone spoke in a strange tone. I, I have something important to do right now, so I don't have time to go over there. If you're busy now, you can wait a couple of days. Mr. Yu Ba's expression froze for a moment, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. Golden-eyed Biao spoke again. No, 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 I mean I don't have time lately. You'd better ask for help from someone else. Mr. Yu paused, his brows suddenly furrowed. What's going on with Jinyan Biao? His tone was trembling. It's like he's afraid of something. Chapter 114. Who are you? Master Ba, what happened? When the subordinate saw Mr. Yu Ba hung up the phone with a rather ugly look on his face, he hurriedly asked. Mr. Yu Ba said in a cold tone while holding the phone. Nothing. Just now on the phone, Jinyan Biao was hesitant. He also said that something happened recently, and he couldn't help him. However, Mr. Yu had known Jinyan Biao for many years, and he immediately realized that he was deliberately making excuses. However, the two of them still have a lot of business dealings, so there is no need to tear each other apart. Mr. Yu pretended not to hear and hung up the phone as politely as possible. Although Mr. Yu Ba couldn't understand why Jinyan Biao, who had never refused his request before, would do this. However, he didn't take it too seriously. His connections are all over leeching. If Jinyan Biao doesn't help, he can still find someone else. So, Mr. Yu picked up his phone again, opened the address book, and started calling for help. Mr. Yu Ba originally thought that based on his daily relationship with those people in the underworld, they will definitely help themselves without hesitation. But unexpectedly, he made several phone calls in a row. The other party all hesitated and said they couldn't help him. In short, no one was willing to help him. After Mr. Yu Ba hung up the phone again, he was immediately furious. Damn it, how could this happen? Faced with rejection again and again, Mr. Yu Ba's patience gradually ran out. He usually has a good relationship with those people. The most important thing is that there are still a lot of business dealings between each other. They have even collaborated on many shady businesses, and their interests are deeply intertwined. Logically speaking, they shouldn't refuse to help me. Mr. Yu Ba was puzzled. In the end, I suppressed my unhappiness. I looked through my address book and made another call. Beep, beep, beep. This time, after a few rings, the call was connected. Hey, Boss Jang, how's business lately? I wonder if you are free recently to come to my Juming Shin and sit down. The last boss that Mr. Yu Bei found was named Cheng Qian, a man in his 30s. Their Cheng family is also a well-known family in the underworld. Cheng Qian has just taken over the power of the family. In terms of age and seniority, he is considered a junior in front of the 8th master. Just now, Mr. Yu Ba has searched all the prominent figures in the underworld of leeching one after another. In the end, no one was willing to help. Otherwise, Mr. Yu Ba would not have bowed to a junior. On the other end of the phone, Cheng Qian was silent for a long time after hearing what Mr. Yu Ba said. It was when Mr. Ba thought he was going to refuse too. Suddenly, I heard Cheng Qian speak hesitantly. Master Ba, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yu Ba's eyes lit up and he spoke directly. Well, I've been in some trouble lately. I want you to help me deal with it. The price is easy to talk about. After hearing this, Cheng Qian couldn't help but cough lightly. Then he said in a strange tone, that's no problem, but let's find a place to discuss it in detail. Okay, then we'll meet at Juming later and discuss the details then. Good. After finishing speaking, Cheng Qian hung up the phone. Mr. Yu Ba put down the phone and a smile appeared on his face. Although Cheng Qian's reaction and tone on the phone just now were a bit strange. But don't get too hung up on it. He immediately stood up and ordered his men to follow him to Juming, waiting for Cheng Qian's arrival. Half an hour later, Mr. Yu Ba had already brewed tea in the private room of Juming, waiting for Cheng Qian's arrival. As time passed, Mr. Yu Ba gradually became impatient. Finally, he couldn't help but say to his subordinates, "Go downstairs and take a look. Why hasn't anyone come yet?" "Yes, I'll go right away." The men immediately turned around and prepared to go downstairs. But as soon as he walked out of the private room, he saw a group of people walking straight towards him. The leader was Cheng Qian. But the strange thing is that the people following him are not his men. But, upon seeing this, the subordinate immediately returned to the private room and reported to Mr. Yu Ba. "8th Master, Boss Cheng is here, but what?" Mr. Yu frowned and looked at him in confusion. But besides Boss Cheng, Jinyan Biao, and the others, the subordinates had no time to report the situation to Master Yu. Cheng Qian and his group had already arrived at the private room. "Master Yu." Cheng Qian walked in with an ambiguous expression. Mr. Yu Ba heard the voice and looked up at him. Then he noticed that there was a group of people following Cheng Qian. And this group of people were exactly the ones he had just called but was rejected. When Mr. Yu Ba saw them, he was stunned. "Why are you?" Mr. Yuba was extremely puzzled. Didn't these people just reject him on the phone and refuse to help him? Why did he suddenly come to Zhu Mingxian with Cheng Qian? What is going on? Just when Mr. Ba was full of doubts, a tall and handsome figure suddenly walked slowly into the private room. Seeing this person come in, Cheng Qian, Jin Yanbiao, and others immediately stood on both sides of the room. Make way for it. Mr. Yuba looked at the person who came, with a look of surprise on his face. Shin Xiao? What brings you here? When Mr. Yuba saw that the person coming was Shin Xiao, he was stunned. He never expected that Shin Xiao would appear here. After Shin Xiao heard what Mr. Yuba said, he didn't even look at him. He walked straight to a chair nearby and sat down with a calm expression. After seeing Shin Xiao sit down, Cheng Qian and others immediately surrounded Shin Xiao. The always arrogant golden-eyed Biao even picked up the teapot beside him. With a respectful and humble look, he poured a cup of tea for Shin Xiao and handed it to him with both hands. Mr. Shin, please have some tea. Shin Xiao glanced at it indifferently and did not reach out to take it. Leave it there. Yes. Jinyan Biao immediately placed the teacup on the table beside him. His attitude and behavior are so respectful and polite. Not only golden-eyed Biao, but the other people also looked humble and submissive when facing Shin Xiao. There was even a hint of fear and uneasiness in his expression. Seeing this, Mr. Yuba was completely stunned. How could this happen? Jinyan Biao, Cheng Qian, and others are all well-known figures in Liqing. He behaves arrogantly, domineeringly, cold-bloodedly, and cruelly on a daily basis. He had never even seen them speak to anyone in a friendly manner. But now he was servile and submissive to Shin Xiao. Mr. Yuba even suspected for a moment that he was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could we see such an incredible scene? After being stunned for a long time, Mr. Yuba finally came to his senses. Then, he looked at Shin Xiao with a look of surprise and asked, Who are you? He didn't believe that a young master of the Shin family could have such great abilities. This made people like Jinyan Biao so humble and fearful of him. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiao raised his eyes and glanced at him lazily. Then he picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip. Then he spoke slowly. I remember I introduced myself before. Master, you are too forgetful, aren't you? Chapter 115. Are these people possessed by evil spirits? Shin Xiao looked at Mr. Yuba with a hint of amusement in his eyes. That look was exactly like looking at a dying ant. Arrogant and indifferent, with a hint of playfulness. The reason why he took action against Mr. Ba now was that he let him run around for 2 more days. It's entirely because he has been investigating Mr. Yubei's network of relationships these days. Since you want to get rid of him, you naturally have to uproot him. After all, he had been lurking in K2 for many years, and he knew one thing very well. That means if you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again when the spring breeze comes. In order to prevent future troubles, Shin Xiao waited until this moment to reveal his cards. Otherwise, use K2's strength to deal with Yubei. It's basically a dimensionality reduction attack. It couldn't be easier. Mr. Yuba looked at Shin Xiao's cold expression. For some reason, a sense of fear suddenly ignited in my heart. His intuition told him that Shin Xiao's identity was definitely not just as simple as the heir of the Shin family. The identity behind him is probably more terrifying than I can imagine. Otherwise, it would be impossible for people like Jinyan Biao and Cheng Qian to be so afraid. What exactly are you going to do? Mr. Yuba looked at Shin Xiao with fear in his eyes. Shin Xiao looked at Mr. Yuba's panic-stricken appearance coldly and sneered. Then he gave a wink to Cheng Qian and others beside him. You should know what to do. Cheng Qian, Jinyan Biao, and others were stunned for a moment, looked at each other, and immediately nodded in response. They all looked like they were willing to obey Shin Xiao's orders. 15 minutes later, a siren suddenly sounded outside Zhu Mingxian. Then, there was a sudden sound of brakes. 4 or 5 police cars stopped at the door of Zhu Mingxian at the same time. Afterwards, a group of uniformed police officers got out of the car and ran quickly into Zhu Mingxian. And the one who took the lead was Qin's son. Qin's son took his men directly to the 2nd floor and headed straight for the private room. But after arriving at the private room, Qin's son was stunned. I saw a group of well-dressed people standing neatly in a row in the private room. They all lowered their heads, looking submissive and humble. Moreover, Qin-sen took a closer look and found that he knew most of them. They are all leaders of underground gray transactions in Liqing. He has been a police officer for some years, so he naturally recognizes these so-called big shots in the underworld. Every single one of these people has already been put on their blacklist. However, due to the lack of sufficient evidence, they have not been brought to justice. Among them was Mr. Yubei, who he had always suspected was involved in the theft of museum cultural relics a few days ago. Qin-sen looked at them and couldn't help feeling surprised. Captain Qin, what's going on? The rest of the people were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What are these people doing standing here in such an orderly manner? Shin's son shook his head and spoke sternly to the people in the private room. We just received a call from the police saying that there are suspects here who are suspected of stealing and trafficking cultural relics. Please cooperate with our investigation. After Shin finished speaking, he thought that this group of people would deny it to the death as they did in the past. Maybe he will even start to bite you randomly. But unexpectedly, in the next second, several people standing in a neat line immediately spoke. Captain Shin, we admit that it was us who stole the cultural relics. Yes, I've participated in more than a dozen cultural relic thefts before. I admit to everything. Me too. Although I didn't participate in the theft, I was in charge of the subsequent sale of the cultural relics. I participated in the theft and the subsequent sale. I admit it all. Jing and Biao, Cheng Qian, and others all admitted their crimes. Even Mr. Yu Ba, who was standing by, quickly admitted it. Officer Qin, I also admit that I instructed Li Xiang and his men to steal the national treasure from the museum a few days ago. Not only that, over the past decade or so, I've been involved in nearly 20 cases of cultural relics theft and trafficking. I admit everything. Hearing them confess their crimes so proactively. In an instant, Qin's son and the others were completely at a loss. A group of people turned around and looked at each other. All of them were stunned. Who can tell them what is happening? How could this group of local tyrants who have always been the best at making excuses for themselves suddenly change their nature? Before they could even interrogate him, he voluntarily confessed his crimes. This is just like a dog that changes its diet to eat shit. Captain Shin, could it be that these people are possessed by evil spirits? This is too weird. They actually admitted to trafficking in cultural relics. A police officer standing by looked at Qin's son in confusion, totally unable to believe what he was seeing. Qin's son paused and glanced around the private room. Is there no one else here besides you? No, there are only a few of us here. Mr. Yu immediately shook his head and denied it. Qin's son frowned when he heard this and asked in a low voice with doubt. Just you guys? Who called the police then? Qin's son remembered that their address was described in great detail during the phone call. Moreover, according to him, this tea house has always only received the owner's guests and is not open to the public. If that's the case, the person who called the police must be here too. Otherwise, how could he know so clearly that this group of people were in the private room on the second floor? Just when Qin's son was confused, Mr. Yu Ba beside him suddenly spoke. Captain Shin, we were the ones who called the police just now. Qin's son. What? You were the ones who called the police. Qin's son and the others beside him were all surprised. They never imagined that the people who called the police would be this group of people. Yes, it's us. We know we did something wrong, so we called to surrender ourselves to you. Mr. Yu Ba and others immediately said in a timid manner. The call to the police just now was indeed made by them themselves. But they have no choice. Mr. Yu Ba still remembers what happened to him when Shin Xiao was here. Shin Xiao's methods are simply too terrifying. He swore that he never wanted to experience it again in his life. Now, even if he is arrested and detained, he even wanted to sentence him to life imprisonment and have to work on a sewing machine for the rest of his life. He didn't want to fall into Shin Xiao's hands again, because it's really terrible. The rest of the people had the same idea as Mr. Yu Ba. In short, they would rather go to jail and be sentenced than be punished by Shin Xiao. When Qin's son and others heard that they had actually surrendered themselves to the police, they were all stunned. This group of local tyrants actually voluntarily surrendered and confessed their crimes? Captain Shin, what should we do? Qin's son was still in a daze, but when he heard what his team members said, he immediately spoke in a deep voice. What else can we do? Bring everyone back quickly. We'll tell you the specific details after we get back and finish the interrogation. Yes. Immediately afterwards, everyone took action and escorted all the people in the private room to the car. Then he was brought back to the bureau. During this period, Yu Bei and others did not resist at all and cooperated very well throughout. This surprised Qin's son and others greatly. I even suspected at one point whether these people were really possessed by evil spirits. Chapter 116. Did you, Shin Xiao, do this? Early the next morning, the news quickly spread throughout Liqing. A large-scale antique smuggling ring has been apprehended. Key figures, Yu and Jin, have surrendered and been detained, confessing to their past crimes. In the video released by the news media, several figures were handcuffed and escorted into the police station. It's not just Liqing's official TV station. Almost at the same time, all media outlets in Liqing were scrambling to report the news. Television, the internet, and even print media, basically all the news in Liqing today was dominated by this report. Although the report was very vague. However, many local people in Liqing learned the information through surnames and news. You can roughly guess who they are. After all, local tyrants like Mr. Yu Bei are quite famous in leeching. It is precisely because of this that not long after this news report, it quickly aroused heated discussion among the people of leeching. Oh my god, there's such a thing in leeching. For your information, this Yu is the giant in the antique world, Master Yu Ba. What the hell? Is this true? Wait for tomorrow's announcement. First-hand information. Master Yu is a well-known figure in leeching. I can't believe he's secretly reselling cultural relics. Although, this Yu Ba Yi doesn't look like a good person. Now think about it. If he hadn't relied on reselling cultural relics, he wouldn't have been able to get rich so quickly. However, it's really strange that such a person would voluntarily surrender himself. Generally speaking, situations like this must have offended some powerful person, so they had no choice but to surrender themselves. No way. Is there anyone in leeching who is more arrogant than Mr. Yu Ba and his gang? That's right. In the entire leeching, where can you find any bosses more arrogant and domineering than these guys? I think there are always people who are better than you, and if it weren't for this, how could these people surrender themselves? But who could have such a great ability? I really can't imagine it. While there was a heated discussion on the internet about this matter, all the properties under Mr. Yu Ba's name were also seized one after another. More than a dozen companies related to him were also closed down one after another. The same applies to the other several people who were arrested, and all their industrial companies were sealed off. All companies and shops that had any connection with them were closed down for rectification. Almost in one morning, it shocked the entire leeching antique circle. In the past 10 years, Mr. Yu Ba has dominated the antique circle in leeching. Now that he has fallen, various antique forces have taken quick action, all wanting to take the lead. But unexpectedly, someone got there first. The other party seemed to have anticipated this day and had bought a large amount of antiques early on. This makes it impossible for others who want to enter the antique market to even begin. Everyone sighed and lamented this. Unlike those who want to enter the antique market but are frustrated because they are one step late. At this time, the scene inside the Shin group was quite different. Yu Ning, how did you predict this? You actually grasped the timing so accurately. This time, our Shin group is making a fortune. The two uncles of the Shun family came to Shun Yuning's office excitedly. A few days ago, the news broke that Yu Bei and others were arrested. After the news broke, leeching's antique market suffered a huge impact. But Shin Yuning seemed to have expected such a situation. He immediately bought at the bottom and bought a large amount of antique properties. Now, in just a few days, the Shin group has made a huge profit. Suddenly, hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue were added. Moreover, from now on, the Shin family has officially entered the antique business. The future benefits are also immeasurable. Therefore, Shin Dongjun and Shin Dongqi were both very curious about how Shin Yuning could predict the future. Shin Yuning looked at her two uncles and smiled awkwardly. Predict the future? How could she have that ability? The reason she did this was entirely at her brother's instruction. A few days ago, Shin Xiao told Shin Yuning to try to enter the antique industry. Although Shin Yuning didn't understand why, she still made preparations in advance, as Shin Xiao said. So when the incident with Mr. Ba came to light, the price of antiques plummeted. She seized the opportunity and took action immediately. As expected, she bought a large number of properties at the bottom. Today, these industries are making huge profits. Faced with the doubts of her two uncles, Shin Yuning could only give a vague explanation. I was just lucky, it just happened by chance. Lucky? Really? This business made over 200 million in one go. Just now when you were in a meeting, the old man called me and asked me to ask you something. Shin Dongjun said in surprise. Shin Yuning was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that this matter would even alarm the old man. I was just lucky. I'm still surprised now. Shin Yuning smiled and said. What she said was true. She was actually very surprised. But what surprised her was why her brother predicted that there would be turmoil in the antique market in the near future. He also asked her to keep it a secret and not tell anyone that it was his idea. As a result, her family now thinks that it was her investment that made the big profit and it was her idea. In this regard, Shin Yuning said that she really had no words to express and could only silently take on the credit. She has it so hard. In the past few days, all the people in leeching have been paying attention to and discussing Yu Bei and others, as well as the situation in the antique market. In the Shun's manner, Shin Xiao had nothing to do and was watching netizens' discussions online. Looking at the comments and speculations from netizens, Shin Xiao couldn't help but smile faintly. I have to say that this group of netizens have quite unusual imaginations. After guessing for a long time, I actually guessed the truth. Just when Shin Xiao was watching with interest, a figure suddenly ran to his side. Tat-a-tat. Hearing footsteps, Shin Xiao looked up and saw that it was Shun Yuning who came back. Brother, Grandpa, and Uncle came to ask me today. How on earth did they get the news in advance and seize the opportunity to enter the antique market? So, how did you know that? Shin Yuning sat down next to Shin Xiao, took his arm, and asked. Shin Xiao glanced at her and slowly said, "The secret cannot be revealed." What? Why are you being so secretive? Can't you just tell me? Shin Xiao just smiled and said nothing, with a mysterious expression on his face. Seeing this, Shin Yuning curled her lips in frustration. Her brother is always so mysterious, with a lot of secrets behind him. However, she couldn't force him to speak if he didn't want to. So, Shin Yuning had no choice but to give up and chat with Shun Xiao out of boredom. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Shin Yuning leaned over slightly and saw Shun Xiao's mobile phone interface. "So you were checking Weibo?" "Yeah, I'm bored anyway, so it's interesting to read the comments from netizens." "Since you are bored, then come with me to the company. The company will be handed over to you sooner or later anyway, so it's a good idea for you to familiarize yourself with it in advance. What's more, from the fact that you asked me to buy the bottom of the antique market this time, it can be seen that you are very talented in business. I think it's perfect for you to take over the Shun family as soon as possible. What do you think?" After Shin Yuning finished speaking, she immediately stared at Shun Xiao with anticipation. She really has no interest in running the company. If her brother could have taken over the company earlier, she would have been freed sooner. "I don't think it's very good." Shin Xiao refused mercilessly without even raising his head. It's not like he's so bored every day, whether it's Century Group, K2, or military district affairs. That's enough for him to worry about. If there is another Shun, he doesn't have that much time. After hearing what Shin Xiao said, Shin Yuning immediately curled her lips. "Why is it bad? You are the heir of the Shun family. I've been helping you shoulder this responsibility for so long. If you continue like this, I'll quit." After saying that, Shin Yuning let go of his arm. She turned her head away angrily, as if she didn't want to pay any attention to him. She really didn't want to be the general manager of any company anymore. It was too painful. Shin Xiao looked at his sister acting like a child and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you still angry? I think you're doing a good job. The company is thriving under your management. This is enough to prove that you are still very talented in this area." Shin Yuning immediately looked at Shun Xiao angrily. Her brother is clearly brainwashing her. The company survived the crisis with the help of Century Group and is now back on track. But this doesn't mean she has the ability in this area. What's more, she has no interest in this and doesn't want to take over the company even if she has the ability. So, Shin Yuning wanted to take advantage of today to have a good discussion with her brother. However, before she could open her mouth, Butler Zhou came in and interrupted her. "Master, there's a young man outside who claims to be your comrade in arms, Qin Sr." Butler Zhou whispered to Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao nodded and said after hearing this, "He is indeed my comrade. Let him in." "Good." After saying that, Butler Zhou walked out and invited Qin Sun in. When Shin Yuning saw someone coming to see Shin Xiao, she knew that she couldn't discuss company matters with her brother now. "So, I couldn't help but mutter under my breath. Didn't we just meet 2 days ago? Why is your old comrade looking for you again? Maybe I'm bored." Shin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile. At this moment, Butler Zhou brought Qin Sun to the hall. "Coming." Shin Xiao stood up, looked at Qin Sun, and greeted him with a smile. Qin Sun smiled and nodded at him. "Yes, I came to see you to reminisce and chat." After saying that, he looked at Shun Yuning beside him. "Hey, your sister is here too?" "I'm not your sister. Why do you call me that?" Shin Yuning glanced at him and muttered in dissatisfaction. "I didn't know your name, so I just followed your brother and called you that." Qin Sun quickly apologized. He treated Shin Xiao as a brother, so he thought his sister was also his sister. "So I just called him that, but I didn't expect it to make him unhappy." "Okay, stop messing with my sister." Shin Xiao raised his hand and bumped into his shoulder. Okay. I can't argue with you two brothers and sisters. I'm wrong, okay?" Shin Yuning glanced at him, then turned to Shin Xiao and said, "Brother, I have an appointment to discuss something. I'm leaving first." After saying that, Shin Yuning picked up her bag and walked out the door. "Is your sister really angry?" Qin Sun looked at Shun Yuning's leaving figure and asked with some concern. "Don't worry, it won't happen. My sister isn't that bad-tempered." Shin Xiao said this, returned to the sofa and sat down, raised his chin towards Qin Sun, and motioned him to sit wherever he wanted. The two had been comrades in arms for many years, so Qin Sun was not polite to him. He walked straight to the sofa next to Shin Xiao and sat down. The two hadn't been in touch for many years, and the last time they met they only exchanged a few quick greetings. Today I had the opportunity to sit down and have a good chat. The two couldn't help but recall the days when they trained together in the army. They joined the army at the same time and were assigned to the same company. In addition, they were from the same hometown, so they became friends not long after joining the army. The relationship is very good. Later, because he was sent undercover, the two had no contact for more than 6 years. However, friendship between men has always been simple. Although they haven't seen each other for many years, when they talk, they are still the same as before. The two chatted for a long time, and Shin-sun picked up the teacup and took a sip. Come to think of it, I've been wanting to ask you since that last incident. How did you know they were going to steal cultural relics? Also, were you responsible for Mr. Yuba and the others turning themselves into the police a few days ago? Chapter 117 Exercise Mission. Shin-sun stared at Shin Xiao. As early as 6 years ago, Shin Xiao defected from the team for killing his comrades. Shin-sun felt very strange and couldn't believe it. Because the Shin Xiao he knew was definitely not an impulsive and brainless person who would kill his companions. Therefore, over the years, Shin-sun has been secretly paying attention to Shin Xiao's news. I hope to see Shin Xiao again one day and ask him the reason. He thought there must be some misunderstanding. But he never saw Shin Xiao again until he retired from the army. Later, some time ago, he accidentally learned that Shin Xiao had become an undercover scout. Only then did Shin-sun understand everything that happened back then. But what puzzled him most now was what Shin Xiao was doing. After meeting Shin Xiao last time, Shin-sun had privately investigated Shin Xiao's information. However, no files on Shin Xiao could be found. Although Shin Xiao was an undercover scout before. However, he is no longer in the army. Logically, there should be a file, but Shin-sun couldn't find it no matter how hard he searched. Adding to the matter of Mr. Yuba, Shin-sun couldn't help but find it even more unbelievable. Today I couldn't help but come to Shin Xiao specifically to verify it. Shin Xiao looked at Shin-sun's inquiring expression, but smiled without saying anything. Why don't you answer me? What do you mean by keeping silent? Shin-sun couldn't help but speak. What answer? Didn't I tell you that I found out by accident? Besides, they turned themselves in and called the police. What does it have to do with me? Shin-sun. What you said sounds like it makes sense. Okay, didn't you just say you haven't been exercising much lately? Let's go. I have a small training ground at home. Let's go there and exercise. Shin Xiao stood up, patted Shin-sun on the shoulder, and said, Okay, but why do you have everything at home? Shin-sun became interested as soon as he heard about stretching his muscles. After all, it has been 6 years since Shin Xiao left the army. The two of them never got to practice properly again. At this moment, when he heard Shin Xiao's proposal, he was immediately eager to try it. Shin Xiao smiled and said, It's just that the house is quite large, so it's empty anyway. So we built a training ground to facilitate activities. The legendary Versailles, this must be you. Shin-sun couldn't help but say jokingly. Why are you talking so much? Are you going or not? Go, 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 why don't you go? Shin-sun said this, and immediately stood up and walked towards the training ground with Shin Xiao. Although Shin-sun still had many questions about Shin Xiao. But since Shin Xiao didn't say anything, he didn't dare to continue asking. What's more, Shin Xiao can now clear his charges and reunite with his family. This should be a good thing for him. Shin-sun had no choice but to suppress the doubts in his heart for the time being. If Shin Xiao is willing to speak one day, he will naturally tell them. In the following period of time, Shin Xiao would occasionally make appointments with Shin-sun to practice boxing together. Or they would be dragged by their old man to the back garden to drink tea and play with the parrot with him. The old man recently got a blue and yellow macaw, and he likes it very much. When he has nothing to do, he likes to drag Shin Xiao to walk the bird with him. Shin Xiao really has no interest in this kind of thing. However, due to the old man and their family, he could only accompany them from the side. Ah Xiao, I've been teaching this parrot for so many days, why can't it speak? It's harder than when I taught you to speak when you were a kid. The old man fed the parrot and tried hard to teach it to speak. But the parrot remained arrogant and didn't say a word, and the old man couldn't help feeling discouraged. Shin Xiao was sitting on a rattan chair reading a magazine. Hearing this, he looked up lazily at the parrot. Maybe it's just too stupid. Mr. Shun. Nonsense. What's wrong? Is what I said wrong? Otherwise, how come it hasn't said a word in so many days? Mr. Shun glared at Shin Xiao, but couldn't think of any words to refute. You're right. The old man muttered something and continued to tease the parrot and teach it to speak. Anyway, he has never won when trying to reason with his eldest grandson. Shin Xiao looked at the old man who looked like a child and couldn't help but shook his head and laughed silently. A few minutes later, Butler Zhou suddenly came to the garden in a hurry. Master, someone is looking for you outside. Butler Zhou ran to Shin Xiao and reported to him. Shin Xiao turned and looked at him and asked, Looking for me who? He's wearing a military uniform and looks about your age. Oh, by the way, he was with you when that general named Gao came to see you. After hearing Butler Zhou's description, Shin Xiao immediately knew who the visitor was. Let him in now. I'll meet him in the hall. Yes. Butler Zhou responded, and quickly turned around to invite the person in. Shin Xiao stood there, feeling a little doubtful. The person coming should be Li Yan. I just don't know why Li Yan suddenly came to find him. In short, it definitely didn't come for no reason. Shin Xiao turned around and said something to the old man, then turned and went to the hall. At this time, Li Yan was also brought in by butler Zhou. Shin Xiao, long time no see. Li Yan looked at Shin Xiao and greeted him with a smile. Shin Xiao asked Li Yan to sit down, and without any politeness, he asked directly, "You came all this way to see me. It must be something important, right?" Li Yan nodded. "Indeed, there is something I need your help with. In a few days, there will be an anti-terrorist exercise taking place at the border of Yunnan province. This time, the two teams from our base will be responsible for the execution. General Gao thought you were more familiar with terrorist organizations, so he wanted you to observe this exercise." Gao Shiwei thought about Shin Xiao, who was once an undercover agent in a terrorist organization. Naturally, they know the most about terrorist organizations and their methods. If he were to observe from the side, he would surely be able to discover the shortcomings in their military exercises. This will also enable them to be more adept at dealing with terrorist organizations in the future. After hearing Li Yan's words, Shin Xiao instantly understood Gao Shiwei's thoughts. I have to say that what Gao Shiwei thought does make sense. After all, no matter how much the military personnel imitate terrorist organizations, they can never be as cunning and treacherous as them. Moreover, there is another very important point. The military's Blue Army simulations of terrorist organizations are too conventional. Real terrorist organizations are not only insidious in their methods. There is no trace to be found when they move. In short, there is a terrorist, like Shin Xiao, sitting in observation. It can more clearly point out problems during simulation to the military. Shin Xiao, what do you think? Li Yan looked at Shin Xiao and asked. After all, this is not a mandatory task. If Shin Xiao doesn't want to go, he can simply refuse. After hearing what Li Yan said, Shin Xiao spoke without much hesitation. No problem. When is the drill? The day after tomorrow. Shin Xiao nodded and thought for a moment. The day after tomorrow, I don't have enough time, so I'll set off for Yun province today. Chapter 118, The Hidden Crisis. Okay, no problem. General Gao has already made arrangements. I'll go with you. When Li Yan saw Shin Xiao agreed, a smile appeared on his face. I'll go tell my family first. We will leave for Yun province later. After Shin Xiao finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the back garden. Let Li Yan wait here for a moment while he goes to talk to the old man. The old man is still playing with the parrot in the garden. As soon as he heard Shin Xiao coming to tell him that he had to leave for a few days for something, he nodded and agreed without hesitation. He knew that Shin Xiao was still working for the military. Although he cannot be strict on the surface, he knows it in his heart. This time Shin Xiao suddenly wanted to leave, probably because the military had some important matters. Then he naturally wouldn't stop it. After saying goodbye to the old man, Shin Xiao set off for Yun province with Li Yan. As the car started, Shin Xiao couldn't help but think. What would Shin Yuning's reaction be if she came home from get off work today and found out that he had left? I guess that childish guy will definitely be unhappy. When the time comes, when I come back, he might still be angry with me. Just thinking about how to coax her when the time comes gave Shin Xiao a headache. However, the most important thing for him now is the upcoming exercise. At this moment, thousands of miles away, in a humble mountain village in the Kingdom of Yu on the southern border of China, a huge conspiracy is being plotted in a wooden building here. I just received an update. A private biopharmaceutical research institute in China has just developed a genetic drug. It is reported that if this genetic drug is used to create biological weapons, its power will be immeasurable. If we could get this kind of genetic medicine, then we wouldn't have to be afraid of K2. A tall and thin man with deep and sinister eyes spoke slowly to his men in the room. This person is none other than the Scorpion who escaped from the Golden Triangle not long ago. At that time, Scorpion returned the satellite after being threatened by a polar bear. Soon after, we received the news that the United Mercenary Company had been taken over by K2. Moreover, it is said that K2's Chi Sha has also returned to the stage. Scorpio immediately felt that something was wrong. Then think about how he took the opportunity to annex the K2 territory. Scorpio instinctively knew that K2 would not let him go, so he immediately fled back to Yu. After all, his lair is here, and K2 will definitely not be able to find it in a short time. And just as Scorpion expected, K2 did send people to get rid of him. In response, the Scorpion secretly thanked himself for escaping so quickly. Otherwise, if it fell into K2's hands, the outcome would be unimaginable. During this period, Scorpion has been trying his best to avoid being found by K2. At the same time, he is also a person who is not willing to be stepped on by others. He has been trying to find ways to deal with K2 recently. It was just because of the failure of the last satellite seizure that the USE unilaterally severed its cooperation with him. Scorpio has been in a state of panic these days and has no idea what to do. But just today, he received news about genetic drugs and suddenly had an idea in his mind. The reason why K2 was able to rise rapidly internationally, isn't it because he has a batch of biological weapons in his hands? Moreover, it is reported that the batch of genetic drugs that have just been developed are extremely powerful. If it were used as a weapon, it would be the most powerful weapon in the world today. So, Scorpion decided to steal this batch of genetic drugs from China. After hearing what Scorpion said, his subordinates suddenly looked embarrassed. But the people from K2 are still searching for you. What's more, China has always had strict control. Even if you manage to get in by chance, it will be troublesome to get out. It's too dangerous for us to go there now. Scorpion naturally understands better than anyone the danger of traveling to China now. However, he naturally had his considerations for choosing to act now. Although the situation is very tense right now, I received news that the Chinese military is conducting exercises on the border of Yun province. We can take this opportunity to disguise ourselves as Chinese troops and head to the Yun province border. This will make it much easier to leave China. After listening to Scorpion's plan, his subordinates immediately understood. Scorpion's patience had run out by now, and he spoke rather impatiently. Okay, just follow my instructions. I will infiltrate China with you this time. Remember, only success is allowed. Failure is not allowed. Understand? Clear? Okay, then let's get ready quickly. I've already contacted the person in charge of the harbor. We will set off tonight and sneak into China secretly. Following Scorpion's command, all his men immediately began to prepare. Scorpion stood there and watched his men leave quietly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. I have been living in hiding for the past few days, and I feel so miserable. And all this is thanks to K2 and Shisha. Scorpion narrowed his eyes slightly and decided to seize this opportunity. One day, K2 and Shisha will be trampled under my feet. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Late at night, Scorpion and several of his capable men arrived at the port under the cover of darkness. Then, with the help of the connections made in advance, I got on the ship smoothly. Hide in the cabin on the bottom floor to avoid being discovered by outsiders. More than 10 minutes later, accompanied by a whistle, the ship slowly started and headed towards the northern waters. Finally, it gradually disappeared into the night. The next morning, Yunnan province. Shin Xiao and Li Yan had just arrived in Yunnan province. The two of them rested temporarily in a temporary rest area here. After preparation, go directly to the troop station at the border. It's still some distance from here to the training camp, but there's no rush. The exercise doesn't start until tomorrow morning. Let's go to the troop station first. Just wait until tomorrow morning and go directly to the exercise location. Li Yan stopped the car and said to Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao had no objection to this. So the two of them got off the car and rested for a while. At this moment, Shin Xiao's phone suddenly rang. Shin Xiao took out his cell phone and took a look and found that it was Chun Wan calling. So he turned around and said to Li Yan, I'm going to answer a phone call nearby. Li Yan laughed after hearing this and asked jokingly, why is the phone call so mysterious? Could it be from your girlfriend? Shin Xiao coughed lightly. A female friend. Oh, I understand. Go answer the phone. Li Yan said to Shin Xiao with a smile, as if to say, I understand everything. Shin Xiao didn't have time to explain to him, so he just walked aside and answered the phone. Hello, boss. I just received news that Scorpion appeared in China. As soon as Shin Xiao answered the phone, Shin Wan directly reported the news he received to Shin Xiao. What? Appeared in China? Shin Xiao smiled playfully when he heard this. Unexpectedly, he couldn't find the Scorpion even after searching everywhere in the Golden Triangle. It was really unexpected that he came to China. Chapter 119, ready to go? On the other end of the phone, Chun Wan slowly reported in detail to Shin Xiao. According to the information we received, he secretly arrived at the port in southeastern China by ship from Vietnam 2 days ago. We are now in Guangzhou. After hearing this, Shin Xiao pursed his lips slightly and couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Scorpion was originally from you, so it was understandable that he went to you after escaping from the Golden Triangle. But why would he suddenly come to China for no reason? You know, Scorpion is a wanted criminal in China. What's the difference between him coming here and seeking death? Boss, do you need our men to help get rid of the Scorpion? Shin Wan knew that Scorpion had always been hostile to China. His trip to China must have bad intentions, and Shin Xiao has long wanted to eradicate him completely. Shin Xiao thought for a moment and directly refused. No, the Chinese military will handle the situation within China. We, K2, are not in a position to intervene. I will inform the Chinese military about this matter. You don't have to worry about it for now. Okay, boss, I got it. Shinwan responded slowly, then asked again. By the way, boss, how are you doing recently? Have you recovered from your illness? Hearing Chunwan's concerned tone, Shin Xiao responded with a smile. Well, he's basically fully recovered, so you don't have to worry. That's good, but remember not to overwork yourself. Chunwan warned worriedly. After all, to her, nothing is more important than Shin Xiao. Okay, I get it. Do you treat me like a child? After hearing this, Shin Xiao couldn't help but laugh, and his expression became much softer. Chunwan couldn't help feeling embarrassed when he heard Shin Xiao's laughter. He cleared his throat and spoke calmly. No, I'm just a little worried about you. Okay, I understand. I'll take care of the scorpion first. We can talk later if you have anything else to say. Good. After saying that, Shin Xiao hung up the phone. Huaxia, how dare you come to Huaxia? Shin Xiao thought about it carefully and felt that there must be a conspiracy behind Scorpion's visit to China. However, after all, this is within China, and he can't let K2 interfere. So Shin Xiao went back and told Li Yin about this. What? Scorpion sneaked into China? Is he crazy? When Li Yin heard the news, his brows immediately furrowed. His expression was full of surprise and incomprehension. How could Scorpio be so bold as to come to their China? What's the difference between this and seeking death? But on second thought, isn't the most dangerous place the safest place? Li Yin pondered for a moment and slowly began to guess. Could it be that he thinks no one would expect him to come to China? Although China is heavily guarded and he is a wanted criminal in China, why would he ignore this place? Plus, China has a vast territory and a large population, so searching a single person is no easy task. Shin Xiao shook his head. Not necessarily. He suddenly came to China. There must be some conspiracy behind it. Anyway, you should contact General Gao immediately and have someone arrest Scorpion. Okay, I'll contact General Gao right away. Li Yin immediately nodded in response and hurriedly contacted Gao Shiwei to report the news to him. As soon as Gao Shiwei got the news, he immediately ordered people to track the Scorpion's whereabouts. Shin Xiao and Li Yin also drove to the Yunnan Provincial Military Base. After all, they have no time to take care of the Scorpion matter now. For both of them, what is more important now is this military exercise. At the same time, Huaxia Yun Province Special Operations Base. More than a dozen brown-green armored vehicles began to move along the winding and rugged mountain road. The car was carrying fully armed soldiers with live ammunition. In the sky above, several armed helicopters roared past. The entire base was filled with a serious and tense atmosphere. Everyone is preparing in advance for tomorrow's exercise. In a meeting room in the base, both sides of the huge, oval conference table were filled with people. In the middle of the table is a huge sandbox. The sand piled up above formed a simulated defense situation on the border of Yunnan province, with red and blue flags flying on it. At this time, the people sitting on both sides of the conference table were discussing the meeting with serious expressions. Among them, sitting at the top was a middle-aged man with a serious face and a stern expression. This man's name is Shi Song, and he is a high-ranking general at the Yun Province Special Operations Base. A pair of deep and sharp eyes slowly scanned everyone in the conference room. Tomorrow, your two teams will conduct a confrontation exercise in the border area of Yun Province. I know that your Thunder Commando and Red Cell Special Operations team are both ace teams of the Southwest Military Region. However, this exercise is extremely important. Both teams must demonstrate their full potential. Do you understand? Clear. The members of the Thunder Commando team and the Red Cell Special Operations Group immediately responded in unison. Then, the players from both teams looked at each other. There was already a sense of tension in his eyes. They had trained together and fought side by side in the military district before. But this time, as the red and blue sides in the confrontation exercise, they are each other's opponents. During the confrontation exercises, they naturally had to give their 100% strength. This is not only a respect for the exercise as a special forces soldier. It also allows them to discover their own shortcomings and weaknesses in combat through exercises. Therefore, both the Thunder Commandos and the Red Blood Cells attach great importance to this confrontation exercise. Shi Song looked at their resolute expressions and nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, Shun Shengchong began to explain to them the terrain deployment of this confrontation exercise and the issues that needed attention. The members of the two special forces teams all listened attentively to Shi Song's words. He was taking notes from time to time. The meeting lasted for more than 2 hours before it finally ended. That's all for today's meeting. You all should rest well and prepare for tomorrow's drill. Shi Song stood up and spoke to the two special forces teams with an expressionless face. Then he left the meeting room, leaving the Thunder Commandos and the Red Cell Special Operations team face to face. I heard that your Thunder Commando team has always touted itself as the top ace special forces team in our southwest military region. When He Ching-wang saw Shi Ching-song leave, he relaxed a little. He said jokingly to the Thunder Commandos opposite. Several members of the Thunder Commando team are old acquaintances of the red blood cells. Hearing He Ching-wang's joking words, Lei Zhan, the captain of the Thunder Commando, smiled and spoke. This is not something we said ourselves. It is recognized by our entire southwest military region. Bullshit. Lei Zhan, how dare you talk nonsense? After hearing this, Li Erniu on the side immediately rolled his eyes at Lei Zhan. How could I have said that? Isn't this a recognized fact? Why, you red blood cells are not convinced. Lei Zhan looked at Li Erniu and asked jokingly. What do you mean by recognized? We red blood cells have never recognized it. He Ching-wang couldn't help but speak. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhan smiled and walked to He Ching-wang, then raised his hand and hit him on the shoulder. You haven't admitted it? Then I will make you admit it tomorrow. Just wait for your defeat to be accepted with conviction. After Lei Zhan finished speaking, the rest of the Thunder Commando team also echoed him. That's right. I'm going to make you red blood cells admit defeat tomorrow. Yeah, who is the real ace team? Let's find out during the actual combat drill. If your red blood cells lose too badly, don't deny it. When the red blood cells heard their shouting, they immediately started to argue unconvincedly. It's still unclear who will lose by then. That's right. If you, the Thunder Commando, lose tomorrow, it will be a slap in the face. What do you mean by if? The Thunder Commandos are definitely going to lose. Although both teams knew that the other side was strong. However, they are more confident in their own strength. I am even more convinced that I will never lose to the other party. After the verbal debate, the two walked out of the conference room together. The two teams went back to rest and discussed countermeasures to prepare for tomorrow's drill. Chapter 120, Double Attack, No Way to Escape. While preparations for the exercise were being made intensively at the border of Yunnan province, a major event occurred in Jiangxing in central China. A biological science research base located in the suburbs of Jiangxing was robbed. This biological research base was invested by a local pharmaceutical company. It has recruited many experts and has been committed to researching various new types of biological agents for many years. But late at night, a group of people suddenly sneaked into the research base. A batch of newly developed biological genetic samples in the base were stolen. At present, the entire city of Jiangxing has been under martial law, and all efforts are being made to hunt down the thieves. After all, it involves biopharmaceuticals, which is a big deal. Therefore, not long after the incident happened, it alarmed the military. The next morning, Shin Shaojing and Li Yinzheng were preparing to set off for the exercise site. Unexpectedly, Li Yin suddenly received a message and was immediately shocked. Damn, so this is his goal. What happened? Shin Shao looked at Li Yan's frown and couldn't help but ask. Yesterday, the latest biological gene samples developed by a biopharmaceutical research base in Jiangxing were stolen. According to our investigation, it was Scorpion who did it. After I reported the news about the Scorpion, you mentioned to General Gao yesterday. So he sent people to Guangshi area to find out the whereabouts of the Scorpion. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. By the time they arrived, Scorpion had already set off for Jiangxing. Our people followed closely, but unexpectedly, they were still a step behind. The Scorpion has now stolen the genetic samples and is preparing to flee abroad. Shin Shao is not an outsider, and he was the one who found out about Scorpion. So Li Yin did not hide anything and told him the whole story. Upon hearing this, Shin Shao's face darkened slightly. He had previously considered that this happened within China, so he did not allow K2 to continue to intervene. Unexpectedly, the Scorpion's purpose was to get the genetic sample. As Shin Shao is in charge of K2, he naturally understands what this means. In today's era, all kinds of scientific research are developing rapidly. Among them, the biogenetic drug project has developed rapidly. But at the same time, this demand has also attracted the covetousness of many underground armed forces. Because if biological agents are linked to weapons, then its power is thousands of times stronger than ordinary munitions. Initially, K2 was feared by all major armed forces because he possessed this type of weapon. It has become one of the most powerful terrorist organizations in the world. Shin Shao has now guessed Scorpion's true purpose. If he were really allowed to take these genetic samples abroad for such purposes, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shin Shao thought quickly and realized that Scorpion would definitely leave China quickly after getting the genetic sample. So he immediately contacted the K2 people and asked them to encircle Scorpion at the border of China. He must not be allowed to leave. This Scorpion is really a perpetrator who has set his sights on this. Li Yin said with a worried and angry look on his face. Scorpios do this simply for their own interests and power. He doesn't care about the lives of millions of people. It's really abominable. Shin Shao sneered and spoke slowly. People like this are naturally mad and crazy. They will do anything to make a comeback. However, there is no way he will escape from China this time. Now K2 people are blocking the border. The Chinese military has also been dispatched to hunt down Scorpion. No matter what, there is no way the Scorpion will escape this time. Then, Shin Shao turned around and looked at Li Yan. The troops will handle this matter. Scorpion won't be able to escape. We should hurry to the training camp first. The training is about to begin. Good. Li Yan also knew that he could not do anything about the Scorpion matter now. What's more, as Shin Shao said, the troops have been dispatched, and there is no way the Scorpion can escape. So he drove the car and rushed to the exercise camp with Shin Shao. At the same time, in the border area of Yunnan province, more than a dozen simple tents were set up on the open plain. The fully armed soldiers around were all standing in neat rows, with straight postures and serious expressions. There are more than a dozen large armored vehicles parked nearby. Everyone is preparing for today's confrontation exercise. On the flat open space in front of the tent, a straight figure stood there. It was Shi Song, the person in charge of this exercise. Shi Song looked into the distance with a serious and calm expression. But in a moment, two large military green jeeps drove towards this side quickly. Squeak! Accompanied by two sharp brake sounds, two jeeps stopped in front of Shi Song. Afterwards, the soldiers on the vehicle got off quickly and orderly. They lined up neatly and stood opposite Shi Song. It was the Thunder Commandos and the Red Cell Special Operations Team. Shi Song glanced at the time, then looked at them and spoke in a deep voice. Senior leaders from all sides attach great importance to this confrontation exercise. That's why we chose your two teams. As the two most powerful teams in the military region, you must give it your all this time. Do you understand? I heard it clearly. The two special forces teams immediately responded in unison, their faces full of determination. Shi Song nodded slowly. This exercise is divided into two sides, red and blue. The Thunder Commandos are the red team, and the Red Cell Special Team is the blue team. As long as the red team can kill all of the blue team, they will win this exercise. But if by this time tomorrow, you still haven't been able to eliminate the blue team, then you have completely failed, and vice versa. Clear. Our Thunder Commando team will definitely win this exercise and live up to the expectations of our leaders. Lei Zhan faced Shi Song straight and answered in a firm tone. He Ching Wang on the side was not to be outdone and immediately spoke in a strong and resounding voice. Our Red Cell team is determined to win this exercise and will never let our leaders down. The two sides had already started competing before the exercise officially began. This time, though, the red blood cells are simulating terrorist tissue. However, they must also use all their strength. After all, in actual combat, those terrorist organizations will not show mercy to them. The more they create difficulties for each other in the exercises, this will also enable their military to deal with real terrorist organizations more calmly in future actual combat. Shi Song looked at them, nodded slowly, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his face. What soldiers have is courage and confidence. Okay, then I'll wait here for your good news. We even invited an expert in this field to observe this exercise. You must give it your all. Now I declare that this exercise officially begins. Chapter 121 predicted your prediction. Following Shi Song's order, the two teams immediately took action. This exercise was conducted in Qingshi Mountain on the border of Yunnan province. As discussed in yesterday's meeting, the blue team, that is, the Red Cell Action Team, was the first to enter the mountain. The 5 members of the Red Cell team drove a command vehicle along a hidden mountain road into the mountains. The Red Team's Thunder Commando arrived half an hour later. We rappelled into the mountains from an armed helicopter. Shi Song was in the tent in the camp. The real-time situation is viewed through the cameras worn by the players of both teams. A few minutes later, the curtain of the camp tent was suddenly lifted. When Shi Song heard the sound, he immediately turned around and looked back. I saw a tall and handsome figure walking in slowly. Wait until he walks into the tent. Only then did Shi Song see clearly that the other person was a young man in his 20s with good looks. Who are you? Shi Song looked at the person in front of him with a serious gaze. Captain Shi. Just as Shi Song was looking around, a soldier walked in and saluted him. Shi Song took a look at the other person and instantly recognized him. Are you General Gao's adjutant, Li Yan? Shi Song asked Li Yan, who had just walked into the door. Li Yan responded with a serious expression. Yes. Then he walked up to Shi Song and introduced him to him. Let me introduce you. This is Shin Shao, the man General Gao specially invited to observe this exercise. Then he turned to Shin Shao and said, Shin Xiao, this is Shi Song, the person in charge of this exercise, Brigade Commander Shi. Shin Xiao. Upon hearing this, Shi Song looked at the person in front of him carefully again. Gao Shiwei had informed him yesterday that he had specially invited an expert to participate in this exercise. It is said that this person is very familiar with the terrorist organization. Gao Shiwei specially invited him to observe in the hope that he could point out the shortcomings in the exercise for them. Shi Song naturally had no objection to this. However, he did not expect that the expert Gao Shiwei mentioned would be such a young person. Shin Xiao looked at Shi Song and saw a flash of suspicion in his eyes. There was no big reaction, just a slight nod at him. Although Shi Song still had doubts in his heart, he thought that the other party was recommended by Gao Shiwei. So he didn't say anything more and nodded indifferently. Since General Gao invited you to observe, please sit down. They have just entered the mountainous area and are about to officially begin the exercise. Good. Shin Xiao responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Then, he and Li Yin sat down on the chair next to Shi Song, quietly watching the picture on the screen in front of you. Through real-time images, Shin Xiao could clearly see the situation in the mountains. At this time, both teams had arrived in the mountains. The Red Cell Special Operations Team, representing the Blue Team, drove a car and stopped at a secluded location in the mountains. Afterwards, several people from the Red Blood Cell quickly set up a simple tent here as a camp. After Li Erniu set up the tent, he wiped his sweat and asked He Chengwang, "Captain, let's just set up a tent here. This is too obvious. Setting up a tent here openly, isn't this clearly telling the Thunder Commandos that they are here? Do you think everyone is as stubborn as you? When the Thunder Commandos see this tent, they will definitely think there's something fishy going on." Before He Chengwang could answer, Wang Yambing on the side couldn't help but say, "What does that mean? Could it be that the captain deliberately set up a tent to trick them?" Li Erniu looked at the team members beside him in confusion. He Chengwang glanced at him and continued with the finishing work in his hands. "No, we are pressed for time and don't have time to set up a tent to entertain them. So what is this for?" Li Erniu scratched his head and asked with a puzzled look. "We'll use this as our campsite and stay here," He Chengwang said lightly. Li Erniu frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly realized. When the Thunder Commandos see such an obvious camp, they will definitely think it's a cover. I'll definitely skip it without even looking at it. In that case, we can just avoid their pursuit by staying inside. "Captain, is this what you mean?" He Chengwang had just finished the finishing work at hand and turned to look at him and said, "The people in the Thunder Commando team are not so simple-minded. They definitely won't think this is just a cover. They'll definitely guess we're in there. They just want to confuse people with this obvious tent." "What do you mean?" Li Erniu asked in confusion. "What does it mean to not think that this cover is just a cover? I guess that they were really hiding in this disguise. What is going on?" Wang Yambing on the side couldn't bear it anymore and spoke directly to Li Erniu. "It means you're simple-minded. When the time comes, the Thunder Commandos will see this tent and think it's obviously a cover. But on second thought, isn't the most dangerous place the safest place? So, they guessed that we were actually hiding here." Li Erniu thought about it for a long time and finally figured out the logic. "I see. However, since the other party is so smart that he can guess it, then what are we still doing hiding in here?" He Chengwang sighed and slowly began to explain. "Of course, it's like inviting someone into a trap. If they guess we're inside, they'll definitely investigate. We'll set up traps around here and take them down in one fell swoop. In this way, don't we win this exercise? On the other hand, if they are really as naive as you and don't think so deeply, they can just skip this. That's just as well, since they can't annihilate us before tomorrow morning anyway. We still win." "I see, Captain, now I understand." Li Erniu now finally understood He Chengwang's plan. A look of enlightenment. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh that their captain's brain was really not comparable to his own. He Chengwang smiled and patted his shoulder. "Okay, now that you understand, let's get to work. Set traps in the tent and all around here. Wait for the Thunder Commandos to arrive." "Yes." Afterwards, several members of the Red Cell immediately took action and set traps around the tent. At this moment, their every move was seen by Shin Xiao, Shi Song, and others through the image. Shi Song couldn't help but nodded and praised. He Chengwang is quite cunning. This is indeed a good idea. Shin Xiao, who was standing by, smiled faintly when he heard this, and seemed to disagree with what Shi Song said. Although his laughter was very light, Shi Song still noticed it. So, he turned to look at Shin Xiao and asked in a deep voice, "Shin Xiao, what's the matter? Do you think He Chengwang's plan is not good?" Chapter 122, Playing by the Rules. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiao glanced at Shi Song. Then he spoke slowly. "It's a good plan, but it's just average. Well, decent. Shi Song frowned slightly, obviously disagreeing with Shin Xiao's statement. When Shin Xiao saw Shi Song's expression, he understood what he was thinking. He paused and spoke slowly. The blue team's strategy is indeed feasible, and it has both offensive and defensive advantages. But this is only in terms of fighting against our troops. If they were a real terrorist organization, they would never use such a merciful tactic. The members of those terrorist organizations are basically all a group of extremely vicious criminals. Their methods are extremely cruel and cunning. When facing the enemy, they will never give the other party a chance to survive. Shi Song was stunned when he heard Shin Xiao's words. After thinking about his words carefully, I suddenly felt that they made sense. The red blood cell strategy is indeed a good one. But at this time, the role they play is that of a terrorist organization. And the real terrorist organizations face their military. The means will definitely not be so merciful. Shi Song thought for a moment, then looked at Shin Xiao and asked, "Then, in your opinion, how can the blue team conduct this exercise in the most consistent manner with the terrorist organization's practices? What patterns do these terrorist organizations follow in their actions?" Shi Song didn't know who Shin Xiao was. But since Gao Shiwei said that he knew a lot about terrorist organizations, he must be right. After hearing this, Shin Xiao smiled and said with a calm glance at the screen in front of him, "The biggest characteristic of terrorist organizations' actions is that they have no characteristics. Shi Song, listening to your words is better than listening to your whole speech." Is there any difference between Shin Xiao's answer and no answer? Looking at Shi Song's stunned expression, Shin Xiao coughed lightly and spoke again. "If I have to say what the characteristics are, it's extreme unscrupulousness and extreme cruelty. In short, their methods have no bottom line at all. I won't leave any room for my opponent. Their methods are not like the militaries, which have their own set of rules. So, we can only adapt to the situation when facing them. Always be prepared to deal with any unexpected changes." You are indeed right. After hearing this, Shi Song slowly nodded in response. Those terrorist organizations are not only ruthless in their methods. There really is no pattern to the actions. But if that's the case, then wouldn't our anti-terrorism exercise be of much significance? Shin Xiao shook his head slowly. Once something is done, it won't be meaningless. Although we cannot predict the methods used by terrorist organizations, I can still predict some aspects. After watching this exercise, I will help them point out each one. Good. Shi Song nodded after hearing this, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Shin Xiao. Before, he just thought Shin Xiao was a little too young. But now it seems that he still has some skills. Although we just had a brief conversation. But it can be seen from this that Shin Xiao really understands this very well and sees it clearly enough. He couldn't help but look forward to the next exercise, and even more so to what suggestions Shin Xiao would come up with. At this time, in Qingshi Mountain, the exercises of the two teams were still proceeding in an orderly manner. The sky was gradually getting dark. The blue team's Red Cell Special Operations team has set up numerous traps around the tent, just waiting for the arrival of the red team's Lightning Commandos. The other side of the mountains, several members of the Thunder Commando team, dressed in camouflage combat uniforms, were moving through the dense woods in the mountains. He was carrying a full set of weapons and equipment. However, compared with normal combat, they were carrying blank bullets at this time. Although it is dark now, almost everyone is wearing night vision equipment. Even in the dark, you can clearly see all the obstacles in front of you. The Thunder Commandos moved quickly forward. After passing through the current woods, we suddenly entered an open flat land. There seems to be something happening up ahead. As they marched, Captain Lei Zhan suddenly spoke. Then he raised his hand to signal all the team members to stop and quickly hide behind the cover nearby. Sniper Yin Gang immediately took out a telescope and began to observe. Report to the captain, a tent was found ahead. Tent. Could it be a temporary camp set up by the red blood cells? Lei Zhan murmured in thought after hearing this. Hu Jiwei, the staff officer standing by, directly denied it. Impossible, the other party shouldn't be so blatant. Aren't you afraid that we won't notice? That's true, so this is a deliberate prank on us. Lei Zhan said with a frown on his face. Not necessarily. What if they had anticipated our thoughts and thought we would think it was a cover-up? Instead, they didn't take it seriously and didn't check it out. And they are actually hiding in this tent. And Ran looked ahead and whispered. She thought that the other party would not be so bored as to take the time to set up a tent here as a cover. After hearing this, Hu Ziyuan thought for a moment. And Ran is right. The most dangerous place is the safest. Similarly, wasn't our first reaction just now to think that this was a cover-up and that the other party couldn't possibly be in there? In this way, we will most likely skip this place directly. It seems that the other party's routine is really deep enough. Lei Zhan couldn't help but sigh. Then let's just attack directly and catch them off guard? Wait a minute. But there is also a possibility that the other party has predicted our prediction. They anticipated everything we had just suspected, so they weren't actually in the tent at all. There might be traps set up inside. If we rush in, we'll just be ambushed. And Rand suddenly thought of this possibility and spoke quickly. Yin Gang, who was standing by, couldn't help but sigh when he heard this and looked confused. No, why is it still one link after another? How can the other party predict so many levels? Because they have brains. Hu Jiwei complained ruthlessly. What do you mean? Don't think I can't hear you. You're saying I'm stupid. Yin Gang lowered his voice and spoke viciously to Hu Jiwei. All right, it's already late. The most important thing now is to quickly find a way to annihilate the blue team. Lei Zhan couldn't help but scold. Hu Jiwei and Yin Gang fell silent immediately. After a moment, Hu Jiwei spoke in a low voice. The key point now is that we really can't predict what part of our thinking the other party has anticipated. I don't know if there's anyone in the tent, or if there's an ambush. What should I do? After hearing this, Lei Zhan lowered his brows and pondered for a long time, then spoke after thinking for a while. If you want to know what it's like inside a tent, just try it and you'll know. Chapter 123, A Backup Plan. Lei Jian and the others discussed in a low voice. The next course of action was then determined. Immediately afterwards, several people quietly approached the red blood cell tent. Everyone listen up, split into 2 teams and ambush on the left and right. Clear. Following Lei Zhan's order, all members quickly divided into 2 teams as just agreed. They quickly surrounded the tent from 2 directions. Get ready. Team 2 will sneak over from the left and head directly towards the tent. Lei Zhan led and ran and others and stopped after walking to a bush about 10 meters away from the tent. Then, he used the communicator to speak to the second team, led by Hu Jiwei. Receive. On the other side, Hu Jiwei immediately led the members of the second team directly towards the tent. Hu Jiwei walked at the front, observing his surroundings with a cautious and serious expression. The other team members carefully followed Hu Jiwei's steps and rushed towards the tent quickly. However, just when they arrived near the tent, Hu Jiwei suddenly felt his legs go weak. The next moment, Hu Jiwei felt something was wrong and immediately shouted, "Be careful, there's an ambush." The moment he finished speaking, a booby trap suddenly popped out from the mud outside the tent and flew towards them at a rapid speed. The Thunder Commando is the trump card of the Langia Special Operations Base. Every member of the team is an elite who has undergone countless trainings. The reaction speed is naturally good. After hearing Hu Jiwei's words, he immediately rushed to the side as fast as he could, avoided the attack of the explosive pack. Bang! Accompanied by a blast, the booby trap exploded instantly, raising a cloud of dust. Although the weapons they used during the drills were all blank ammunition, it will only release electronic signals to determine whether it has been eliminated. But this explosion really made Hu Jiwei and others feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, they dodged in time and were not eliminated. Hu Jiwei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next second, several nimble and agile figures quickly jumped out of the tent. Before Hu Jiwei and others could get up from the ground, these figures immediately raised their weapons and pulled the triggers. Bang, 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 accompanied by several gunshots. White smoke suddenly came out of Hu Jiwei and others' bodies, and they were eliminated on the spot. After Hu Jiwei was eliminated, he immediately looked at the people who rushed out. It's the red blood cell group. Captain, you're really good at predicting things. They actually came to our tent to find out what's going on. Li Erniu said proudly as he looked at Hu Jiwei and others who had been eliminated. He Qingwang on the side did not answer him, but looked at Hu Jiwei and others carefully. After seeing them clearly, his gaze suddenly froze. No, they have the wrong number. He Qingwang instantly discovered that Lei Zhan and his companions were not here at all. He Qingwang suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately shouted, "Hurry, get behind the cover. The enemy has a backup plan." But it's too late. At the same moment, He Qingwang finished speaking. A gunshot suddenly rang out from a distance. With a bang, it hit He Qingwang directly. The next moment, a cloud of smoke quickly emerged from He Qingwang's head. Faced with this mutation, the other members of the red blood cell were all caught off guard. Immediately afterwards, the rest of the people prepared to dodge. But at this moment, 2 figures quickly jumped out from the bushes nearby. Bang, bang, bang. Before the rest of the red blood cell members had time to react, 2 figures quickly opened fire and eliminated several people directly. There was no time at all for them to dodge or respond. Well, now you red blood cells should admit defeat, right? Lei Zhan put away his gun and slowly walked up to He Qingwang and others. Looking at Lei Zhan and Ran and Yin Gang, who was slowly walking towards him from a distance. He Qingwang suddenly sighed deeply. I made a mistake after all. This time, we admit defeat. However, we red blood cells will definitely find an opportunity to win it back in the future. He Qingwang looked at Lei Zhan and spoke slowly. It was his lack of forethought that led him to believe that the other party would see through his plan completely. He used a tactic of throwing a stone to test the waters, luring them out and eliminating them in one fell swoop. This time, he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. However, losing once doesn't mean that their red blood cells are really inferior to thunder and lightning. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhan smiled and nodded at He Qingwang and others. Okay, then we, Raiden, will be waiting. After finishing speaking, the two teams looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Then, He Qingwang reached out and pulled up Hu Zhuwei and others who were still lying on the ground. They are both rivals and comrades in arms. This actual combat simulation was more of a contest between the two teams. It is also an opportunity for them to discover their own shortcomings and improve their team capabilities through competition with each other. The simulation ended with the elimination of all red blood cells. The two teams then began to return to the camp. How on earth did you figure out our captain's plan? I was almost confused at the time, and you guys were able to guess it like this? On the way, Li Erniu couldn't help but ask. Until now, he still couldn't figure out their captain's complicated and complete plan. How could they have found out? Looking at Li Erniu's confused expression, Lei Jian and the others couldn't help but smile. Afterwards, Yin Gang and Shun Xiao put their hands on Li Erniu's shoulders and looked at him with mysterious expressions. Well, it's because... What? We are a group of smart people in our team, and we rely on collective wisdom. If your team has someone who's holding them back, then naturally it won't work. A drag. Li Erniu stopped and muttered silently. After a few seconds, he suddenly realized what was happening. The one you're talking about holding back isn't me, is it? You're still able to react. Looks like you haven't fallen behind too much yet. Yin Gang suddenly laughed out loud. After hearing this, Li Erniu punched him directly. The others couldn't help laughing after seeing this. Afterwards, we reviewed the simulation process while returning. The entire process of their simulation was seen by Shi Qingsong and others in the camp. Raiden and the others did a good job this time. I didn't expect them to be so thoughtful. He was able to see through the red blood cells' plan and even counterattack by luring them out. Not bad. Shi Qingsong looked at the two teams that had already started their return journey and nodded. A smile appeared on his usually serious face. Shin Xiao, who was standing by, glanced at him sideways after hearing this, but his face was serious. If I were the person in charge of this simulated battle, then Lei Dian's actions this time were completely unsatisfactory. What? Shi Qingsong's expression froze when he heard this. He turned around and looked at Shun Xiao with an expression that didn't quite understand. I don't understand why he said that. Chapter 124 Mysterious Disappearance. Shin Xiao looked at Shi Qingsong seriously and asked, Do you remember the significance of this simulation? Significance? Shi Qingsong looked up, not understanding why Shin Xiao asked that. Yes, it is indeed counterterrorism. This time, the blue team is just an assumed target. In future real-life operations, when facing real opponents, will Raiden also adopt this tactic? This is a simulation, and all the ammunition used are blanks, but in reality, it's all live ammunition. Shin Xiao said this with a grave expression, looking very surprised. After Shin Xiao's reminder and explanation, Shi Qingsong suddenly understood. Yes, this is a simulation drill, so blank bullets are used. But if this is the reality, then Hu Zhiwei and his group would be in real danger. Moreover, the explosives hidden around the tent must be real. By then, the other party won't need to show up at all. Then naturally there would be no such thing as luring the snake out of its hole later. So, after careful consideration, this exercise really doesn't make much sense. You do have a point. When they come back, I will criticize them seriously. Shi Qingsong looked at Shin Xiao and said seriously. Shin Xiao nodded. Criticism is secondary. The most important thing is to summarize the experience and problems. When faced with real situations in the future, we won't be helpless. After saying that, Shin Xiao stood up. It's getting late, I'll go back first. Regarding the problems encountered in this operation, I will sort them out and send them to you after I return. Good. Shi Qingsong stood up and responded. Now that the operation is over, there is no need to keep watching here. Shin Xiao nodded slightly at Shi Qingsong. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Shin Xiao's cell phone suddenly vibrated and he received a message. The news showed that Scorpion fled all the way from Jiangqing. However, after fleeing into the border of Yun province, he disappeared. This made the pursuers feel a little helpless. They followed Scorpion and his group all the way. But for some reason, after entering Yun province, The scorpion disappeared mysteriously, leaving the pursuers with no clue where to track it. Moreover, the Yunnan province is covered with dense forests, and the terrain is complex and rugged with lush vegetation. If Scorpion and his group escaped into the dense forest, then it would be extremely difficult to hunt them down. When Shun Xiao saw this news, his eyes fixed. It disappeared as soon as it entered Yun province. Isn't that strange? Logically, the trackers were keeping up with them. No matter how powerful a scorpion is, it is impossible for it to disappear in an instant. Shin Xiao felt that there must be a conspiracy behind this. Moreover, Shin Xiao guessed that Scorpion had escaped to Yun province. Then 9 out of 10 times they will choose to escape from the border through the dense forests on the border of Yunnan province. But once they escape into the jungle, it may not be easy to track him down. Just as Shin Xiao was thinking, Shi Qing in the tent also received instructions from his superiors. What? Okay, I got it. I'll send someone out right away. After hearing the news from the other end of the phone, Shi Qing's expression instantly became extremely serious. He responded briefly and clearly before hanging up the phone. Shin Xiao heard what Shi Qing said. I immediately realized that he must have received the news that Scorpion had escaped into Yun province. Li Yin, who was standing aside, was very confused when he saw Shin Xiao, and Shi Qing's expressions became serious one after another. What happened to you? Shi Qing was just about to explain the situation to Li Yin, but after seeing Shin Xiao standing beside him, he suddenly fell silent. Although Shin Xiao was invited by Gao Shiwei, he was not a direct participant in this operation after all. Shi Qing naturally could not tell him this news. Li Yin naturally saw the concerns in Shi Qing's heart. He spoke quickly. Shin Xiao is not an outsider. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Shin Xiao knew more secrets than him, so there was no need to avoid him. Shi Qing was stunned when he heard this and was about to say something. Shin Xiao spoke directly first. You're probably talking about how the scorpion escaped to Yun province and disappeared. How do you know? After Shin Xiao finished speaking, Shi Qing's eyes widened in surprise. He had just received this message. How could Shin Xiao know about it? Could it be that he has the ability to read minds? Scorpion fled to Yun province and then disappeared? How could this happen? On the side, Li Yan's focus was obviously different from Shi Qing's. After all, it was Shin Xiao who informed him of the scorpion's infiltration into China. So he didn't find it strange at all that Shin Xiao knew the latest news now. Instead, he was very surprised that the scorpion had disappeared. Shin Xiao slowly explained to him. I don't know. He really acted very strangely this time. It is said that after entering Yun province, there was no trace of him, as if he had suddenly evaporated. But I think they are likely to escape from the primitive jungles on the border. As he spoke, Shin Xiao glanced at the time. Judging from the time the scorpion disappeared, it should have reached the border area by now. Then we must hurry and chase them. Otherwise, if the scorpions escape across the border, it will be disastrous. Li Yin said with a very nervous expression. Scorpion still has the genetic sample in his hand. If he were to take her abroad, the consequences would be unimaginable. No, I already knew the surrounding situation before the simulation yesterday. According to information, our site is close to the border and is a pristine jungle. The terrain inside is extremely complex. If we enter rashly, it would be very dangerous. Shin Xiao had just thought a lot. He thought Scorpion was not a rash person. He has lived in the Golden Triangle and Vietnam for many years, and is likely to be very familiar with the forest area on the border of Yunnan province. If he really left the dense forest, the roads there would be rugged and the trees would be dense, making it very difficult to track him. He thought that there was a great possibility that the scorpion would do so. However, there might be some purpose behind this. So what should we do? Li Yan's brows were tightly knitted together, and he felt anxious inside. Shi Qing watched the two people asking and answering each other, completely ignoring his question, and couldn't help but speak. You too. Bang! But before Shi Qing could finish his words, he was suddenly interrupted by a sudden gunshot from the surveillance camera nearby. Shin Xiao and the other two have all received professional training. He immediately realized that the sound was not the sound of blank bullets used in simulation drills, but it is the sound of live ammunition. The expressions of several people changed instantly, and they immediately looked towards the surveillance footage. It was seen that Lei Jian and Red Blood Cell, who were on their way back, were suddenly ambushed. Hu Jiwei of the Thunder Commando was injured in the arm, and his arm was soaked in blood. The two teams reacted instantly, hid in the shelter nearby, and quickly launched a counterattack. Chapter 127 ending. Scorpion hid behind a tree trunk, listening to the continuous gunfire from the opposite side, his expression solemn. He had no idea who would ambush and attack him here. Boss, what should we do? There are so many people on the other side. We are no match for them. The subordinate asked Scorpion in an anxious tone. The other party came at them with great force, and several of them were unable to dodge and were shot and fell to the ground. Moreover, judging from the enemy's firepower, their numbers far outnumbered them. They were already running low on ammunition, and now they were no match for the enemy. Scorpio naturally understood the situation they were in at the moment. However, now they are facing an enemy with unknown origin and fierce firepower. There's no telling when the Chinese troops in the rear will catch up. They are now in a dilemma and have no way out. Scorpion gripped the gun tightly in his hand, his joints turning faintly white. Then, Scorpion quickly recalled the terrain nearby in his mind. Let's go. First, retreat backwards, then go out from the east side of the forest area. Scorpion remembered that the eastern exit of this forest area also led to the border. It just requires a detour, so the Scorpion did not choose to leave from there. I didn't expect that it would become a retreat for me now. So, Scorpion immediately led the rest of his men and quickly evacuated back to the dense forest area. Then he immediately ran towards the east. Just after Scorpion and his men retreated to the east, the gunfire across the border also stopped immediately. Peace has returned to both sides of the border. Only a few low conversations could be heard vaguely. They retreated to the east. Should we chase them? No need. As long as they want to cross this line, no matter which direction they run, they will not be able to escape our control. As the last sentence fell, the surroundings became silent again. Apart from the dropped bullets and a few of his men who were shot and fell to the ground, everything was the same as usual. While peace was restored here, Scorpion and his men were running quickly towards the east. As Scorpion moved quickly through the dense bushes, he kept wondering about the identity of the group of people just now. If they took action outside the border, then it definitely wasn't someone from China. As for overseas, the word K2 suddenly flashed through Scorpion's mind. In the southeast of China, no, now it should be said that it is in the area south of China. Basically everything is under K2's control. Besides, K2 has been chasing him all this time, and Scorpion judged that the group of people just now were most likely K2's men. Thinking of this, a cold look suddenly flashed across Scorpion's eyes. K2 is really pushing himself to death. This time, when he returns to U State with the genetic sample, he will have the capital to compete with K2. At that time, I will never let Chi Sha and anyone from K2 go. Scorpion secretly made up his mind that he must kill K2 in the future. More than 10 minutes later, Scorpion and his men quickly rushed to the exit on the east side of the forest area. This time, Scorpion was extremely cautious and observed his surroundings carefully. He even asked his men to go out and scout the way for a while. Only after confirming that no one from the other side attacked them did they let down their guard. Quick, evacuate from here. Scorpion gave an order and immediately led the others to quickly move towards the opposite side. However, just when Scorpion relaxed his heart and just crossed the border, a gunshot suddenly rang out from a distance. Bang! With a fierce sound, a bullet shot directly towards the Scorpion's head. The moment the gunshot rang out, Scorpion's heart skipped a beat. The next moment he dodged to the side. However, this time, the opponent's sniper's marksmanship was incredibly accurate. The shot hit the Scorpion's head directly, leaving it with no way to escape. Scorpion's eyes widened, with a look of disbelief on his face. It seemed as if he couldn't believe that he would be buried in this place. The next moment, the Scorpion fell straight back to the ground. With a plop sound, a cloud of dust was instantly raised. Boss! The men were at a loss when faced with the sudden situation, and Scorpion fell to the ground after being shot. But at this time, bullets from the opposite side were fired at them one after another. By the time they reacted and wanted to dodge, it was too late. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a burst of fierce gunfire, all the armed men disguised as medics were instantly shot into sieves. They fell to the ground one after another, losing their breath. Scorpion and his men are also quite skilled. However, the opponent's ability was so amazing that they didn't even have a chance to fight back. A moment later, after confirming that Scorpion and others were all killed, the figure opposite slowly appeared. A foreign man with a beard put away his gun and walked slowly to the Scorpion's body. After confirming that Scorpion had no chance of survival after being shot in the head, the bearded man leaned over and pulled off the necklace from Scorpion's neck. Then he went straight back to the opposite side. He evacuated the place together with the people who were ambushing on the opposite side. At the junction of the two places, only bullet casings and the bodies of Scorpion and his men were left. The Scorpion had stopped breathing, but its eyes were still wide open. Obviously, he was filled with resentment and shock when he died. He never expected that he would die here so unexpectedly. But everything is a foregone conclusion. In the past 20 years, countless turmoil has been stirred up in U State and the Golden Triangle area. The armed leader who was feared and hated by the Chinese troops and various underground forces finally came to an end. Half an hour later, in the camp of the Yunnan province border exercise, Shi Song looked at Shen Xiao, who was sitting in the chair with a leisurely and calm expression, and couldn't help feeling a little anxious. It had now been over an hour since their troops had fled after the scorpion attack, although he did not send anyone to track down the scorpion, as Shin Xiao said. However, people are still using satellite monitoring and radar to detect the scorpion's location. But up to now, no trace of the scorpion has been found. Shi Song couldn't help but feel worried, fearing that scorpion would escape from China. Shin Xiao, is there still no news about scorpion? Shi Song couldn't help but ask, trying his best to remain calm. Shin Xiao raised his wrist to check the time and spoke calmly. Don't worry, it's still early. Shi Song was speechless for a moment when he heard this, but it was not because he couldn't bear it. It is really like facing the enemy fleeing and not being able to pursue them. The feeling that he had no control over the matter really made him feel a little uneasy. But Shin Xiao has been sitting here very calmly, and Shi Song really has no idea what he is up to. A few minutes later, when Shi Song couldn't help but want to ask Shin Xiao again. Suddenly, Shin Xiao's cell phone rang. Shin Xiao took a look and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he got up and left the tent. Chapter 128. The Mountain Man has his own clever plan. Inside the tent, Shi Song was waiting with a serious expression. He was very unsure at this moment. I have no idea what Shin Xiao is doing. Adjutantly, what on earth is Shin Xiao doing? It's been almost 2 hours now. If Scorpion really escapes from China, it will be troublesome. Shi Song spoke to Li Yin in a deep voice, his expression very solemn. In fact, Li Yin didn't know what Shin Xiao had arranged in secret. However, he understood Shin Xiao's abilities and past. Otherwise, General Gao would not have made a special call to entrust the matter entirely to Shin Xiao. Li Yin spoke slowly. Captain Shi, please wait patiently for a moment. I believe Shin Xiao will give you an answer soon. That's the only way. Shi Song sighed deeply. There was nothing he could do now except wait. He ordered people to use satellite radar to search for the scorpion's whereabouts. But there has been no news until now. Now we can only place our hopes on Shin Xiao. I hope he is as reliable as General Gao said. Shi Song and Li Yin were silently waiting for Shin Xiao in the tent. A few minutes later, the tent curtain was suddenly lifted from the outside. Shin Xiao, you're back. When Li Yin saw Shin Xiao coming in, he immediately stood up to greet him. Seeing this, Shi Song's eyes lit up slightly, and he looked at Shin Xiao expectantly. How's it going, Scorpion? You didn't let him leave China? Shin Xiao looked at the two of them with expectant expressions. He walked up to Shi Song with a calm expression. Give. Shin Xiao casually reached out and placed the object in his hand on Shi Song's desk. Shi Song looked down subconsciously. What Shin Xiao put down was a necklace made of a thin black string. At the bottom, there is a wooden sign the size of 2 fingers hanging. However, it is different from the wooden plaques worn by people in Southeast Asia. The wooden plaque is carved with a ferocious-looking scorpion. At this moment, the dried blood on the wooden sign soaked into the scorpion's body, making it look even more terrifying and creepy. This is... Shi Song slowly picked up the wooden sign and looked at it carefully. Then, a figure flashed through my mind. It's a scorpion necklace. Shi Song looked at Shin Xiao in surprise. He remembered that his troops had noticed this when fighting against scorpions many years ago. Scorpion wears a wooden plaque engraved with a scorpion pattern all year round and is said to never take it off. And now, Shin Xiao scorpion. Shi Song held the wooden sign and looked at Shin Xiao in disbelief. Shin Xiaozheng was slowly wiping the blood stains on his hands with a tissue. Hearing this, he looked up at Shi Song and responded slowly. He has been shot dead. What? Shi Song exclaimed in surprise, although he had already guessed it in his heart after seeing the bloody necklace. However, after hearing what Shin Xiao said in person, he couldn't help but be surprised. Their people can't even determine the exact location of the scorpion. But Shin Xiao had actually sent someone to kill the scorpion directly. How could he not be shocked? Shin Xiao nodded. Yes, the body is now at the boundary of the eastern exit of the forest area. If you like, you can send someone to collect his body. Shi Song. He is free. Scorpions have been against the Chinese for many years. I don't know how many Chinese soldiers and innocent people have been harmed. He was just trying to make sure the scorpion was really dead. As for collecting the bodies, he doesn't have the time for that. Shi Song immediately followed the address Shin Xiao gave him. Let his men go and check if Scorpion is really dead. With a specific location, exploration becomes much easier. Soon, Shi Song received the news. Scorpion and his men were all killed at the border, and no one survived. And they have also retrieved the genetic samples stolen by the Scorpion. After hearing this news, Shi Song finally felt relieved. Okay, bring the genetic samples back as soon as possible. Shi Song ordered his soldiers. Then he turned and looked at Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao, this time it's really thanks to you. Otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with the scorpion. The exploration team he sent out didn't even find scorpion. If Shin Xiao had not taken action, scorpion might have really escaped from China with the genetic sample this time. However, having said that, Shi Song is very curious now. How did Shin Xiao kill Scorpion and the others in one fell swoop? Shin Xiao, how did you do it? Who did you send to kill Scorpion and his men? Shi Song looked at Shin Xiao and asked curiously. Shin Xiao just smiled indifferently when he heard this. Well, the mountain man has a clever plan. Shin Xiao did not explain directly to Shi Song. Although Shi Song is also a senior official in the military region. However, he also has an identity and a secret mission that Gao Shiwei had previously assigned to him. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Well, now that the scorpion has been killed, the exercise is over. Then I'll leave first. Shin Xiao stood up and said to Shi Song and Li Yan, since everything is over, there is no need for me to stay here. But Shi Song still wanted to ask Shin Xiao to stay. But Shin Xiao had already walked out of the tent without saying anything. Li Yan also nodded goodbye to Shi Song and walked out with Shin Xiao. Seeing this, Shi Song had no choice but to give up. After walking out of the tent, Li Yan said to Shin Xiao jokingly, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The Thunder Commandos and the Red Cells will come over later to report on the exercise to Brigade Commander Shi. Why don't you meet your blind date before you leave? The last time Shin Xiao and Ran went on a blind date, it caused a sensation in the city. As Gao Shiwei's adjutant, it would be hard for Li Yan not to know about this matter. Shin Xiao and Li Yan had a pretty good relationship, and when they heard his teasing, they gave him a displeased look. Don't mention it. It's just a blind date to deal with the elders at home. There's nothing to see after we've dealt with it. And Ran is the most beautiful and outstanding female soldier in our base. You don't even like her? Li Yan asked Shin Xiao jokingly. Not interested. Shin Xiao spoke lightly. He admitted that Enron's conditions in all aspects were indeed good. But perhaps it was because he had already seen more stunning people. So I didn't feel much. After hearing this, Li Yan didn't dare to joke anymore. He drove Shin Xiao directly away from the exercise area. In the car, Li Yan said to Shin Xiao with an apologetic look on his face. I have to stay in Yun province for a while, so I can't send you back to Liqing today. That's fine. Just take me to the airport, and I'll buy my own ticket back. Shin Xiao said indifferently. Anyway, after what happened last time, Gao Shiwei specially ordered someone to apply for a special certificate for him. Make sure he can move freely at the airport, and that what happened before will never happen again. Okay, then I'll take you directly to the Yun province airport. Li Yan drove the car directly towards the Yun province airport. Chapter 129 Change of Plan. After Li Yan sent Shin Xiao to the Yunnan province airport, he drove away. When Shin Xiao arrived at the airport, he wanted to buy a ticket back to Liqing. But just as he was about to buy the ticket, he suddenly received a message on his phone. Shin Xiao clicked it to take a look, and his expression suddenly darkened. After thinking for a moment, he changed his original plan. Bought a plane ticket to Yanjing. The news just now said that Century Group is going to carry out a major reform soon. Therefore, Shin Xiao or Chen Wan needs to go and take charge and make the decision. However, Chen Wan is now in the Middle East and is finishing up several major matters. There was no time to rush over, so Shin Xiao had to take action. So Shin Xiao changed his plan and went to Yanjing first. Anyway, it's no big deal for him to return to Liqing. Besides, after all, Century Group is also his property, so he should really go and take a look. The next flight to Yanjing City will take off in an hour. Shin Xiao exchanged his boarding pass and took his special ID. I passed through security smoothly and arrived at the boarding gate. Sit in the VIP lounge and close your eyes to relax. He barely slept last night in order to observe the drill. No matter how strong your physical strength is, you can't help feeling a little tired. I dozed off for a while, half asleep and half awake. Shin Xiao suddenly heard a familiar voice ringing in his mind. Bite. Would the host like to sign in today? Shin Xiao has long been accustomed to hearing the daily reminder sound. Sign in directly with your mind. Bite. Host sign-in completed. Get 100 points. Host has achieved 100 consecutive days of sign-in. Achievement rewards are issued. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special skill reward. Please select from the following skills. 1. Master the 3 languages, English, Russian, and Arabic. 2. Medical talent skills. Host, please make your choice as soon as possible. After hearing the options given by the system, Shin Xiao opened his eyes to wake himself up. What's wrong with this system? I have to choose between 2 options for a reward? But in less than a moment, Shun Xiao had made his choice. Option 2. As Shun Xiao's words fell in his heart, he instantly felt a gust of air sweeping through his brain. Immediately afterwards, a lot of knowledge about medicine suddenly emerged in his mind. The vast amount of knowledge was imprinted in his mind in just a few seconds. Shin Xiao closed his eyes and reviewed the knowledge he had just acquired in his mind. I have to say that the system is still very reliable in this regard. In just a moment, Shun Xiao had completely mastered all the knowledge of current medicine. With Shun Xiao's current abilities, let alone becoming an ordinary doctor, it is more than enough to become a world-class medical authority. In fact, Shun Xiao had his considerations for making this choice. His identity often lingers on the edge of life and death. Although with his current status, there are many things that he doesn't need to do personally. However, the danger he faced did not decrease in the slightest. Therefore, mastering medical skills may be of great use at critical moments in the future. Of course, the most crucial point is, the first option was of no use to him. Since he was a child, he has been trained by his father as the heir to the Shin group. The requirements in all aspects are extremely strict. From a very early age, he had to learn more than just the knowledge taught in school. You also need to learn multiple languages and business skills. So, sorry, he has already mastered these 3 languages. Therefore, Shun Xiao chose the second option without hesitation. After making his choice, Shun Xiao closed his eyes and rested for a while. An hour has almost passed. Afterwards, Shun Xiao successfully boarded the flight to Yanjing City. He bought a first-class ticket, where the environment was quiet and there were not many passengers. There was only a white-haired old man who was over 70 years old. Shun Xiao only took one look at him and could tell that the old man's health was not very optimistic. He now has mastered the most advanced and comprehensive medical skills and knowledge. This naturally includes their profound Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. Sometimes, there is no need to take the pulse, and the condition can be diagnosed just by looking at the complexion. At this time, Shin Xiao could tell from his face that the old man had a long-standing illness. However, it won't be fatal in the short term. The little girl sitting next to him should be his granddaughter or something. She looks to be in her 20s. Sitting across the aisle was a man who looked about the same age as him. He has an average appearance. Judging from his conversation with the old man and the girl next to him, the 3 of them should be together. Shin Xiao glanced at them but didn't pay much attention. After all, everyone has some illness when they get older. Moreover, he could tell from the old man's current condition that he had also received diagnosis and treatment. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here peacefully now. In that case, there is no need for me to meddle in other people's business. Then, Shin Xiao walked straight to his seat in front and sat down. Adjust the seat and continue to close your eyes and rest. Sitting in the back seat, the girl raised her eyes and inadvertently caught a glimpse of Shun Xiao, who had just walked past her. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. She comes from a well-off family, and the wealthy young men from her family who were her friends since childhood were all good-looking. However, the man who just walked by was, both in terms of facial features and temperament. In an instant, she surpassed all the people she had met. Not to mention ordinary people, even those male celebrities on TV who make a living by their looks pale in comparison to him. The girl couldn't help but be distracted for a few seconds. But in the next second, a violent cough beside her brought her back to her senses. Ahem, ahem. The old man sitting next to her couldn't help but cover his lips and cough. His cheeks turned red from the violent coughing. The girl came to her senses instantly when she heard the sound and quickly raised her hand to pat the old man on the back. "Grandpa, how are you?" Then the girl quickly took out the medicine from her bag and gave it to the old man. The young man across the aisle also hurried over. "Master, how are you? Are you okay?" After the old man took the medicine, his cough gradually stopped. After he had completely calmed down, he waved at the 2 of them. "Don't worry, it's okay." The girl still patted the old man's back worriedly. He glanced at the man next to him. "The plane is about to take off. Go back and sit down. I'll take care of this place, Grandpa." Her grandfather has had this illness for many years and has never been able to get rid of it. "Every time I cough, it's scary. But fortunately, the symptoms will subside as long as I take the medicine." After hearing what the girl said, the young man wanted to say something. But seeing that the girl no longer paid any attention to him, he could only give up in disappointment. He turned around and went back to his seat. After a while, the old man had completely calmed down. The plane has slowly taken off and is gradually heading towards an altitude of 10,000 meters. Chapter 130. Human life is at stake. "Grandpa, do you still feel uncomfortable?" The girl looked at the old man beside her and asked with concern. The old man looked at her and waved his hand when he heard this. "Grandpa is fine, Ming Yin, don't worry. It's not like you don't know, it's just an old problem." In fact, as the plane took off, the old man still felt a little uncomfortable. But in order not to worry his granddaughter, the old man had to keep it a secret from her. I should have known I shouldn't have let you come this time. The girl still looked at the old man with concern. Her grandfather is old and in poor health. How can I bear such bumpy and tiring ride? This trip to Yanjing is of great importance. Whether our company can successfully overcome this crisis depends entirely on this cooperation. I have to go over there and check it myself. The old man sighed and said with a gloomy expression. The old man's name is Zhao Zukuan, and he is the head of a family business in Yunnan province. The girl next to him is his granddaughter, Zhao Mingyan. However, due to poor management in the past 2 years, the company has fallen into crisis. This time, he brought his granddaughter and assistant Feng Qian to Yanjing to reach a cooperation with a large company. That way, their company could be revived. This cooperation is a matter of life and death for the company. He had to go and negotiate in person to feel at ease. Zhao Mingyan understood that the company had not been doing well in the past 2 years. The old man is always worried about this. Now that he has finally found a way to save the company, the old man naturally attaches great importance to it. Besides, the plane has already taken off, so no matter how much she says, it will be of no use. But I still can't help but worry about the old man's health. Assistant Feng Qian listened silently to the conversation between the two and interrupted with a smile. Mingyan, don't worry too much. Didn't the doctor say before that the old man is still in good health? As long as you take good care of it, there will be no problem. Zhao Mingyan looked at the ingratiating smile on Feng Qian's face and rolled her eyes silently in her heart. She never really liked her grandfather's assistant. Although he graduated from a prestigious university and has some abilities. But being too flattering and fawning gives people a bad impression. Besides, who allowed him to call me Mingyan? Am I very familiar with him? But she didn't want to make things too awkward in front of the old man. She just curled her lips and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Feng Qian seemed unaware of Zhao Mingyan's impatience towards him. He continued to chatter in her ear with a flattering look on his face. By the way, Mingyan, did you not eat breakfast this morning? Do you want me to ask the stewardess to prepare coffee or snacks for you? Or if you want to eat something else, I'll let you. Can you be quiet? There are other people on the plane. Besides, Grandpa needs to rest. Zhao Mingyan couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted him directly. In a public place, when everyone else is resting, he is so noisy and has no manners. I really don't understand why her grandfather chose such a person as his assistant. When Feng Qian heard what Zhao Mingyan said, he immediately fell silent. Subconsciously, he turned his head and glanced at the other passengers in the first-class cabin. In the end, he could only pull the corner of his mouth awkwardly at Zhao Mingyan. But Zhao Mingyan was too lazy to pay attention to him and just turned away. On the side, Zhao Zukuan looked at the impatience in Sun Nu's face and patted her hand soothingly. He also knew that Feng Qian was too utilitarian and sometimes acted in a rather flattering manner. It's just that their company is not running well now and cannot attract those capable and outstanding talents. Someone like Feng Qian, who graduated from a prestigious university and has decent abilities, is already the best choice he could have. So even Zhao Zukuan looked down on some of his actions. But I just turned a blind eye. Zhao Mingyan knew that the old man had a lot of considerations in his mind. So, he nodded slowly at the old man, indicating that he understood. The old man smiled with relief and was about to say something to Zhao Mingyan. As a result, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my chest, and my face turned red instantly. He covered his chest with his hands in pain, as if he couldn't breathe. Seeing this, Zhao Mingyan was suddenly frightened and cried out in confusion. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Someone come quickly. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Old man. Feng Qian, who was standing by, also came over immediately and looked at the old man nervously. He felt that the old man must be ill. However, this time the disease was much more serious than usual. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of the cabin and crew members. Almost instantly, the crew rushed over. Does the old man have any old illness? Did the family bring any medicine? The flight attendant looked at the old man and asked quickly. Then, 2 flight attendants were asked to go to other cabins to inquire. Are there any doctors among them? Yes, Mingyan. Hurry up and feed the medicine to the old man. Feng Qian spoke immediately. Although the old man's illness this time is very different from before. However, it is impossible to send the old man to the hospital for treatment immediately on the plane. For now, I can't care about so many things and can only try my best. Zhao Mingyan was already at a loss at this time. Seeing her grandfather's painful expression, she immediately frantically took out the first aid medicine prescribed by the doctor from her bag. But the old man is now having difficulty breathing and is no longer conscious. It's impossible to feed the medicine. Zhao Mingyan was so anxious that she almost cried. What should I do? I can't feed it. I'll do it. Feng Qian took the medicine and then tried to force it into the old man's mouth. But just when he put the medicine to the old man's mouth, suddenly, a clear and low voice came from the side. If you want to kill him, then just force the medicine in him like this. Hearing this, Zhao Mingyan and Feng Qian subconsciously looked up and looked forward. The person who spoke was a tall and handsome young man with an outstanding temperament. Zhao Mingyan recognized at a glance that the man was the unforgettable man sitting in front of them. But before she could speak, Feng Qian on the side spoke first. Are you a doctor? No. Then what are you doing here pointing fingers? Feng Qian retorted bluntly. Where did this brat come from? He's not a doctor, yet he dares to talk nonsense to me. He also wanted to save the old man, but what he said made it seem like he was going to murder him. Your old man is having trouble breathing right now and can't take any medicine at all. What's more, this medicine only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. If you force-feed the pill, not only will it fail to relieve his symptoms, but it could easily block his airway if you're not careful. Shin Xiao said with a serious expression. He was resting in his seat when he heard the noise and realized the situation was urgent, so he stood up to check. After all, human lives are at stake, and there is no reason to stand idly by. Chapter 131. Do you want to come to work in my company? This? Zhao Mingyan looked at Shin Xiao, feeling a little hesitant. After all, she didn't know Shin Xiaosu, and she was in a panic at the moment. I don't know whether to believe what he said. Shin Xiao saw that Zhao Zuquan's face was getting uglier and uglier, and he felt something was wrong. He walked over directly, squatted down, and asked the people around him. Who has a coin? Bring one over here, quick. Then he turned and said to Zhao Mingyan. Quick, help the old man sit up and unbutton his clothes. Zhao Mingyan was stunned for a second, and then immediately did what Shin Xiao said. For some reason, she felt a natural sense of oppression in the words of the man opposite her. Subconscious obedience. After she had done what Shin Xiao said, a flight attendant trotted over and handed over the coin he had just borrowed. Found the coin. Shin Xiao took the coin, stood up, and walked behind Zhao Zuquan. After determining the acupuncture points, we prepared to provide first aid to the old man. Seeing this, Feng Qian immediately raised his hand to stop Shin Xiao. What on earth are you going to do? I'm telling you, if anything happens to our old man, you won't be able to bear the consequences. I can't afford it, but you can. If your old man doesn't save him, he will really die. Shin Xiao glanced at Feng Qian coldly. You? Okay, Feng Qian, what time is it now? Zhao Mingyan glared at Feng Qian with her beautiful eyes. Her grandfather's life was in danger, so how could she care about so many things? Then, he quickly turned around and said to Shin Xiao, Excuse me, sir. Shin Xiao did not reply, but directly took the coin and pressed the Jiang point on the old man's back. At the same time, he said in a deep voice to the flight attendants, There should be safety pins in the airplane first aid kit. Bring me two. Good. The flight attendant immediately did as Shin Xiao said. Shin Xiao kept pressing Zhao Zuquan's acupoints with his hands. After a while, everyone noticed that the old man's complexion gradually began to improve and his breathing gradually became smoother. After 2 or 3 minutes, the old man's expression gradually relaxed and his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Grandpa, you're awake. When Zhao Mingyan saw the old man wake up, she was immediately delighted. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at Shin Xiao with joy. Shin Xiao continued to press the acupoints for the old man in an orderly manner. A moment later, after confirming that the old man had received first aid, only then did he put the coin in his hand aside. I picked up the safety pin handed to me by the flight attendant and handled it briefly. Then, the needle tip was inserted into the naguan point 2 inches above the transverse line of the old man's wrist and the tanjong point on the midline of his chest. After a few minutes of acupuncture, the old man's condition completely recovered. After Shin Xiao finished all this, he slowly stood up. Throw the safety pin into the trash bag beside. All medicines are poisonous. It's better to take less of those emergency medicines. The old man has been ill for a long time. He shouldn't work too hard on weekdays. It's best for him to calm down and rest well. After saying that, Shin Xiao walked straight back to his seat and sat down. Zhao Mingyan looked at Shin Xiao's back, her eyes filled with gratitude and a hint of a different emotion. Then, he quickly helped the old man back to sit in his chair. After the crew confirmed that the old man was completely fine, only then did I feel relieved and returned to the crew room. Calm gradually returned to the first-class cabin. Zhao Zuquan escaped death this time thanks to Shin Xiao's rescue, and he was very grateful to him. During the rest of the voyage, he kept enthusiastically chatting with Shin Xiao. Thank you so much for saving me this time, little brother. Otherwise, I would have died. May I know your name, little brother? Shin Shao looked at this old man who was about the same age as his grandfather, and it was not appropriate for him to be too cold. He replied with a polite smile. Your surname is Shun, and your given name is Shao. Shin Shao, what a nice name. Zhao Zukoan praised with a smile. Shin Shao curled the corner of his mouth indifferently. His name didn't have any special meaning. What was good about it? Shin Shao, are you going to Yinjing too? Zhao Zukoan looked at Shin Shao and continued to ask with a smile. Shin Shao, this is a plane, not a shuttle bus. Is it possible that I can jump down with a parachute halfway and win the game? However, Shin Shao saw that the old man was old and did not want to bother with him about these trivial matters. He responded in a deep voice. The old man smiled when he heard this. What a coincidence. We are also going to Yanjing. I wonder what you do, little brother. You saved me just now, so you must be skilled in medicine. Are you a doctor? Zhao Zukoan saw that Shin Shao was dressed in ordinary clothes and should not be a rich man. However, he sat in the first-class cabin, which was really confusing. However, the old man has never been one to flatter the powerful and look down on the weak. What's more, the other party is his savior. No, I'm a freelancer. I usually take on a few small projects and do some small business occasionally. Shin Shao said casually that he couldn't tell others that he was an undercover agent and the boss of a terrorist organization. Zhao Zukoan nodded after hearing this. I subconsciously thought that Shin Shao was some kind of internet designer. It is said that it is very popular among young people now. However, I heard that it is not a very stable career. They can only have business if someone places an order, and if they don't do a good job, the order will be returned. After all, Zhao Zukoan is old and really cannot understand this emerging profession. So he spoke directly to Shin Shao. Shin Shao, I think your job is not stable either. If that doesn't work out, then you can come work in my company. After hearing this, Shin Shao felt both amused and helpless. But before he could say no, Feng Qian on the side spoke in a sarcastic tone. Old man, you don't know this. Generally, people like this gentleman have high standards. They all dream of rising to prominence one day. There's no way I'd be willing to work for someone else. Besides, there shouldn't be any suitable position for Mr. Shun in our company, right? After saying this, Feng Qian gave Shin Shao a provocative look. There was a hint of contempt and disdain in his eyes. That sounds nice, and he's a freelancer. He thought he was most likely an unemployed vagrant. Apart from anything else, just looking at him, there is not a single decent brand name item on him. I knew he was definitely not a rich man. I didn't buy a first-class ticket just to show off, just to take the opportunity to get to know these rich people. In short, no matter which one it is, Feng Qian despises it very much. Shin Shao sneered when he heard Feng Qian's strange words. I really don't understand why I met him for the first time and saved his boss. Why would Feng Qian be so hostile to me for no reason? However, he was right about one thing he said just now. That's right, your company really doesn't have a position suitable for me. After all, no company in the world can afford to hire him as an employee. Chapter 132, Traveling Together. Yes, old man, Mr. Shin said so. Let's not force it. Feng Qian said to Zhao Zukoan with a smile. There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. I just feel that Shin Shao is a man who has some self-awareness. Knowing that he had no ability, he rejected the old man's proposal. Shin Shao listened to Feng Qian's sarcastic words and sneered in his heart. Yeah, it's really hard to ask. After all, it is really too depressing to work in a small company by yourself. However, as the saying goes, don't argue with fools. Shin Shao really didn't have the energy to waste talking to this kind of person. So, after speaking, I was too lazy to pay attention to him. Zhao Mingyan, who was standing by, naturally also heard the targeting in Feng Qian's words. He immediately glared at him unhappily, turned to look at Shin Shao and asked, Mr. Shin, are you from Yunnan province too? Your accent doesn't sound like it. Zhao Mingyan looked at Shin Shao with great interest, with a hint of curiosity and joy in her expression. No, I'm from Liqing. So are you going to Yinjing to discuss work this time? Well, I have a small business to discuss. Shin Shao answered ambiguously. This time, Century Group is going to reform its foreign trade channels and discuss cooperation with overseas parties. If successful, it will bring in at least tens of billions of US dollars in revenue. Moreover, this will lay a solid foundation for future transactions and add a lot of convenience. That's why Shin Shao flew to Yinjing specially. I see. Zhao Mingyan smiled and nodded. When she saw Shin Shao again today, she felt that this man was extraordinary. Not only is he handsome, but he also has an outstanding temperament. Just now he rescued her grandfather again. For a moment, Zhao Mingyan's affection for Shin Shao doubled instantly. Moreover, she always felt that there was an indescribable sense of mystery about Shin Shao. It's not like what he said. In short, Zhao Mingyan was full of curiosity about Shin Shao at this time. I couldn't help but want to know more about this man. Beside him, Zhao Zukuan looked at his granddaughter, who was feeling amorous. He just smiled faintly and didn't say much. Although I have known this young man Shin Xiao for less than an hour. However, the frankness and determination in this young man's eyes are increasingly lacking in today's impetuous society. Zhao Zukuan had seen countless people, and he could tell at a glance that Shin Xiao was definitely not a person with bad intentions or who was greedy for fame and fortune. After all, he is not a person who cares about family background. As long as my granddaughter likes him and the other person has good character, naturally, he wouldn't have any objections. So, Zhao Zukuan sat aside and happily watched his granddaughter constantly finding topics to talk to Shin Xiao. Feng Qian, who was across the aisle, was so angry that his teeth were about to break. In this way, the four of them ended the voyage with their own thoughts and conversations. Half an hour later, the plane landed safely at Yanjing Airport. Zhao Zukuan and his group got off the plane with Shin Xiao. After leaving the airport, as soon as they walked to the door, they saw a black car parked in front of them. Immediately afterwards, the driver of the car opened the door and got out. He spoke respectfully to Zhao Zukuan and others. Mr. Zhao, I'm the driver who's here to pick you up. The hotel has been arranged for you. Would you like to stay there first, or just go to the company? Zhao Zukuan spoke directly. Then he turned and looked at Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao, where are you going? Century Group. Shin Xiao answered directly. Century Group? What a coincidence. Zhao Mingyan, who was standing by, was immediately surprised. Then he realized that his reaction was a bit too exaggerated, so he quickly explained. Well, we were also going to Century Group. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Haha, who knows if it's a coincidence or someone did it on purpose? Feng Qian said in a gloomy tone. He was hostile to Shin Xiao from the very beginning. To be more precise, he was hostile to any man who got close to Zhao Mingyan. In addition, Shin Xiao just saved Zhao Zukuan. Now both Mr. Zhao and Zhao Mingyan have a very good impression of it. This made Feng Qian regard Shin Xiao as his #1 imaginary enemy. What nonsense are you talking about? Shin Xiao didn't know we were going to Century Group. How could he have done it on purpose? Just shut up. Zhao Mingyan turned around and glared at Feng Qian fiercely. He has been targeting Shin Xiao since just now. Lord Shin Xiao was magnanimous and didn't argue with him. I didn't expect that he would become even worse. Don't you think about whether he has the right to speak here? Feng Qian fell silent after hearing Zhao Mingyan's merciless words. He glared at Shin Xiao angrily. Shin Xiao looked at his deflated look and couldn't help but sneer. He nodded slowly and replied, It's quite a coincidence indeed. In that case, Shin Xiao, please come with our car. It's on the way anyway. Mr. Zhao looked at Shin Xiao and said with a kind smile. Shin Xiaosiken thought for a moment and finally nodded. I came back in such a hurry that I didn't even inform the people from Century Group. So, no one came to pick me up. Since there is a ride going your way, why not take it? Afterwards, Shin Xiao took Mr. Zhao's car and went to Century Group with them. In the car, Zhao Mingyan couldn't help but find topics to chat with Shin Xiao. In response to Zhao Mingyan's enthusiasm, Shin Xiao politely responded with a few words. I don't understand how this girl can have so many topics to talk about. Old Master Zhao smiled, but said nothing, watching the two young men talk quietly. Only Feng Qian was sitting in the passenger seat, his face turning blue with anger. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Century Building. After the group got out of the car, Zhao Zukuan looked at Shin Xiao and asked, Shin Xiao, are you here at Century Group to discuss work? How about we go in together? No, I'll make a call first and someone will pick me up later. Shin Xiao waved his hand. When Zhao Zukuan heard Shin Xiao's words, he couldn't force himself and could only smile and say, Okay, then let's say goodbye and see you again in the future. Zhao Zukuan came to Century Group this time to discuss an important project. This concerns the life and death of their Zhao group and cannot be delayed. Otherwise, he really wanted to find a place to treat Shin Xiao to a good meal. To express your gratitude. Shin Xiao nodded slightly and said goodbye to Mr. Zhao politely. After watching Mr. Zhao and others walk into the gate of Century Group, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call someone in Century Group to ask them to come out and pick him up. Unexpectedly, Zhao Mingyan suddenly turned back the next second. He walked quickly to Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then he heard Zhao Mingyan speak. Mr. Shin, excuse me, could you give me your contact information? Zhao Mingyan looked at Shin Xiao with a slightly blushing face, her eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 133. See you again. Well, don't get me wrong. You saved my grandfather on the plane before. No matter what, our family should be very grateful to you. So, I want to leave you a contact information so that I can contact you in the future. Zhao Mingyan was afraid that her purpose was too obvious and Shin Xiao would disagree. So, He quickly made up for himself. Shin Xiao looked at the girl opposite him with an unnatural gaze and the blush on her cheeks that could not be concealed. No matter how slow you are, you can still react roughly. This girl might have some other intentions towards me. So Shin Xiao replied directly. It's just a small favor, don't take it too seriously. As for my contact information, I'm sorry, I'm not usually in the habit of giving it to others casually. When Zhao Mingyan heard Shin Xiao's refusal, she felt lost. However, Shin Xiao had already said this. She couldn't continue to ask people shamelessly. So, he could only force a smile. Is that so? Well then, let's meet again sometime in the future. After saying this, Zhao Mingyan looked at Shin Xiao reluctantly. Then he turned around and walked into the group building and returned to Mr. Zhao. As soon as Zhao Zukuan saw her expression, he knew that she must have been rejected by Shin Xiao. I sighed softly, not knowing how to comfort her. However, Feng Qian on the side couldn't help but smiled and spoke. Mingyan, a poor boy like that probably knows he's not worthy of you. That's why I feel embarrassed to contact you. Zhao Mingyan was originally in a bad mood because she was rejected by Shin Xiao. After hearing Feng Qian's words, he became even more furious. She glared at him and said unhappily, "Shut your mouth. No one will think you're dumb if you don't speak." After Zhao Mingyan finished speaking, the person who was supposed to receive them came over. "Mr. Zhao, Miss Zhao, our director is in a meeting in the conference room right now. Please follow me to his office and wait for a while." "Good." Zhao Zukuan nodded in response. Afterwards, the three of them followed the staff and took the elevator to the operations director's office on the 19th floor. Wait for the other party to finish the meeting and discuss cooperation with them. At this time, downstairs in the Century building, Shin Xiao's message had just been sent out. A company executive in a suit and tie came running down the stairs in a hurry. "Mr. Shun, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were coming. How did you get here? If I had known earlier, I would have sent a special plane to pick you up." The man in his 30s who came down to greet Shin Xiao was Zhang Shuhang, the executive president who had just been appointed by Chen Wan. Zhang Shuhang was informed of this by his superiors when he was just appointed. Besides K2's leader Chen Wan, there is another big boss behind the Century Group. However, no information about this person was disclosed. He only knew that the other person's surname was Shun, and he knew nothing else. When necessary, the other party will naturally contact him using K2's special number. Zhang Shuhang has always been very curious about this legendary boss behind the scenes. Unexpectedly, just a minute ago his phone suddenly vibrated and he received a message. Zhang Shuhang was in a meeting in the conference room at the time and had no intention of paying attention to the news. But as the screen lit up, Zhang Shuhang suddenly caught a glimpse of the number on it. So, he immediately interrupted the meeting and ran downstairs with his cell phone. In the elevator, he watched the floor numbers keep decreasing and felt anxious. "I just feel that the elevator runs too slowly. If he only had one life, he would have wanted to jump headfirst from the 50th floor." Finally reaching the first floor, Zhang Shuhang rushed out. "I was afraid that I would be too slow and make the boss wait anxiously." Shin Xiao looked at the other party's fearful expression and responded slowly. "It's no problem. I happened to be at the airport and bought a ticket and came over." Zhang Shuhang felt relieved when he heard that there was no blame in Shin Xiao's words. Only then did he raise his head and bravely look at Shin Xiao. After seeing Shin Xiao's appearance clearly, Zhang Shuhang was stunned for a moment. The man in front of him looked to be no more than 25 or 26 years old, and he was tall and handsome, with a bright and handsome appearance. He originally thought that such a top-level boss should be a white-haired old man. No matter what, he will be a middle-aged man with outstanding abilities. But I never expected that the other person would be so young. Zhang Shuhang was so shocked that he was a little dazed for a moment. But after meeting Shin Xiao's gaze, he came to his senses in an instant. "Mr. Shun, please come this way. I'll take you upstairs." Shin Xiao nodded in response, then walked into the Century building with Zhang Shuhang. Zhang Shuhang brought Shin Xiao to a glass door on the inside of the first floor. After entering the password on the display at the door, the glass door slowly opened to both sides. Step into the door and turn left, and you will see a black elevator. The color is retro and low-key, but the silver pattern on it is faintly visible. Every detail of this elevator highlights its uniqueness. "Mr. Shun, this is a separate elevator prepared for you and the leader." Zhang Shuhang looked at Shin Xiao and said respectfully, "The reason why this elevator is decorated so luxuriously and top-notch is that it also has a password. It is specially prepared for these two great men. Not to mention ordinary employees. Even he, the executive president, never dared to sit there. Although this elevator is rarely used in several years. But he is a big shot after all, so he still has to show some pomp and ceremony. If Mr. Shin hadn't told him to keep a low profile in the message just now, someone would have come down to pick him up. He must get all the company employees to come out and line the streets to welcome him. Shin Xiao didn't expect that Zhang Shuhang could think of so many things in such a short moment. He murmured a response and walked directly into the elevator. He had taken this elevator many times before. It was he who specially ordered people to repair it at that time. But it's not for the sake of show. It's just to avoid running into other people when entering and leaving the group. Zhang Shuhang followed Shin Xiao in the elevator all the way to the top floor. I secretly sighed in my heart, if it weren't for this big boss. I don't know if I will have the honor to sit on it once in my lifetime. Just as Zhang Shuhang was feeling emotional, he heard Shin Xiao beside him suddenly ask, "How did the negotiations with the overseas trade channels go this time?" I have already told the other party, as the leader said before. It's just that the other party doesn't seem to want to agree. After all, it doesn't bring them much benefit. Zhang Shuhang immediately replied, tremblingly. I see. Shin Xiao said in a deep voice. This was also within my expectations. If this cooperation is successful, it will naturally bring huge benefits to Century Group in the future. But for the other party, the benefits they can obtain have not increased much compared with the past. So, naturally, they would not agree so easily. They wanted to take the opportunity to make Century Group give them some profit. However, Shin Xiao naturally has plenty of ways to make them agree. Chapter 134 Remote Guidance. Mr. Shun, we've reached the top floor. Would you like to take a break first, or meet directly with the persons in charge of those overseas cooperation projects? Zhang Shuhang led Shin Xiao out of the elevator and asked respectfully. Shin Xiao spoke directly after hearing this. Help me arrange a lounge. Also, I won't show up to meet with the cooperation representatives. Turn on the surveillance in the conference room and wear headphones when you negotiate with them. I'll be watching remotely, and if you have any questions, I'll guide you through the headset. Although the benefits of this cooperation are huge, they are not enough for me to come forward in person to negotiate. After listening to what Shin Xiao said, Zhang Shuhang immediately nodded in response. Yes, the lounge has always been prepared for you and the chief. It's the innermost room on this floor. Zhang Shuhang hurriedly led the way for Shin Xiao. The innermost room on the top floor was the lounge that Century Group had prepared for these two bigwigs early in the morning. Although these two big shots may not come here for several years, the interior is luxuriously decorated and fully equipped. It's called a lounge, but it's almost like a luxury apartment. Moreover, it is located at the innermost end and the environment is very quiet. Shin Xiao walked into the lounge and looked at the exquisite and elegant decoration inside, his expression unchanged. These subordinates usually like to work hard on these aspects. However, Shin Xiao had no complaints about having a better environment for resting. Okay, go out and negotiate with the cooperation representative first. I'll let you know if anything happens. Okay, Mr. Shun. I've had someone connect the conference room's surveillance camera to the TV in this room. You can watch it once you turn it on. Also, if you need anything else, just give me a call, and I'll help you arrange it. Zhang Shuhang looked at Shin Xiao, his words filled with indescribable respect and consideration. I was afraid that some arrangements would be made poorly and would make Shin Xiao dissatisfied. Shin Xiao looked around and didn't think there was anything wrong. However, smelling the faint fragrance in the room, Shin Xiao couldn't help but frown. What kind of fragrance do you use in your room? It's bergamot. If you don't like it, I'll have it replaced right away. When Zhang Shuhang saw Shin Xiao frowning slightly, his heart skipped a beat and he exclaimed, Oh no, could it be that Mr. Shin doesn't like incense? He was originally worried that although the lounge was cleaned all day, no one lived there all year round. So they asked people to light incense to add some popularity. But now it seems that I was flattering the wrong person. Seeing Zhang Shuhang's fearful look, Shin Xiao smiled and said nonchalantly, No, I don't care about these things. Huh. Zhang Shuhang felt relieved immediately. But in the next second, Shin Xiao's next words made his heart jump again. However, your leader doesn't like the taste very much. Zhang Shuhang. Shin Xiao remembered that Shin Wan always liked the light scent of flowers or plants. As for fruity scents like bergamot, I don't seem to be interested in them. Zhang Shuhang spoke quickly after hearing this. Okay, Mr. Shun, I understand. I'll have someone change it right away. Look, if there's anything else that needs improvement, I'll take care of it right away. No, you go out first. Okay, you can call me anytime if you need anything. After saying this, Zhang Shuhang respectfully left the lounge. I felt relieved instantly. This big shot has an extraordinary aura. Although he didn't say anything to reprimand him from beginning to end. But even so, he still felt uneasy, afraid of making a wrong move. A few minutes later, Shin Xiao turned on the TV in the lounge. The screen automatically jumped to the scene of the conference room at that time. It was seen that Zhang Shuhang had already started negotiations with several representatives of the other party. faced with this kind of cooperation change that does not greatly improve their own interests. The other party is naturally unwilling to cooperate, unless Century Group is willing to give them some benefits. Zhang Shuhang kept arguing with the other party, but the other party kept holding on and refused to give in. Zhang Shuhang felt exhausted by this. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate and neither would give in, a low voice suddenly came from Zhang Shuhang's Bluetooth headset. Tell them that if they want Century Group to make concessions, that's fine. It's just that their company's new energy projects must cooperate with us. Shin Xiao slowly gave instructions to Zhang Shuhang. He had learned all about the other company before coming here. Recently, their company is preparing to develop a new energy project. Nowadays, new energy projects are very popular and have huge profits. Everyone wants to get a piece of the pie in this regard, and Century Group is no exception. Shin Xiao saw on the screen that Zhang Shuhang explained the conditions to the other company, as he had said. Several representatives on the opposite side directly refused. New energy projects are very profitable, even if Century Group is willing to make concessions in other cooperation. It is simply not possible to compare with the profits here. How could they possibly agree to this proposal? However, all this was within Shin Xiao's expectations. If the other party agrees easily, then there would be a problem. Shin Xiao spoke slowly into the phone. Zhang Shuhang was slightly startled, and then he immediately smiled. He continued to negotiate with the other party's representative calmly, and he repeated what Shin Xiao had just said one by one. After hearing this, the other representative's face changed instantly. Seeing this, Shin Xiao already had an idea in his mind and directly cut off the call. Before he came, he not only learned about the other party's business situation, it also allowed K2's intelligence agency to discover many of the other party's secret transactions. This also means that he has caught the other party's handle. If they don't agree to Century Group's terms, then Shin Xiao had a confident look on his face. He was very sure in his heart that there would be no ifs. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, the partner representative was seen walking out of the meeting room. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Shuhang called. Mr. Shun, everything has been settled according to your request. The other party agreed to our previously mentioned proposal to change the transaction channel without increasing the benefits by a single cent. In addition, they also agreed to cooperate with us on the new energy project you mentioned. 50-50 profit split. Okay, well done. Let them draw up a contract as soon as possible. Okay, I understand. I'll do it right away. Zhang Shuhang responded immediately. Then Shin Xiao hung up the phone. A faint smile appeared on his face. I guess the representative of the partner never thought that the purpose of his visit was to increase profits. In the end, not even a penny of profit was gained. We also lost money on a new energy project. But isn't that what business is all about? There are only so many resources, and whoever has the ability can occupy more. Shin Xiao picked up the remote control and was about to turn off the TV. As a result, several familiar figures suddenly appeared on the screen. Shin Xiao subconsciously stopped. Chapter 135 Unable to explain. Suddenly, 3 familiar figures appeared on the screen. It was Mr. Zhao and his group who had just separated from him. Seeing this, Shin Xiao slowly put down the remote control in his hand. He remembered that on the way here, Zhao Zukuan said that they came to Century Group to discuss cooperation. I don't know what kind of cooperation they are discussing. Thinking that they knew each other after all, Shin Xiao did not turn off the screen and planned to see how they talked. At this time, in the conference room, the director of the operations department of Century Group brought Zhao Zukuan and 3 others to introduce him to Zhang Shuhang. In the early years, Mr. Zhao had done a favor to their family. That's why the operations director came to help this time. President, this is Mr. Zhao, the chairman of the Zhao Group in Yun Province whom I mentioned to you before. These 2 are his granddaughter and assistant. Zhao Zukuan and the other 2 looked at Zhang Shuhang and greeted him with a smile. Hello, I've heard of Century Group for a long time. I never thought I'd have the opportunity to discuss cooperation with them today. Zhang Shuhang nodded slightly in response. The director of operations had reported this to him before. The Zhao family in Yunnan province is also an old established enterprise that has been operating for decades. It is also a well-known large company in the local area. However, in the past 2 years, these old companies have all faced the same extremely fatal problem. That is, transformation. The times are changing rapidly, and many previous operating models and concepts are no longer suitable for modern development. Therefore, if the company wants to continue to develop, transformation is inevitable. However, it is obvious that Zhao Enterprise did not seize the most appropriate opportunity. As a result, the company's operating conditions are not optimistic, and it even faces the risk of bankruptcy. Otherwise, Mr. Zhao would not have traveled all the way to Yanjing to discuss cooperation with them. I've already had a general understanding of the cooperation plan you mentioned before. But you should also be aware that Zhao's enterprise is not doing well right now. Our Century Group doesn't have much to gain from cooperating with you. Zhang Shuheng gestured for Mr. Zhao and his group to sit down, then slowly began to speak. He knew that the Zhao Group had a very good reputation in the local area and was considered a conscientious enterprise. Mr. Zhao is also an open and kind person. He admired this very much. But when it comes to business, the most important thing for cooperation between two companies is profit. Cooperating with the Zhao family is not a good choice for Century Group. Zhao Zuquan's expression didn't change much when he heard this. He had long anticipated the other party's reaction. They came to Yanjing this time, saying that they were discussing cooperation with Century Group. But in the final analysis, we are actually here to ask Century Group for help. From ancient times to the present, most businessmen have put profit first. After all, it is a business, not a charity. He didn't find it strange at all that Century Group had such an attitude. However, the Zhao Group is now in a critical situation, and cooperating with the Century Group is their only chance. Therefore, even if the hope is slim, Zhao Zuquan has to come and try it in person. That's right. I understand your considerations. I also know that this cooperation will not bring much benefit to Century Group. But if Century Group can help the Zhao family overcome this crisis this time, then I can promise that the future cooperation between Zhao and Century Group will definitely bring you the greatest profits within your capabilities. Grandfather, old man. After hearing what Zhao Zuquan said, Zhao Mingyan and Feng Qian on the side exclaimed, "From now on, all cooperation will bring the greatest profits to Century Group? This is not a small amount of money." Mr. Zhao understood their surprise and just waved his hand calmly. "I know this." After saying that, Mr. Zhao turned to look at Zhang Shuhang and said seriously, "Mr. Zhang, our Zhao Group has been operating for decades and has always been based on integrity. What I just said is absolutely true. As long as you are willing to cooperate with us and don't let us do business that goes against our conscience, then we are willing to make concessions so that Century Group can get the greatest benefits." Previously, some companies had extended olive branches to the Zhao family, but they are all profit-driven companies with ugly behavior. He, Zhao Zuquan, had to watch the company go bankrupt. We will never get involved with such a company. The reason for choosing Century Group is that Century Group has strong financial resources. Secondly, it has a good reputation, unlike those companies that have no bottom line for money. Zhang Shuhang was slightly startled when he heard Mr. Zhao's serious words. Although he has always been particular about pursuing interests, he couldn't help but admire Mr. Zhao's character. However, there are certain risks in this matter, because no one knows whether Zhao's enterprise can revive. If successful, it will naturally bring profits to Century Group. If Zhao still fails to obtain the investment from Century Group, then, although Zhang Shuhang is now the executive president of Century Group, however, every project he approved had to be submitted to the two bigwigs for final review. If the two big bosses disagree, he might even be criticized. For a moment, Zhang Shuhang was a little undecided. Zhang Shuhang pondered for a long time and finally spoke slowly. "Mr. Zhao, you also know that doing business is not charity. Even though Century Group is a large and powerful company, I can't possibly joke about a project, right? I have no way of explaining this to the other shareholders of the company." After Zhang Shuhang finished speaking, he sighed inwardly. "In fact, I was mainly afraid that I wouldn't be able to explain to those two. I understand everything you said, but please continue to think about it. We at the Zhao Group will definitely do our best and will not let you down." Zhao Zuquan looked at the other person, his tone even containing a hint of pleading. The Zhao family is really at the end of the road now. If even Century Group is unwilling to make a move, then... The old man sighed heavily, his face heavy. Zhao Mingyan, who was standing by, felt very upset when she saw this. I feel sorry for her grandfather who has to work so hard at such an old age. He was also angry that he was useless and could not help the Zhao family overcome the crisis. Zhang Shuhang on the opposite side sighed upon seeing this and spoke slowly. "I will consider this matter. How about this? I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning." Hearing Zhang Shuhang say this, Mr. Zhao and the others immediately showed a hint of joy on their faces. Although Zhang Shuhang did not agree, since he was willing to give in, he would consider it. It is already a happy event for them. "Mr. Zhang, thank you so much. If you can agree to cooperate, our Zhao family will never let you down." Zhao Mingyan spoke quickly. However, the moment she finished speaking, suddenly, I heard the door of the conference room being pushed open. Then, a low voice suddenly sounded. "Don't think about this matter anymore." Chapter 136. What are your qualifications? Shin Xiao. "You, why are you here?" Zhao Mingyan looked at the familiar figure who pushed the door open and walked in, her face full of surprise. Zhao Zuquan and Feng Qian standing by were also stunned. They all didn't understand why Shin Xiao suddenly appeared in the meeting room. Besides, what did he just say? That this cooperation should not be considered. What does this mean? Zhang Shuhang on the opposite side hurriedly stood up after seeing Shin Xiao come in. Mr. Shun Yu. Zhang Shuhang's face was also full of shock, and he didn't understand why Shin Xiao suddenly came in. So he hurried to Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao, what did you just say? Don't consider this cooperation anymore. Although Mr. Zhao was also puzzled as to why Shin Xiao appeared here. Although he also came to Century Group to discuss cooperation, it was indeed strange for him to barge into the meeting room without permission. However, what Mr. Zhao cares more about now is, what exactly did Shin Xiao mean by what he said just now? What do you mean don't have to think about it? Could it be that they feel that this cooperation is not beneficial enough to Century Group? So Zhang Shuheng doesn't need to consider cooperating with the Zhao family? Shin Xiao slowly walked to the conference table, looked at Mr. Zhao, and spoke. That's right. There's no need to consider this cooperation. Shin Xiao, what do you mean? Don't you want to cooperate with us? What gives you the right to make this decision? Who do you think you are? The president of Century Group hasn't said anything. How can you interrupt? Before Shin Xiao could finish speaking, Feng Qian couldn't help but interrupt him. His face was full of contempt and anger. In his eyes, Shin Xiao was just a poor boy without a job. How could he have the right to reject their cooperation on behalf of Century Group? He simply doesn't know his place. Okay, the whole thing hasn't been figured out yet. Don't wrongly accuse Shin Xiao. Zhao Mingyan immediately glared at Feng Qian unhappily, although she didn't understand why Shin Xiao would say that. But her intuition told her that Shin Xiao was definitely not the kind of person who would kick someone when he was down. There must be something else behind what he said. When Feng Qian saw Zhao Mingyan glaring at him angrily, he became even more angry. From the moment they got on the plane, Zhao Mingyan took a liking to the poor boy Shin Xiao. Along the way, she took the initiative to talk to him, with that expression and that gaze. He has known Zhao Mingyan for such a long time, but when has he ever seen her be so proactive towards any boy? Feng Qian clenched his fists in anger and spoke through gritted teeth. Unjust. How did I wrong him? I'm just a poor kid who can't even afford a taxi. What qualifications do I have to make decisions for Century Group? What's more, we were so kind as to give him a ride here. He's being so ungrateful. Zhao Mingyan looked at Feng Qian and rolled her eyes at him. Shin Xiao saved her grandfather's life on the plane. They just gave Shin Xiao a ride along the way. If there is any favor, it is Shin Xiao who has done their family a favor. How can he be ungrateful? What's more, this cooperation does indeed involve great uncertainty for Century Group. It is normal for Shin Xiao to weigh the pros and cons and give advice to Century Group. They can't morally blackmail others just because they know them. However, things are not yet a foregone conclusion, so she still needs to continue to fight for opportunities for the Zhao Group. Shin Xiao, I understand your considerations, but our Zhao Group is showing full sincerity this time. Although this cooperation has limited benefits for Century Group, but it will definitely bring endless benefits to Century Group in the future. Zhao Mingyan spoke slowly. Then, he turned and looked at Zhang Shuhang standing beside him. Mr. Zhang, I hope you can give us another chance and think it over carefully. Yes, Mr. Zhang. This Shin Xiao is just a poor boy with evil intentions. You don't need to listen to him. We at the Zhao family are truly sincere in cooperating with you. Feng Qian on the side also spoke immediately. At the same time, he did not forget to glare at Shin Xiao fiercely. Mr. Zhao next to him said nothing, but in his heart he naturally hoped that Zhang Shuhang would reconsider. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shuhang on the side quickly spoke up. No, don't think about it. Just do as Mr. Shin says. Whatever Mr. Shin says is what it is. After Zhang Shuhang finished speaking, he immediately turned around and looked at Shin Xiao, his heart trembling with fear. What's up with this Mr. Zhao's assistant? Damn it. Are you here to discuss cooperation or to take his life? Shin Xiao is the big boss behind them. If you don't listen to him, who else should you listen to? Do you still dare to call Shin Xiao a poor boy? He couldn't find anyone richer than Shin Xiao in the whole of China, okay? Really, if you want to die, don't drag me with you. After hearing what Zhang Shuhang said, Mr. Zhao and the other two felt disappointed and shocked at the same time. Zhang Shuhang actually listened to Shin Xiao's words? You know, Zhang Shuhang is the executive president of Century Group. Why would he obey Shin Xiao's orders? And he kept calling him Mr. Shan, his words full of respect and fear towards him? Who exactly is Shin Xiao? However, they really don't have the mind to think about this problem at the moment. Because in comparison, what is more important to them now is the cooperation with Century Group. After all, this cooperation is a matter of life and death for their Zhao Group. So, Mr. Zhao looked at Shin Xiao and spoke slowly. Mr. Shin, we are acquainted. Although this cooperation has great uncertainty, as long as our Zhao family recovers, Then Century Group will have a steady stream of benefits in the future. You should reconsider this. Although Mr. Zhao didn't know who Shin Xiao was, but you can tell from Zhang Shuhang's attitude towards him. Shin Xiao's identity must not be as ordinary as he said before. Therefore, instead of asking Zhang Shuhang for help, it would be better to ask Shin Xiao for help. Shin Xiao looked at Mr. Zhao's pleading face and sighed softly. Mr. Zhao, you misunderstood what I said. What I mean is that this cooperation doesn't need to be considered. Century Group is willing to invest in your Zhao family to help you overcome this crisis. As for the greatest future benefits you just mentioned, Shin Xiao paused and spoke again. There's no need to give so much profit to Century Group. We can sit down and discuss the specific distribution of benefits in detail. After hearing Shin Xiao's words, the other people in the meeting room were all stunned. Finally, Zhao Mingyan was the first to react. She looked at Shin Xiao in surprise and asked, Shin Xiao, is what you just said true? Is Century Group really willing to cooperate with Zhao? It seemed that the surprise came too suddenly, and Zhao Mingyan was a little bit unbelievable for a moment. That's right. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Shin Xiao nodded and pointed at Zhang Shuhang beside him. Zhang Shuhang nodded immediately after hearing this. That's right. Whatever Mr. Shin says is what it is. Chapter 137 The Boss's Order is Everything. After hearing what Zhang Shuhang said, the three Zhao family members were all dumbfounded. Firstly, I didn't expect that this cooperation would be achieved so quickly. Secondly, it was because of Zhang Shuhang's attitude towards Shin Xiao. Century Group is now a leading enterprise in China. As the executive president of Century Group, Zhang Shuhang holds a very important position. Normally, others would bow down to him. Where can you see him being submissive and humble to others? But now, they actually saw it. Moreover, the person Zhang Shuhang was trying to curry favor with was Shin Xiao. This is really puzzling and shocking. Shin Xiao you. Old Master Zhao looked at Shin Xiao, his lips moving and his eyes full of confusion. Although he had felt on the plane before that Shin Xiao had a unique temperament. However, he never imagined that the other party could make the president of Century Group obey his orders. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes today, he would never have believed it. Shin Xiao naturally understood the doubts in Mr. Zhao's heart. He smiled and spoke casually. I had some connections with Century Group due to some work reasons. This time, they are just giving me face. After finishing speaking, Shin Xiao turned his head to look at Zhang Shuhang and gave him a look that showed he understood. Be able to be selected to take the position of the new CEO. Zhang Shuhang does have some insight. Isn't it obvious that Shin Xiao doesn't want to reveal his identity? That's right. After all, the big boss has been hiding behind the scenes before. There is no need to reveal your identity for such a small matter nowadays. So, Zhang Shuhang immediately nodded in response. Yes, that's right. Our Century Group has cooperated with Mr. Shin a long time ago, and we have a very good relationship. Now that Mr. Shin thinks this cooperation is feasible, there will naturally be no problem. After hearing this explanation, Mr. Zhao and others were still a little confused. After all, I have never seen the president of a large company be so in awe of a partner. What's more, it is a leading enterprise like Century Group. But no matter what, Century Group was able to agree to cooperate with them, the Zhao family. Then their Zhao Group would be saved. Shin Xiao, thank you so much this time. First, you saved my grandfather, and now you have facilitated our cooperation with Century Group. I don't know how to thank you enough. Zhao Mingyan looked at Shin Xiao and said with gratitude. Originally, she had a very good impression of Shin Xiao. Now that Shin Xiao had helped them so much, she didn't know what to do for a moment. Shin Xiao waved his hand and spoke in a light tone. Nothing, just a little help. Your Zhao Group has been a conscientious enterprise for many years. Century Group will not suffer any loss by cooperating with you. Shin Xiao just saw in the video how Mr. Zhao was trying hard to cooperate with Century Group. I couldn't help but be moved, because he remembered that not long ago, their Shin family had also faced such a dilemma. His grandfather did the same, and together with Shun Yuning, he continued to seek help from other companies. I want to use this to help the company survive the crisis. So, Shin Xiao wanted to help. The old man is already old, and he still has to work so hard. It really makes people feel sorry for him. Later, he checked the information of Zhao Group. The Zhao family started their business several decades ago and has a very good reputation in the local area. We have always been honest and trustworthy, and we are definitely not one of those profit-driven businesses. It is definitely a conscientious enterprise. What's more coincidental is that the situation of this company is very similar to that of Shun's before. They are all old and steady companies, but they are developing rapidly due to the times. The company failed to seize the opportunity to transform in time, which led to its gradual decline and even bankruptcy. Shin Xiao thought for a moment before coming to the meeting room in person. let Zhang Shuhang agree to cooperate with the Zhao group. After all, it is really not easy for an old and conscientious enterprise like this one to operate nowadays. Moreover, as Mr. Zhao said, if Century Group can help them out of their current predicament, then we will definitely be able to obtain continuous benefits from the Zhao family in the future. After comprehensive consideration, this cooperation requires a lot of initial investment. But it is definitely not for nothing that Century Group invested money in it. Yes, Mr. Shun is right. Well, Mr. Zhao, let's make it a deal. I'll have my people discuss some of the follow-up details with your assistant. If there is no problem, let's officially sign the contract. What do you think? Zhang Shuhang nodded immediately and then notified his assistant to start preparing. Okay, no problem. Mr. Zhao's expression was so excited that he could not hide it. He immediately turned around and gave instructions to Feng Qian behind him. Feng Qian, go get ready. Feng Qian. Old man, what's the matter? Feng Qian was standing there in a daze, completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that the poor boy whom he had always looked down upon could actually change the order of the Century Group's president. Moreover, although Zhang Shuhang said that Shun Xiao was his partner, but how could a big man like him be so humble to a partner? Feng Qian now dared not imagine Shin Xiao's identity at all. When I thought about my previous attitude towards him, I felt even worse. Feng Qian, what are you thinking about? Zhao Zuquan frowned when he saw Feng Qian's absent-minded look. He was actually in a daze in such an important occasion. Feng Qian came back to his senses and looked at Zhao Zuquan's dissatisfied expression. Then he quickly reacted. Then he spoke quickly. Okay, Chairman, I'll get ready. No need. As soon as Feng Qian finished speaking, Shin Xiao spoke directly. After hearing what Shin Xiao said, everyone immediately turned to look at him. Feng Qian looked at Shin Xiao, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. His intuition told him that Shin Xiao was probably coming for him. Sure enough, the next second, he heard Shin Xiao speak slowly. This cooperation must be very important to the Zhao family. I hope Mr. Zhao will hand over the planning of the cooperation to a reliable person. Everyone present immediately realized that Shin Xiao was saying that Feng Qian was unreliable. Zhang Shuhang heard this, but he didn't understand why Shin Xiao said that. But the boss's orders are everything. So, Zhang Shuhang immediately agreed. Mr. Shun is right. I think this assistant Feng is indeed not acting prudently enough. We can't let such an important matter as our cooperation be handed over to someone like this. When Feng Qian heard this, his face turned pale. Since Zhang Shuhang had spoken, Mr. Zhao had to agree even if he didn't want to. However, as the chairman's assistant, if the partner publicly points out that he is not allowed to participate in the cooperation, once we return to Yun province, the entire company will definitely know about it. If that happens, how can I have a foothold in the Zhao family in the future? Chapter 138, A Special Gift. Chairman, I beg you to give me another chance. I can't miss this opportunity. Feng Qian hurriedly pulled Zhao Zuquan's sleeve and pleaded. Seeing that Century Group has agreed to cooperate with Zhao, Zhao will surely be able to revive in the future. As the chairman's assistant, I will definitely be able to gain a lot of benefits from it. But if it is openly stated that he is not allowed to participate, isn't this equivalent to telling Zhao's employees that he, the chairman's assistant, is being marginalized? Not only did he lose a huge amount of profit, but he would also be unable to gain a foothold in the Zhao family from now on. Old Master Zhao looked at Feng Qian, then glanced at Shun Xiao beside him. I just sighed helplessly. There's nothing I can do about this. I had advised him long ago not to be arrogant and not to flatter the powerful and look down on the weak. But he didn't listen at all. Nowadays, people only regret offending people they shouldn't offend, but it's too late. Feng Qian looked at Mr. Zhao at a loss. Then his eyes turned, and he quickly looked at Shun Xiao opposite him. Mr. Shun, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great man before. You are a magnanimous person. Don't argue with me. Please, this opportunity is very important to me. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? I don't like giving people second chances. Take care of yourself. Shin Xiao said indifferently. Then he turned and looked at Zhao Zuquan beside him. Mr. Zhao, I'll take my leave first. After finishing speaking, Shin Xiao gave Zhang Shuhang a look, indicating that he should handle the rest of the matter on his own. Then he turned around and left the meeting room. Shin Xiao, wait a moment. When Zhao Mingyan saw Shin Xiao leaving, she immediately chased after him. Shin Xiao, wait a minute, What's up? Shin Xiao heard the other party's anxious voice and turned to take a look. Zhao Mingyan chased to the corridor outside the meeting room and looked at Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao, thank you for helping our Zhao group this time. You've come to my rescue twice. My family, and I really don't know how to thank you enough. How can I help you? Or if there's anything you need us to do, I'll definitely do it. Zhao Mingyan was a little incoherent, and she knew it from what had just happened in the conference room. Shin Xiao's identity is definitely extraordinary, and it is basically impossible for him to need their help. But she still wanted to find a way to repay his kindness. I also hope that I will have the opportunity to see Shin Xiao again in the future. Shin Xiao looked at Zhao Mingyin's expectant expression and could probably guess what he was thinking. However, there can be no subsequent feelings for this kind of lack of response. Shin Xiao always refuses directly. After all, if you give her hope, you will only delay the girl's life. So Shin Xiao spoke directly. You don't have to repay me. This matter is not unprofitable for Century Group. Besides, I just saw that Mr. Zhao was old and couldn't bear to see him running around and working so hard. Now that everything has been resolved, we can say goodbye. After saying that, Shin Xiao ignored Zhao Mingyin's attempts to keep him and left. Zhao Mingyin stood there watching Shin Xiao leave, feeling extremely lost. However, what Shin Xiao said just now was clear enough. He is not a person who repays favors. Moreover, he was unwilling to leave his contact information to me before. It can be seen that he really has no intention of doing this to himself. Although Zhao Mingyin was sad, she was still grateful for Shin Xiao's kindness. I stood there for a while, unable to come back to my senses for a long time. After Shin Xiao left the meeting room, he went straight back to the lounge. He didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence in this world. However, what he just said to Zhao Mingyin was indeed the truth. Zhao's is a conscientious enterprise and is unwilling to be associated with those profit-seeking merchants. This has led to the current situation. This reminded Shin Xiao of his grandfather. Not long ago, when the Shin family was in crisis, his grandfather also took his sister around like this. Only then did Shin Xiao feel compassion and lend a hand. Thinking of this, Shin Xiao couldn't help but think of the old man and Shin Yuning at home. Since he left Liqing, Shin Yuning has sent him many messages. She kept urging him and asking him when he would be home. Thinking of this, Shin Xiao picked up the mobile phone placed aside. Sure enough, after a while, I saw several messages from Shin Yuning. So Shin Xiao simply called her directly. Hey miss, what's going on? Brother, are you done with your work? When will you be back? As soon as the call was connected, Shin Yuning asked directly. Shin Xiao said lightly. I've finished the things at hand. I'll see when I can return to Liqing. I'm not sure if there will be anything else in the next 2 days. Grandpa's birthday is coming up in the middle of this month. Can you come back then? This year is the old man's 80th birthday. It was the day when Shin Xiao finally returned home after many years. Shin Yuning naturally hoped that their family could be reunited and celebrate the old man's birthday together. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiao glanced at the date. No problem. I will go back to celebrate Grandpa's birthday no matter what. By the way, did you receive the antiques I asked someone to buy earlier? Yeah, I got it. I've already picked it out. I'm sure Grandpa will like it. But, brother, what are you going to give me then? I gave you an antique. If you give me another one, it won't be original. Shin Yuning said slowly on the other end of the phone. After being reminded by Shin Yuning, Shin Xiao finally remembered this crucial issue. It's the old man's 80th birthday, so it's time to prepare a different gift. But what should I give? Do you have any good suggestions? I really can't think of any. This, I believe. Shin Yuning sighed deeply and racked her brains to help Shin Xiao think about it. Shin Xiao also had no idea at this time. He has never been good at this. Just when Shin Xiao had no clue, Shin Yuning on the other end of the phone suddenly exclaimed, Brother, I know what you should give me. What? Shin Xiao couldn't help but ask curiously. The girl was so startled that no one knew what idea she had come up with. Shin Yuning smiled and said with a hint of sarcasm in her tone, Brother, you are not a child anymore. If you can bring a sister-in-law back for Grandpa's birthday, then this is definitely the best gift Grandpa ever received on his birthday. Don't you think so? What's going on in your head all day? Shin Xiao suddenly sighed helplessly. He shouldn't have had too high expectations of Shin Yuning. What? Isn't my idea a good one? Grandpa is now worrying about your lifelong affairs all day long. Grandpa would be so happy if you could bring a girlfriend home. Isn't this the best birthday present ever? Well, brother, think about it. Chapter 139. Other countries join forces. Can't you think of something more reliable for me? Shin Xiao said with a helpless tone. Shin Yuning smiled and said on the other end of the phone, My suggestion is very reliable, okay? Otherwise, why would Grandpa go to so much trouble to arrange a blind date for you? How about this? I'll give you the antique as a gift to Grandpa. Grandpa would probably be happy if you brought a boyfriend back. Shin Xiao turned the tables and said it deliberately in a teasing manner. Me? Where can I find a boyfriend? Then where can I find a girlfriend? Shin Xiao asked back with some amusement. Who would have thought that the next second, he would be deeply disliked by his own sister? No way, brother, you are so lame that you can't even find a sister-in-law. Shin Yuning said with disgust, unable to hide it. Shin Xiao, you are amazing. If you have the ability, bring me a brother-in-law. I've already bought antiques for Grandpa. Why would I need a boyfriend? Anyway, you can do whatever you want. After saying that, Shin Yuning hung up the phone on him. Beep, beep, beep. When Shin Xiao heard the busy tone after the call was disconnected, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This little girl even dared to hang up on me. But then again, it's their old man's 80th birthday. What gift should I give him? Shin Xiao couldn't help but feel a headache. He has never been good at giving gifts. Moreover, this is their grandfather's birthday gift, so we can't be careless. After thinking it over, Shin Xiao turned on his cell phone and made a call. Beep, beep, beep. Hey, boss, you looking for me? A familiar and pleasant voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Shin Xiao said, and directly explained his purpose to Chen Wan. Well, in the middle of this month, my grandfather will be turning 80th. I want to pick out a gift for him, but I don't know what to choose. Besides, my sister has already picked out an antique to give him, and it can't be the same. I really don't know what to give. I see. Chen Wan immediately understood. It turned out that he wanted to choose a birthday gift for Mr. Shin. Moreover, this is the first time in all these years that Shin Xiao has returned home to celebrate his grandfather's birthday. We really can't be careless. Boss, leave this matter to me. I will definitely help you choose a suitable gift. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Shin Xiao smiled and said that this was also what he was thinking when he called Chen Wan. After all, Chen Wan is a girl and she is very thoughtful. Moreover, he has always been very confident in her work. Boss, why are you being so polite to me? However, I'm afraid it will take a few days before I can get back to you. I'm leaving for northern Burma the day after tomorrow. Chen Wan glanced at his schedule and spoke slowly. The birthday gift for the old man must be carefully prepared and cannot be prepared in a day or two. However, it is still nearly half a month away from the old man's birthday. Before that, she would definitely make preparations. Shin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Northern Myanmar? What are you doing there for no reason? Northern Myanmar has always been in great chaos. Especially in the past 2 years, the chaos and turmoil have been terrible. Even those famous underground organizations dare not set foot there easily. As the people in their underworld say jokingly, even if the bull demon king goes there, he will be detained on the farmland. Recently, a mysterious force has emerged in northern Myanmar. They have been frequently causing chaos in northern Myanmar these days. If it's not controlled, it could threaten the safety of China. Chen Wan explained to Shin Xiao. Northern Myanmar has always been a place where many forces are reluctant to get involved, and K2 rarely takes action there. After all, the economy there is backward, with a mixed crowd of good and bad people, and there is no development to speak of. It is not a good decision to get involved there for no reason. This has led to the local forces there becoming extremely rampant. Today, the local forces there are becoming more and more arrogant, and are about to threaten China's border security. Chen Wan knew that Shin Xiao had endured humiliation for so many years just for the safety of China. Therefore, this time she had to take action and go to Myanmar in person to suppress the forces there. They must never pose any threat to China. Shin Xiao immediately understood after hearing this. He was also aware of the rampant chaos in northern Myanmar. That place simply shouldn't exist in a civilized society. Shin Xiao had been there once a few years ago. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a hellish place. So, Shin Xiao spoke directly to Chen Wan. It's too dangerous there, you'd better not go there. It's because it's dangerous. I don't trust my subordinates with this matter. Chen Wan knew that Shin Xiao had always taken it as his responsibility to defend China. I have always attached great importance to such matters. And to her, what Shin Xiao thought was what she thought. No matter what, she will protect everything Shin Xiao wants to protect. You, boss, I know you're worried about me, but don't worry, I'll bring enough people. Besides, this matter concerns the safety of China's border. Would you take such a risk? Chen Wan knew that Shin Xiao still wanted to persuade him, so he spoke directly and made a promise to him. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiao let out a long sigh. Then he said, Okay, you can go, I'll go with you. The day after tomorrow, we will meet in Manhwa in northern Myanmar. You are not allowed to act on your own. Do you understand? This? Okay, I understand. Chen Wan didn't want Shin Xiao to take risks, but she knew that Shin Xiao always kept his word. Now that he has made up his mind, he will definitely not change it. So I had no choice but to agree. Well, boss, be careful when you get there the day after tomorrow. We'll act together after we reunite. Chen Wan gave some worried instructions. Yeah, I heard you. I'll hang up now. Good. After Shin Xiao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Afterwards, he directly notified Zhang Shuhang to arrange a flight for him to northern Myanmar. He is going there today, and he was told not to disclose the flight information and his whereabouts to anyone, especially Chen Wan. Zhang Shuhang was so scared that he thought the two big bosses were having a conflict. I even imagined the Century Group splitting up. However, Shin Shaoka had no time to pay attention to these strange thoughts in his mind. After the flight was arranged, Shin Shao boarded the plane directly to Myanmar. As the plane took off, Shin Shao looked at the thick clouds outside the window and felt a little heavy. It is his responsibility to defend China. Northern Myanmar is a place where people are eaten without leaving any bones. He couldn't let Chinwan take the risk of going to such a dangerous place. Chinwan had just told him that they would take action after they met up the day after tomorrow. However, he only said that he heard it, but did not say that he agreed, so this should not be considered as going back on his word. Shin Shao couldn't help but think of Chunwan's worried and angry look when she knew he had arrived early. For some reason, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 140, Leaving Home. 3 hours later, Shin Shao's plane successfully arrived in Maingda, a city in northern Myanmar. After getting off the plane, Shin Shao went to the Manhwa metropolitan area alone. In the city center, the streets are bustling and the buildings are magnificent. But Shin Shao knew that beneath this prosperous scene, there was a dark side hidden. Shin Shao wandered among the bustling crowd, recalling the information he had just asked someone to check. This place has been in a state of division among multiple forces for a long time. The forces are intertwined, conflicts have continued for many years, and public security is very chaotic. Therefore, it provides a breeding ground for many criminals. All kinds of criminal transactions are carried out here on a large scale. In recent times, several local forces here have been very rampant. It has even affected surrounding areas and harmed many people in nearby areas. If this continues, more people will suffer in the future. Shin Shao wandered along the street, seeing that it was getting darker. Then he slowly walked into an inconspicuous little bar on the side of the road. "Boss, a glass of whiskey." Shin Shao casually picked a seat at the bar and sat down, waving his hand and greeting everyone. It was just nightfall, and there weren't many people in the bar. "Okay." The middle-aged boss standing at the bar looked at Shin Shao. Then he poured wine for him. "Here, sir, your wine." The bar owner has a typical Burmese appearance. He has wheat-colored skin, deep eyes, very short hair, and a thick beard. Shin Shao took it and took a sip. Then, I heard the bar owner ask, "Judging from your appearance, you must be from abroad, right?" "Yes, I came from China to live with my cousin in my hometown. He said the salary here is good and there's a position that's just right for me." Shin Shao pretended to be naive and answered innocently. The bar owner smiled meaningfully when he heard this. Well, he's right. The economy here is booming right now, and there are indeed a lot of opportunities. However, I couldn't contact him after I got here. I called more than a dozen times, but no one answered. After Shin Shao finished speaking, he sighed slowly, looking very annoyed. Maybe it's because he gave the opportunity to someone else, and he has no way to explain it to you. After all, high-paying jobs are very popular here. The bar owner said to Shin Shao with a smile. In fact, what he was thinking was that he was not sure whether his unfortunate cousin was still alive. After all, everything here changes so quickly. After hearing this, Shin Shao pretended to be confused and spoke anxiously. "How is this possible? He is my brother. Besides, I left my hometown to come here, and now I don't even have the money for a plane ticket back home. I can't contact him, and I've lost my job. What should I do in the future?" After saying this, Shin Shao looked very worried, as if he didn't know what to do. "Well, I have a lot of customers here, including some bosses and businessmen. Maybe they can offer you a job." "Really?" Shin Shao looked at the other person with surprise. "Certainly. You can wait here for a while. Someone will be here soon," the bar owner said with a smile. "Okay, thank you very much." Shin Shao looked at the other person and said with a smile, his face full of gratitude. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes when the other party was not paying attention. The hands of the clock hanging on the wall of the bar kept turning. At exactly 9 o'clock, the door of the bar was pushed open with a bang. Then, a group of shabbily dressed people walked in. Then he sat down at the booth in the bar with ease. The bar owner didn't even wait for them to order and walked over with a tray of drinks. He muttered a few words to the leader in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the leader in a floral shirt slowly glanced towards where Shin Shao was. Shin Shao sat leisurely on the high stool in front of the bar. I planned everything silently in my mind. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a shadow covering the side. Shin Shao reacted instantly, adjusted his expression, and looked up at the person who came. "I heard that you left your hometown and came here to find a job?" The man in the flowered shirt looked at Shin Shao and asked slowly. "Yes, but I can't contact the person who introduced me to the job now. I do have a job here. It pays well, but it might be a bit hard." "It doesn't matter. As long as the pay is high, it doesn't matter if it's a little hard work." Shin Shao looked at the person who came with anticipation, hoping that he could give him a chance. Seeing this, the man in the flowered shirt smiled and took a puff of his cigarette. Okay, no problem. Give me your ID and I'll have someone help you with the paperwork. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiao directly handed over the fake ID that he had asked someone to prepare early in the morning. The man in the flowered shirt took it and showed an ambiguous smile on his face. Taking his ID to go through the formalities is fake. The real purpose is to withhold his ID so that he cannot escape from here. When can I start work? If you want, I can take you there now. The man in the flowered shirt looked at Shin Xiao's anxious look and thought he was just anxious to make money. Okay, thank you so much. Let's go. The man in the flowered shirt glanced at Shin Xiao, then turned around and walked out. Shin Xiao got up from his chair and followed. You guys drink first, I'll take him to Jason. The man in the flowered shirt walked to the booth and spoke to his brothers. Hearing this, those people smiled and looked at Shin Xiao behind him, then nodded at him. Then, the man in the flowered shirt took Shin Xiao out of the bar. The city at night is very different from the bustling city during the day. The dim street lights illuminated the empty streets, and there was hardly a pedestrian to be seen. Where are we going next? Shin Xiao walked on the quiet street and asked slowly. It's nearby, just a few minutes away. The man in the flowered shirt spoke in a low voice. The security here at night is very bad. Some time ago, the residents here didn't even dare to go out at night. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Fortunately, this place has been under the jurisdiction of the boss of their gang recently. That's why he dared to bring his men out for a drink. Shin Xiao calmly followed the man in the flowered shirt and slowly turned into a deep alley. This is it. The man in the flowered shirt pointed at an old local building in front of them. Then, he pushed open the heavy door. Shin Xiao followed him and slowly walked into the door. Immediately afterwards, the door behind him slammed shut with a bang. This is where you will work from now on. Come in and take a look. The man in the flowered shirt spoke slowly. There was a hint of smile in his voice. Shin Xiao slowly approached, and after seeing the scene inside the house clearly, a cold look flashed in his eyes. It's really more chaotic and cruel than before. Chapter 141 Waiting for the Rabbit. Don't be afraid. These are the treatments that only those who don't obey will receive. The man in the flowered shirt looked at Shin Xiao standing there with an expressionless face. Thinking he was frightened, I spoke to him with a smile. However, now that he has stepped in here, there is no way to retreat even if he is afraid. After saying that, the man in the flowered shirt took Shin Xiao directly to the stairs next to him. Let's go. The man in the flowered shirt walked down the stairs to the basement. The dim staircase was illuminated by the dim light in the house, and I could barely see the road under my feet. Shin Xiao took a look at the bloody scene beside him and sighed silently in his heart. Afterwards, Shin Xiao tightened the strap of his backpack and followed the man in the floral shirt to the basement. After all, it's not the time to take action yet. After arriving at the basement, the man in the flowered shirt looked at Shin Xiao without saying a word. He smiled and said, "Why are you scared? Young man, this place is not like China. It's not that easy to make money here. However, you're already here. There's no chance to regret it." "I don't want to regret it. Aren't you going to bring me to see the guy called Jason? Lead the way." Shin Xiao glanced at him and said calmly, "Now, I can no longer wear floral shirts." "You? What are you talking about? Lead the way." Shin Xiao glared at him without hesitation, his tone indescribably strong. The man in the flowered shirt was instantly shocked by Shin Xiao's aura and immediately nodded in response subconsciously. Then he turned around and took him to the door of a room at the end of the basement. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. When there was a knock on the door, the man in the flowered shirt suddenly came to his senses. He was the one who brought people to make the deal. Why do I have to listen to the other party now? You. The man in the flowered shirt turned around and was about to argue with Shin Xiao. As a result, before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by the person in the room opening the door. A bearded, bronze-skinned man opened the door, looked at the man in the floral shirt, and asked directly, "Bringing people again?" "Yes, Jason, that's him." The man in the flowered shirt didn't care about the weirdness just now and pointed directly at Shin Xiao and said. Jason glanced at Shin Xiao and saw that he looked calm and composed. He was not at all as panicked and frightened as the other people brought here. This made Jason feel very confused and curious. Are you the person in charge here?" Jason was just about to ask Shin Xiao a question, but unexpectedly, the other party interrupted him first. Jason immediately looked at Shin Xiao with even greater curiosity and nodded. "Yes, I am the person in charge of this club." "That's good." Shin Xiao chuckled and nodded slowly. Then, his gaze suddenly changed, and he raised his hand and chopped the man in the flowered shirt standing in front of him unconscious. Jason was stunned when he saw this. I never expected that a person who was abducted would behave like this. Then he took a step back and pressed the alarm by the door. A shrill sound suddenly resounded throughout the clubhouse. Shin Shao smiled immediately when he saw this. Everything is just as I expected. Then he took a quick step forward and attacked Jason directly. Jason immediately raised his hand to fight back, but he was no match for Shin Shao. He was knocked to the ground by Shin Shao and fainted. After Shin Shao dealt with Jason, he heard a noisy sound of footsteps coming towards him. Shin Shao directly opened his backpack and took out the weapons he had prepared early in the morning. The next second, a group of people armed with weapons rushed into the house. However, the moment they stepped into the house, countless dense bullets came flying at me in an instant. Those who were unable to react in time were shot and fell to the ground instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by fierce gunfire, more than a dozen people fell down in an instant. The others heard the noise and dared not move forward. However, the people in the house obviously had no intention of letting them go. I saw a tall and slender figure flash out from the house. The machine gun in his hand instantly emitted dazzling flames and continued to fire at them. A group of people were unable to dodge and had no power to fight back, and they fell down in an instant. Quick, go inform Boss K. Someone among the few remaining people suddenly shouted this. Immediately afterwards, Shin Shao saw them fleeing upstairs quickly. Seeing this, Shin Shao did not continue to pursue. After all, instead of chasing after him, it would be better to wait here for the Boss K they were talking about to come. Shin Shao confirmed that those people had left the club. He walked slowly upstairs with a gun. In the dim hall, a group of people were lying on the ground, being tortured horribly. Shin Shao walked over and untied the shackles on them. Run away quickly. There's a car at the intersection. Go to this place, and someone will help you get home when you get there. Shin Shao handed them a note. It says an address not far from here. Shin Shao had arranged people there in advance to send those who were deceived here back home. Those people took the note and were a little bit incredulous about the sudden freedom. After they realized what was happening, they all kept thanking Shin Shao, although they didn't know who the other party was. Is what he said true? But now they are already like this, how much worse can it get? So, after thanking Shin Shao, he immediately left, as Shin Shao said. Shin Shao saw them leave and immediately started to set up things in the club. The forces in northern Myanmar are mixed and their methods are brutal. However, the scope of each party's influence is not large and is limited to this area. So Shin Shao guessed that it was the Boss K that the group of people mentioned just now. He should be the leader of MANHWA's forces. Now that one of his strongholds has been destroyed by me, he will definitely lead his men here in person. All Shin Shao needs to do now is to wait here. Shin Shao methodically installed the micro-weapons he brought with him in the hall of the club. After arranging everything, Shin Shao pulled a chair over. Sitting on the round platform facing the open door, he waited quietly for the other party. He also wanted to see who the so-called Boss K was. A few minutes later, footsteps were suddenly heard on the street outside. Judging from the sounds, there should be at least hundreds of people. Then, a man in a gray shirt and a gold chain as thick as his little finger walked in. Who dares to cause trouble on my territory? The man walked into the door and saw Shin Shao sitting on the chair at a glance. Her sharp, deep eyes narrowed as she quickly looked him over. You? Shin Shao looked at the person who came and played with a black thumb-sized thing in his hand. He spoke slowly. Are you Boss K? That's right. Who are you? You dare to come to my territory and cause trouble? Are you looking for death? Boss K looked at Shin Shao with a murderous look in his eyes. Shin Shao sneered when he heard this. Your territory? Excuse me, from today on this is my territory. Chapter 142, I have never seen such an arrogant person. What did you say? Your territory? Boy, do you know what you're talking about? Boss K looked at Shin Shao's arrogant attitude. I was instantly pissed off and laughed. He has been in this area for so many years, but he has never seen such an arrogant person. Shin Shao sat on the chair and looked at him indifferently. Of course I know. Why? Wasn't what I just said clear enough? I think you want to die. Boss K's expression turned stern, and a hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he looked at Shin Shao. Such a young man actually came to his underground club alone. He killed so many of his men and let those who were abducted go. Isn't this a slap in his face? He could not swallow this humiliation and this insult no matter what. Today, I must teach this guy a lesson. Someone come here, take him down. Boss K waved his hand and shouted directly at the men behind him. Immediately afterwards, everyone raised their guns and prepared to attack Shin Shao. However, before they could do anything, a sharp sound of breaking air suddenly came from behind them. Boss K and his hundreds of men were suddenly shocked. I immediately turned my head to look subconsciously. The next moment, before they could see clearly what happened behind them, dense bullets were fired at them in an instant. The bullet hit the wooden box at the door, instantly sending out countless wood chips and smoke. Boss K was immediately frightened by this sudden scene. He never expected that the other party had ambushed people. Damn it! Hide quickly! Boss K immediately shouted loudly, and then immediately led his men to find a place to hide. But he overlooked a crucial point. That is, there is another Shin Xiao in the house. Seeing this, Shin Xiao pressed the button on the black object in his hand without saying anything. All that was heard was the sound of mechanical rotation. Then, a row of mechanisms with machine guns suddenly rose up from the edge of the platform in front of Shin Xiao. The moment it rose, it started firing madly at the opposite side. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire one after another instantly filled the entire club building. Shin Xiao controlled the distance of the bullet just right. The flying bullets all hit the feet of Boss K and others. Boss K was attacked from both sides and had no chance to fight back. He could only lead his men to dodge like a group of clowns. Finally, they were able to catch their breath until Shin Xiao ordered to stop the attack. However, at this time, Boss K and his men were all in a state of disarray. He originally rushed over in a rage. As a result, they are all covered in dust and lying on the ground gasping for breath. The constant dodging just now consumed too much of their energy. At this time, even if Shin Xiao stood in front of them without fighting back, they no longer have the energy to deal with Shin Xiao. Jisha, how about it? We are pretty good at shooting, right? The control is just right. After subduing Boss K, several familiar figures walked in slowly. They were the 6 members of Task Force 141. A few hours ago, they received news from Shin Xiao and rushed here directly. After arriving in Manidu, he kept in touch with Shin Xiao. After Shin Xiao followed the man in the floral shirt into the club. Following Shin Xiao's orders, they ambushed on the rooftop of the opposite building. That's why there was that battle just now that made Boss K jump up and down, unable to resist. Shin Xiao looked at them and smiled. Thanks for your hard work. What's so hard about this? But what should we do with these people? Captain Shin pointed at Boss K, who was lying on the ground, and asked. Just stay here and remove all their weapons. Good. As they said that, several people from 141 immediately took action and unloaded all the weapons carried by Boss K and others. After dealing with Boss K and others, Captain Shin asked Shin Xiao. There was such a big commotion just now. It probably won't be long before other nearby forces arrive. So we're retreating now. Although their 141st Task Force has extraordinary combat effectiveness. But this place is a mixed bag, with many forces competing for power. If they unite, it will be difficult to deal with them. No, just wait for them here. Shin Xiao shook his head and spoke lightly. But if there are too many of them, it will be difficult for the 7 of us to deal with them. Captain Shin said in a deep voice. They came this time to respond to what Shin Xiao said, and were very low-key. So no large-scale lethal weapons were brought here. It would be difficult to deal with all the forces in this area. Who said there were only 7 of us? Could it be that you have a backup plan? Upon hearing this, Shin Xiao smiled without comment. You'll know when the time comes. Anyway, the other side has a lot of people, and we have a lot too. The people from 141 couldn't help but look at each other with confusion in their eyes. However, since Shin Xiao said so, he must have a foolproof plan. They just wait here. A few minutes later, the miniature display that Ghost carried with him suddenly made a sound. The Ghost clicked it to check, then said to Shin Xiao, Chisha, 6 forces are surrounding us now. There are probably thousands of people. We'll be here in about 3 minutes. Okay, I understand. Shin Xiao responded in a deep voice and took out his cell phone to take a look. He looked as if he had everything planned out. So, the 6 people from 141 continued to sit leisurely on the chairs and chat with Shin Xiao. A few minutes later, they were chatting happily. Suddenly, I heard a burst of hurried and noisy footsteps outside, and the sound was very loud. People are here. Let's deal with them later, and then we can continue our conversation. Shin Xiao adjusted his cuffs and spoke with a smile. Good. The people from 141 responded calmly. Immediately afterwards, a large crowd of people poured into the club. Who are you to cause trouble here? Among the crowd that came, there were a total of 6 people leading the charge. They are all leaders of several forces in this area. They looked at Boss K and others huddled in the corner. The 7 people opposite who looked relaxed were suddenly dumbfounded. Logically speaking, the other party should have left immediately after subduing Boss K and his men. But now he was sitting leisurely on a chair waiting for them to come. Bizarre, it's really bizarre. So, in an instant, no one dared to act rashly. They all silently looked at the people opposite them. Shin Xiao looked at them and sneered. You still dare to ask who I am? I came here for a trip, and this guy dared to let his men deceive me. They want to drag me in here and let them slaughter me. Is there anything wrong with me fighting back and killing them? You. The 6 leaders looked at each other in surprise. They kidnap and trick outsiders into traps and use them as free labor. I even think this is nothing out of the ordinary. However, this was the first time he was killed in return. Moreover, he subdued an entire organization in one fell swoop. It's really unbelievable. Their intuition told them that the other party's identity was definitely not simple. Who are you? What are you doing here? Shin Shao sneered and said with a cold look at the person opposite him. I've already said that I'm just here to travel and relax. It's you people here who are blind and have offended me. As for who I am, Shin Shao slowly handed the soap to the side and gave a look. Soap immediately understood and spoke with amusement. I don't even know about K2's 7 kills. How dare you hang around here? Chapter 143, Prove the Facts. What? No, impossible. How could Chi-Sha come here? The 6 people were shocked when they heard what Soap said. Anyone who has been around the Golden Triangle and Southern Asia has undoubtedly heard of the name Chi-Sha. However, Chi-Sha has always been low-key, and not many people have seen what he looks like. And it is rumored that his whereabouts have always been a mystery. Why would he suddenly appear here out of nowhere? Shin Shao looked at the other party's disbelief and spoke slowly. Impossible. Now the entire Golden Triangle, the Middle East, and South Asia are my territory. Why can't I come here? It was you who first provoked me, and now you come here to attack me. Why? Are you really tired of living? You. The crowd that was surrounding them was suddenly stunned and worried. If the other party is really Chi-Sha, then their actions today are indeed no different from seeking death. But who knows if the other party is using the name of Chi-Sha to scare them? Then, the leading man with a crew cut asked with his neck stiffened. You said you were the 7 killers. How do you prove it? Yeah, how do you prove it? Don't try to scare us with the name of Chi-Sha. No one here has ever seen him. How can you prove that you are him? The leaders immediately started talking at once. Although there was a hint of fear in his expression, he was unable to confirm the other party's identity. They will not give in. If that's the case, how can they survive here in the future? When Shin Shao heard their questions, a scornful smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. How do you prove it? Isn't the K2's armed aircraft outside the best proof? The next moment after Shin Shao finished speaking, there was a loud roar above their clubhouse. Everyone's face changed instantly, and they looked terrified. How so? What's going on outside? It's really an armed plane. Quick, retreat. Where are we retreating to? Don't you see the entire city is filled with armed aircraft? All the people surrounding the club were dumbfounded. I couldn't believe that such a shocking scene would appear. Hundreds of armed aircraft were circling over Manidu. The huge roar instantly broke the silence of the night. It also caused the thousands of people who surrounded Shin Shao to fall into great panic in an instant. Immediately afterwards, one of the planes slowly landed in the open space in front of the club. As the hatch opened, a group of armed men with weapons filed down. Finally, a woman in a black windbreaker walked down nimbly. Her beautiful eyes, filled with coldness, slowly swept over the people surrounding the club. Our K2 boss is here for vacation. Someone here actually dared to target him with those sinister plots behind his back. Who gave you the courage? The woman looked at these people and spoke word by word in an extremely cold tone. If looks could kill, they would have died 1,000 times over by now. After hearing the woman's words, everyone looked up at the hundreds of armed aircraft circling in the sky. There was no doubt in my mind at that moment. The person they just offended was indeed K2's Chi-Sha, the current overlord of the entire Golden Triangle. Otherwise, who else but him could have such a big show? In an instant, everyone's face turned extremely pale. We really didn't know that Chi-Sha would condescend to come to a place like ours. Chi-Sha, we really didn't mean to offend you. Please don't take it personally. Yeah, we just heard some noise over here, so we rushed over. We didn't know you were here. If we knew it was really you here, we would never dare to come and offend you even if we were beaten to death. Yes. No. If you knew you were here, we would have come directly over to take care of that clueless boss K. There would be no need for you to do anything. Yes. We were rude just now because we didn't know it was you. Please don't be offended. The leaders who were surrounding him hurriedly apologized to Shin Shao. I felt so regretful that I should have just stayed at home late at night. Even if you heard something, why would you run out? Now I have offended Chi-Sha. I don't even know how I will die. Shin Shao looked at them begging for mercy, then slowly stood up and walked over. I'm not an unreasonable person. In the final analysis, this incident was caused by this reckless person. I've already taught him a lesson, so I feel relieved. After hearing Shin Shao's words, everyone looked at Boss K, who was in a miserable state in the corner, and breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, Shin Shao spoke again. But, if I remember correctly, you guys came in with guns intending to attack me, right? No, we didn't. How dare we? When several leaders heard this, they immediately shook their heads in denial. Who dares to admit that this will cost him his life? However, Shin ignored them and glanced at them coldly. I hate being pointed at with a gun the most. So, today's incident cannot be easily dismissed. After Shin finished speaking, he turned around and glanced at Chun-won, who was standing outside the club across the crowd. Chun-won immediately understood and made a gesture to all the K2 armed personnel around him. At this time, dozens of armed aircraft had landed around. So hundreds of armed personnel who got off the plane immediately detained these people at gunpoint. However, in just a few minutes, the dispute ended without a trace of gunpowder. Take these people away and detain them. I will tell you how to deal with them later. Yes. All K2 personnel immediately received orders. These people were escorted out of the area in an orderly manner. A few minutes later, only Shen Xiao, Chun-won, and a few people from 141 were left at the scene. Chi-sha, when did you hold back like this? The timing is just right, not a fraction of a second off. Soap looked at Shen Xiao and asked with a hint of surprise and admiration. Yeah, I also want to know how you can control the time so perfectly. Just in case. Chun-won walked up to Shen Xiao, looked at him, and asked with a serious expression. But his eyes were full of worry. She received a message from Shen Xiao 2 hours ago. It is said that he arrived in Manhwa in advance and has started negotiations with the underground forces here. After receiving this news, Chun-won could no longer sit still. Immediately based on Shin Xiao's real-time positioning, he brought his men to kill him. She knew that Shen Xiao was extremely powerful, but the other side had hundreds of times more people than them. Even if he could deal with those people, he would inevitably be injured. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen to Shin Xiao if she had arrived a step later. He had been seriously injured before, and I don't know if he's recovered yet. Chun-won was very worried all the way. It was not until this moment that I saw Shin Xiao was safe and sound that I felt relieved. Chapter 144. We all understand. Shin Xiao looked at the worry that could not be concealed in Chun-won's eyes, and his heart moved slightly. Then he immediately started to explain to Chun-won. Didn't I send you a message in advance? I don't know how fast you can move. You must have rushed here as soon as you received the news. 2 hours, just right. Shin Xiao had calculated the distance between K2 headquarters and here in advance. 2 hours is enough time for Chun-won to come over. Moreover, after he sent the message, he directly turned on the real-time location between the two of them. So, after getting rid of Boss K just now, Shin Xiao took a look at Chun-won's position at that time. After making sure that she had arrived in Manhwa, she waited here unscrupulously for those people to come. Chun-won. After listening to Shin Xiao's explanation, Chun-won didn't know what to say for a moment. What if I'm a step too late? Chun-won couldn't help but ask. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen if she had arrived a step later and Shin Xiao was injured. Nothing will happen. Shin Xiao looked very confident. He would never let such an eventuality happen. Even if it was really due to force majeure, Chun-won failed to arrive in time. Then he also has the confidence and ability to get himself and 141 out of this unscathed. When Chun-won heard this, he stared at Shin Xiao intently. She naturally believed that he had the ability. However, she really didn't want to go through the experience of almost being separated from her life and death again, just like last time. Thinking of this, Chun-won couldn't help but sigh silently. Seeing this, Shin Xiao patted her shoulder and said, Okay, I'm fine, right? I promise, there won't be a next time, don't worry. We agreed to meet up the day after tomorrow. Why are you here first? Chun-won looked at him and asked in a low voice. Shin Xiao coughed lightly, and an unnatural look flashed across his face. I just said I knew it, but I didn't say I agreed. Chun-won. Boss you. Chun-won's eyes suddenly widened. She never expected Shin Xiao to say that. Puff. Several people from 141 nearby couldn't help but burst out laughing. Shin Xiao and Chun-won immediately turned their heads and looked at the 6 people. Sorry, Chi-sha. I really didn't expect that you have such a rogue side. Captain Shin couldn't help but smile and said to Shin Xiao. He had always thought that Chi-sha was an extremely cold-blooded person with no emotions at all. After getting to know him later, I found that he is actually very approachable at heart. However, I have never seen him act so shamelessly and compromisingly with a girl. And the other party is the new leader of their K2. These 2 people are interesting. Shin Xiao looked at Captain Shin's playful gaze and coughed lightly. All right, all of you just sit here and watch the show. We saw the leader of K2 coming, so we wanted to say hello. Soap smiled and raised his eyebrows, then greeted Chun-won. Hello, Chief. This is the first time we officially meet. But it seems like you and Chi-sha are quite familiar with each other, don't you? After Soap finished speaking, the other members of Task Force 141 looked at the 2 of them with amusement. I heard that the new leader of K2 is a young woman. But he is very capable, decisive, and ruthless in his actions. But I didn't expect that when facing Shin Xiao, he would look so tender and worried. When Shunwan heard their jokes, he subconsciously looked up at Shin Xiao. An unnatural look flashed across his face. She had heard Shin Xiao mention before that he had rescued a task force called 141. However, although this task force is affiliated with K2, they only obey Shin Xiao and are not under the jurisdiction of K2. I didn't expect to see them here today. What was even more unexpected was the legendary 141st Task Force, which was cold-blooded and ruthless, but had extraordinary combat capabilities. There is such a gossipy side. Seeing Chun Wan's unnatural expression, Shin Xiao stepped forward, stood in front of him, and spoke to those people. Okay, you guys, does the unusual relationship have anything to do with you? Let's go quickly. It's late at night, and you're still not going to sleep. Yes, it's none of our business, even if the relationship isn't ordinary. Let's go. So put his arm around Ghost's shoulder and teased. Well, not denying is the same as admitting. We understand. Captain Qian looked at Shin Xiao, smiled, and said something meaningful. You guys, are you done yet? Shin Xiao rolled his eyes at them, his tone somewhat helpless. Then, several people looked at each other, turned around, and gave Shin Xiao a look that we all understood. Then he walked away. Let's go too. It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest first. Yeah, okay. Chunwan nodded, and then followed Shin Xiao. As I walked, my eyes were full of him. He is safe and sound, and I can rest assured. However, the boss did not directly reject their relationship just now. This seems a little different from before. What are you thinking about? Don't lose me. Shin Xiao turned around and looked at Chunwan, who was a few steps behind him, and spoke with a hint of pampering in his tone. Chunwan reacted and immediately followed quickly. Shin Xiao couldn't help but smile as he looked at her. The two of them walked towards the nearest hotel with the people from 141 in front of them. After arriving at the hotel, Ghost went straight to help the few people check in. Here, your door cards. Ghost gave each person a door card. But when it was given to Shin Xiao and Chunwan, there was only one left. There are only 7 rooms left in this hotel. You two can do whatever you want. However, I would like to kindly advise that apart from this hotel, there are only a few small, shabby hotels within a 10-kilometer radius. Ghost stuffed the last room card in his hand directly into Shin Xiao's hand. Afterwards, he went straight upstairs with the rest of Task Force 141. This? Chunwan looked at Shin Xiao, then at the only room card in his hand, and immediately pursed her lips uncomfortably. Well, I'll go to the hotel next door and take a look. That one looks okay, and feels similar to this place. After saying that, Chunwan turned around with a slightly red face and walked towards the door. However, in the next second, Shin Xiao reached out and grabbed her. Okay, stop making trouble so late at night. The security here is not good. Don't go out as a girl. Let's go up. Shin Xiao glanced at the hotel next door, which looked okay. But the public security here has always been extremely chaotic. No matter how skilled Chunwan is, she is still a girl. It would be dangerous to let her go out at this time. After hearing what Shin Xiao said, Chunwan was stunned. He looked at Shin Xiao in disbelief. She really didn't expect Shin Xiao to say that. But, boss, what's wrong? Fine. Chunwan pursed her red lips and shook her head. Then let's go? It's getting late. Let's go to bed early. After saying that, the two of them went upstairs together. Chapter 145 Return Home. Northern Myanmar is not as prosperous as China, especially after nightfall, because the security here is always poor. So after nightfall, few people dare to go out. The streets were silent. It was almost midnight, and all the streetlights on both sides of the road were turned off. It was pitch black outside the window, a stark contrast to the brightly lit cities of China. However, in this way, you can clearly see the stars in the night sky. Shin Xiao had just finished washing up and was standing outside the window in his bathrobe, admiring the long-lost starry sky. Holding a glass of red wine in his hand, he sipped it slowly. After today's melee, I believe northern Myanmar will have peace for a while. There are many factions here, and there is no leader. It has been in a state of great chaos for many years. It will not be done overnight if we want to completely clear this place. Shin Xiao looked at the dark night outside the window and began to think in his mind how to completely change this place step by step in the future. Just as Shin Xiao was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of a doorknob turning. After hearing this, Shin Xiao didn't care and continued to think about his next plan. The goblet in his hand shook gently. When Chunwan came out of the bathroom, he saw Shin Xiao's tall and quiet back and felt inexplicably at ease. Then he walked forward slowly, looked at the wine glass in Shin Xiao's hand, and frowned slightly. Then, he reached out and took it from him, placing it on the table beside him. You still need to recuperate from your injuries, so stop drinking. Chunwan looked at Shin Xiao with concern and said. Shin Xiao smiled and said to her in a helpless and funny tone, Didn't I tell you before that my injuries have completely healed? Why? Do you think I was just trying to please you? No, Chen paused as he looked at Shun Xiao's frank expression. She knew how serious Shun Xiao's injuries were before. Otherwise, the old injury wouldn't have recurred at the airport. Logically speaking, with such a serious injury, he would need at least 1 or 2 years of rest to fully recover. It's only been 2 or 3 months now. How could he recover completely so quickly? However, seeing Shun Xiao so calm and composed, Chen couldn't help but hesitate. Really? Maybe I have a good physique, so I recover faster than the average person. I had fully recovered before, otherwise I wouldn't have risked coming here alone. Shin Xiao said calmly. When Chen heard Shin Xiao say this, he naturally believed him completely. So, he nodded and said with relief. That's good. So, should we stay here or return to China? Let's go back to China first. In this operation, we were able to dismantle and subdue several of the larger forces here. But the problem here is already rotten to the core. If we want to completely clean up this place, we need to take a long-term approach. Shin Xiao sighed lightly. He had already thought about the follow-up plan. However, it will take a long time to fundamentally change this place step by step. Chen looked at Shun Xiao's serious expression and said with a smile, Boss, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Shin Xiao couldn't help but laugh when he saw how she completely trusted him. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Chen looked at the inexplicable smile on Shin Xiao's face and asked in confusion. Nothing, you're right. Shin Xiao shook his head. Chen looked at him in confusion and then suddenly thought of something. By the way, boss, you asked me to prepare gifts for the old man's birthday. I've thought of a few. Wait a minute. I'll show you some pictures on my phone, and you can tell me which one is better. Having said that, Chen turned around and ran quickly to the entrance to pick up his cell phone. Then, he opened his phone to look for pictures and walked quickly towards Shin Xiao. But when he was only 2 steps away from Shin Xiao, I wasn't paying attention and suddenly tripped over the carpet on the ground. Chen lost his balance and fell to the side. Seeing this, Shin Xiao immediately stepped forward and put his arm around Chen. Be careful. I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't paying attention. Chen said in annoyance. She didn't know what was going on with her. It is obvious that when facing outsiders, I can do everything in an orderly manner. However, in front of Shin Xiao, he always acts like a child who loves to make mistakes. Shin Xiao looked at Chen blushing face, couldn't help but smile, and reached out to touch her hair. There's nothing to be sorry about. Chen Weining looked at Shin Xiao with her bright eyes somewhat bewildered. It seemed as if no one expected him to do this. Then, his ears suddenly turned red, and he quickly handed the phone to Shin Xiao. Here, take a look and choose which one is better. Shin Xiao took her phone, took a look at it, and said casually, It's all good. It's up to you to decide. Whatever. This is a birthday gift for the old man. How can it be anything but? It's okay. Anyway, you're going back with me. The old man will be happy with whatever you give him. Chen. What do you mean? Chen looked at Shin Xiao in confusion. Shin Xiao smiled and said to her, Nothing. You'll know when the time comes. Chen looked at the smile on Shin Xiao's face and his series of actions after they met recently. I always feel that he treats me differently than before. However, I was also afraid that I had misunderstood, and my mind was very confused for a moment. Chen pursed her red lips and looked at Shin Xiao, who was looking at her tenderly. She immediately made a decision in her heart. She wanted to be brave today and let Shin Xiao fully understand her feelings. So, Chen slowly reached out and hugged Shin Xiao. Boss, no, Shin Xiao, I have something to tell you. I know, needless to say. Shin Xiao interrupted her with a smile. He was not stupid, so how could he not see it? He had been walking on the edge of life and death before, and he didn't want to and couldn't think about such things. Now, although it is still dangerous, it is much more stable than before. So, it's time to think about it. Then, are you willing to let me stay with you forever? Chen stared at Shin Xiao nervously, his eyes full of uneasiness. Shin Xiao looked at her nervous expression, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Didn't I tell you to come home with me to see Grandpa? Isn't it obvious? When Chen heard what Shin Xiao said, his eyes suddenly burst into a look as brilliant as fireworks. Really? I'm not dreaming, am I? Shin Xiao reached out and gently pinched her delicate face. What do you think? Chen couldn't help but smile. She hugged Shin Xiao tightly and was held in his arms. Oh, you agreed? Promise what? Promise to go back with me to see the old man. Of course, Chen said with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of a little woman's shyness and unconcealable joy. Shin Xiao hugged the person in his arms tightly, enjoying the rare tranquility of this moment. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the shadows of the two people hugging each other, even though it was pitch black outside the window at this moment. But for them, All they could see were the bright lights in the house and each other.